I'm Jin Xiao, and my story began in a small inn at the foot of Dongxiang Mountain. The inn is strange, with its mushroom-like structure. 1 room on the first floor, 9 on the second, and 18 on the third. Despite its oddity, it's perfectly located, surrounded by trees, water, and a bustling village nearby. I manage this inn alone now because my adoptive father, who ran it for years, disappeared a month ago, taking all the staff with him. I've been doing my best, even preparing lavish meals every morning, but it's hard, and sometimes I can't help but cry. This morning was no different until trouble barged in, literally. The door slammed open, and in came Tang, the infamous local bully and son of the county magistrate. He claimed my father owed his family money and demanded the inn. His thugs started wrecking the place, and when I protested, Tang had the audacity to say he'd make me his 17th wife. Furious and terrified, I threw a heavy stone at his head. To everyone's surprise, it hit perfectly, knocking him down. But Tang wasn't done. He saw the feast I'd prepared and began stuffing his face, only to realize I had spiced the food with something special. Within moments, he was vomiting uncontrollably, his goons panicking as they tried to help him. Amid the chaos, I grabbed the stone and made my escape. The neighbors, who had been watching from their windows, were astonished. They called me fearless for standing up to Tang, though I think they're more relieved than anything. Life at the inn isn't easy, but I'll fight for it, even if it means throwing another stone or two. My day just keeps getting stranger. After the chaos at the inn, I managed to escape, but the grudge I hold against Tang burns hotter than ever. If he thinks he can take what's mine without consequences, he's in for a rude awakening. I've never let bullies get away with anything, and Tang won't be the exception. For now, I needed a safe place to regroup. I ran to my childhood friend Zihuan's old house. She had left years ago to learn magic on the mountain, so her house had been empty ever since. It wasn't much, a small, run-down courtyard surrounded by trees, with an eerie calm hanging over it. But to my surprise, the main house had a huge hole in the roof, like it had been struck by lightning. Lately, the weather has been bizarre, with storms destroying fields during the day and bitter cold killing people at night. I hoped I could survive the night here. Pushing open the door, I saw the house was a mess, with the big dining table shattered into splinters. And then I noticed something odd, a cloth bag near a hole in the floor. Curiosity got the better of me, and I leaned closer. Inside the hole was something that made my heart stop, a burnt, cracked corpse. I screamed, jumping back, my hair practically standing on end. What kind of trouble have I stumbled into now? This wasn't just a storm-damaged house. Something strange was definitely going on here. It started with a burnt-looking corpse grabbing my arm, and I was so scared I fell over. In a panic, I grabbed a rock and smashed it against its head as hard as I could. But instead of breaking, it was like hitting solid stone, not even a dent. I thought I was doomed. Stammering, I tried to bargain, promising to burn offerings every year if it would just leave me alone. Then it growled, "Zhou." Was that a name? Or was it asking for porridge? Either way, I couldn't believe I was dealing with a talking, lightning-struck. Whatever this was. It wasn't acting like a ghost, though, so I started thinking, maybe it's some thief who got what he deserved. That gave me an idea. I pretended to go along with his request and cooked him some porridge using old, moldy green beans left in the house. It was terrible, of course, my cooking always is, but when I gave him the bowl, his eyes lit up like I'd handed him gold. He gulped it down, then, out of nowhere, threw himself headfirst into the wall with a force that shook the entire house. I was stunned. Was my cooking really that bad? Meanwhile, magpies flying past got caught in the smoke from the chimney and dropped like stones. Between that and the strange man, I couldn't tell if this was the worst day of my life or the weirdest. Probably both. It all started with a panic. I thought I had killed someone. I squeezed through a hole in the wall, rushing to check if he was alive. What I saw made me freeze. The man, who I was sure had been struck by lightning and was on death's door, wasn't dead at all. Instead, he was crouched by the stove, head practically inside the pot, gulping down porridge like a starving beast. The sound of him slurping was so loud it echoed in the quiet yard. I couldn't believe it, someone was actually enjoying my cooking. Most people couldn't even stomach a bite. My chest swelled with a strange sense of pride. This guy had to have the most refined palate in the world to appreciate the unique flavors of my cooking. I almost wanted to call him a genius. Still, my own stomach growled loudly. I hadn't eaten anything since being kicked out of my family's inn. But past experiences taught me not to fight anyone for food. I stayed back, muttering insults under my breath and directing them at my black stone, the only thing my runaway father had left me. I blamed him for all my bad luck, shaking the stone like it could answer for his mistakes. And then something bizarre happened. The stone glowed faintly, and a stream of strange symbols and words filled my mind. It was overwhelming. I couldn't understand it, and it left me so dizzy that I collapsed on the spot. When I woke up, his face was the first thing I saw, swollen and burnt, but somehow soft in its concern. He had stayed. More surprisingly, he hadn't stolen anything. My red pendant and black stone were still on me. That made me think maybe he wasn't a bad guy after all. Honest, loyal, dependable. I decided to trust him, at least for now. I asked his name again, though I vaguely remembered already doing so earlier.
He simply said, Zhou.
It was such a short, simple name that I couldn't help laughing. Given how much he loved porridge, I decided to nickname him Little Porridge. It felt fitting. I told him, from now on, you're sticking with me. Life's been dull since my dad ran off and my best friend left to become a celestial immortal. Might as well have a sidekick. He didn't argue, so that was that. In the cold of the night, with frost creeping over the trees, I felt like maybe things were finally starting to look up. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of something much bigger. He didn't think the name was good, nor did he think the name was bad. Little Zhou scratched his scarred head, picked up his tiny waist, and lay down again. Wait, lie down? Zhen Xiaoxiao stared with her eyes wide open, looking around again in disbelief. She was not lying on the floor of the main house at this moment, but had been carried to the bed by the man without knowing when.
What?
I was slept with? Thunder rumbled in the sky, and my little brain exploded. When I turned around, a big slap came flying.
Bah.
I thought you were quite righteous, but I didn't expect you to be such a boss. Real. Wolf. With every word she yelled, drops of saliva piled up on Xiao Zhou's face like nails. Xiao Zhou, whose head was dizzy after being slapped, felt very aggrieved and instinctively raised his right hand to cover it. His palms were narrow and long, and the moment his 5 fingers were put together, the air suddenly became heavy. What the Hades is this? Zhen Xiaoxiao's shoulders sank, and she realized with a shudder that the man in front of her had an extremely cold gaze, like a blade that could directly cut a person's eyes. And the moment he stretched out his hand, it seemed that the stars outside the window were going out one by one, and he suddenly fell into endless darkness. Stop, stop, stop. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who was provoked into a cold sweat, shouted wittily. Hey, do you still want to drink porridge? These words hit Xiao Zhou's soft spot like a hammer. The man's eyes lost their sharpness, and the invisible pressure on Zhen Xiaoxiao immediately disappeared. His clothes were wet and stuck to his chest as if they had been scooped up by water. Staring at Xiao Zhou's back, which was as hard as a stone slab, Zhen Xiao sat at the head of the bed in a daze, not knowing how he had survived these terrifying few seconds. What he just used. Was it the legendary sorcery? Not good. Magician. I want to run. I quickly turned over and got out of bed, but when I stood up, I was surprised to find that my clothes were neat and tidy, not at all messy, and the only thin quilt in the room was wrapped around me.
Could he?
He raised his head and looked at the figure hidden in the darkness, his brows furrowed into a knot. No matter if you are stupid or impotent, I am afraid of witchcraft. After hesitating for a moment, Zhen Xiaoxiao pushed open the door and walked resolutely into the woods. Unfortunately, she was knocked to the ground by the severe cold before she had walked 10 meters.
2.
It's so cold. The breath you exhale can make a lump on the ground. Looking back at the Li family courtyard, thinking of Xiao Zhozhou's warm arms that had been covering her waist before, Zhen Xiaoxiao kept cheering herself up. Images of countless moral role models and chaste heroines suddenly appeared in her mind, shining with golden light. I am a girl with noble moral principles. I would never forget my female ethics just for the sake of keeping warm. Snow was hanging on the ends of her hair. I am a girl with a strong will. I will never sacrifice my beauty for the sake of survival. Her blood froze. Shouting slogans with a determined look, in the blink of an eye, Zhen Xiaoxiao rushed back to the room to which she had resolutely said goodbye before and locked Shanfeng outside the door with a bang. What about morality? What about integrity? Remember this, it's not you who's bullying me, it's me who's coming to sleep with you. I threw a copper coin as prostitution fee to the head of the bed. The crisp sound of metal hitting the hard bedboard swept away the last bit of hesitation in my heart. Zhen Xiaoxiao opened her frozen hands and threw herself at Xiao Zhozhou's small heater, like a dogskin plaster. The man was woken up again and turned around with flames of anger in his eyes.
What are you looking at?
If I freeze to death, you won't have any porridge tomorrow. Zhen Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and curled up into a ball because of the cold. After all the nutrients are used to grow the thick skin, and it's not easy for the digestive system. With a stunned expression, Xiao Zhozhou quickly lay down, turned over, and put his arms around Zhen Xiaoxiao's body, which was convulsing due to excessive hypothermia. A trace of warmth passed through her clothes and reached Zhen Xiaoxiao. After a moment, she finally exhaled a breath of hot air. Thanks. Zhen Xiaoxiao's voice was as thin as a mosquito's. She raised her eyes nervously, but what she saw was a relaxed, sleeping face, the mouth slightly open, with faint traces of water on it. Oh my God! You, an impotent man, can snore peacefully while hugging a beauty like me? Feeling that her self-confidence was severely insulted, Zhen Xiaoxiao was so angry that she pinched the fool's face hard. Maybe she was too tired or too injured. Xiao Zhozhou, whose face was swollen from being pinched, did not wake up, but hugged Zhen Xiaoxiao even tighter. The woman, wrapped in warmth, had to give up struggling and looked at the beams with eyes wide open, completely sleepless. At this moment, the words engraved by the stone in his mind were still extremely clear, constantly stirring Zhen Xiaoxiao's nerves. The bamboo stone is 3 inches long and green in color is usable, but if it is yellow, it is inferior. 2 cents of white mud should be soaked in river water for 3 days. Mix 1 liang of Hautuinia cordata with half liang of its peel powder to turn its fishy smell into a fragrant one. Catch some fresh grass insects at midnight, grind them up and keep the juice, then add it to the soup within an hour. After carefully reading the contents of the menu, I felt a little nauseous. If Tang had eaten this kind of mud, stone, and worm soup before, he would definitely be so disgusted that he would out his large intestine. But this strange text must be related to Ertie's disappearance. He may have found something in the stone, so he ran away from home without saying a word. Zhen Xiaoxiao planned to practice this strange recipe herself the next day. However, the next day, she was awakened by a loud noise in her sleep. Family's thugs have already searched for the person deep in the mountains. This girl is so vicious. I don't know where she bought this evil medicine from. The young master has been vomiting for a whole day and night. We have had 8 doctors, but none of them could cure him. That's why the master offered a reward of 10 taels of silver to catch her and light a sky lantern. Now the whole village is in a turmoil. Everyone is looking for her whereabouts.
What?
Zhen Xiaoxiao jumped up from the bed, looking extremely angry. This girl is only worth 10 taels of silver?
Depend on.
The Tang family is bullying people. Xiao Zhozhou, come on, let's go beat up these 2 lackeys together. I touched the corner and found that the small heater from last night was gone. I was the only one in the room talking to myself. Looking at a copper coin left on the corner of the bed, Zhen Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, and then her heart felt empty, and she couldn't tell why. Then, why don't we go back to our hometown and come to Mr. Li Qiaofu's house? This broken courtyard is too remote, isn't it? It's made my feet twisted. The voice outside the house continued, slowly approaching the kitchen. You don't know, Jun girl has been good friends with Li family's only daughter Zihuan since they were young. Moreover, one of them is pure and innocent, while the other is lively and pretty. Both of them are beauties. They're both going to be set on fire anyway, so there's no need to feel sorry. You and I can take advantage of the opportunity. Hee hee hee. The lewd laughter made Jin Xiaoxiao feel creepy. Although she was agile, it was still difficult for her to fight two adult men alone. It seems that if you want to vent your anger on them, you can't defeat them by force. You can only use your wits. Just as Jin Xiaoxiao's mind was full of random thoughts, a series of strange and noisy noises suddenly came from the direction of the kitchen.
Ah, boom, bum, boom.
The series of combined noises really stunned Xiaoxiao, and she had no idea what was going on. So she took the stick in her hand and bravely pushed open the door. In the kitchen, the angry Xiao Zhozhou was grabbing a figure and beating him like a dragon and a snake. The two long bloods from his nose vividly splashed in the air to form a big, miserable word. He had already been kneeling on the ground with his buttocks sticking up, his body bent abnormally, and his head stuck in the soil, motionless. The root cause of this tragedy was that the two of them knocked over the last mouthful of porridge left over from last night while wandering around. Seeing Jin Xiaoxiao appear, Xiao Zhozhou threw the sandbag in his hand into the pig trough and rushed forward with tears in his eyes to express his grievances. Come and eat porridge, the porridge is gone. The porridge is gone. Pointing at the iron pot upside down on the ground, the fool was so angry that his lips trembled and he cried breathlessly. What a powerful fighter! Seeing the miserable appearance of the two servants, Jin Xiaoxiao hurriedly patted her smooth little chest, so hard that it almost caved in. Man, why are you crying? It's just porridge, right? Come hold on to my legs. You can have it every day. I'll make you 2 pots right away. No, 3 pots. With Jin Xiaoxiao's promise, Xiao Zhozhou immediately burst into laughter, and even under Jin Xiaoxiao's guidance, he skillfully hung the 2 Tang family minions upside down on the tree in the yard. Annoyed by the 2 people crying for their parents, Jin Xiaoxiao wanted to give each of them a mouthful of porridge to shut their mouths, but was rejected by Xiao Zhozhou righteously. In the end, he had to replace them with 2 smelly rags.
Danke.
I'm not going to bother you, but you want to catch me and light a sky lantern? Xiao Zhozhou thought this practice of stepping on the villains was very interesting. Standing aside, he secretly took a peek and saw that there were names such as Li Dazhuang, Lu Sanmao, and Wu Jiko written on the soles of the shoes. However, unlike Tang Qi, their names were marked with bright black crosses. Maybe they were all by Yubiubiu? Fatty, I'll go visit your family after I finish trying the recipe. Jin Xiaoxiao put on her shoes again with a determined look on her face. 5 days later, late at night, Jin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou looked down at the big pot in Zihuan's house. The grasshopper was just smashed to death amidst the screams of Jin Xiaoxiao. The yellow soup was boiling in the big pot, giving off a smell that made people doubt life. Tick! A drop of earth, grass, and insect juice fell into the soup, and the color of the yellow soup immediately turned as black as ink. Even the red fire could no longer make the soup boil. It was like a quiet silt, gradually becoming thick. Looking down at the pot of freshly cooked shoot, Jin Xiaoxiao's wooden spoon fell to the ground with a click. She had just found her pride as a cook in the boldness of Xiao Zhozhou's daily porridge, but now she was immediately beaten back to her original form by reality. She would rather fight Tang Qi's minions for another 100 rounds than touch this shoot pot again. Resisting the twitching of her eyelids, Jin Xiaoxiao finally had a clear guess about the whereabouts of her adoptive father. Could it be that my father ate this shoot soup and his body turned into smoke? Just as she was paying tribute to the fearless spirit of her ancestors who risked their lives to taste the food, a series of rustling sounds quickly brought her back to reality. Countless cockroaches, reptiles, mice, and leeches popped out from the cracks in windows, doors, and even the foundation. Legs stepped on legs, flesh pressed against flesh, and the scene was very lively.
Ouch!
With a scream, Zhen Xiaoxiao dragged his accomplice and broke through the earth wall.
Boom.
A second clear human-shaped hole appeared on the wall of Li's house. Patting the dirt off his head, Zhen Xiaoxiao felt that this door-making technique was simple and crude, easy to learn, and very useful. Unfortunately, escaping the scene did not save her from this ridiculous nightmare of bugs and rats. Because then Zhen Xiaoxiao discovered that the yard was also filled with all kinds of mountain insects, snakes, and rats. They were densely packed and boundless. Completely ignoring his own amazement, he stretched out his legs with all his might and rushed madly towards the big pot on the stove, as if the chute in the pot contained their lifelong pursuits. Xiao Zhou, who had just reacted, seemed to be inspired by the fanatical momentum of his friendly forces. He even leaned forward and let out a low roar, as if he was about to rush back into the pot to compete with snakes and rats for the freshly baked delicacy. Do they all think chute soup is delicious? Zhen Xiaoxiao was so stunned that he completely forgot that he was in a torrent of insects. Maybe I'm dreaming? It seemed as if his life had become extremely absurd since his adoptive father disappeared, until now, when he reached the peak of his career as a chef. Destroy haha. Standing outside the courtyard until almost dawn, he discovered that the insects, snakes, and rats that were attracted by his cooking skills were still reluctant to leave after they had eaten their fill, and were lazily lying on the floor and roof to bask in the sun. Zhen Xiaoxiao let out a strange, smug laugh, picked up Xiao Zhou, and ran eastward, stirring up a strong wind along the way. Tang Qi, rascal, get ready to tremble. 5 days ago, he was crying and pointing to the sky, determined to teach Tang Qi a lesson. Zhen Xiaoxiao never expected that the opportunity for revenge would come so soon. What a girl. What a lady. What a boss. Did you forget something important? 2 men were hung upside down under the tree like cocoons. They looked at the increasing number of insects and rats gathering behind them, biting the rag and crying. Tang Qi, who had food poisoning, was recuperating at home. The bodyguard was away, so no one noticed that 2 thief-like shadows had quietly entered the house. That night, Tang Qi slept soundly. The terrible taste in his stomach and mouth was finally no longer lingering, and his consciousness was immersed in a luxurious feast. Dad, don't grab my cup. Drunk Sansheng brewed with peach leaves and snow? Come on, just give me a bucket. My dead grandmother. Honey-juiced rainbow cold bird legs? That's a beast that can be cultivated. If I eat it, won't I become an immortal right away? Tang Qi grabbed the bird leg and swallowed it without even having time to savor it. But after the delicious taste entered his mouth, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did the bird meat that looked smooth and tender turn out to be hairy? And it also had an indescribable fishy smell? Tang Qi suddenly jumped up from the bed and realized that he was dreaming. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw with horror that the room was completely occupied by reptiles and venomous snakes. Not only were there cockroaches squatting on the beams and bookcases, but there were also snakes and spiders lurking on his bedding, and even on his stinky feet. The cold sparrow leg in his right hand turned out to be an angry rat. The rat was wet all over, and the corners of its upturned mouth seemed to be stained with black soot. My dead grandmother's grandfather. Tang Qi suffered a severe mental shock and his heart almost exploded, and he died. Help! I'm terrified of snakes. I'm a man of 7 feet tall. How can I be afraid of insects?
Who can take this big
Cockroach off my head? Tang Qi's minions rolled out of the room howling like ghosts and wolves, and the situation was out of control for a while. However, the situation in the yard was even worse. There were poisonous snakes perched on the osmanthus trees, toads standing in the pond, and layer upon layer of moths, insects and rats piled on the originally beautiful blue bricks and tiles. Their eyes were bright green, and they made creepy slurping sounds while eating. So everyone in the Tang family screamed and fled from the yard again, standing on the street trembling. The sun hasn't come out yet, and it's very cold outside. The neighbors rubbed their eyes and struggled to wake up from their sleep. The Tang family liked to take off their clothes when they burned charcoal at night. Now, They were trying to escape in a hurry, with their snot frozen into icicles hanging on their faces. Look, what is that? Someone with sharp eyes was the first to notice the abnormality. Their eyes were focused on the body of village chief Tang. He was wearing a red belly band and a shiny lock around his neck. A thin silver chain was held in the hands of his new concubine. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter for a moment. Hearing the unbridled laughter in the darkness, village chief Tang was so ashamed that he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. One, standing on the roof, Xiao Zhou Zhou laughed and thought it was so much fun to follow Zhen Xiao Xiao. No one saw the figures of the two culprits on the roof of the house across the street. A cluster of bright flames suddenly rose from the center of the Tang family's ancestral home and turned into a raging sea of fire in an instant.
Who
is so bold? The servants looked at each other with cracked expressions on their faces. Ha ha ha. I'll burn you all. Dead rats. Dead flies. Tang Qi walked barefoot on the frosty ground, holding a torch high in both hands. The dancing flames made his crazy expression look even more hideous. What's the big deal about a house as long as we get rid of these disgusting things? Burn. The hotter the better. After finally waking up, he saw his son throwing a torch into the ancestral temple and lighting his father's spirit tablet. The blood from village chief Tang's mouth spurted out 3 feet away, and he rolled his eyes gorgeously once again. It feels so good. It feels so good. The Tang family has done so many evil things that even God can't stand it anymore and sent an insect plague to destroy them. The people had relieved expressions on their faces.
Xingya.
The old vegetable vendor on the street fell to his knees with a plop, tears streaming down his face. Back then, Master Tang forced you to jump into the well and die. Now that you are in heaven, have you seen their retribution? The tearful statement touched someone's nerves. Retribution? Who said there is retribution? Tang Qi screamed, "My Tang family is a branch of the Yu family, a great clan in Shangqing. If we burn it down today, we will build a bigger house tomorrow. But you, an old man, are talking nonsense. What crime should you be punished for?" The meat mountain walked out of the yard without any restraint, and his behavior became even more crazy. He grabbed the old man's thin arm and was about to drag him into the sea of fire to vent his anger. The people around saw everything and trembled with fear, but they did not dare to step forward, because the thugs hired by the Tang family were staring at them everywhere. "You pig!" At this moment, a kick came from the sky and hit Tang Qi's face hard, instantly breaking off 4 of his big teeth. So small. When he saw the crowd coming, his eyelids twitched. The name Zhen Xiaoxiao has frequently appeared in the mouths of the Tang family's thugs recently. The people of Dongxiang thought that she had fled to another place, but they didn't expect that she would fall from the sky at this dangerous moment. "Run away, Xiaoxiao. Tang Qi is a lunatic. You can't beat him. He's not one of Li Dazhuang's chickens." The neighbors who usually had a good relationship with Zhen Xiaoxiao all plucked up their courage. Over the years, it's not that no one wanted to bring down the Tang family, but now the grass on those people's graves has grown more than 3 feet high, and none of them has a good ending. But amidst all the voices of support, Zhen Xiaoxiao remained motionless. At this moment, the rising sunlight from the east was shining on her face, giving her eyes a burning fire. I don't know which servant was the first to react. This was a good opportunity to get 10 taels of silver. "You forced me to do this. I won't do anything, but once I do, I'm afraid of myself." With a long sigh, Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly pulled out a large pot from behind him and poured the liquid in it all around. This girl has bad intentions. She even prepared shoot. The servants who rushed towards her started screaming and jumping up and down. Taking this opportunity, Zhen Xiaoxiao rushed to Tang Qi in the blink of an eye, holding something of suspicious texture in her hand. "Kneel down and call me daddy." Zhen Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly 1 second, and her eyes were as cold as a knife the next. "Oh no, she's going to feed me shoot." Tang Qi broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't even have a chance to resist as a soft object was forced into his esophagus. Fast-acting poison. After swallowing the sticky soup, Tang Qi immediately rolled his eyes and vomited again with turbulent waves, which were more powerful than the surging river 5 days ago. Isn't this miserable enough? However, he never expected that the real Hades was still to come compared to eating shoot. Smelling the soup, the irritable insects and rats that had just had their food burned by the raging fire suddenly fixed their eyes on Tang Qi's mouth, which was missing 4 large front teeth. Their green eyes burst with madness that burned with life. He was smart enough to notice that the insect's gaze suddenly turned to him. The fat on Tang Qi's face immediately melted inch by inch like a burning candle. You attracted the bugs. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, and Tang Qi crawled towards Zhen Xiaoxiao's feet, crying and shouting, Zhen Xiaoxiao, Zhen Daxia, Zhen Xianzi. I call you daddy, and you are my daddy. Poor thing, it's no use calling daddy now. Zhen Xiaoxiao just opened her mouth, and before she could make a sound, Tang Qi's meat mountain-like body was swallowed up by the army of insects and rats. Another one. In the darkness, Xiao Zhozhou was still squatting on the roof and laughing. Hearing his son's screams, village chief Tang, who had vomited blood and fallen to the ground twice, woke up slowly, but when he turned his head, he found his son chewing a rat and laughing foolishly. Village chief Tang immediately spat out fragments of internal organs from his mouth, and his whole body shrank. Even if Tang Qi could survive this catastrophe, he would have suffered from schizophrenia and was completely finished. The people stared at Zhen Xiaoxiao's profile, their eyes full of awe. The pretty girl stands facing the wind with a big pot on her back as straight as a pine tree. The story of how she became the king with a pot of shoot soup that night and brought down the entire Tang family will definitely become a legend that will be passed down through the ages. Girl from the inn, it's you again. Just as everyone was applauding and cheering for Zhen Xiaoxiao, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Deep in the long alley, a tall man came against the light. The shadow on his face made his eyes look particularly dark. Under the incredulous gaze of the people, the man's arms suddenly swelled 3 times in size. A certain son of God once again sat high up on the jade couch, staring at a black-hearted creature kneeling on the ground with the eyes of a dead person. The quieter it is, the more oppressive and terrifying it feels. Tell me, do you want to be put into a pig cage or set on fire? Oh no, the body-refining monk that the Tang family hired at a huge price. Everyone who had just had so much fun felt their hearts sink and started to worry about Zhen Xiaoxiao's life or death again. He had only been away for 2 days, and when he returned to Dongxiang, he saw that his financial sponsor was crazy and stupid. Naturally, Long Yuan was angry. After all, this month's wages haven't been paid yet. What thick arms! Looking at the huge arm of the person coming, Zhen Xiaoxiao shuddered in her heart and suddenly felt a little scared. Fortunately, she was lucky that the person was not there just now, otherwise she would have been slapped to the ground before she could get close to Tang Qi half a meter. Where is Xiao Zhozhou? With a solemn expression, Zhen Xiaoxiao shouted Xiao Zhozhou's name.
Ah!
The idiot who had been watching the fun on the roof suddenly jumped down and stood majestically beside Zhen Xiaoxiao. His tall stature made Zhen Xiaoxiao look extremely petite. The people were shocked to realize that the person following Zhen Xiaoxiao was actually a pig-headed monster with his body burnt black and without a single hair on it. Not only was his face ugly, but the look in his swollen eyes was also terrifying. Oh my god! Is this person a ghost or a monster? It's the murderous black impermanence. Everyone's face turned pale immediately. Oh my goodness! This task is a bit difficult, it requires more silver. The ignorant people only know that Zhen Xiaoxiao's companions are ugly, but the body-refining monks know how amazing the will and physique of those who can endure the burning of thunder and fire without dying are. Using this extreme method to temper the body is even more crazy than the most terrifying physical techniques in the sect. Anyway, he has to lie on the ground since he is injured like this. I am Long Yuan, a disciple of the Xielong sect. There's no need to stir up a hornet's nest for your old master who's already demented, right? You should try it out first before making any plans. Long Yuan bowed cautiously, not wanting to offend anyone with his actions. After completing the set of rules, He looked up again and found that the two people opposite him, they were gone. Where? Where? He looked around. Depend on. In a very far place, two small black dots almost disappeared between heaven and earth. Long Yuan's face instantly turned the color of eggplant. You rascal! How dare you run away? It seemed that he finally reacted. Just as Long Yuan raised his fist to chase after him, he suddenly heard a sigh of emotion in his ears. Disdain. This is the disdain of a master. The crowd watched with reverence as Zhen Xiaoxiao rode away on the hideous-looking black impermanence, and they were in awe of her ability to subdue the demons of Hades. Because of this, they looked at Long Yuan with even more contempt. An enemy who is too disdainful to attack must be just a show-off, with very little strength and only thick arms. He must be even more resistant to attacks than Tang, right? Yes, that must be the case. He is a liar. He took advantage of the fact that we Dongxiang people have never seen the world and used some tricks to disguise himself as a body-cultivating monk. Being spurned and mocked by everyone, Long Yuan's straight spine became more and more bent until his confidence was completely crushed. These fools must know how powerful that Thunder Fire monk is, so they dare to look at me with such contempt. I just got my head hit by the door, and they actually thought he was afraid of fighting. This is terrible. Never be so impulsive in the future. Silently memorizing Xiao Zhozhou's terrifying face in his heart, Long Yuan made up his mind that if they met again, he would take a detour. A certain Mao, who had finally escaped from the Son of God, gritted his teeth in anger and vowed to take a detour if they met again. You little brat. Do you think you can have a good life after you regain your true form? I will make you suffer the day you chase after your wife. Oh my God. I'm scared to death. That man's arm was so thick. Luckily, we ran fast. Zhen Xiaoxiao gestured excitedly with her hands, and her flat little chest heaved violently. He's still a disciple named Chicken from the evil dragon sect. Although it sounds impressive, why did the disciple change his surname to Chicken? While struggling with the name of the chicken and the duck, Zhen Xiaoxiao took Xiao Zhozhou back to the mushroom in which had been occupied by Tang Qi for several days. When Xiao Zhozhou saw the place where Zhen Xiaoxiao had lived for 16 years, a hint of inquiry suddenly appeared in his confused eyes. In his eyes, this inn was by no means a simple wooden house, but was covered with glazed golden tiles and shone with brilliant light. Unfortunately, before he could think of anything, the gleam in his eyes suddenly disappeared and turned into thick fog like confusion again. Without hesitation, Zhen Xiaoxiao poured the last of the insect-attracting soup in the pot onto the beams of the house. This way, no one should come to disturb us in the short term. Looking at the small building that was quickly occupied by insects, Zhen Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction. She did not plan to stay in Dongxiang any longer. On the one hand, she was afraid of the revenge from the Shangqingyu family behind Tang Qi. On the other hand, she also wanted to look for the whereabouts of her second father, the strange man. During the time she is away, it is just right to let the bugs and rats look after the family business. Half a month later, when the legendary story of a young girl knocking down a bully with a pot of shoot soup swept all the tea houses and taverns in the surrounding area, the culprit himself, an ugly monster with charred skin, was walking proudly on the county road of Quanhua County. The county town is indeed more prosperous than the countryside. Looking at the rows of brick and tile houses that were no less imposing than Tang's residence, it was as if I were seeing the beautiful scene of countless copper coins falling from the sky. Ha 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 ha. With a smile on his face, Zhen Xiaoxiao unfurled a large flag tied behind Xiao Zhozhou in high spirits. The flag was even 1 meter taller than the tall idiot. On it were 16 large red characters fluttering in the wind. A century of inheritance, a secret manual from our ancestors, can drive away insects and rats, and the price is fair. In order to earn some money, he came up with the idea of making worm-attracting soup. Unfortunately, after walking around for most of the morning with the eye-catching advertising banner, the two were dismayed to discover that Quanhua County was actually empty. Where have all the people gone? Zhen Xiaoxiao scratched his head, puzzled. With no hope of opening the business, Zhen Xiaoxiao had no choice but to drag the confused Xiao Zhozhou into the mountains and forests and start another long journey. Quanhua County is not a good option. There is a Baishi town ahead, which is said to have a larger population and more generous sponsors. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who dreamed of getting rich, didn't know at this time that not only had the people of Quanhua County disappeared collectively, but even the neighboring Baishi town Linfengdu. Those families with a little more money had left their homes more than 10 days ago and gathered in the central hinterland of these mountains with their families. Because today is the auspicious day when the Immortal cultivation sect Kaigu opens its doors to accept disciples. Qiye Valley is a vassal sect of the upper sect Lihi. Although it is a minor branch in the East Spirit Land, it is already a great place in the eyes of ordinary people. It is known as the Four Small Fairies together with the nearby Lianshan sect by Tang and Manhwa Fort. Here there are magicians and alchemists who can change the lifespan of mortals and white-robed immortals who can fly by controlling the air. Being able to study skills in the valley is even more exciting than passing the imperial examination. It seems that as long as you step through that door, you will be on the road to immortality. Therefore, the Qiye Valley Nado held every 10 years is definitely a grand event. Except for those remote valleys that cannot get the news, the people from the neighboring counties will bathe and change clothes to come and watch the ceremony. On the top of the Seven-Leaf Valley Trial Mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, stood an exquisite pavilion. 5 immortals with fluttering robes sat cross-legged in the pavilion. The old man with the longest beard among the 5 was named Yuan Mingfeng. He was the chief elder of Qiye Valley and was good at setting up formations. His wise eyes gently swept over the young men gathered at the foot of the mountain and immediately fixed on the 2 of them. Those 2 guys are good. One is of the bloodline of our sect's disciples, and the other has a training background. The 2 people named by the great elder Yuan Feng were a prince from the Yu clan in Shangqing, and a girl named Yang who came from a farming family but was guided by a mysterious body refining monk. They are indeed all good candidates. The old Taoist in yellow robe nodded, but his expression was very arrogant. When he raised his head, his 2 huge nostrils took up half of his face. But this time, I will only choose those who are destined to be with the elixir. While the 5 immortals were conversing, thousands of young men of appropriate age on the plain had already begun to sprint towards the trial mountain. As long as they could reach the top of the mountain within 5 hours, they would be able to transform from mortals into immortals. While the Qiye Valley disciples' trial was in full swing, Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou were squatting excitedly in front of a big pot. Although there were some strange noises coming from the depths of the woods from time to time, all of Zhen Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm was put into the bubbles boiling above the thick soup in the pot. This vast forest is definitely a good place for her to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, this place was rich in the ingredients for worm-attracting soup. What they collected in half a day was more than 100 times what they had collected in South Valley before. The abundance of food made Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly come up with a brilliant idea. She still remembered that when they were in the inn, every time a new dish was created, her second father would hold a food-tasting event to attract customers. Now, when the wealthy sponsors of Quanhua County go on a family trip, if when they return they find that all the snakes, rats, mosquitoes, and insects in their homes have disappeared without a trace, and I can then jump out at the right time to promote the benefits of free insect repellent, wouldn't it be better to try before you buy and make a lot of money, as well as gain both fame and fortune? Becoming rich is not a dream. The one who was even more excited than Zhen Xiaoxiao was naturally Xiao Zhozhou, whose saliva was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Although he didn't understand the complicated business theory coming out of Zhen Xiaoxiao's mouth, he cleverly grasped an eternal truth: follow the boss, and you'll get something to eat. Throw the last ingredient into the pot, and I'm really looking forward to the shoot soup coming out again. However, with a muffled puff sound, the soup in the pot suddenly settled, and the texture became denser than silt. Finally, it turned directly into blocks and stuck tightly to the bottom of the pot. The appearance it presented was completely different from what the 2 remembered.
Ah?
Failed. Zhen Xiaoxiao's face was full of disbelief. Just when she was wondering what went wrong with her, Xiao Zhozhou, who had been squatting obediently beside her and adding firewood, suddenly stood up and barked towards the sky. Shh, don't make noise. Let me think about it again. Did I put too many grass insects? Pinching her chin while thinking, Zhen Xiaoxiao raised her eyelids nonchalantly. It would have been fine if he didn't raise his eyelids, but after focusing his gaze at the air, a huge mouthful of fangs suddenly came into Zhen Xiaoxiao's sight. Fist-sized saliva was dripping down, and soon gathered into a winding river on the ground, corroding the surrounding green grass. It was extremely poisonous. The most ridiculous thing is that there is nothing behind this big mouth, not even the nose, eyes, and torso that should belong to the same individual. Only a mouth spewing a fishy and rotten smell remained, stretching out from nothingness, like a nightmare penetrating the darkness and materializing in the world. Mouth, that weird mouth. After the scream, like a rabbit whose ace was poked by a hunter, it didn't even want the pot anymore and crawled 2 or 3 meters on the ground, dragging Xiao Zhozhou, who had rolled up his sleeves, and ran away in an instant. Why would I cook this shoot? I'm really looking for death. Zhen Xiaoxiao ran wildly with a sad face, complaining why instead of attracting insects or rats, such an unheard of strange thing appeared. We can only pray that this mouth monster is like the insects and rats it attracted to Dongxiang before, and only wants to taste the delicacies in the pot and has no interest in human flesh. Perhaps it was the devout prayer that worked. The eyes of the mouth monster hidden in the void did indeed just glance impatiently at the 2 people who had escaped, and then fell enthusiastically on the big iron pot that was abandoned by Zhen Xiaoxiao. Unfortunately, Zhen Xiaoxiao's luck was not very good today.
Click.
As if it couldn't bear the mouth monster's scorching gaze, with a crisp collapse sound, the iron pot on the ground shattered. This pot was originally an old item, corroded by the insect-attracting soup and trampled by thugs, and it was well made to be able to stand firm until today. Now, as the bottom of the pot broke into pieces, the black paste also fell into the fire and turned into nothingness in an instant. Seeing the delicious food in his mouth suddenly disappear into ashes, the big-mouthed monster was stunned for a while, and then let out a scream of his father is dead. Ah! It rushed out of the cave like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye it jumped behind the 2 people who were leaving. It seemed that only the male and female still retained that irresistible smell. Suddenly, I felt a fall air sprayed on the back of my neck, and the corners of my eyes twitched continuously. Brother Yao, no. Uncle Yao. I don't have any meat on my body, so I'm not tasty at all. Not only do I not like to take a bath, but I don't even use toilet paper after going to the toilet in the morning. Before she finished her words, she was horrified to find that saliva was gushing out of the big-mouthed monster. It seemed that the more disgusting she described, the more hungry and crazy the monster became. Oh my God, you are such a dirty, stinky thing. Seeing that the mouth monster was not going to respond, Zhen Xiaoxiao shut his mouth tightly and began to use all his energy on swinging his legs very quickly. Perhaps it was because he finally woke up. This time Xiao Zhozhou ran faster than Zhen Xiaoxiao. After shaking off Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand, he slid away in a flash. Hey, you are a man after all. How could you leave me behind? People should be loyal. What's more, you and I have slept in the same bed before. As the saying goes, 1 night of love is worth 100 days of love. Looking at the figure that was getting farther and farther away, I was so angry that my nose was crooked. The porridge I cooked these days was really feeding the dog. But before Zhen Xiaoxiao could say another word, the idiot who had rushed out a long distance came back with a wooden stick as thick as his arm in his hand. It turns out he was looking for weapons. After Xiao Zhozhou came back, he stuffed the wooden stick into the mouth of the mouth monster without saying a word, successfully preventing the sharp teeth from harassing Zhen Xiaoxiao. However, due to excessive force, he got a new wound on the outside of his right arm. I was so moved that I burst into tears. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. You are indeed a man I have slept with before. You are so brave. It's a pity that wood is just wood after all. Snap. In just 3 seconds, the stick was crushed like a walnut by the big-mouthed monster. This action of Xiao Zhozhou seriously challenged the majesty of the big-mouthed monster. An evil wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and in the blink of an eye it swept him up to a height of more than 10 meters, tore him apart, and then smashed him heavily to the ground.
Bang!
The ground shook 3 times. I couldn't see clearly how small the scene was in the bushes. I only saw a cloud of dust rising from the loud noise. Little Porridge. Zhen Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, she could have taken the opportunity to escape further away, but when she remembered the fool's praise for her cooking skills while eating porridge and his gentle and gentlemanly arm in the night, she stopped suddenly. The fragrance of the little female is indeed much stronger than that of the little male. It's gone. It turns out the monster used invisibility. Zhen Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, and she soon felt a familiar fishy wind blowing towards her. It's still following me. He gritted his teeth and ran away. As for the idiot, I hope he isn't seriously injured and can find another patron in the future. As Zhen Xiaoxiao's back disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, the idiot who had fallen into the gravel pit also stood up, touching his head. Strangely, the bleeding wounds on his head and arms were healing quickly, turning into shallow scars in the blink of an eye. Gazing far away in the direction where Zhen Xiaoxiao disappeared, a trace of reluctance suddenly flashed across Xiao Zhozhou's dull eyes, which were like stone beads. Oh my!
Rice.
In the center of the dense forest, the trial of the disciples in front of the 7-leaf valley has entered a white-hot stage. After more than 3 hours of trials, a clear hierarchy was formed among the thousands of people who went up the mountain. More than 100 people reached the mountainside. The remaining 800 were still wandering at the foot of the mountain, and the 2 who stepped into the forest on the top of the mountain were Yu Hongguang and Yong Guyu, who were previously favored by the great elder of Yuanfeng. Our sect already has a successor, so this time I will not compete with you for a new disciple. The only middle-aged man among the 5 immortals in the mist pavilion did not sit on the ground, but half lying on a warm jade bed in the pavilion. He was dressed in bamboo white clothes, and his temperament was the most ethereal and otherworldly. He is the Valley Master, the only powerful person who has been enlightened in the 7-leaf valley. Next to the Valley Master sat, in order, the great elder Yuanfeng, the 2nd elder Hu, the 3rd elder Wu, and the previously arrogant elder Huang Yao. The old man Huang Yao, who had big nostrils, had the lowest cultivation level among the 5. He had just broken through the qi condensation stage and entered the early stage of foundation establishment. Because the Lihe lineage relied heavily on the Tao of alchemy, and the 7-leaf valley was a lower-level sect of Lihe, the standard of food, clothing, and expenses of old Huang Yao in the sect was almost the same as that of the Valley Master, far superior to the other 3 teaching elders. What a pity! No one has activated the elixir. Huang Yaolao's eyes swept across a green leaf pattern medicine cauldron half hidden in the corner of the trial mountain. His expression was somewhat aloof and lonely. Back in the day, the Qiye sect was so famous and powerful that it could almost challenge the Lihishang sect. However, nowadays there is a lack of successors in the alchemy field, and the sect has completely declined. Just as Huang Yaolao was sighing with emotion, there was a sudden commotion among the densely packed crowd at the foot of the mountain. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! A running figure came rushing from afar, as fast as a gust of wind. The girl who was running wildly and dispersing the crowd was Zhen Xiaoxiao, who was being chased by the big-mouthed monster. Zhen Xiaoxiao pulled away the branches that were blocking his face, jumped over a deep ditch, and rushed into the flat valley, only to suddenly find a dense crowd of people in front of him. Some of them wore brightly colored robes, built their own wooden houses, and sat on couches to taste seasonal fruits. Some wore blue shirts and cloth pants, and sat on the ground with their wives and children. Regardless of their status, it seemed as if people from dozens of counties had agreed to go on an outing to the mountains to enjoy the flowers together today. The elegance of the county's residents is truly beyond the reach of people like me who were born in small mountain villages. Zhen Xiaoxiao sighed. The mystery of the missing people in Quanhua County was finally solved. Beyond the crowd of people, a towering peak suddenly came into Zhen Xiaoxiao's sight. Looking at the towering peaks, she was stunned for a moment, then filled with ecstasy. Beautiful mountains. Beautiful mountains. The mountain road is rugged, and I can use the terrain to get rid of the evil beast behind me.
Huh.
Another kid is here to take part in the trial. A figure suddenly flashed before my eyes and disappeared from my sight before I could see clearly. Everyone was amazed at Jin Xiaoxiao's running speed. Don't be fooled by her thin figure. Her little feet can run very fast. This girl, does she want to join the gambling? Since it was a grand event for an immortal to recruit disciples, there were naturally some savvy people doing gambling business on the plains. However, Zhen Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance made them at a loss. Let's bet. Why not? I'll give her 100 taels of silver and bet on her to be in the top 10. A young man with a flower in his ear threw 10 silver ingots into the gambling plate with a bang.
Wow.
Master Li is so generous. I just like the way you waste money. Several charming prostitutes were pouring wine for Mr. Li with an obsessed look on their faces, while the people around them were shocked by his generosity. Who is this person? Not only the ordinary people, but also the young masters of the Yu family in the wooden building nearby were getting a little restless. They were from wealthy families in the upper city, but their generosity was not even 1/10 of that of Master Li down below. It was a losing game, but he still dared to bet 100 taels of silver. Zhen Xiaoxiao will not win. On this point, the Immortal's understanding is the same as that of the common people. Good energy. But it's a pity that we came too late. With just a quick glance at Zhen Xiaoxiao's body, the great elder of Yuanfeng sighed. Without special blood, without the foundation of physical training. If you arrive earlier, it will be fine, but now you want to reach the top with only 2 hours left?
Disaster.
But just as the great elder Yuanfeng kept shaking his head, Huang Yaolao, who had been wearing a bored expression at the table, suddenly straightened his body and jumped up. She. The fingers are so small that even Huang Yao can't speak clearly. Following the direction of the finger, the 7-leaf elders were surprised to find that the 7-leaf tripod, which had been half hidden at the foot of the mountain and silent for many years, was emitting a faint smoke because of the arrival of the girl.
Dan Yuan.
The valley master suddenly opened his eyes. This was a recognition of one's qualifications, indicating that the people who entered the mountain exuded a causal force that was related to alchemy and could lead the smoke from the medicine cauldron to rise, thus practicing alchemy and achieving twice the result with half the effort. As long as this girl completes the trial, she will be my disciple. Huang Yaolao touched his chest, and a smile finally appeared on his serious face. At the foot of the mountain, several young men stopped in front of a half-rotten wooden bridge out of fear. Huge waves were rolling under the bridge, and the turbulent waves could swallow their lives at any time. Everyone saw a girl running quickly not far away. She had dark eyes, plump red lips, and her hair wet with sweat, outlining the delicate contours of her face. They couldn't help but feel pity for her. They were about to remind her that the wooden bridge had been in disrepair for a long time and was in danger of breaking at any time. But she ran faster, jumped up suddenly at the end of the cliff, and then grabbed the vines hanging in the air with both hands and swung across the water beautifully. This set of movements was swift and smooth, as neat and beautiful as a nimble hunter. Moreover, the girl did not stop after landing, but maintained the speed of a leopard and continued to gallop. In just a blink of an eye, she disappeared into the depths of the dense forest.
Wow.
What a handsome skill! The young men, who were just beginning to fall in love, felt that their hearts had been taken away by the female hunter. None of them noticed that while Zhen Xiaoxiao was crossing the river, a strange wave of crossing the river appeared in the calm water. The people living at the foot of the mountain were gambling on gold and silver, while Zhen Xiaoxiao was risking his life. The following is a digression. A certain prince, now named Master Li, a man who looks like a meat bun and shows off his wealth, sat high on an animal skin, looking down at the earth with a disdainful look. Do you know your crime? Black heart hair, hanging upside down on a tree, I don't know. A certain prince, I am looking forward to my appearance in the 16th chapter. I have not slept for almost half a month. I have been drinking and eating meat to celebrate. I hope to see the in-depth description of my deep eye sockets and the description of my strong muscles. I envy Xiao Zhozhou so much.
But
you dare not even write your real name? Masterly?
Masterly?
You are just a passerby. Your whole family is masterly. Someone, drag this black-hearted hair away and dry it into a dried plum. It's okay for the male lead to be arrogant, but is the little miserable male supporting role also like this? Not long after Jin Xiaoxiao rushed into the seven-leaf trial mountain, another figure rushed out from the plain, and his speed was even faster than that of the girl before. This person had a strange appearance and soon became the focus of the crowd. Oh my God, this man is so badly injured. Was he burned by fire? It's so ugly.
Ha ha ha.
It's really embarrassing. How can there be such an ugly guy in the world? Look at him. Does he look like a pig? 100 taels, and he's also in the top 10. This time, without waiting for the dealer to ask, the dissolute Mr. Li threw another 100 taels of silver into the gambling plate. The people around were in an uproar. Their views were once again refreshed by Master Li's generosity. While they were amazed, they all cast jealous looks at the banker. This lucky guy did nothing all morning, but he still earned 200 taels of silver, which is several years' income for an ordinary family. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li. The banker was so happy that his forehead was oily and his face was flushed. I'm also betting 100 taels of silver. I'm betting that my cousin Yu Hongguang is in the top 10. Me too. 150 taels. The young masters of the Yu family couldn't help but take action. Today, hundreds of people came, all to cheer for Yu Hongguang, but Li Chongguang, he only bet on trash and not geniuses, and he was clearly against them. To do the opposite? Chu Li Chongguang shook his head. He had no intention of comparing himself with others. He just liked wasting money recently. In Beiyan, this non-ferrous metal is soft and light and cannot be used to make swords, but can only be used to build houses. I didn't expect that when I came to Dongling, I could use it to buy food, fun, women, and lives. It was really convenient. Thinking of this, the eyes of Prince Beiyan, who came to watch the ceremony under a pseudonym, were flickering with a dark light and undercurrents surged. I wonder if Grandpa secretly took over that person's body? After this period of idleness, I will be busy. Also, according to the hexagram, where is my elusive emotional calamity? Chu Li Chongguang looked around and saw ordinary people everywhere. Those on the trial mountain were mostly from the countryside and had mixed spiritual roots. After all, it was just a trial to recruit disciples for the three extreme sects. How could there be any outstanding people among them? Besides feeling disappointed, Chu Li Chongguang couldn't help but continue to complain in his mind about the Dongling girl's face full of makeup and her affectation. When he thought of those people in his hometown who licked the tips of knives and drank strong liquor, he felt that it was probably the different spiritual energy between Dongling and Beiyan that affected the meaning of the hexagram. At this time, Xiao Zhou came looking for the real owner of the restaurant, Xiao Xiao. Ignoring the contemptuous comments of the crowd, he quickly stepped into the trial pass. However, at the moment when his left foot landed, the seven-leaf medicine cauldron half buried in the ground suddenly hummed, spewing out a strong purple scent of medicinal fragrance, while flying up from the soil, and a clear sound came from the belly of the cauldron. What's going on? Look, it seems like a big pot has flown up in the mountain. People were attracted by the strange sight and immediately forgot about the quarrel between the Yu family and Master Li Chengwang over the gambling table. Are the immortals reminding us that it's time to eat? That's really thoughtful of them. The onlookers immediately took out dry food from their cloth bags and started to eat it with a smile on their faces. For a moment, the plain was filled with the aroma of food and the sound of people chewing food. Only the 5 immortals in the mist pavilion on the top of the trial mountain had their jaws dropped to the ground, and the valley master jumped up from the jade bed with a horrified expression. What a strong Dan Yuan! When the founder of the 7 Leaves sect obtained this tripod, there was a scene of purple air coming from the east, medicinal fragrance filling the mountains, and the tripod ascending to heaven. And now, the man struck by lightning has not only evoked 3 strange phenomena, but also made the 7 Leaves tripod emit bursts of immortal sounds. The person who was more excited than the Valley Master was Huang Yaolao. He excitedly knocked off a corner of the armrest of the stool. "This boy is mine." He and the pretty little girl from before are all my disciples. Quickly send a message to that arrogant old man from Lianshan sect and tell him that I have also accepted a disciple. His aptitude is so strong that it will definitely surpass that of his genius disciple Zihuan. Wahahahaha. The following off topic. Pay attention, my friends. The morning light in the chuli, the morning light in the vinegar, indicates that this person has always been in the vinegar world and never turned over. In this chapter, the hint that Zihuan will step out from behind the scenes to the front stage has taken away the faint light that originally belonged to the morning light in the vinegar. This accident, yes, is written correctly. The accident tells us a profound truth. Kidnapping the author will cost a heavy price. The corners of your eyes should be shining at this moment plus Zhen Xiaoxiao didn't know that Xiao Zhozhou had climbed out of the forest and was chasing him again, and he didn't know that he and Xiao Zhou had successively obtained the recognition of the Seven Leaf Valley's Zhenzong treasure tripod. He just knew that his head could be bitten off by the monster's big mouth at any time. She walked briskly and ran as fast as she could, gradually surpassing most of the young men in the trial mountain. Now, a fog appeared before her eyes. Thick fog rose up from halfway up the mountain, covering the 10 miles of greenery. She entered the mountain 3 hours late, but had already ranked among the front. Her every move attracted all the attention of the 5 seven-leaf immortals in the pavilion. The fog array left by the ancestor may be detrimental to the two of them. If they are obstructed, our sect will take action once. The Valley Master had already sat back on the jade bed. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then made a serious decision. Speaking of the founder of Qiye Mountain, he was definitely an old naughty boy with a weird temper. The fog array that divided the watershed between the middle and top parts of the trial mountain was created by him. For those who enter the mountain quickly, the fog will condense into a high wall that is difficult to break through. In this disciple trial, Yu Hongguang was the first to break through. Naturally, he hit his head against the fog wall and was bleeding. He had to use the life-saving wooden sword left by his ancestors 3 times before he could barely break through. As for the physical cultivator Yong Guyu, he did not suffer too much under the fog wall because he conserved his strength and walked slowly into the mountain. Even though Yu Hongguang was vomiting blood before, the elders present had no intention of helping him. But now that the Valley Master offered to help Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou, no one raised any objections. After all, the speed at which the two of them climbed the mountain had already broken the record of the Seven Leaf Valley for 100 years. The fog array in front of them was as thick as a cage made of iron and steel. Even the disciples at the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation in the valley could not break it with force. Little. Just as Xiao Zhozhou vaguely caught a glimpse of Zhen Xiaoxiao's skirt floating behind her, her slender figure disappeared in the thick fog. Xiao Zhozhou paused for a moment, then walked forward persistently. Zhen Xiaoxiao soon lost her way in the fog. It seemed that inhaling the fog into the lungs would make one distracted. Fortunately, the burning breath that had been splashing on the back of her neck also disappeared. Did I get rid of that big-mouthed monster? Although this thought was exciting, Zhen Xiaoxiao still looked back cautiously at the way he had come, carefully confirming that the grass within 100 feet around him showed no signs of being crushed by the heavy object, and only then did he feel relieved. Cooking a soup can cause such trouble. It is definitely bad luck. After finally finding a chance to catch his breath, Zhen Xiaoxiao immediately took off his shoes and solemnly wrote the word Weird Mouth after drawing a black cross on Tang. But just writing down the name didn't seem to be enough to vent the anger in his heart. Feeling that he had done something wrong, Zhen Xiaoxiao habitually took out a black stone from his sleeve. It's all because of the recipe you gave me. It attracts insects and rats, but it attracts monsters? You made me lose the little brother I worked so hard to recruit. Give me my little Zhou back. Some people never learn their lessons even after suffering losses. Last time she spat at a stone, she was knocked to the ground by a piece of text that squeezed into her head. This time, just as Zhen Xiaoxiao focused her eyes, a sudden heat burst out of the stone heart and pierced into her eyes. I kneel down to thank everyone for the rewards and messages. I hold the money in my arms and tears keep flowing. In fact, before I started writing this article, I revised it more than 20 times and received a long comment from a close friend. The general idea is that for some reason my writing has lost the majestic feeling it had in the past, and it seems like it is always in a hurry and has no ups and downs. After reading the review, I couldn't sleep. It seemed like I had been walking in the fog for a long time, and suddenly at that moment I realized that everything was just a cocoon. I tried my best to regulate myself with all Hoenn standards, but only ignored my true heart. It is undeniable that all previous attempts were in the hope of being accepted by the market more smoothly. Every word in the prologue flows freely from my mind. It's not like the opening chapter of Envy Xian, but it ignited my blood. I am very lucky to have friends who can cheer me up when I am lost, and I am even more grateful to you who have never left me and loved me all these years. It's over. It was too late to be alert. The heat immediately stung my eyes, and they hurt so much that tears flowed out of my eyes. I won't dare to do it next time. When Zhen Xiaoxiao opened her eyes miserably, she found that her vision had become extremely different. She clearly saw the mice huddled together in the tree hole, and their hearts beating under their fur. She clearly saw the swaying shadows of the tall trees in front of her, and the huge creature squatting in the shadow of the tree branches. A crocodile monster covered with dark green scales was crawling among the dense leaves, its eyes showing evil intent, and its forelegs were ready to leap forward. Weird mouth. Zhen Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned pale. Although she had never seen the monster's full appearance before, she could recognize that big mouth full of fangs even if it was burned to ashes. This guy is so cunning that he can hide in high places to confuse his prey. If I hadn't used the stone's strange ability to see through its invisibility, I would have become its delicious lunch in the next second. Seeing the crocodile monster leap down from the tree, Zhen Xiaoxiao immediately shrank his body and rolled on the ground nimbly.
Bang!
The sound of heavy objects colliding caused the leaves to rustle.
Ha!
The sound is unexpectedly loud. It hurts like a bone is broken. Zhen Xiaoxiao got up from the ground and couldn't help but look back. Suddenly, he found that a sky-high wall had appeared in the thick fog without him knowing. The crocodile monster crashed into the wall, creating the deafening noise. At this moment, the crooked-necked crocodile collapsed on the ground, seeing only white but not black, with a large, freshly formed blood bubble on its forehead. A big hole was torn in the fog wall, and a bloody tooth was hanging next to the hole. The development of the incident was so dramatic that after a moment of silence, Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I must have a noble person to help me in my life. I actually encountered the legendary Immortal miasma. Seeing clouds and smoke gathering from all directions, trying to fill the gap in the fog wall, Zhen Xiaoxiao jumped over, without hesitation. Once the fog wall heals itself, it will not be easy for the big crocodile to catch up with him. On the other side of the fog, the sky is bright and the mountains are green. The beautiful scenery is completely different from that before the fog. The singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers make Zhen Xiaoxiao in a good mood. That girl came.
Ow!
Seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao break out of the formation effortlessly, the 4 elders in the 7-leaf valley all opened their mouths wide, especially the valley master who was ready to rescue. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know whether he should put his arms down or not. When the 5 of them were disciples, they had all experienced the power of the fog wall. It was also because Zhen Xiaoxiao was too fast before that everyone decided to make an exception for her. No one expected that before they could even make a move, she actually managed to create a hole in the formation by herself. How did she do that? Even though his cultivation had reached the Kaiguang realm, Valley Master Guruwacheng's consciousness was compressed to the extreme under the fog. I saw her use a strange footwork, like turning around and rolling, and the formation broke by itself. The great elder Yuan Feng had a bright look in his eyes and had the idea of snatching Huang Yao's old disciple.
Huh?
Why did she go in again? At this moment, Elder Hu Chu shouted and saw the girl who had just broken the formation, holding a stick in her hand, returning firmly into the fog. Oh no! Is she going home? Huang Yaolao pinched his neck tightly. This kind of thing has happened before. Some disciples from aristocratic families with deep backgrounds like to break through the most difficult levels of the entrance trials of the Qiye, Lianshan, and other sects once, and then report to the upper sect Lihe proudly, to show off their strength. Every time something like this happens, it is heartbreaking. It is like a cooked duck that suddenly flies into someone else's arms. Just as the immortals were guessing where the girl had gone. While you are lying unconscious, I will take your revenge. Pulling out the wooden stick, Zhen Xiaoxiao swung it wildly at the unconscious crocodile monster, using all the skills he had learned in the past 16 years. It's a pity that I don't have a better weapon, otherwise I might have been skinned on the spot. Remember, I'm not done with you yet. Zhen Xiaoxiao was so tired that he could no longer lift his arms, so he reluctantly climbed over the fog wall for the second time. The hole in the wall became smaller, and soon it was impossible for people to pass through. Seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao coming back, the 5 immortals who were almost crying immediately cheered. The cooked duck has flown back again. I said this girl has good taste. At first glance, she is a disciple of my 7-leaf valley. Fortunately, I remembered to come back. The news of accepting disciples has already spread. When the old man from Lianshan comes and doesn't see anyone, where will I put my old face? Huang Yaolao's beard trembled with excitement.
No.
Just when everyone was in high spirits, Elder Wu San screamed in disbelief and once again poured a bucket of cold water on the 5 people's heads. When Zhen Xiaoxiao returned for the second time, he only showed half of his body in the sunlight, then turned around and went back into the fog. You little beast. Are you kidding us? Huang Yaolao's big teeth snapped loudly. His mood fluctuated several times, making him almost lose his mind. Why is this girl hesitating to move forward? What is Zhen Xiaoxiao thinking about? I almost forgot this tooth is so strong. Maybe it can be of some use, hee. A small hand felt around on the fog wall, found the animal fong embedded in the formation, and hurriedly pulled it off. The crocodile monster's fong was in hand, and the heavy feel was really good. Its pointed side was sharper than a dagger. After putting the fong knife into her sleeve, she smiled so much that 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. When she appeared halfway up the mountain for the 3rd time, the 5 people in the pavilion had numb expressions. This girl won't retreat again, right? Elder Wu San looked hesitant. Maybe she is a potential talisman maker and is currently studying the structure of the fog array, so let's observe her from front to back. The eyes of the great Elder Yuan Feng lit up, as if he had suddenly grasped the key point. If this girl is really interested in talisman making, regardless of whether she has a connection with the elixir or not, she must be my disciple. Nonsense! How could she be studying the formation talisman? She is clearly taking a rest. Elder Yuan, please don't have any ideas about my medicine pavilion disciples. Huang Yaolao took the lead and slammed the table and stood up. The little girl finally didn't escape, and she was kept to open the eyes of the old man in Lianshan. How could she be given away? Escaping from danger, holding Deo in her arms, and basking in the warm sunshine, Zhen Xiaoxiao found the long-lost sense of happiness. She sat on the ground with her back against the fog wall and closed her eyes lazily. Thinking back to the time when the evil young man Tang robbed the inn, he was poisoned and went crazy within 5 days. Just now, the monster wanted to swallow her, but in the end, it only got a blood bubble. All this is because she is blessed with a lucky star, so no matter what monsters and demons are, they will turn into dung before her. Second father, no matter where the boy took you, I will find you. Look, she has already thought about it and gained some insights, so she needs to use paper and pen to record it. Seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao touching her chest, great Elder Yuan Feng was so excited that his eyes turned red. If she can understand the basics of the fog array after just a few contacts, this girl must be a genius in making talismans. Just as the former elder was roaring, Zhen Xiaoxiao took out a pancake from his arms and took a bite of it. I'm so tired from running. I really want to have a good sleep in the bright sunshine and soft grass after eating. As I was thinking about it, my eyelids stuck together. The former elder still maintained the extremely excited movement of pointing his finger forward, his cheeks turning the color of liver amid the wild laughter of the other 4. The hidden blood crocodile behind the fog wall slowly woke up, with flames burning in its eyes. It hurts so much. The cultivator's formation. I only hit my head, but my whole body felt itchy and swollen as if I had been beaten with a stick 100 times. And that little woman disappeared in the blink of an eye. But the enchanting smell had not yet dissipated, as if it was just behind the fog. No. The formation can't stop me. I want to eat her. With a ferocious expression, the crocodile monster fearlessly crashed into the fog wall once again.
Bang!
The familiar knocking woke Jin Xiaoxiao from her sweet dream. She jumped up without hesitation and ran towards the top of the mountain in one go, like a rabbit running across the mountain. You monster! Why are you chasing me? Aren't you afraid of getting your head smashed? A hot breath came from behind his neck again. Xiaoxiao tried to pinch the black stone in his sleeve. When he turned around, he saw the grinning figure of the crocodile monster, but this time the blood bubble on its head had turned from 1 to 2. The pain in the body made the crocodile's eyes even more crazy. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its gaze was murderous. If it weren't for the strange power bursting out from the black stone protecting Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes, his heart and soul would have collapsed if he had looked into its eyes for even a second. Brother Crocodile. Grandpa Crocodile, I was wrong. That shoot. I can still make it again with the small food paste. Please give me a little more time. I will definitely make sure I am full. The sick willow woman raised her blue finger and got on top. Uncle Crocodile. Ancestor Crocodile. That miasma was not spread by me. I am just a mountain villager. How could I have that ability? When you were unconscious just now, I was massaging your temples. The waiter bent his back and came up to him. If the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way. If the female way doesn't work, try the male way. But this time, even if Xiaoxiao's lips were worn out, the crocodile monster didn't slow down at all. Seeing that the other party was so unreasonable, Jin Xiaoxiao also got angry. Okay, if you want to fight me, then we'll fight to the end. No longer begging for mercy, Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes became even more determined. She ran wildly while biting the pancake in her hand viciously, as if the pancake was the flesh of the crocodile monster itself. There are still 5 pancakes in my arms. As long as I keep eating and running, I will definitely tire that beast to death. At this time, there was still 1 hour left before the 7-Leaf Valley disciples' trial in the mountains ended. As the angelic cry of a crane resounded through the sea of clouds and shook everyone's heart, 10 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Magic from the gods. The people looked crazy and craned their necks to see. These 10 figures are the top 10 young men in the mountain at this moment. Because of the shielding formation, the young men were completely unaware of the strange phenomena happening in the air. They still tried hard to climb the cliffs and walk against the waves in the turbulent river. However, their families who were anxiously waiting on the plains were able to peek into the final stage of the trial through this powerful mirror technique.
Look!
That's my son! The beautiful middle-aged woman screamed and fainted on the spot with happiness. Little tiger has made it! My little tiger has made it! The white-haired old man jumped up from the wheelchair, ran to the mountain pass and kowtowed, and his leg disease that had lasted for many years was cured without any treatment. Ha ha ha! Another immortal will appear in my Yu family's generation. The hearty laughter of a middle-aged man could be heard from the self-built wooden building. At this time, Yu Hongguang's figure not only appeared in the fairy shadows in the sky, but also ranked first. Among the people of the 10 counties, only a few were happy, and strong jealousy and regret were brewing in the air. However, at this moment, a trembling voice of inquiry drew the attention of the people around. Mr. Li.Mr. The banker stood in front of Chuli Chengwang with a red face and a conflicted expression. You just lost the 200 taels of silver on the summit. I'm afraid you won't recognize it later, so I'm saying hello in advance. He wanted to speak more firmly, but the dealer couldn't help but tremble in his calves. Mr. Li had clearly only bet on the top 10 before and had not mentioned anything about reaching the top. But looking at the current situation, if he doesn't quickly turn right into wrong, he will lose everything. Even if the dealer didn't mention it, Everyone was shocked to realize that the late girl who was laughed at by them before also appeared on the sky. No way. The one who laughed the loudest had his jaw dislocated with a snap. The charred man didn't show up, but that girl. Oh my god, she's already ranked higher than 7th. The people gasped, feeling as if they were in a fairy tale. Although being in the top 10 does not necessarily mean reaching the top. After all, there are only 5 or 6 disciples in each 7-leaf sect, but the fact that the late girl can achieve such a result is definitely beyond common sense. Did anyone bet on that girl? Did anyone bet on that girl? After a week of questioning, the people discovered that among all the people, only the generous Master Li had paid 100 taels of silver as a deposit for the late maid. They looked at the dealer's face, which was turning blue with rage, and they all revealed understanding. No wonder the dealer deceived Master Li into changing his statement, because according to the payout for the top 10, he would lose everything.
Huh?
I clearly didn't use any divination skills, so how could I win the prize just by talking nonsense? Well, it seems that a fortune teller is a fortune teller. It is destined that I have a pair of eyes that can see through the future. Not only were the people shocked, Chu Li Chenguang himself was also a little depressed. It doesn't matter, just reach the top. I just wanted to waste money anyway, so why bother about so many details? Chu Li Chenguang touched the mask on his face and waved his sleeves casually, signaling the dealer not to disturb him from basking in the sun. His graceful sleeve-shaking movement, which was, of course, actually a manifestation of his ruthless and ferocious squandering of money, strongly attracted the attention of the young girls around him. How could they let go of a man who is not ugly and so rich? With their fiery gazes, the girls turned this world into a battlefield filled with sword lights. At this time, the girl named Yang, who ranked 6th in the Qiye Valley disciple trial, was looking up at the mountaintop hidden in the clouds with a faint smile on her face. When I looked at it from the bottom of the mountain before, I felt that the trial mountain of the 7-leaf valley was out of reach. However, if I lowered my head and walked one step at a time, I would soon reach the end. This gave rise to some thoughts that she had not had before. There were still 5 people ahead of her, and she wanted to surpass them one by one and become the first. Just as she was thinking this, a gust of wind suddenly sounded behind Yong Guyu. Hearing someone approaching from behind, Yong Guyu turned around in surprise. A jealous Guangguang. What? The second male lead finally appeared for the second time, but he was wearing a fake mask? A certain Mao. If your handsome face were to be seen by villagers from 10 counties, how could they properly observe the 7-leaf apprenticeship ceremony without getting their skin rubbed off? Kili Guangguang. That's true. He's handsome, but troublesome, unlike Some Zhou, who is ugly. Yong Guyu is actually a beginner body cultivator, famous for his long-lasting stamina. He is confident that in the disciple trials, only he can surpass his predecessors, and there is no possibility that he will be surpassed by later comers. But now, the girl who appeared in her eyes was much thinner than herself. Not only did she not take the main road, but chose to take the rugged mountain road instead, and she was eating cakes while running. It seemed that she didn't take the entrance test seriously at all. She even felt that if she fell behind such a person, it would be an absolute insult to her life creed. Can't lose to her. This obsession was born in my heart. Yong Guyu abandoned the idea of conserving his energy to compete with Yu Hongguang for first place, and started running wildly following the rapid footsteps of Zhun Xiaoxiao.
Huh?
Zhun Xiaoxiao was stunned. She thought she was the loneliest runner in the world. But suddenly she saw a girl of the same age rushing out from not far away. I saw her brows were furrowed, her teeth were clenched, and she was using all her strength to rush forward. The girl's determined gaze gave rise to an inexplicable sense of intimacy in his heart. Hey, are you in such a hurry to get on the road? Are there monsters chasing you? With a piece of unchewed biscuit still in her mouth, Zhun Xiaoxiao waved and greeted Yong Guyu. What nonsense! Is this your attitude when you go up the mountain? Sen xiao xiao estas wellness aro sed Yong Guyu es contam. She rolled her eyes at Zhun Xiaoxiao and turned her head away, as if looking at her any longer would cause corns. Attitude for going up the mountain? The other party's answer puzzled Zhun Xiaoxiao. What kind of attitude should one have when climbing a mountain? In order to survive, she ran desperately, not slacking off every minute and every second. Her attitude should be very correct, right? Seeing that Yong Guyu didn't want to pay attention to her, Zhen Xiaoxiao didn't want to make herself bored. With food in her stomach, her physical strength recovered a little bit immediately. She climbed the rock wall at a steady speed, trying to distance herself from the crocodile monster. The two of them ran silently, overtaking one climber after another. At the same time, Xiao Zhozhou stood still in the fog, getting further and further away from the glory of the top 10. In this disciple trial, he should have been the one with the greatest potential, but Zhen Xiaoxiao's strange behavior of entering and exiting the fog array several times attracted the attention of the elders of the Seven-Leaf Valley, leaving them no time to pay attention to his current progress. The clouds and mist that had previously repaired the fog wall were now gathering from all directions and silently disappearing into Xiao Zhozhou's body. In some places, the black skin had even peeled off, revealing brand new skin. Unfortunately, the power of the fog array was not very strong. After only an incense stick of time, Xiao Zhozhou had no fog to breathe, so he took another step and strode out of the position. There are no obvious signs that the fog has been swept away, but in the next 10 years, the elders in the valley will be shocked to find that the fog array that has existed in the Trial Mountain since the founding of the Seven-Leaf Valley is gone. With a frown on his face and using his nose to confirm the direction in which Zhen Xiaoxiao left, Xiao Zhozhou continued to move forward. After running for a long time, Yong Guyu, who was running side by side with Zhen Xiaoxiao, began to feel a little exhausted. Is that girl eating cakes still human? How could she keep such a perverted pace? What level of body refining are you at? Yong Guyu asked Zhen Xiaoxiao breathlessly, with all the contempt he had felt before no longer in his heart. Body training? Zhen Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. I have never trained before. Zhen Xiaoxiao's answer surprised Yong Guyu, but when she looked carefully, she found that there was indeed no sign of strengthening on Zhen Xiaoxiao's body. The following is off-topic. A wave in the wave's black-hearted Mao, not black-hearted, is the fastest little deer in the world, escaped from the huge mountain of a certain Porridge, avoided the mace of a certain light.
Bang!
Just as a certain hare was about to hit a wave, a giant hand shining with golden light suddenly stretched out from the Cloud Queen. In the blink of an eye, the certain hare was flattened into a pancake and shattered into pieces in the mud. Who are you? A certain mouse spat out blood and tried desperately to take off his shoes. He wrote down her name. He had been online for 6 or 7 years and had no rivals in the world. He had always been the one to trick others and no one to trick him. Who would have thought that he would have a broken spine today? I am your editor. Xianwei Taihao's soup gives people a concussion.
Dan.
No. God's Dan, I am your most loyal little sister. May I ask, what can I do for you? She tried her best to give a seductive look, with her tongue sticking out and her tail wagging. 2,000 is too little. I'll give you 4,000 in the future. The gods said this mercilessly and turned around resolutely. It's horrible. Is she still a human being? Yong Guyu realized that he was so childish before and regretted it so much that he almost cried. You won. I admit defeat. Keep going forward. If you overtake a few more people, you will be the first in the competition. Yong Guyu encouraged Zhen Xiaoxiao breathlessly and silently memorized her name in his heart. First? What first? Xiaoxiao felt that the other party's words were becoming more and more weird. It's the first place in the Qiye Valley disciple trial. As long as you climb over this mountain, you can become a disciple of the Immortal, and the title of first place can be exchanged for unimaginable benefits. Yong Guyu was stunned by Zhen Xiaoxiao's question and was a little hesitant at first. As she recalled the first time she saw Zhen Xiaoxiao, she suddenly thought of a terrible fact. Immortal? The last piece of cake in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand fell to the ground with a pop, and a strong light burst out from the depths of his eyes, exactly the same as the crocodile's eager gaze at the ointment. You don't know. Yong Guyu wanted to ask more questions, but before he could finish his words, he felt a terrible gust of wind suddenly blowing beside him, covering him to the ground. I said there was something strange about this mountain. Master Immortal, the Luan family is here. The Lewin family is your beloved little disciple, the apple of your eye. If anyone dares to bully me, you must uphold justice for me." In the blink of an eye, Zhen's small figure passed through the layers of tree shade and disappeared behind the piles of rocks. The ranking has improved again. There was a burst of exclamations on the plain below the mountain. Compared with Zhen Xiaoxiao, the other boys in the top 10 were simply unimpressive. Some of them had bloody knees and unfocused vision, and they crawled forward on the ground relying on instinct alone. Some of them were crying and laughing, and because they had lost the strength to move forward, they pointed at the top of the mountain and cursed loudly, looking extremely ugly. Only the girl who arrived late swung her legs briskly and powerfully. She became happier and happier as she ran, and in the end she even laughed wildly. Her smile infected everyone present. This is the aura and unrestrainedness that a disciple of the Immortal sect should have. Of course, some people forget their worries, while others become more and more worried. The banker's face turned from purple to pale, and he kept looking at the people in fancy clothes on the wooden building. With that girl's unstoppable momentum, can the disciple who is now in the first place be trusted? After hesitating for a while, he still shamelessly blocked the sun from Chu Liqingguang's face again. Mr. L. eyed Mr.
Li.
What you bet just now is that the late girl and the charred man will all reach the top. If one is missing, it won't count. After finally squeezing out these words, the dealer felt that his heart was about to turn into charcoal. "You are so shameless. You have already changed once, and Masterly has promised to do it, but you do it a second time?" The onlookers could not stand it anymore and pointed at the dealer and cursed. "That girl is okay? But the scorched skin guy has fallen out of the top 10. You are clearly bullying her. How can you do business like this? You have ruined Angie's reputation that has lasted for 100 years. Everyone was about to say something even more unpleasant, but they were stopped by Chu Liqingguang with a flick of his sleeves. "No problem, if we all reach the top, then we'll all reach the top. Just follow this statement and give me another 1,000 taels of gold." Chu Liqingguang threw the banknotes heavily. He just didn't believe that he couldn't spend the money today. In the avenue of cause and effect, burning money is a miraculous way to eliminate disasters. Chu Liqingguang calculated that he would encounter a love disaster in Dongling, so he transformed himself into a rich man who spent money lavishly in order to offset the disaster that would befall him in the future by spending money.
Well.
Silver notes worth 1,000 taels of gold were piled up magnificently before his eyes. Everyone had to swallow back the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They looked at Master Li's face in disbelief, racking their brains to recall which Chable family gave birth to such a good-for-nothing. He's probably a lunatic. The dealer himself couldn't help but comment in his heart, "It's only 1,000 taels of gold. It's really enviable." "Answer it." A middle-aged man's hearty laughter came from the Yu family's wooden building. "It's been a long time since I met someone who can bet with me." "Ha ha ha ha, come on, Bosson. Here are 1,000 taels of gold. Bet on my son Yu Hongguang to be the first." Silver bills fell from the sky like snow.
"I'll add to that."
"I'll add my voice too." Yu's disciples echoed.
Pa, pa, pa.
Yong Guyu swallowed a mouthful of sand, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and looked into the distance absent-mindedly, but Zhen Xiaoxiao's figure had long disappeared from his sight. She is not a human being. She is definitely not a human being. If anyone can outrun her, I will eat dirt. Yong Guyu foamed at the mouth and repeated this sentence mechanically. Poor girl. Just when she had finally recovered from the shock, another gust of evil wind came and knocked her down to the same place again. Xiao Zhozhou's figure suddenly disappeared into the woods. The banker, who had just taken over 2,000 taels of gold, was even more devastated than Yong Guyu. Seeing the charred man suddenly enter the top 10, his heart trembled 3 times. But he had been running a casino business since he was a child, so what storms had he not seen? Bosson thought of his father's teachings, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and adjusted his mood. All bad luck is false. When I open my eyes, all disasters will disappear into ashes. After silently reciting the ancestral teachings 3 times, when Bosson turned his gaze to the fairy sky again, his eyeballs suddenly jumped 5 inches out of their sockets and could not be pushed back in. The Scorched Man, number 3. It only took 3 sentences. Mr. Li. When he reached the morning light of Chuli, Zhuangjia's eyes were bleeding and veins on his temples were bulging. If I lose this game, I can't even sell my children to pay for it. You just said. Is it the first place? And the 2 of you are tied for the first place. Otherwise, I can't accept such a large bet from you for my small business. You see. The onlookers were silent. The dealer is shameless and has no bottom line. However, they could see that Master Li was ill, and his illness was serious. He would feel uncomfortable unless he wasted a lot of money every day. Looking at the banker, who was on the verge of mental collapse, Chu Li Chengwang also felt a headache. Who knew things would turn out like this? Who were the 2 latecomers? It was not until Bosson uttered the harsh condition of being tied for first place that a look of satisfaction appeared in his dark eyes. The dealer is not stupid after all. For hundreds of years, has there ever been a tie among the 7-Leaf Valley disciples? It is even harder than shaking a leopard. Yes, we are tied for first place. With a flick of his sleeves, Master Li's nonchalant and casual attitude once again shocked everyone's 3 views. Yu Hongguang stood near the top of the mountain, looking down at the mountain. He never knew that standing at such a high place and looking down, people would become so small. The friendly faces were as insignificant as grass. You have bet a lot of money on me, and you should be able to make a lot of money today. It seems that becoming an immortal is not a difficult thing for me. Because some people in the world are born different. You struggle for money, but I have already embarked on the road to immortality. Take a few more steps, and you will enter a world that is unreachable to mortals. A sense of pride and arrogance arises spontaneously. Yu Hongguang said goodbye to his past self in his heart. He just turned around to greet his bright future when he looked up and saw Zhen Xiaoxiao running towards him. She disappeared in front of him in the blink of an eye like a whirlwind.
Bang!
The scene before him was like a slap in the face to Yu Hongguang, knocking out his teeth. His frozen expression quickly turned into complete madness.
No.
How could anyone be faster than me? I am a descendant of immortals. I can condense my energy, build my foundation, and consecrate my energy in the future. The 7-Leaf Valley apprenticeship trial is the first step in my meteoric rise. It was as if someone had robbed him of his beloved thing. Without thinking, Yu Hongguang picked up the magical wooden sword left by his ancestors and threw it fiercely at Zhen Xiaoxiao's back. The glory is mine. No one can take it away. The only ones who can walk ahead of me are the dead.
Ouch.
Suddenly, a strange cry of pain came from behind, and Zhen Xiaoxiao turned around to look curiously. She was surprised to find that a wooden sword had appeared on the crocodile's ace. The sword penetrated into its flesh, causing the crocodile monster to burst into tears in pain. A divine sword descended from the sky to slay the demons. Ha 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 ha, it really is the blessing of the immortals. It seems that this girl is very lucky and will not die. She has a bright future. Seeing this scene, Zhen Xiaoxiao was so excited that she burst into tears and ran even harder. Yu Hongguang behind him stood there in a daze with a confused look in his eyes.
Why?
Why did his ancestral sword get stuck in the air? The late girl is first. The people on the plain clenched their fists tightly. Even Chu Li Qingguang, who had been basking in the sun and enjoying fine wine, could not help but sit up straight and push away the charming beauty beside him. His grandfather had warned him to avert disaster with money, but not to be greedy every time, because if he failed, the magic would backfire on him. I won't be bidden back. As a young master from a fortune-telling family in Beiyan, Chu Li Chengwang has such confidence. His gaze passed through the entire mountain, and his sight focused on a silver light under Zhen Xiaoxiao's feet. In front of Zhen Xiaoxiao was a small pavilion on the top of the mountain, in which 5 immortal figures were vaguely sitting, but between her and the pavilion, there was a 5-meter cliff. Although the cliff is not high, it is perpendicular to the ground. The rocks are like mirrors, reflecting the light. There are only sparse protrusions that can be stepped on for climbing, so it is quite difficult for the trial disciples to reach the top in one go. The Valley Master and the 4 elders all saw Yu Hongguang's attack on Zhen Xiaoxiao. Except for Great Elder Yuan Feng, who looked unhappy, the others did not show any reaction. The path of cultivation is difficult, and the life and death competition between disciples is harmless. However, Yu Hongguang's strength is too poor, and the wooden sword fell from the air only halfway through its flight. He is obviously a man, but his hand strength is like a woman's. No, after entering the door, he must strengthen his physical training. There is a stone forest at the back of the mountain. An ordinary disciple needs to carry 2 baskets a day, but for Yu Hongguang, he needs to carry 10 baskets. The elders were only worried about their disciples' weakness and incompetence, but the scene of Yu Hongguang throwing the sword deeply stimulated Xiao Zhozhou, who was catching up.
Ah.
The black wind cut through the corner of Yu Hongguang's clothes and suddenly stopped within 10 feet of him. Suddenly, a black-skinned monster appeared in front of him, spewing soul-freezing icy breath from its evil eyes. Yu Hongguang shuddered and collapsed to the ground in fear, making a buzzing, whimpering sound. In the eyes of others, Yu Hongguang was indeed a weakling who fell to the ground when frightened. But no one knew how terrible the pressure within the 10-foot area of Xiao Zhozhou was at this time. Even if the Valley Master came in person, he would have to kneel down. His memory was disconnected, his eyes became unfocused, and death was the only thought in Yu Hongguang's mind. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Little Porridge. Zhen Xiaoxiao was overjoyed to see her lost companions suddenly appear, but she did not notice a flash of silver light under her feet, and somehow she lost her balance and fell off the cliff. Lose. There was satisfaction in Chu Li Chunguang's eyes. Finished. Zhen Xiaoxiao only felt a fishy wind blowing towards her face, and countless sharp teeth scraped against her arms. However, just when she was in despair, a strong arm suddenly stretched out from the side and tightly wrapped around her waist. Xiao Zhozhou, who had left Yu Hongguang behind, jumped startlingly, and in the blink of an eye he was crossing the cliff with Zhen Xiaoxiao. Before everyone had time to digest the rapidly changing situation, they saw 2 people tapping the ground with their toes and standing firmly among the green grass. Tied for first place. The wind lifted the girl's black hair and gently caressed her rosy cheeks. The charred man stood in the wind, straight as a pine tree. When the 2 of them stood together, there were only 5 words to describe them. Ridiculous harmony. It is like the demons from Hades and fairies from the human world. Ugliness and beauty, strength and tenderness, darkness and light. They are an inseparable whole. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The trial mountain trembled from top to bottom, making a humming sound that could not be ignored. 5-colored light gushed out from the top of the peak. Countless white cranes came from the water, flapping their white wings and circling in the air. The 10 figures created by magic in the sky disappeared, but the white mist lingered, dispersing and gathering, outlining the figures of Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou in the sky at the fastest speed. The dimples on Zhen Xiaoxiao's cheeks and Xiao Zhozhou's charred and hideous face were all deeply reflected in the eyes of the world, trampling on the previous disdain and indifference of the onlookers. It's incredible. They can get first place, and they're even tied for first place. Everyone's expression quickly changed. This is impossible, my son Hongguang.
Puff.
On the high self-built wooden platform, 3 feet of blood spurted out of the mouth of the head of the Yu family. Yu Hongguang had always ranked first with absolute advantage in the trial of the Immortal to recruit disciples. This was a game that he was sure to win, so how could he lose? My silver is 100 taels of silver. My 150 taels of silver. I sold my house just to help my cousin win. The disciples of the Yu family wailed. The dealer fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Too many people bet on Yu Hongguang, and the odds were extremely low. Even if Yu Hongguang won in the end, with the miscellaneous accounts he had collected today, he could still have a small surplus. However, Master Li's compensation method is 1:10,000. Even if my whole family works as prostitutes in a brothel for 100 years, they still can't even afford a fraction of the money. Mr. Li's luck today is indeed too good. Tied for first place. He even got the first place. He is simply the best of the best, the most awesome. The onlookers looked at Master Li, who was sitting on the ground, with all kinds of earth-shattering looks, as if they wanted to eat him up with their eyes. I thought he was a fool before, but now I think about it, this man has a vicious look in his eyes and is confident. If he doesn't make a move, it will be fine. But once he makes a move, that's a figure like the gambler saint. Mr. Li, my little daughter Tsueji is 16 this year. Without caring about anything else, such a wealthy gambling master would even give the girl to be one of his 100 concubines. Just as enthusiastic men and women rushed towards Master Li, in full view of everyone, gorgeously spurted out 5 meters of blood from his mouth.
Depend on.
It's okay for me too, but why are you vomiting? The patriarch of the Yu family wiped the corners of his mouth weakly with a handkerchief, with an angry look on his face. Could it be that gambling skills had to be compared to win or lose, and even to spurt blood? You actually broke my
Technique.
Chu Li Chunguang's body was convulsing. The odds of 10,000 made the power of cause and effect attack his body 10,000 times more. It was as if all the stars in the sky had turned into the law of punishment, pressing down heavily on him. Not only was there blood gushing out of his mouth, but there was also blood gushing out of his eyes, bleeding from his ears, blood hanging from his nose, and blood leaking from his belly button.
Ah.
I remember you. Dongling people. The people will probably never forget the strange scene of Master Li suddenly spurting blood all over his body. He let out a sharp scream and then suddenly disappeared, leaving only a bloody face floating in the sky. Young Master Li exploded on the spot, but his face fell on his own chest. The charming courtesan screamed continuously, and the powder on her face cracked with fear. Mr. Li is gone? So I don't have to pay? The dealer immediately recovered, but when he looked up, he saw that the banknotes on his desk had inexplicably turned into smelly blood. His eyes turned black, and he never woke up again. The turmoil at the foot of the mountain did not affect the mood of the immortals on the mountain at all. The strength of Xiao Zhozhou's jumping moved the strong men of Qiye Valley. Even a disciple at the 7th or 8th level of Qi condensation can only fly the sword 7 or 8 feet off the ground. This person jumped almost half the height. The Valley Master had a smile on his face, and Huang Yaolao was extremely proud. After all, the two of them had a destiny with Dan, and as soon as they became his disciples, they would become his disciples. Hey, you're dead, stinky alligator. All those big teeth of yours will be kept by me, and that shiny leather armor can be given to my new master as protective gear. Feeling the loving gazes of the immortals, Zhen Xiaoxiao's mood became very bright. After being chased by evil beasts all the way, he finally had a place to vent all the grievances. Master, save me. Zhen Xiaoxiao fell to her knees with a plop, wondering which one had thicker thighs so that she could hug him and please him and expose the atrocities of the invisible crocodile monster. For this purpose, she had even compiled 108 methods of cooking crocodile meat in her mind. However, things seemed to be a little different from what she had imagined. The crocodile monster, who missed the delicious food again, was not scared away by the pressure from the immortal. Instead, it quickly climbed up the cliff and bit Zhen Xiaoxiao's raised little ace. The sharp crocodile fangs reflected a cold light in the sun, but all the immortals present turned a deaf ear and a blind eye to it.
Bang!
Just before the blood was about to splatter everywhere, a 5-colored light curtain suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The aura was similar to the fog array in the Trial Mountain, but the intensity was thousands of times more. The brilliant fairy light illuminated the dome, and countless modeled array patterns were looming in the air. A strong wind emanated from the colorful light, directly knocking the crocodile monster away 100 meters away. What foreign object shook the mountain-locking formation? The Valley Master did not listen to Qingzhen's small appeal, and immediately left the jade bed at the same time as the loud noise, his eyelids twitching wildly. Although he could not see the figure of the strange beast, He felt a strong sense of uneasiness at that moment. It has been many years since something like this happened to him that could make his heart palpitate. I didn't see anything. Great Elder Yuan Feng had a serious expression on his face. He released his spiritual sense to look around, and then added solemnly, the mountain formation was indeed activated.
What?
With a bright smile still on her face, Jin Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt a chill from head to toes. The immortals couldn't see the crocodile monster? Could it be more powerful than the immortals?
Grass.
Who on earth did I offend? And I just hit it in the face with a stick and poked it in the ace. When she thought of this, the expression on Zhen Xiaoxiao's face instantly became more tragic than crying. She had just killed Tang Qi, and now here comes the crocodile ancestor. Will this life of fear ever end? Be alarmed. For hundreds of years, there has been no precedent of evil invading our Qiye Valley. Even if there is some evil creature wandering here, it will definitely not be able to break through the layers of barriers and cause harm to the valley. Huang Yaolao comforted everyone nonchalantly. He didn't think the sudden activation of the mountain locking array was a big deal at all. This was like a revelation to her. Lingjin Xiaoxiao instantly put away her grievances. Yes, if it's not possible to be an immortal, there's also immortal miasma. Looking back, she really saw the crocodile monster coming back, standing outside the seven-leaf mountain formation, scratching its ears and cheeks. Although it looked angry, it didn't dare to touch the formation again and looked quite fearful. Destroy, ha 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 ha. My mood suddenly improved. There is always a way out. If you have the guts, come in and challenge me in a one-on-one duel. I can't come in? I can't come in? The crocodile demon was so angry that his chest made a dull sound and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. It is the king of the mountains and has never suffered any injustice since it was born from the shell. It didn't expect that it would suffer such a big setback when it traveled to the White Spring Forest. Good. Little woman, you are so cruel. I remember you. Except for Jin Xiaoxiao, no one else present could see through the crocodile monster's true form. Everyone's attention quickly focused on the first and second winners of this disciple trial. This little girl has a very good attitude. He has accepted countless disciples, some of whom run faster, some of whom have stronger Dan affinity, but the one who kneels the fastest is undoubtedly Jin Xiaoxiao. Huang Yaolao felt slightly satisfied. He walked up to the two of them and said with a dignified expression, I will be your teacher in the future. Why don't you report your names quickly? I am such a small disciple. Nice to meet you, master. Although he was very disappointed that the immortals could not see the crocodile monster, at least his life was safe as long as he stayed in the valley. What's more, what Jin Xiaoxiao is best at is taking revenge. After learning the magic skills well, I will be able to deal with that beast myself. Jin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and bowed down randomly. Xiao Zhou. The idiot looked at Jin Xiaoxiao and answered uncertainly. Huang Yaolao looked at Jin Xiaoxiao with satisfaction. In fact, not only was he very demanding on the talent of the medicine boy, he was also a face control. In the past, any disciple who was ugly would be disliked by him. It is conceivable that when she grows up, she will definitely be a devastating figure. And this guy, never mind. Huang Yaolao rubbed his aching temple. No matter how you put it, this person was the peerless elixir seedling who triggered the 4 abnormal movements of the 7-leaf cauldron. It didn't matter if he was ugly. As long as he was successful and famous, who would care about his appearance? It's late today. You two go down to rest first. Tomorrow, you will test your spiritual roots in front of the medicine pavilion. Don't be absent. Throwing down the 2 tokens representing the identity of Yao Pavilion's disciples, Huang Yaolao drifted away. Although he was very enthusiastic when he was trying to steal a disciple, now that the disciple has entered the door, Huang Yaolao's attitude has become nonchalant. He is currently refining a furnace of Huanqing Dan. Tonight is the key to the first temperature change of the furnace. Compared with others, the Huanqing Dan is naturally more important, because it's about your own future. Shangguan Ping, the contemporary head of the Lihe sect, is known for his filial piety. His mother is over 300 years old this year, and her lifespan is far longer than that of an ordinary mortal. In order to protect her life, she was forced to hang her life. In addition to recruiting 60% of the Lihi sex alchemists, Shangguan Ping, every year, I have to go crazy and buy vitality pills to make up for the gap. If the lower sect alchemist in the Lihi River Basin can refine a rejuvenating pill that is 10 times more effective than the vitality pill, then he can become an alchemist under his name, without any qualifications. Being able to cling to the thigh of the leader of the upper sect is naturally much more prestigious than staying in the Seven-Leaf Valley. However, before actually completing the production of the rejuvenating pill, Huang Yao Lao would not be foolish enough to reveal his intentions in front of the Seven-Leaf Valley Master in advance. The following is off-topic. A certain Mao kowtowed every 3 steps as he slowly advanced toward the holy peak. He passed 999 bends, waded through 99 rivers, and finally knelt before the golden god, in front of the editor with overwhelming pressure. A certain mouse stretched out his trembling claws and begged weakly, "God, your humble little sister, I apply for an additional chapter today." The god editor frowned and said, "You know, if you update too much and shorten the recommendation period, you will die if you are not popular enough by then. After all, I finally welcomed my first leader in my life in 18 years. I have to throw flowers. I have to celebrate." The god frowned even more tightly. "Look at your ugly appearance. Can you still have any future? Follow the rules, and the masters will always have something to offer." After Huang Yao Lao left with a flick of his sleeves, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe immediately came from behind. "I am humble, and I am a disciple who started to practice alchemy 30 years ago. Junior brother Zhou and junior sister Zhen, please follow me." There has never been a situation where disciples in Qiye Valley tied for first place in the trial, so we will have to wait for Master to decide in a few days before making any arrangements on what rewards to give you. This person has a square face, broad ears, a gentle voice, smooth features, and looks easy to get along with. Brother Xiang, what are spiritual roots?
How do we test them?
Also, are there any magic tricks in immortal arts that are specifically for finding missing people? Old Huang Yao didn't explain anything clearly, so Zhen Xiaoxiao naturally had many questions. Since she had already entered the Immortal Gate, why not learn the shortcut to finding her second father? What a worrying guy. Even if you eloped with your boyfriend, you should have left a message, right? He disappeared without saying anything, which made people feel uneasy, and as if something big had happened. Xiang Qian felt that it was very ignorant for Zhen Xiaoxiao to call the magical power a magic trick. When he burst out laughing, an old voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Do you know the power of the 5 elements, girl? If there are many kinds of weak 5-element forces in the body, it is called a mixed root constitution. When practicing, you can only choose one to cultivate. However, the spiritual energy taken into the body will still be disturbed by other auras, thus affecting the speed of practice. If there are only 2 or 3 kinds of the 5 elements in the body, and one of them is extremely abundant, it is called a true spiritual root, a good seedling picked out of 10,000. If there is only one kind of spiritual root in the body, and this root has a broad foundation, then it is an extraordinary heavenly spiritual root. There are only a few such people in the entire Eastern spiritual realm. However, it is said that there is a special existence above the heavenly spiritual root, but I don't know what it is specifically. Tomorrow's spirit test. No need to worry too much. Just put your hand on the spirit test stone. Those who can trigger Danyuan are nothing but fire and wood attributes, especially a girl like you who is lively and active, at first glance. It's fire. The progressive explanation makes it easy to understand at once. Xiang Qian looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who was helping his new junior sister to solve her doubts was actually the great elder of Yuanfeng. He was so surprised that he immediately bent his body and bowed deeply. The great elder's cultivation level is second only to the valley master in the valley. Normally, disciples dare not raise their heads and breathe when they salute him. I can talk to him right after entering the sect. I am so lucky. The elder paused after he finished speaking and saw that Jin Xiaoxiao was just looking at him with interest, with a pair of clear and bright eyes and no worldly flattery like Xiang Qian on her face. He couldn't help but be attracted by her purity and took 2 steps forward. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, your world will undergo tremendous changes. Not only will you be able to find people with your skills, but you will also be able to go up to the sky and down to the earth and call the wind and rain. The 3 realms of qi condensation, foundation building, and opening are just the first stops on this journey. The road is long and profound. Don't limit yourself to your own experience. For example, if Brother Huang asked you to learn alchemy, you can also practice formations in your spare time. It's always a good idea to broaden your horizons. Back in the day, my Qiye founding ancestor was a genius who practiced alchemy, formations, and beasts at the same time. The great elder Yuan Feng originally spoke on impulse and took the opportunity to help someone else's disciple, but he did not expect that his words would deeply touch someone's heart. Those small eyes suddenly glowed. Go up to the sky and into the earth. Call the wind and rain. It sounds pretty good. The next morning, when Jin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou dressed up and walked out of the room, Xiang Qian was already waiting outside. Junior brother, junior sister, follow me to the medicine cabinet. Compared with Jin Xiaoxiao's liveliness, Xiang Qian admired his junior brother's calmness more. Yesterday, after listening to the words of the great elder Yuan Feng, his junior sister actually knelt down solemnly to the other party. She had no idea whose disciple she was. It would be bad if this matter got to the ears of the master. After all, the master, he is kind-hearted. Xiang Qian felt guilty for criticizing his master behind his back, and his eyes quickly fell on his new junior brother with charred skin. Because he called himself Xiao Zhozhou, the monks in Qiye Valley mistakenly thought that the fool's surname was Zhou and his name was Zhou. This Zhou is worthy of being the disciple who has attracted the 4th level of the 7-leaf cauldron's strange appearance. Although his appearance was destroyed by thunder and fire, his concentration is excellent. No matter whether he is facing his master or the great elder of Huanhuan Peak, he does not show any emotional fluctuations. This is the maturity that a person with the destiny of alchemy should have. With admiration for his junior fellow apprentice, Xiang Qian brought the 2 of them to the Qiye Valley Medicine Pavilion. Huang Yao Lao had 39 disciples, of whom only 5 were Dan Yuan disciples, and the rest were selected from those who had completed the trials over the years with the best looks. Because they had never seen 2 Dan Yuan disciples appear at the same time, everyone gathered in the square outside the medicine pavilion. However, their active participation attitude is not so much welcoming the newcomers as it is looking forward to unexpected events with jealousy and malice. After all, the competition in the medicine pavilion is very fierce, and there are not many good people like Xiang Qian. The more Dan Yuan disciples there are, the fewer resources are allocated to ordinary disciples. I heard that the new junior sister fell off a cliff during the trial and was rescued by the new junior brother. Otherwise, she would have no chance of reaching the summit. Someone was working hard to spread the rumor. Yes, I also saw the Dan Yuan she attracted when she entered the mountain. It was very thin. Maybe it was just the passing fog, and Master misjudged it. Someone immediately echoed, but they didn't dare to speak too loudly. Because there was a throne in the middle of the crowd, Huang Yao Lao was sitting on the chair, holding a translucent crystal in his hand. Last night, the Huanqing pill successfully completed its first temperature change. In addition, the 2 great Dan Yuan disciples joined the sect, which made him in a very good mood. His eyes rolled between Xiao Zhozhou and Jin Xiaoxiao, and Huang Yao Lao shouted, "Zhozhou, Jin Xiaoxiao, come forward." His voice was full of energy. However, just as the shouting sounded into the air, the word "step forward" was suddenly torn into pieces by the unexpected sound of swords and turned into an indistinguishable buzzing sound in everyone's ears. The huge roar caused the disciples of the medicine pavilion to involuntarily look towards the east. As soon as they stood on tiptoe, they saw 3 dazzling sword lights coming against the light, and the 3 light spots quickly filled their vision. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, 3 long swords of different colors shining with precious light were hovering above the medicine pavilion. The powerful gusts of wind and the brilliant lights made everyone present lose their minds and souls. Some of the weak were even knocked to the ground by the pressure, with their mouths wide open. Everyone naturally recognized the Valley Master and the great elder of Yuanfeng who were standing in the air with swords, but the elder standing between them looked very unfamiliar. Although he was in his 70s and his teeth were almost all gone, he insisted on embroidering purple red lotus flowers all over his robe. Both the color and the style were quite eye-catching. Fortunately, this old man was followed by 3 disciples, the leader of whom was a fairy in a purple skirt. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, tall and thin, with a cold temperament, like a winter plum blossom on a snowy mountain. After all, not everyone could have such a beautiful disciple. Purple Ring. As soon as she saw who it was, her small eyes suddenly widened as big as copper bells. She pinched her arms desperately, fearing that she was dreaming. When the 2 of them parted in their hometown before, she cried so much that her eyes were swollen like peaches. She felt that the immortal sect was so far away from her. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 months, she would meet Zihuan again. The clouds and the ground are so close together.
Xiao Xiao.
The icy beauty blinked her eyes, a look of surprise flashed across her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth suddenly rose. She smiled. Suddenly catching a glimpse of the smiling face that melted like an iceberg, the Qiye disciples felt dizzy and too drunk to stand steadily. It would be even more amazing if the Taoist priest in lotus robes saw Zihuan's expression. After all, this was the first time Zihuan smiled after accepting him as his disciple. How can I not laugh? Zihuan was so happy that she went crazy. Thinking back to those days. The broiler chickens in Li Dazhuang's house are really small. Xiao Xiao dismantled the chicken coop and ate the chicken meat. The courtyard wall of Lu Sanmao's house is made of small fire bombs, which are the explosive packs she buried. Wu Jie's lame leg, Zhen Xiaoxiao's trap, and she pulled the rope. She had always felt regretful about being separated from this evil spirit as an immortal or mortal. She never expected that he was so capable that he could actually get herself into the immortal cultivation sect. Looking at the group of 7 Leaves disciples standing in front of the medicine pavilion with eyes full of sympathy, Zihuan seemed to see the scene of their butts being set on fire and being released into the sky to explode into fireworks. The gaze of mutual admiration met the eyes of reminiscence. At this moment, both of them were so excited that they wanted to run to each other and talk to each other about the pain of separation. However, the excitement of the reunion was abruptly interrupted by the shout of the old Taoist in lotus robe. Huang Dabi, I heard that you have accepted 2 powerful new disciples. I have come all the way from Lianshan to watch the ceremony with my disciples. As soon as the old Taoist stopped his flying sword, he opened his voice with full energy and even used his true energy to make his voice roar in everyone's ears. The disciples were in an uproar. Just 2 country fools came here to join the movement, yet they were supported by a master from Lianshan. TSK, they are so proud, he said in a sour tone. Is this person the old man Gao Buley from Lianshan that master always talks about? Sure, keep your voice down. The spiritual consciousness of a foundation-building cultivator can be projected outward. If Senior Gao hears you, he will definitely chop you to pieces. The person who came was indeed the Master Gao that the disciples had mentioned. In recent years, his Lianshan alchemy had been praised many times by the upper sect Lihi and had become very popular. The Qiye Valley Master and Yuanfeng Dachang, who were accompanying Gao Buley, both had unnatural smiles on their faces. Because everyone knows that Huang Yaolao and Gao are always at odds with each other. One of them boasted about how great his new disciple was without even completing the spirit test, while the other one didn't even sleep and brought his beloved disciple to watch the ceremony at night, to see the joke. This strong competitive spirit is absolutely unmatched among the Qiye and Lianshan sections. The Valley Master sighed, waved his hand, and signaled that the spirit test should begin. Although she was dissatisfied with Huang Yaoshi's high-profile behavior, since the guests from the outside sect had arrived, Guru watching still hoped that Zhou Zhou and Jin Xiaoxiao would not let everyone down. Hearing the noise coming from the direction of the medicine pavilion, more and more Seven Leaves disciples rushed to the top of the mountain, including the new disciples who had passed the trial the day before. One must prioritize when doing things. Seeing that everyone's attention was on the spirit test, Zhen Xiaoxiao had to wink at Zihuan, push through the crowd, and walk to the center of the square. The two masters didn't seem to be very friendly with each other, but that didn't stop them from silently communicating their joy of meeting each other again through their eyes. Is this the real junior sister? The disciples of the medicine pavilion were amazed by the girl who walked out of the crowd. The medicine robe had not been distributed yet. Today, Zhen Xiaoxiao was wearing a green cloth skirt with sparsely dyed flowers on the hem. Her long hair fell behind her, and she had a pair of girlish buns on her head, which were pointed and looked cute. Her demeanor was a little more playful than that of a quiet girl, with thick, long eyelashes like butterfly wings fluttering in the wind, as if ready to fly away at any moment. Her red lips were as delicate as spring cherry blossoms, and the dimples on her cheeks were like two whirlpools of water, which could easily attract everyone's attention when she smiled. The master is having his old problem again. The hearts of the disciples in the medicine pavilion suddenly started beating wildly. They felt that Zhen Xiaoxiao's appearance and the purple ring fairy from Lianshan were one hot and one cold. They each had their own merits and were actually equally matched. Dan Yuan is just an excuse. He is obsessed with looks and is obviously attracted by junior sister's beauty. Yes. In recent years, among the beautiful female disciples that Master has accepted, there have been a few who suddenly asked to go home and never came back again. I guess. Shut up. Relying on her looks to get in through the back door. Shameless. If she were assigned to work under me, I would make her burn firewood every day and see if she can still have fair skin and beautiful looks in 2 months. A certain female alchemist concluded angrily. But she forgot that she had no chance to make elixirs in the past and was admitted to the medicine cabinet directly because of her good looks. Although this girl has good looks, she is far from being as elegant as our Huan. The disciples of Lianshan, who came with Zihuan, were all men. One of them had linked eyebrows, and the other had 6 fingers. Both of them expressed their undisguised admiration for Zihuan with their eyes. However, Zihuan had no intention of comparing himself with Zhen Xiaoxiao. Instead, he rolled his eyes. We have been beautiful since childhood, and are known as the 2 most beautiful beauties in Dongxiang. Do I need you to remind me? Humph. You caused my Yu family to lose 30% of their wealth in 1 day, and caused me to lose the honor of being the first in the competition. You'd better not be a piece of trash, otherwise I won't have any fun stepping on you in the future. Yu Hongguang suddenly appeared among the crowd of spectators. He had just finished carrying 10 loads of stones today and was feeling so tired that his back and waist ached. However, he still looked arrogant because in the test of the spirit the day before, he had tested out the top water-type mixed roots, which was only 1 step away from the true spirit roots. Based on this alone, he became a rising star under Elder Huer. You know, among the more than 300 elders and disciples in the entire Qiye Valley, including the Valley Master himself, there are only 3 cultivators with the aptitude to reach the level of true spiritual roots. It's not because the reputation of the 7-Leaf Valley has been declining that has led to the poor abilities of the disciples, but because it is difficult to find the best spirits. It is very rare for 1 out of 100 children from ordinary families to be able to cultivate immortality, and among hundreds of cultivators with mixed roots, it is sometimes difficult to find a true spiritual root. Only those families with a deep foundation of cultivating immortals would select from generation to generation, marry into powerful marriages, and give birth to descendants with superior talents. However, such true geniuses and nobles will never disdain Fengqi Caoya. Their goal since childhood is to become a 2nd-level sect like Lihe. What's more, they only want to worship the most powerful forces in Dongling. Dongdian and Lingmen is proud. There are legendary heavenly monks, boundless beasts, human-shaped elixirs, marrow-washing jade ponds, peerless elixir sects, and mysterious beast techniques. It's just that such a fairyland is far beyond what everyone in Qiye can imagine now. Hold the stone with both hands, and awaken your dormant power. Seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao step forward, Huang Yaolao couldn't help but his voice became much gentler. Taking the spirit test stone from the master's hand, this translucent stone didn't look unusual, like a large irregular rock candy that was about to melt under the sun at any time. Following Huang Yaolao's instructions, Zhen Xiaoxiao adjusted her breathing and slowly closed her eyes. What is my spiritual root? This is a self-questioning. At the moment when Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyelashes covered her eyelids, a cluster of tiny red lights suddenly rose from the originally colorless crystal. The color is pure red, not at all orange or purple, and it has a bright luster, which indicates that the spiritual root is pure, which is a very good sign. So, dazzling. I've never seen such a strong reaction to the test. Seeing that Zhen Xiaoxiao could summon light almost as soon as she touched the stone, the disciples of the medicine pavilion who had previously expected her to have poor aptitude all looked disheartened. TSK, when Mai Huan was testing the spirit, her reaction was even more dramatic than this. Lianshan raised his eyebrows with a look of disdain. That's right, they're making a fuss over such a small amount of flame. It seems that the once world-famous Seven Leaves dance sect is nothing more than this. Luzier added quickly. It's good that it's not wood. I can restrain you, witch. Let me put out the fire in your body. When he thought of the power of his own water spiritual roots, Yu Hongguang grinned from ear to ear, imagining the scene of himself pressing Zhen Xiaoxiao under him. Fire spiritual root, little girl, am I right?
Ha!
The great elder Yuan Feng, who was hovering in the air on his sword, smiled and twirled his beard, feeling proud of the conversation he had with Zhen Xiaoxiao yesterday.
Shoot.
It's already more than 3 feet tall in the blink of an eye. It's a mid-level product.
No.
It's 5. I think it can still be broken. Amid the noise of the crowd, the red light in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand burned higher and higher, with no intention of stopping immediately. Seeing this rising trend, Huang Yaolao and the Valley Master could not hide the joy on their faces. The spirit testing stone can clearly distinguish the power of the 5 elements. The golden light is gold, the green leaves are wood, the blue rain is water, the red flame is fire, and the yellow light is earth. Taking fire as an example, if the fire-colored spirit stone can grow to 3 feet, it is a low-grade mixed root. If it is 6 feet, it is a medium-grade spirit root. If it is 9 feet, it is a high-grade mixed root. If it is nearly 10 feet, it is a top-grade mixed root. If the red flame is more than 10 feet high, it means that the fire element in the spirit tester's body is strong enough to reach the level of a true spirit. Among the true spiritual roots, there are naturally 4 levels, just like the miscellaneous roots. However, regardless of the strength of the true spiritual roots, in the entire Seven-Leaf Valley, only the Valley Master, the original elder, and the main lineage's first disciple Gingi had talents that reached this level. The rest were all mixed roots. The top miscellaneous roots are all phoenixes among chickens, such as Yu Hongguang, whose tail is now reaching to the sky. 6 feet is her limit. Oh no! It's 7 again, top grade. She has Danyuan, and her mixed roots are of the highest quality. This girl is here to grab the status. Several Danyuan disciples in front of the medicine pavilion were getting restless. Almost 10 feet high. Someone shouted loudly at this moment. Everyone was shocked to realize that the reaction of the real little spiritual root suddenly jumped up in a breath and was about to reach the limit of qualitative change at the junction of the mixed and the real. As long as she crosses this gap, she will leap from a country girl to the 4th true spirit genius in the Seven-Leaf Valley in the past 100 years. No one spoke again. They stared at the flame in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand. Because of the deep gazes of the crowd, the air became extremely heavy, like a non-flowing solid, and every breath required 10 times more effort. Will the sky change today? The disciples of the medicine pavilion who had previously slandered Zhen Xiaoxiao for taking the back door all turned pale. Only Lianshan's straight eyebrows and 6 fingers still looked carefree. Yizhong is a threshold. Many people have come very close to it, but have been unable to break through it in their entire lives. A lowly girl is a lowly girl. It is impossible for her to become a phoenix. Before Yazimiai could finish her words, she was slapped in the face.
Call.
I saw the flame in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand bursting with joy, easily exceeding a meter high.
Depend on.
Unibrao screamed in pain.
Swish.
The eyes of the elders of Qiye Valley suddenly lit up like torches. Fire attribute true spiritual root. After the valley master was shocked, he immediately laughed so hard that his chin was crooked. After so many years of searching, he only found one disciple to inherit the legacy. If Yuan Feng's death came and he met with an accident, who would inherit and guard the huge foundation of Qiye in the future? Now it's good. Finally, Zhen Xiaoxiao arrived. Although he is still not as good as Li Zihuan, the new prodigy of Lianshan, who has abnormal top-grade water spiritual roots, he is still a big surprise. If nothing unexpected happens, 100 years later, she will definitely become the mainstay who assists Ji Qingyi in inheriting the sect leader's legacy. Oh my god.
She.
She really has a spiritual root. My last name is Zhen. It's really a good luck for my parents, who tricked me before. Who tricked me into cheating and getting admitted as a real fairy. Come out now if you dare, so I can give you a good beating. You almost tricked me. A loud voice full of anger sounded, and a muscular Qi Ning disciple seemed to be rolling up his sleeves to beat someone. The seven-leaf cultivator was in a mess. The disciples who had spoken ill of him before were now pretending to have lost their memory. What's more, they were even more enthusiastic and flattering than ordinary people.
Come on.
Everyone shout with me. True junior sister, well done. True fire spirit, true genius. A female alchemy disciple from the medicine pavilion was shouting hard, and she couldn't remember who said she wanted to catch Zhen Xiaoxiao and burn her for 2 months to see if she was still fair-skinned and beautiful. It's barely reached the bottom line of true spiritual roots, and it's far from Huanhuan's 8-foot-long tree. Lianshan's eyebrows and 6-fingered eyebrows shook their heads without any sign of being slapped in the face. So, what if it's 10 feet of fire? It's only a little bit stronger than me. In terms of attributes, I'm still the one who restrains you. Yu Hongguang, who had been constantly fantasizing about holding Zhen Xiaoxiao under him and ravaging her, was so hit hard by the reality that he could only grit his teeth and hold on. As if in response to Yu Hongguang's words, a flash of fire appeared in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand and suddenly erupted rapidly. It was as if it had only been accumulating strength before, but in the blink of an eye, the flame had increased several times and turned into a pillar of fire rising into the sky in front of everyone. The sky is dyed red. The square, which had been noisy before, was now silent. The elders and disciples were all dumbfounded, their mouths wide open. Even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly. In everyone's ears, the only sound was the buzzing sound of the spirit test stone caused by the surge of power. All those who wanted to laugh at the joke quickly had their expressions fall apart. Lianshan's straight eyebrows turned into O-shaped eyebrows, and Luzier almost bit off his 6th finger in his mouth. Yu Hongguang was hit hard by the reality, and his eyes bled with anger. He wanted to put out the small fireworks with just as little rain. It would be good if he didn't get burned. 8-foot true spiritual fire. Although in the initial stage of cultivation, the difference between them and ordinary disciples is not big, but after the 6th or 7th level of Qi condensation, the speed of gathering spirit will be more than 5 times that of ordinary disciples. And the most terrifying thing is, this kind of talent also has the potential to break through the level that others can't reach, which adds a few more possibilities for building the foundation in the future. This kind of spiritual power has not appeared in the Seven-Leaf Valley for many years. The only exception was when the main disciple Ji Qingyi, when he entered the sect more than 30 years ago, he summoned the Blue Rain 8.5 formations, surpassing Zhen Xiaoxiao's achievements today. Apart from that, she is the most talented one in Qiye Valley. Even the Valley Masters Qi Tu and the great elder of Yuanfeng's Liu Yu cannot compare to her. Although there is a saying that goes like this: a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. However, if the giant tree is much taller than ordinary trees, so much so that ordinary people cannot look up to it, the wind of jealousy will no longer have the ability to shake its roots, and it can only disappear without a trace. I am convinced. This is a true Danyuan disciple. With such talent, he will definitely be a great man in 10 years, and a 7 leaves elder in 100 years. The tone of public opinion changed drastically. Gao Buley couldn't help but breathe heavily when he realized that public opinion had turned against him. His beloved disciple Zihuan had once displayed the attributes of an 8-leaf with spirit during the spiritual test at Lianshan, which was a stunning success. But today, this girl with the real surname was trying to show off her strength and refused to give in. If the true spiritual color breaks 10, it is called a heavenly spiritual root cultivator. Therefore, people like Zihuan and Jin Xiaoxiao, whose true spiritual color has reached the upper level, are already the limit of the qualifications of the third-level sect cultivators. Moreover, in the Lihe area, each third-level sect can only accommodate 2 Qi condensation realm disciples with upper-grade true spiritual roots who are responsible for the inheritance of a sect. If more are found, they must be sent to Lihe. This is the rule of the game, where dragons walk in the dome and insects crawl in the swamps. Now, counting the disciples who inherited the main lineage, Zhen Xiaoxiao is the second top-grade true spirit in the Qiye sect. I originally wanted to watch the fun, but what I saw was the scene of Huang Dabi picking up a treasure. Thinking of this, Gao Buley felt so uneasy. However, while he was silently vomiting blood, a vicious plan quietly crept into his mind. Amidst everyone's gazes that changed from jealous rejection to envy and admiration, only the 7-leaf Valley Master had a horrified look on his face. Is it the 8-foot true fire spiritual root? Is his potential physique slightly inferior to that of my disciple Gingi?
No.
At a certain moment just now, he clearly saw some kind of scale pattern faintly revealed in the fire in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand. Although the flames flickered and the virtual scales disappeared in a flash, he could be sure that he had not made a mistake. That is even more powerful and rare than the heavenly spiritual root. Yes, beast scale true fire. Zihuan laughed in his heart. No one knew that among all the people present, the one with a more vicious gaze than the 7-leaf Valley Master was actually Zihuan. She is a reincarnated being. In his previous life, he was a powerful lord, but for some reason he died halfway and had to send his soul into reincarnation before his body collapsed. This is her most deeply hidden secret that no one has ever known. In her previous life, she was a cold and aloof person. She never got close to anyone except her only Taoist partner and was very aloof. This life should have been the same, but the bad thing was that she met Dongxiang Pit King Zhen Xiaoxiao before her memory recovered. Under her deception, my character has been somewhat distorted. I can be sure that I will never trust anyone again in the future, except Zhen Xiaoxiao, who has become a rare pure memory in this life. Although the magic is profound and it would be easy to erase these childhood memories, Zihuan did not do it to himself. Because in the previous life, I walked the path of ruthlessness. The feeling of being independent from the world. Too cold, too tired. This rare moment of softness in her heart, she wanted to keep it. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Zhen Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes and was stunned by the illusory fire burning in her hands. This is the fire spirit root? Without being overwhelmed by the glory of the 8-foot true fire, Zhen Xiaoxiao felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if deep in her soul, there was a power lurking that was even more majestic and vast than the flame. It only revealed a slight breath, which suppressed the fire column and prevented it from growing any further, and the virtual scales in the fire broke apart in disorder. What are you? She didn't want to win the admiration of the world, but the obscure and strange power lingering in her heart was deeply hurting her soul and making her want to find her roots. What the Hades are you? Zhen Xiaoxiao's body was trembling, and beads of sweat were dripping from her head. However, her strong consciousness that wanted to seek the origin of herself turned into an extremely solid sharp blade in her body. Amid the excruciating pain of scraping bones and cutting flesh, with a hissing sound, the chaos was cut open. Fire. My eyes were stung by the sudden karmic fire. Zhen Xiaoxiao opened her eyes wide in surprise and found herself in a scene of purgatory. All living things on earth died, and blood flowed like a river. A golden sword was hanging upside down in the sky, with a murderous aura. A finger that was so hot that it was about to cause blisters on her skin slowly left her forehead. Then, a red-haired god and demon with a straight spine appeared under the fire and sword light. His bronze upper body was covered in armor covered in wounds and blood. Countless knife cuts had peeled off his flesh, exposing his bare bones. Countless sharp arrows had pierced his shoulder blades. His golden tail feathers were still violently vibrating in the strong wind, making a sharp buzzing sound. However, the tall man with blood-stained hair still had an expression of arrogance that looked down upon the world and regarded all swords and knives as nothing. Inger hopes you will be safe for the rest of your life. The hoarse voice of the god and demon struck Zhen Xiaoxiao's soul like a heavy hammer, causing her delicate skin wrapped in swaddling cloves to tremble inch by inch. So, whether you become immortal in this life, or cultivate to be an immortal, I won't stop you. But remember one thing. When you crush the sky, you will remember the glory of your ancestors.
Go.
A black stone and a red jade were stuffed into his hands. In the blink of an eye, the world in front of Zhen Xiaoxiao was blocked by a black light. Through the dark power that distorted the starlight, she only saw 4 figures standing on the broken chariot behind the demon. A beautiful young woman with eyes like black plums and 3 strong men with half-red hair. The man with the most muscular body pulled out a pair of huge war hammers from behind him, and the roaring bear totems on his arms seemed to come alive. Want to destroy this world? Then step on my bones. Daddy.
Mom.
Brother. The scattered sword lights and the fishy blood blurred Zhen Xiaoxiao's vision. The strong hatred forcibly severed her consciousness from this dark memory.
Bang.
The spirit stone in his hand exploded, and Zhen Xiaoxiao sat down on the ground. This girl worked so hard to squeeze out her own potential. Not only were her clothes soaked, but she also seemed to cry. No one knew what Zhen Xiaoxiao saw during the spirit test, but they felt that her face was a little too pale at this moment. Even the test spirit stone was crushed. Even though she's small, her grip was too strong. This old man's test spirit stone. Huang Yalao's expression was filled with indescribable pain. This spirit test stone had been passed down in the hands of the elders of the medicine pavilion for hundreds of years, and he had never heard of anyone being able to crush it. This thing is so expensive. If it weren't for the fact that Zhen Xiaoxiao's spiritual roots were so strong, he would have almost lost his temper on the spot. Take this girl away to rest, and continue the spirit test. No one expected that the 7-Leaf Valley Master would speak at this time. With an expressionless face, he threw a larger spirit testing stone into Huang Yalao's arms, and then silently stared at Zhen Xiaoxiao's back as she was helped off the stage. Others thought that she pushed herself too hard in order to reach the level of the true Spirit 8 Zhong Fire. Only the 7-Leaf Valley Master Guru watching had a burning look in his eyes. This must be the side effect of the legendary beast scale True Fire. This fire is extremely overbearing, so powerful that it can cause rocks to collapse. This shows that Zhen Xiaoxiao will definitely have a bright future in taming beasts. Who I am. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who had struggled to extricate herself from the dusty memories, looked down at her hands and, for the first time, had strong doubts about her life. However, no matter how many doubts she had in her heart, a clear idea had already emerged in her mind. I will crush the sky. My disciple is Bazenghuo, ha 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 ha. The issue of the broken test spirit stone was perfectly resolved by the Valley Master. Huang Yalao's attention naturally shifted to his anger with Gao Buli. Yesterday, during the trial at the foot of the mountain, the 7-Leaf Cauldron only released a thin medicinal vapor towards Zhen Xiaoxiao. This was clearly a mistake. TSK, how can it be 8 zhong? Compared with my disciple Zihuan, there is clearly a gap of several inches. Master Gao Dan had a bad look on his face, but his words were very tough. At the same time, the evil plan in his mind became clearer and clearer. Knowing that the other party would say this, Huang Yao stood up from the armchair and straightened his clothes seriously. Don't worry, the highlight is yet to come. Old Gao, don't be so scared that you roll off the flying sword. Huang Yaolao was looking forward to it viciously in his heart. However, Zhen Xiaoxiao, who received the faint fragrance of the seven-leaf cauldron, had such a strong aptitude. How would Zhou Zhou, who triggered the 4 major elixir-related anomalies, shock the world? Today, I will definitely defeat Gao Buli's self-confidence and completely trample the pride of the entire Lianshan Dan sect for the past 100 years into the mud. Zhou Zhou, come up. Huang Yao shouted the name of his second disciple proudly, with an excited expression on his face, as if he had taken an aphrodisiac. Hearing the call, Xiao Zhou stood still. I'm calling you, junior brother. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit cold, Xiang Qian, who was standing aside, quickly stepped forward and gave him a push. Zhou Zhou is not me. I am
Xiao.
Zhou Zhou. He bit the small characters very hard and pointed to his chest seriously, as if this name should not be desecrated. There is no such thing as a little kid in this world. Xiang Qian gritted his teeth and slapped Xiao Zhou on the head. Go. Don't embarrass the master. The consequences of embarrassing the master are very serious. Xiang Qian shuddered violently, as if he remembered something. He was a little unhappy at first, but he wanted to finish the meal quickly, so the wrinkle between his brows became a little lighter. He walked forward and snatched the test spirit stone from Huang Yaolao's hand. His tiny bones were already astonishing, but the moment Zhou Zhou grabbed the trial spirit stone, the air was still ignited by everyone's burning gazes. Before, people slandered Zhen Xiaoxiao because the elixir energy emitted by the seven-leaf cauldron to her was not strong enough, and her beautiful appearance inevitably reminded people of Huang Yaolao's bad habits.
But Xiao Zhou is not like that.
He is the only disciple whose Dan affinity is stronger than that of the founder since the founding of Qiye Valley. Thinking of the violent reaction of Qiye Ding a few days ago, everyone was full of anticipation. Junior brother Zhou will divide the world of the medicine pavilion with junior sister Zhen in the future.
No.
We should revitalize the prestige of our seven-leaf valley and make it famous throughout Lihe. What the Hades is this? How can someone this ugly be allowed to practice in the seven-leaf valley? Lianshan Dantu, who was so stifled by Zhen Xiaoxiao that he couldn't say a word, caught a glimpse of Xiao Zhou from the corner of his eye. He suddenly felt that his mouth cannon had found its use again, and his withered face immediately became moist and plump. Shut up. The noise was so annoying that Zihuan suddenly shouted, which startled Yazimiai and Lizier. Why is Huan angry? She had been in the sect for 2 months, and although her eyes were cold, she had never lost her temper with anyone.
Today. Who is he?
Zihuan turned her gaze to Xiao Zhou. As a reincarnated soul with 2 lives, she looked at all living beings. She would not do the foolish thing of judging people by their appearance, but Bingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion in her eyes. It seemed as if some memories were slowly being pieced together in the dust, but no complete outline could be drawn.
Why?
Why does it make people feel irritated? Not caring how ugly other people's laughter was, Xiao Zhou held the spirit testing stone in his hand, quickly closed his eyes and called upon the power dormant in his body. Then, the test spirit stone, which was half the size of a human head, condensed into a tiny mist in full view of everyone. It's just a thread, thinner than the eye of a needle. The moisture disappeared before it hit the ground, not even getting his shoes wet. Everyone rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing an illusion, and continued to wait quietly for the test spirit's reaction. Does a stronger elixir affinity than the founder correspond to a stronger spiritual root than the founder? But time passed minute by minute, until 10 breaths later, everyone had to believe that the illusory rain just now was Zhou Zhou's full potential. After a moment of dead silence, Gao Buli's hoarse laughter violently ravaged everyone's eardrums. Ha ha ha, a water-type mixed root, and only a trace. A trace. Ha ha ha. Huang Dabi, are you sure this is what you call a genius?
Can he
really make pills? If it is a water-type spiritual root, then a rain fog with a radius of 2 meters is the bottom line of the true spiritual root. When the young Qiye entered the sect, the heavy rain lasted for 8.5 formations. Even the arrogant Yu Hongguang was almost covered by raindrops. And a trace means that his appearance is at the bottom among all mediocre cultivators. His spiritual roots are so mixed and weak that they are barely a little better than those of ordinary people. Moreover, those who practice alchemy have nothing more than the two attributes of fire and wood, so they can control the temperature of the fire more calmly or command the changes of the medicinal properties during the fusion process. However, those who are born with the ability to control water have no benefit to the art of alchemy. In the entire Dongling, there is no one who is famous for refining alchemy with water. With mediocre aptitude and spiritual roots not compatible with the path of alchemy, has this person really ever caused the four great alchemy-related anomalies of purple air coming from the east, medicinal fragrance filling the mountains, treasure tripod ascending to heaven, and immortal sounds ringing? He didn't pay any attention to the strange expressions on everyone's faces. The idiot just remembered that he was very hungry. He threw the crystal in his hand into the corner, then happily ran to Zhen Xiaoxiao and pounded his belly. Xiaoxiao, porridge. Eat porridge, give me 2 pots. The atmosphere on the field immediately changed from cold to absurd. Everyone gasped and stared at Zhou Zhoubi's 4 fingers in the air. Then they finally understood something. I entered the mountain for a trial and lost to a fool. A scream. And this idiot even scared me to the ground with his eyes. When Yu Hongguang thought about what happened yesterday, he felt so ashamed that he wanted to kill himself. As Yu Hongguang exclaimed, the expressions of the disciples in the medicine pavilion cracked again and again. This guy is stronger than the founder? You can't joke like that, right? Don't tell me. Your 7-leaf valley has become so destitute that even fools are scrambling to take it over. Ahaha. Gao Buli's laughter rose 2 octaves again. Although he did roll off the sword and onto the ground, it was completely different from what Huang Yaolao had expected. Yes. It seems that the 7-leaf Dan sect should change its name to the 7-leaf Boji sect, which specializes in collecting garbage. The man with straight eyebrows and the 6-fingered man agreed with their master. How could they miss this good opportunity to add insult to injury?
Huh. Idiot.
Zihuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately put away his confused thoughts. The fusion of memories from 2 lives would indeed make her feel uncomfortable occasionally, and perhaps the irritability she just felt was due to this. When she thought of this, her eyes quickly returned to being cold, and she no longer wasted her energy on Xiao Zhou. What's so funny? He's not stupid, just childish. Suppressing the confusion in her heart, Zhen Xiaoxiao immediately stepped out of the crowd and stood in front of Xiao Zhou to shield him from the hostile gazes coming from all directions. Although she was still very far away from her goal of shattering the sky, the bone-gnawing hatred of being separated from her family in the flames of war made her unable to tolerate anyone slandering and defaming the people she cared about. That's right. As a great master, it is not graceful for you to ridicule the talents of mortals. Huang Yaolao forced his eyeballs to retract their eyeballs that jumped an inch out of their sockets, swallowed his saliva, and stammered in retort. No one noticed that at this moment, a beautiful hexagonal ice crystal suddenly appeared in the spirit testing stone that fell in the corner. The growth of this ice flower was so abrupt that it could not be supported by the crude spirit testing stone. It was forced to materialize in the human world because of its overbearing power. It is extraordinarily beautiful, and its intricate branches and details faintly reveal a rare and powerful force of rules. Moreover, this power is strangely of the same origin as the recent night cold, and even the demonic thunder a month ago. So at the moment when the test spirit stone was cracked by the ice flowers, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the clear sky and a cold wind blew, indicating that today's low temperature and heavy rain would arrive ahead of schedule. Shivering violently in the cold wind, Huang Yaolao tortured Xiao Zhou 1,000 times in his heart. He originally wanted to slap old man Gao in the face, but the slap landed heavily on his own face. How can I regain my face now? With a blink of an eye, Huang Yaolao's eyes fell on Zhen Xiaoxiao. He thought of the evil method that he had learned from the master of the evil dragon sect at a great price. As long as an evil talisman is planted in the disciple's body, her alchemy ability can be forcibly enhanced. Unfortunately, from the day the talisman is planted, the vitality of the recipient will be gradually deprived by the talisman. Within 7 or 8 years, the recipient will wither and become a corpse. Ahem, let's put it this way. Idiots don't count. 5 years later, my disciple Jin Xiaoxiao and your disciple Zihuan will compete again to see who is the true genius of alchemy. So, what if it's the 8-foot fire? So, what if it's the Dan Yuan? Anyway, they are not my descendants, and this 7-leaf valley is not my family business. I'll die if I want to, so I'll fight for my dignity first. Zhen Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable being stared at by Huang Yaolao and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Unfortunately, Gao Buli did not give Huang Yaolao any chance to turn things around. 5 years is too long. We don't know what will happen by then. Don't wait that long. Let's have a fight now. Master, I want to return to the sect. Zihuan frowned and interrupted Gao Buli at the right time. She didn't want to cause a rift between her and Jin Xiaoxiao because of the relationship between their masters. Under normal circumstances, Gao Buli would protect Zihuan very well and would always keep his word to her. However, today, even if a god came to persuade him, he would not give up. Today is the time to put an end to the feud between him and Huang Dabi. Facing Huang Yaolao's increasingly dark face, Gao Buli grinned and sneered. He suddenly waved his right hand forward, and 7 different colored pills flew out of his sleeve pocket and flew forward. You probably only heard that my disciple Zihuan is a genius with 8-leaf wood spiritual roots, but you don't know her true extraordinariness. 7 fan pills. Huang Yaoshe frowned, and the flying pill fell into his palm. As long as you are a pharmacist, you will be familiar with Qifan pills. These 7 pills are easy to make. Talented disciples can make a few according to the recipes right after they get started, so they are often used as a means to test the comprehension of alchemy practitioners. This is the Qifan pill that my disciple Zihuan condensed on the day he became an initiate. To understand the Tao of the vision pill, one not only needs the support of strong fire and wood spiritual roots, but the most important thing is the word enlightenment. Whether he is a genius or a mediocrity, we will know after one try. Master Gao looked at Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou with disdain and said, "If your 2 disciples can condense the first 4 of the 7 ordinary pills today, I will lose." When Huang Yaolao heard this, his eyes immediately spurted fire, and he squeezed the 7 Qifan pills in his hand until they made a crackling sound. What do you mean by 2 disciples together? It sounds like he got a great deal. If one of the 2 is a fool, how can it count? Old man. Throwing out 7 pills, he claimed that they were condensed by his own disciples. Who knows if there is any trick? Even if Xiaoxiao can really make 4 pills today, he is still inferior. Hearing the 2 alchemists bickering, the 7-leaf elders felt a headache. Why are these 2 so angry that they can't stop? They both have powerful disciples with true spiritual roots. Isn't that good? Only the 2 alchemy disciples of Lianshan were happy to hear their master publicize the power of Zihuan. Although Zihuan herself did not like to be in the limelight, they wished that everyone in the world would shout Zihuan's name and trample all the so-called proud daughters of heaven under their feet, as if this would highlight their vision and status. As a cultivator, it is good to compare, but the 2 alchemists should not let this hurt the harmony. I think we should leave today's matter alone. Come. Our sect has recently collected some Peng Lai immortal tea. Master Gao, please follow me to Jiuxian Peak to taste it. Guru watching, the leader of the 7 Leaves Valley, forced a smile on his face, but in his heart he had tortured the 2 men to death hundreds of times. Why is he the leader of the Dan sect? As long as there is no big mistake, he must obey the Dan master in everything? If you were born in the Lingmen territory and became the boss of the beast-taming sect, you would be arrogant and would beat up anyone you disliked. Gao Buli really didn't give face? Before Guru watching could finish his words, he slammed the yellow light from his sleeves onto the ground. A 500-year-old stick of Rehmannia glutinosa, do you want to bet or not? He stretched his neck and looked at Huang Yaolao provocatively, his eyes full of red bloodshot.
Wow.
What a big gamble. Screams were heard everywhere. Is this a 500-year-old medicinal herb? One of the elders in the medicine cabinet said, with shining eyes. There is only one Jilon of similar age in our medicine cabinet that can barely compare with it. Xiang Qian whispered with his brothers. As expected of a sect leader, this root of Rehmannia root is worth 50,000. Or 150,000 French currency, right? All the disciples in the medicine pavilion stared at the ground with a fiery gaze, especially Huang Yaolao, who almost drooled when he saw the 500-year-old Rehmannia root. He snorted violently and trembled with excitement. When the temperature of Huanqing pill changed for the second time, the main ingredient missing was a piece of aged Rehmannia root. Let's bet. Huang Yaolao stood up suddenly from his seat, fearing that the other party would change his mind at the last minute. Although Gao Buli is competitive, the conditions he proposed are not too harsh. Among the 7 ordinary pills, only the 5th pill is a threshold. A few new medicine apprentices can meet the requirements of condensing the first 4 pills at one time. This possibility is even greater in Jin Xiaoxiao, who once attracted the 7-leaf ding pill. Madness. Although it was still unclear what Gao Buli was going to do, Zihuan had already smelled a conspiracy from this unequal bet. Unfortunately, even the 7-leaf Valley Master couldn't stop it, so with her current strength and status, she was even more helpless. Huang Yaolao was indeed stupid. He had no idea that he was stepping into a trap step by step. He simply threw a 300-year-old laughing oriole vine on the ground and gave 2 pill recipes to Zhen Xiaoxiao, who passively accepted the gamble, and the idiot, who had a confused expression. Seeing the wilted laughing oriole vine standing next to the Rehmannia glutinosa, Gao Buli's old face twitched violently. 300-year-old medicinal herbs and 500-year-old medicinal herbs are not even of the same order of magnitude, okay? Seeing that he was determined to fight, the treacherous Huang Dabi took out inferior items to gamble. He was simply a black-hearted rogue. However, even though he knew he was at a disadvantage, he said nothing, as if he was eager for the alchemy competition to proceed smoothly. Seeing that the matter was irreversible, Zihuan gave Jin Xiaoxiao an apologetic look. But from another perspective, Zihuan was looking forward to seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao's talent in alchemy. Where the eastern spiritual realm is located is called Zhaoyao. Dongling, Beiyan, Shiqi, and Nanding. Each of the 4 continents is blocked by a divine wind wall and is not connected to each other. Due to the existence of the divine wind wall, the cultivation methods used by the 4 continents are very different, and most people don't even know each other's existence. But what's interesting is that the core of the cultivation methods of the 4 continents' masters can't escape the 2 paths of beast magic and alchemy. Zihuan was proficient in the alchemy beast formation spell in her previous life, and Zhen Xiaoxiao also had a good spiritual root, so with her perfectionist nature, she couldn't help but be curious about Zhen Xiaoxiao's growth potential in the art of alchemy. But Xiaoxiao hates being forced into something the most. If she had to accept the gamble this time, she would most likely feel uncomfortable and want to cause trouble. No, I have to persuade her. Zihuan, who was familiar with Zhen Xiaoxiao's personality, was afraid that she would be unhappy and make the situation a mess. She was about to comfort her, but was surprised to see a strange but determined look in Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes. How so? The sun rose from the west today? Zihuan was a little dumbfounded. Zihuan didn't know that Jin Xiaoxiao was holding back a lot of anger in her heart. Smash the sky. The goal of reaching the sky is simply out of reach for her now, so she simply believes that the only way for herself to accumulate the power to collapse the sky is to challenge all difficulties and thorns. A towering building rises from the ground. After walking through thousands of mountains, you will walk through the sky. This bet is the first thing that Jin Xiaoxiao is going to break. Very good, Xiaoxiao, you have grown up. A smile suddenly appeared in Zihuan's eyes. She felt a sense of accomplishment seeing the little pig at home finally make progress and start to eat hard to gain weight. Seeing that Jin Xiaoxiao was holding the pill recipe and starting to study it carefully, Xiang Qian immediately took out the herbs and medicine cauldron from the medicine cabinet and placed them in front of Zhen Xiaoxiao. Portion for Xia Zhaozu. Since Gao Buli said that both disciples should compete, then let's give it a try. Maybe Zhou Zhou is a talented person. Although he has no spiritual roots, he is unique in the way of alchemy. Facts tell Xiang Qian that sometimes one should not be too kind. Seeing the red and green grass leaves on the small plate, the hungry idiot's eyes immediately lit up, and before anyone could react, he grabbed the grass and stuffed it into his mouth. After a moment, he briefly commented on the taste of the food this time, spitting the grass leaves in his mouth onto the ground and stomping on them hard to show his dissatisfaction. Ahaha, this guy is making me laugh to death. He is simply hopelessly stupid. The disciples who were just watching the show laughed wildly, but were soon glared back by Huang Yaolao's murderous gaze.
Fool.
I'm going to kill you. The anger in Huang Yaolao's eyes was simple and easy to understand. It's over, it's over. Looking at Huang Yaolao's murderous eyes, Zhen Xiaoxiao felt that Xiao Zhozhou was in great danger this time, and the situation was not good. It seems that I have to try my best to see if I can appease the master's anger? Zhen Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and focused her attention on the recipe in front of her. The densely packed words on the yellow paper recorded the names, uses, and production methods of 7 kinds of elixirs. The first chiffon pill is red in color and is actually a basic hemostatic pill. Ordinary folk doctors also use the same herbal liquid to stop bleeding, and the alchemist is simply further condensing the medicinal properties while controlling the firepower. Real junior sister, is this okay?
Of course I can.
I'm the true spirit of 8 Zhang fire. Shocked by Zhen Xiaoxiao's powerful reaction to the previous test, the Qiye disciples, who were slapped in the face, no longer dared to say a bad word about her. Of course not. She's just a country who has never seen the world. Whether it will work or not is hard to say. After all, the quality of spiritual roots has no direct relationship with the understanding of alchemy. The elder of the medicine pavilion said the most pertinent thing. After memorizing the recipe, Zhen Xiaoxiao lowered her head and stared at the raw materials in front of her. What Xiang Qian took out from the medicine cabinet were all whole medicinal plants, which needed to be processed by the alchemist himself before being put into the cauldron. Looking at the strange-looking medicine guillotines, triangular cones, and utensils in the basket, Zhen Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and picked up the one that suited him best. A kitchen knife. The black stem needed to be sliced, and the big chongqing needed to be juiced. She picked up the black stem and placed it on the table, then cut it quickly and skillfully. The expressions of the crowd were indescribable. Zhen Xiaoxiao, as a disciple of the medicine pavilion, chose such a tool.
Puff.
Ha ha. Kitchen knife. Is this girl from the kitchen? She can't even use a guillotine. It's so funny. Lian Shan's straight eyebrows flew to his temples due to laughing so hard. Huang Yaolao stared at the kitchen knife in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand, and his face immediately turned as dark as charcoal. I never expected that this girl was so poor that she never went to school. It's over. I was deceived by her fire spirit root. This bet is going to fail. He pushed the black stem aside and didn't even use the mortar. Zhen Xiaoxiao just swung the kitchen knife sideways and hit the leaves of the vinca major, making a paw-paw sound. Every time the medicine table sounded, the disciples in the medicine pavilion couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the sword light flashing in the air, they felt frightened. Xiao Zhozhou, who was standing aside, saw the familiar knife skills and seemed to smell the aroma of food. He couldn't help but have his eyes shining and drool. Soon the chongqing mushroom turned into flour paste on the table, which was wrapped in gauze by Zhen Xiaoxiao, and the juice was squeezed out. Although all the materials obtained were correct, Zhen Xiaoxiao's ungraceful processing process made the onlookers laugh at her. This guy has a strong spiritual root, but he wants to refine the first 4 of the 7 immortal pills?
Hey.
It's a fantasy, right? Faced with these mocking looks, Zhen Xiaoxiao was a little timid, but when she thought about her goal of reaching the sky, she quickly regained her composure, put the stems and juice into the pot in order, and carefully controlled the temperature of the fire. What if I don't know how to use the medicine? This girl didn't make any mistakes. After half an incense stick, a very faint medicinal fragrance leaked out from the furnace, indicating the end of the fire refining process. It tastes as light as water. An old man with a white beard shrugged and commented. This person's name is Luo Er. He is the only one among the 5 Danyuan disciples in the medicine pavilion who has a clear gaze, does not make any sarcastic remarks, but seriously observes Zhen Xiaoxiao, refining the elixir. Senior brother Luo said that the taste is as light as water. That means that the medicinal properties have dissipated and only the residue is left. The other 4 people standing next to Luo Er giggled. At this moment, Zhen Xiaoxiao opened the lid of the tripod. As the fire in the furnace flickered, a red pill suddenly burst out from the cauldron. What happened? It actually became a pill. Looking at the red pill jumping out of the cauldron, the 4 Danyuan disciples who were just laughing looked like they were hit by a club from behind. They opened their mouths blankly, with a look of disbelief. Brother Luoer, didn't you just say that the taste was as bland as water? An unwilling voice sounded. That's what you said, but have you forgotten that the taste is as light as water? There is another possibility. Was interrupted by a joyful voice of Dan is here. Before he could finish his words, seeing that his disciple had completed the task despite his crude methods, Huang Yao smiled and waved towards Qidan, wanting to take it in his palm to taste its quality. A foundation-building cultivator can release spiritual energy, so it is no problem for him to take objects from a distance. Unfortunately, before the red pill fell into his hands, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out of the crowd. The black figure appeared above the heads of the disciples like a bat with its wings spread, and it opened its big mouth to swallow the red pill floating in the air hole.
Shoot.
Where's Dan? What's going on? It's Zhou. He ate the pill. Wow, 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 wow. The jaws of the Qiye Valley disciples all dropped to the ground, staring blankly at Xiao Zhou, who is standing in the middle of the square smacking his lips. Fragrant. The food made by Xiao is still delicious, but these grass are too stingy. Can't they have bigger ones? Otherwise, can you make another pot for me? This person didn't realize that he was about to be stabbed to death by everyone's gaze. He just looked at Zhen Xiaoxiao with drool, trying to get food with an aggrieved expression. You useless good-for-nothing. Can't you just be patient? Zhen Xiaoxiao slammed the kitchen knife on the table and put her hands on her hips in anger. Where did Xiaoxiao pick up this clown? Someone is going to die. Zihuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Previously, I was glad that Xiaoxiao had matured a lot and was no longer naughty, but now I realized that it was because there was someone by her side who was more likely to cause trouble. The red elixir that was finally refined was gone just like that. It's over, it's over. Master's expression doesn't look right. He will definitely punish junior brother Zhou to guard the Black Forest. Xiang Qian was sweating profusely, and his face showed signs of dehydration. Huang Yaolao, who was sitting in a daze, took a long while to react, and his hoarse roar immediately resounded through the sky. Beat him to death with sticks, this idiot. Seeing Huang Yaolao jump up and swing the bench in anger, Zhen Xiaoxiao was so scared that she quickly jumped out and waved her hands.
No.
There's one more. There's one more here. As soon as he finished speaking, a second red pill jumped out of the furnace. Why is there more? Huang Yaoshi's eyes suddenly flashed, and he immediately used his spiritual energy to tightly wrap the second pill. A wisp of white air enveloped the second pill rising from the belly of the cauldron, completely destroying the possibility of the fool snatching the pill from the tiger's mouth again. One portion of medicinal materials was used to refine 2 red pills. This is beyond imagination. No wonder the smell of the medicine is as light as water, because the alchemist controls the fire very carefully and wastes very little, retaining all the medicinal properties in the finished pill. Everyone who previously thought that Zhen Xiaoxiao's behavior of swinging the medicinal leaves with a kitchen knife was very crude now looked at her with a different look.
Could it be?
Someone's eyes sparkled, and he looked thoughtful. Using a kitchen knife to process the grass leaves will make the juice of the changchun more concentrated and pure? Okay. I will try it with a kitchen knife in the future. Because of this sentence, kitchen knives were sold out in the market outside the valley within the next 10 days. Nonsense. Yu Hongguang tore at his scalp. This is definitely an accident. She is clearly an outsider. Come again. Feeling that he had easily crushed the first goal, Zhen Xiaoxiao waved the kitchen knife and shouted loudly, with a smug look on his face, as if the sky was one step closer to his feet. Here you go again, look at how proud you are. Only when he looked at Zhen Xiaoxiao could he find a hint of smile in Zihuan's cold eyes. The quality of the red pill just now was 3 cracked. If it was a little worse, it would have shattered. Xiaoxiao must change her impatient temper in the future, otherwise she won't be able to go far in the immortal path. Just as Zihuan was making plans for Zhen Xiaoxiao's future, Xiangqian had already brought up the raw materials needed for Qingdan. Seeing junior sister Zhen Xiao skillfully raising the kitchen knife and chopping at the medicine table again, the expressions of the disciples in the medicine pavilion changed from disdain to seriousness, and even their breathing became heavy. I want to learn this method of chopping medicine with a kitchen knife. There are thousands of alchemy methods in the world. Maybe the sword skills of the real junior sister were taught by a folk master. Take a closer look. This simplicity seems to reveal an indescribable domineering aura.
Hey.
Yeah, what's with that look on your face? She is clearly a lowly cook. Don't be fooled by her. Feeling that he was being isolated, Yu Hongguang's expression became more and more distorted. It's extremely crude and can't even be compared to one finger of my Huan. If she can refine 4 pills, we will stuff our heads into our crotches. Now only the 2 alchemy disciples of Lianshan still share the same hatred with Yu Hongguang. Luzier didn't notice that as soon as he opened his mouth, Zihuan raised her lotus feet and moved 2 steps to the side. From the time he came to watch the ceremony until now, Zihuan has walked dozens of meters and is about to stand in the team of Qiye disciples. It is obvious that he wants to get away from some noisy things.
Bang, bang, bang.
Above the Yaga Square, the sound of knives hitting vegetables could be heard continuously. The process of refining the orange pill was obviously much smoother than that of the red pill, and soon a 2-split pill jumped out of the furnace. The orange pill is nothing special. A sky-stepping strongman can easily crush it. Zhen Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. After another incense stick of time, a yellow elixir appeared in front of the world again. In addition, in front of Xiao Zhozhou, who was so hungry that his eyes turned blue, there was a pot of bean porridge. He multitasked, controlling 2 cauldrons fire at the same time. The bean porridge wafted in the air, and the quality of the yellow ochre was flawless. The pill is round, as if wrapped in honey. The medicinal fragrance spreads over 100 meters. It is not strong or overpowering, just right. Luo air blinked, unable to hide the admiration on his face. Medicinal residue, broken pills, 3 cracks, 2 cracks, 1, flawless, perfect, containing light, 5 colors. These are the lifelong pursuits of all alchemists from low-level to legendary for the quality of medicinal pills. As the difficulty of refining the 7 ordinary pills increased, the quality of the pills refined by Zhen Xiaoxiao did not decrease but increased. This only showed that she had indeed never been exposed to alchemy before, but her skills improved rapidly after 3 furnaces of pills, proving that her understanding of alchemy was indeed extraordinary. Zihuan's eyes were full of smiles, but the strange thing was that facing the situation that the 4 Dan were about to achieve, Gao Buli did not get angry and still had a sinister smile on his face. Yellow elixir is nothing but grass. A powerful person like Tian can crush it so easily. Shaking his head, Zhen Xiaoxiao called Xiangqian to take out the raw materials for the last green pill. Although her expression at this moment appeared to be smug in Zihuan's eyes, in the eyes of Qiye's disciples who were already deeply impressed by the cleaver alchemy Dao. This is clearly unfathomable. I admire you. I want to apologize for my previous remarks. She is truly a darling of heaven. Not only does she have an amazing true fire spiritual root, but she also has a promising future in the attainment of alchemy. Ahaha. Green pill is just a piece of cake for my beloved disciple. Seeing that the situation was good, Huang Yao smiled triumphantly. His face was greasy, and his 2 huge nostrils facing upwards almost took up half of his face. Snort. Huang Dabi. Just have fun to your heart's content. Looking at Huang Yaolao's arrogant appearance, Gao Buli was filled with malice. I purposely lost this game to you so that you would suddenly hear bad news when you were so happy, thus causing your Tao heart to break. Based on my understanding of you over the years, you lost because of your lack of tolerance. When your beloved disciple finishes refining the fourth pill and sees the second temperature-changing main ingredient of the Huanqing pill, Rehmannia glutinosa, in his hands, your pride and complacency will surely swell to the extreme. At that time, I will definitely tell you the shocking news and smash your head so hard that your mood will go from heaven to Hades in a single breath, and you will be haunted by evil thoughts from then on and unable to extricate yourself. Gao Buli had such a vicious plan. He actually used a long-awaited Rehmannia route to break his heart. As if catering to Gao Buli's dark heart, the dark clouds attracted by Xiao Zhozhou's spiritual test finally turned into endless haze, covering the earth. Tick. A drop of cold rain fell on Zhen Xiaoxiao. Not good. Seeing that the fourth green pill was about to succeed, the sudden change in air temperature suddenly changed the speed of the drug's condensation. When the heavy rain suddenly started, there was a strange sizzling sound in the medicine cauldron, and the smell of the pill was about to float out from the air hole on the furnace cover. Zhen Xiaoxiao decisively put out the fire under the medicine furnace, preventing the pill from being destroyed any further. Well, the disciples in the medicine pavilion looked at each other in bewilderment. Brother Luo, this? Someone asked cautiously. It's ruined. Luo Er's answer was concise, but his expression looked a little ugly. This is common sense for all alchemists. Stopping the fire in the middle of alchemy is a taboo in alchemy. 9 out of 10 times, the medicine will be destroyed and the pill will scatter. The correct approach should be to use spiritual energy to stimulate the furnace of green pills and get it done quickly. Unfortunately, Zhen Xiaoxiao not only lacks common sense, but also lacks spiritual energy. The number of 7 ordinary pills refined in one go was a capital for alchemists to show off to their peers, especially new alchemists, who would often have such conversations. Hello, I am Xiangqian, the second Dan Dan Tuesday. Haha, you can't be naive. I am the fourth Dan Dan to Luo Er.
Wow.
The fourth Dan? That's awesome. From now on, Brother Luo Er is my big brother. Zhen Xiaoxiao clearly had the potential to become a top boss in the Four Dawn, but his dream was shattered by a cold rain. You little brat. Do you think you deserve the honor of the Four Dawn? Lianshan's Yi Mei and Lu Jier's faces immediately regained some color. If Zhen Xiaoxiao didn't get frustrated again, would they really have to stuff their heads in their crotches? What's wrong?
She failed, right?
Haha. She finally failed. Xiaoxiao, you also have to suffer this day. Yu Hongguang had no idea about alchemy, but he saw clues from the expressions of the disciples in the medicine pavilion and smiled lasciviously. Although his idea of easily suppressing Zhen Xiaoxiao was shattered, it did not stop him from ridiculing her every setback. The rain was falling heavily, pressing on Zhen Xiaoxiao's shoulders, causing some pain, but her back remained straight, and bean-sized raindrops splashed on her body. Brother Xiang, give me 1 thistle, 1 calamus, and 1 portion of rhinoceros horn powder. Zhen Xiaoxiao looked a little crazy. After thinking for a moment, he shouted decisively. What? What does she want to do with the additional grass now? Everyone raised their eyebrows in surprise. After all this, do you still want to make the elixir in one go? This is simply a fantasy. Lianshan Yazimiai and Lizier found it ridiculous. Even the purple ring they had been dreaming of consumed 2 portions of raw materials to successfully produce 1 green pill. This pill has extremely high requirements for temperature control. Once the fire has been stopped, no matter what is added when it is reignited, the furnace will explode. If Zhen Xiaoxiao had known earlier that Lu Dan had an unstable character, she might have hesitated. But at this moment, she was ignorant and fearless, and she was only determined to crush her goal. She didn't know anything about other herbs. She was only familiar with the raw materials of the previous 3 types of Qifan pills. At this critical moment, her mind was clearer than ever. Zhen Xiaoxiao tried her best to save her half-destroyed furnace of green pills. Perhaps he was intimidated by the unyielding tone in Zhen Xiaoxiao's words. This time, Xiang Qian didn't even look at his master's expression and quickly brought the 3 medicinal herbs to her. The first thing Zhen Xiaoxiao did was not to relight the fire, but to grab some rhino horn powder, open the furnace, and sprinkle a layer of it inside. It's another dish made in the kitchen. It's bitter, and they add some icing sugar? The straight-browed man laughed. He had never seen such a strange way of cooking. Shut up, you evil disciple. Gao Buli, who had never expressed his opinion about Zhen Xiaoxiao, felt his heart skip a beat this time. As a sex alchemist, Gao Buli naturally understood Zhen Xiaoxiao's intention. Rhino horn powder is the main ingredient of yellow ochre, and it also inhibits the activity of the golden leaves in green ochre. If the liquid medicine is buried with rhino horn powder first, it is indeed possible to greatly reduce the chance of explosion due to reignition of the fire. This idea sounds crude, and may even have a great impact on the quality of the pill. It will never be adopted by a formal alchemist. If it were done by myself or Huang Dabi, we would definitely use more sophisticated means. But everything she is doing now is the result of Zhen Xiaoxiao's original creativity. For a novice who is new to the Tao of alchemy, she is using her meager experience to create a miracle. After all, the source of all her knowledge of medicinal herbs was nothing more than a description of the main ingredient of the Qifan pill on a piece of thin pill recipe paper. After sprinkling the rhino horn powder, Zhen Xiaoxiao started to rekindle the fire. Her way of lighting the fire was also very strange. She did not light the pine pile randomly, but squatted on the ground and slowly put in pieces of wood one by one. This is a skill she acquired by watching her adoptive father prepare the inn's signature dishes. By controlling the amount of charcoal and controlling the fire to slowly increase in the gentlest way, she can lock in the most delicious and natural flavor of the ingredients. Although Dan was not a newbie, under Zhen Xiaoxiao's gentle care, the rekindling furnace did not make any unusual sizzling noises, giving her the opportunity to use the other 2 new auxiliary materials to reduce the hidden dangers caused by the sudden change in furnace temperature. After 1 stick of incense, the fire in the cauldron became bright, and the rekindled cauldron did not explode. The fragrance spread out, and although the pill was covered with cracks and only about 10% of its medicinal properties remained, it was still a pill. Qifan green pill.
Shock.
All the disciples in the medicine pavilion forgot to breathe. If the formation of the 3 elixirs before represented Zhen Xiaoxiao's excellent learning talent, then saving the elixir this time was entirely out of an alchemy instinct. Alchemy. Proud girl. Luo Er's voice was hoarse. No one has ever heard such an evaluation from the white-bearded old man who is rigorous in his academic research. Looking at their crotches, Easy Mei and Lu Ji decided to completely forget what they had said before.
Xiao.
Your potential is greater than I thought. Zihuan's eyes lit up with brilliance. Xiang Qian rushed towards Zhen Xiaoxiao. Junior sister, You're trying too hard. I really admire your spirit of never giving up. Others would have to ask for the raw materials 5 or 6 times to condense this green pill, but you succeeded in just 1 go. You are truly a role model for all of us alchemists. He was so excited that he was incoherent and tears welled up in his eyes. He could only hold Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand tightly to express his endless admiration. What? With a click, my little chest cracked. If the first batch of pills is ruined, can I still ask for raw materials to refine them again, a 3rd time, a 4th time? Until I can't refine any more and have to give up? Why didn't you tell me such an important rule earlier? I almost thought I was dead. Brother, you are too kind.
He.
Zhen Xiaoxiao squeezed out a ha-ha from between his teeth. He didn't break Xiangqian's fingers directly because the other party was working hard to supplement the materials for him. Junior sister, you have great strength in your hands. Xiangqian was amazed that he had discovered another extraordinary quality of his junior sister. No wonder she could turn the master's precious spirit testing stone into dregs in an instant. Everyone present was full of admiration for Zhen Xiaoxiao, including the Danyuan disciples of the medicine pavilion, who no longer had any unconvinced thoughts in their hearts. Only the two great alchemists looked at Jin Xiaoxiao with a truly terrifying gaze. How much effort does it take to cultivate a generation of alchemists? This woman can revive the fire and save the furnace with only 3 furnaces of alchemy experience. Such terrifying alchemy potential makes the predecessors feel like the end of the world. This girl, within 30 years.
No.
10 years. She will surpass me. This absurd thought made Huang Yaolao feel a chill down his spine, and he began to feel petty and repulsive and disgusted with her. Just at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly resounded throughout the valley. What a genius! My 7-leaf valley has waited for 100 years and finally ushered in the light of revitalization today. Ahahahaha! Our sect is so relieved. Guru Watching was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Possessing the beast scale true fire and possessing such strong potential in alchemy, he is even more powerful than Gingi, the designated successor to the sect leader. After all, since the founder, there has never been a person in the valley who practiced both alchemy and beast magic and was strong in both. Not knowing that Guru Watching's words also included the beast scale true fire hidden by Jin Xiaoxiao, the flattering Qiye people immediately echoed. Junior sister is so awesome. A genius in alchemy, a master of magic elixirs, and the light of rejuvenation. Yu Weiwu. Yu Hongguang angrily stepped on the hat and foamed at the mouth. The more powerful Jin Xiaoxiao became, the angrier he became, but the angrier he became, the higher Jin Xiaoxiao jumped, as if she alone had taken all the benefits. One day, you will lie down and call me daddy. Staring at Jin Xiaoxiao's pretty little face, Yu Hongguang swore a poisonous oath in his heart. The laughter and cheers that echoed in the valley became the final spark that ignited the jealousy in Huang Yaolao's heart. What does it mean to be a genius who has been waiting for 100 years and the light of revitalization of Qiye Valley? Is this master useless in the eyes of the valley master and all the disciples? His eyes suddenly turned cold. Good. You little girl. As a disciple, you don't know how to respect your teacher. And you, Guru Watching. Since you are blind, the day when my master refines the Huanqing pill will be the day when the 7-leaf valley changes hands. Angrily, old Huang Yao rolled up the laughing oriole vine and the radiant Rehmannia root on the ground into his sleeves. Looking up, she saw Huang Yaolao collecting the fruits of victory, and Jin Xiaoxiao tried hard to straighten her flat chest. Should be praised? Jin Xiaoxiao had a smile on her face, but what she saw in her master's eyes was disgust and indifference.
What?
You're still angry. Jin Xiaoxiao was really puzzled. She had worked very hard to achieve all her goals, so why did her master still dislike her? Unless... He looked back at Xiao Zhozhou, who was happily drinking porridge while holding the medicine cauldron, and mistakenly thought that this was the problem.
No.
Jin Xiaoxiao clenched her fists suddenly. We must not let Xiao Zhozhou be kicked out. Without the protection of the 7-leaf locking mountain formation, once he leaves the sect, the crocodile monster will definitely eat him till not a bone is left. I want to plead for him.
But
if I speak up now, will it not be enough? While Jin Xiaoxiao looked hesitant, Gao Buley finally straightened his chest proudly. The root of Rehmannia glutinosa that he lost was worth 150,000 French francs. Even for the chief alchemist of Lianshan, it would take a long time to accumulate it. Today, he spent a huge sum of money. He will never give up until Huang Danny's heart is broken. I've waited for so long, just for the moment of joy that Huang Yaolao will experience when he obtains the treasure. He is going crazy when he hears great joy and great sorrow. Gao Buley coughed twice and cleared his throat, preparing to turn the information he had accumulated for a long time into a sharp blade and pierce it heavily into the chest of his old rival. Huang Dabi, Brother Xiang, give me the raw materials for the last 3 kinds of pills. I want to reach the pinnacle of the 7 pills. Everyone saw Jin Xiaoxiao with red eyes, slapping the lid of the medicine cauldron and jumping up.
What?
Junior sister wants to make pills? The disciples in the medicine pavilion were all shocked. As expected of the junior sister of the divine pills, she is not here to compete, but to challenge herself. She has such ambition on the first day of joining the sect. We, the disciples of the generation of the pills, should learn from her. Xiang Qian nodded repeatedly with excitement. In his mind, the image of Zhen Xiaoxiao was already towering and glorious. Zhen Xiaoxiao is not interested in fame. She just wants to save Xiao Zhozhou's life. The master is very proud, so if that's the case, then she will refine the 7 fan pills and make the master laugh like a silver bell in this cold rain. Give it to her. Huang Yaolao's answer was never so straightforward. Such a small persistence is surprising. Isn't it human nature to quit while you're ahead? But Huang Yaolao felt that this was better. It would just kill her fighting spirit and let the people of Qiye see clearly how the light of rejuvenation they talked about was tragically extinguished. The 5th pill of the 7 ordinary pills, Qingling, needs to be made with grass leaves to produce spiritual energy for the cultivator to breathe in and out. No matter how talented a country girl who has never been exposed to spiritual energy cultivation is, it is absolutely impossible for her to create something out of nothing behind closed doors. Gao Buli was just in a daze when he saw the disciples of the medicine pavilion happily moving herbs out of the warehouse and piling them in front of Zhen Xiaoxiao. Not good. Gao Buli wanted to slap himself twice, but he was just a word late and missed the best opportunity to strike Huang Dabi. It would be a bit awkward to mention the news now. What to do? Gao Buli's gaze fell back on Zhen Xiaoxiao. Thinking of this, Gao Buli immediately shouted, I don't believe this woman's attainments in alchemy. I want to test the elixir. This sudden change made Zhen Xiaoxiao's face change suddenly, and the herbs in her hand fell to the ground with a,
You've already lost, old man.
Why are you still struggling? You've been observing my disciples' alchemy process. You've also tested all the raw materials from the medicine cabinet. What could go wrong? On the one hand, he was disgusted with the potential that Zhen Xiaoxiao showed in the art of alchemy, but on the other hand, Huang Yaolao was happily enjoying the face she had won for him. Seeing the anxiety on Gao Buli's face, he immediately made a teasing remark. In the alchemy competition, the alchemists on both sides are indeed qualified to test the medicinal properties of each other, but cheating rarely happens under such public scrutiny. It is my right to propose a trial pill. Master Gao Dan stood in the rain, raised his chin proudly, and without saying anything, stretched out his finger, emitting a flash of light. Before everyone's eyes could follow the direction of the finger, they heard a scream from the crowd.
Wow.
Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a fair-faced young man among the disciples of the medicine pavilion leaning against the wall and slowly sliding toward the ground. A terrible big cut appeared on his pale face. As the man fell, blood gushed out from the wound and soon mixed with rainwater and flowed into the cracks between the bricks. Scare. The disciples were silent, trembling in fear in the rain. It was the first time in their memory that a visitor from another sect had injured someone. Gao Buli, this is my Qiye Valley. You are too presumptuous. The valley master roared in anger, and the pressure from his body emanated, causing the raindrops falling from the air to bounce 10 feet away, drawing a vague shape of a beast. He had long been troubled by the competition among alchemists, but he had never expected Gao Buli to be so arrogant that he actually dared to injure his own disciples on his territory. Don't use too much force. As long as the red pill is a real blood-clotting pill, his injury will disappear within 3 breaths. Gao Buli put his hands in his sleeves, his expression grim. When the time comes, I will personally apologize to you and the injured medicine disciple. While giving Faber 100,000 as an apology, I will also open up the right to pick herbs in the Lotus Mountain Medicine Valley for the Qiye disciples for 10 years. What? Lianshan Medicine Valley? Gao Buli's conditions made Guru watching, who was furious, stunned. Although Qiye Valley also has its own medicine valley, the newly built medicine field has not been planted for long enough. However, due to some special reasons, the piece of medicine passed down by the ancestors has not been harvested for many years. The lack of raw materials is the main reason for the current decline of the Qiye Valley's alchemy. The Lotus Mountain Medicinal Valley mentioned by Gao Buli is the area with the richest resources among the 4 small fairyland sections. I hope you keep your word. The voice was hoarse and low. After a long silence, the Valley Master clenched his fist, but did not extend it forward. No one noticed that when everyone was preparing to test the medicine, Zhen Xiaoxiao had tiptoed to the back of the fool and hid. "Xiao Zhou, get ready to run for your life." Her face was pale, and her body kept shaking, and no one knew what she was afraid of. "You will regret this, old man." When Huang Yaolao thought of the legendary century-old medicinal materials in the Lianshan medicinal field, he was overjoyed. This way, he no longer had to worry about the main medicine for the third temperature change of his Huanqing pill. It seemed that Gao Buli was really his lucky star. With no pity for his disciple at all, Huang Yao pinched the injured face of the fair-faced young man and stuffed the blood-clotting pill that Zhen Xiaoxiao had refined earlier into his mouth. The medicine made by Zhen Xiaoxiao is indeed very effective. As soon as the pill entered his throat, the white-faced medicine disciple shuddered and suddenly jumped up from the ground. The bleeding was not stopped immediately, but the tongue was 7 inches long, sticking out of the lips. Under everyone's dazed gaze, the poor fellow pushed Huang Yaolao to the ground, rushed to the entrance of the medicine pavilion, hugged the thickest stone pillar, and vomited one after another, becoming more and more uncontrollable.
Shoot.
"What's going on? Wow, that's disgusting. I feel like throwing up too. Get lost, don't spit on me." Is there really something wrong with Junior Sister Zhen's elixir? Everyone's eyes immediately changed when they saw Zhen Xiaoxiao. They thought the most terrifying thing about this drug was that every time the fair-faced young man vomited, an ugly green lump would swell up on his face. In just 3 or 2 breaths, he turned into an ugly big toad. This familiar scene awakened Zihuan's dormant memories, making her recall the mountain people who were knocked down, the real boss who was knocked down, and herself who managed not to fall down but had foam at the corners of her mouth. She shivered violently, and a rare look of fear appeared in Zihuan Bingyan's eyes. She never expected that Xiao Xiao's dark cooking skills, which were cursed by the god of death, would also spread to her alchemy. What a pity! What a pity! He has an extraordinary comprehension ability, but he suffered such a misfortune. It seems that he will not be able to practice the alchemy and beast paths together in the future. But why didn't that person? Zihuan's questioning gaze suddenly fell on Xiao Zhou again. Only then did she remember that this charred man not only swallowed the pills made by Zhen Xiaoxiao, but also drank up all the porridge she made with a happy look on his face. God, gifted. Maybe that idiot has a different physique and won't be poisoned by Xiao Xiao's poison, or maybe he has been poisoned by Xiao Xiao thousands of times, so his tolerance is very high, but his brain has been poisoned and made stupid. Unable to find a reason, Zihuan could only define Xiao Zhou in this way with a trembling heart. The person who was even more shocked than Zihuan was undoubtedly Gao Buli, who was standing in front.
Huh.
I clearly only pointed out that the wind contains poison, which makes the skin turn blue and blister, and I didn't add any vomiting ingredients, right? Seeing the handsome young man vomiting so horribly, Gao Buli's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and his pretended surprise turned into real horror.
Shoot.
Alchemy is indeed more terrible than cooking. Besides vomiting, there is also the side effect of turning into a toad. Her lips were trembling so much that she was a little scared of her own skills. This is impossible. Huang Yaolao's expression was as if he was struck by lightning, and he let out a hoarse roar from the depths of his throat. "Xiang Qian, come here." While calling his disciples, he quickly took out an orange pill from his sleeve. There's a problem with the blood-clotting red pill, perhaps it was an accident, so he wanted to try the effect of the satiety orange pill again. "Master." "No, don't." The small ball in the master's hand, which emitted a faint orange glow in the rain, looked so bright and dazzling at this moment, like a viper's venom sac or arsenic molded into a pill. He is not a fool. When Xiang Qian saw that the situation was not right, he tried to run away. However, his ability was limited, and his speed was too slow. In the blink of an eye, Huang Yaolao grabbed his neck, and he became a poor little white mouse. Tears are streaming down my face. Feeling the orange pill passing through the front teeth, causing a tremor in the teeth, falling on the tongue, cutting millions of taste buds, rolling into the throat, bringing with it a destructive and terrible taste. This series of taste shocks that make people question their lives is finally succinctly summed up in one word. After letting go of his hand, Huang Yaolao saw with bloodshot eyes that Xiang Qian also turned around and ran towards the medicine pavilion, hugging another stone pillar and vomiting continuously. Together with the handsome young man, you lower your head and I raise my neck. You tremble and I twitch. The interaction is so harmonious and vivid. Aga. Maybe because there were no ugly green spots on his face, Xiang Qian seemed to spit more rhythmically than the fair-faced young man. Brother Xiang is so pitiful. It seems like he has vomited his intestines out when I saw him. Xiang Qian's secret lover couldn't help but burst into tears, and the handkerchief he was biting in his mouth was about to be worn out. How can this be the junior sister of the divine pill? She is clearly the grandmaster of the way of poison. Everyone sighed from the bottom of their hearts and looked at Jin Xiaoxiao with eyes that were hard to tell whether it was fear or awe. He originally wanted to slander Jin Xiaoxiao, but after seeing the miserable looks of the disciples in the medicine pavilion after trying the medicine, Yu Hongguang wisely shut his mouth for the first time. Having fully realized the potent nature of the medicine, Huang Yaolao immediately shook out all the chiffon pills from his sleeves, trembling, for fear that he would also be contaminated by the unknown poison. The Valley Master and Great Elder Yuan Feng were standing in the rain, dumbfounded. It was not because their faith in Taoism was not firm, but everything that happened before their eyes was too unbelievable. Jin Xiaoxiao held Xiao Zhozhou's sleeve tightly, and when she realized that there were people in front and behind her and she had nowhere to escape, she suddenly stared fiercely at Gao Buli's old face. "You poison me," she testified angrily. Why did senior brother Xiangqian only, while the fair-faced young man had sores all over his body? That must have been Gao Buli's fault. A great pharmacist, in order to win, actually poisoned the wind in his fingers. How shameless. The pills that your disciple refines are all extremely poisonous. No matter how beautiful they are completely useless. She was afraid that the second test of the pill would give her away, but she never expected that the orange pill would also cause her to crazily. Gao Buli seemed to have seen through Jin Xiao, and his voice suddenly rose an octave, directly covering her voice. "Huang Dabi, you lost. Hurry up and return my 500-year-old Rehmannia root. Oh, and your laughing Oriole vine, which is of mixed quality. Although its quality is much worse, and it is not worthy of my attention, we are gentlemen who keep our promises. What a pity that your disciple is so disappointing. She is actually a hidden evil woman. In fact, I came here with sincerity in my heart. The conditions for the alchemy competition are not harsh at all. I just want to provide the main medicine for the second temperature change of your Lu Huanqing pill." Afraid of missing this opportunity and no longer having the chance to hurt others with the words he had been holding back for a whole day, Gao Buli spoke very quickly, as if he couldn't wait to see the scene of Huang Yaolao vomiting blood and falling to the ground in anger. However, no one noticed that someone on the scene moved. Xiao Zhozhou stood up from the ground with a deep look in his eyes. He was very angry at the change in people's attitude toward Xiao Xiao from enthusiasm to blame. "Isn't it just a piece of junk pill? Why are you so fierce? If the small one doesn't work, use mine." Grabbing the remaining herbs, Xiao Zhozhou threw them into the furnace. The fire went out silently, and the bronze furnace was instantly covered with strange ice marks like vines. The ice patterns reflect dazzling light in the sun. Their seemingly disorderly distribution faintly reveals some unknown rules. No matter from which angle you look at it, they are fascinating. This is really incredible alchemy. Wrapped in the cold air, the main medicine in the furnace showed no signs of freezing. Instead, it was directly shattered from the inside under the stimulation of the extreme freezing force, causing the essence of the plants and trees contained therein to be completely released, even more thoroughly than when fire-stimulated would to grow. At this moment, Xiang Qian called out, "Junior brother Zhou, what are you doing?" Among the crowd, only Xiang Qian noticed Xiao Zhozhou's unusual behavior, but he was just heartbroken that the medicine furnace was treated as a toy by a fool and did not see the point. When Xiang Qian called him, the idiot's sharp gaze instantly disappeared. The inspiration in his mind faded, and he no longer remembered what he wanted to do. However, after the ice power on the cauldron disappeared, the activated medicinal properties jumped up and down in the furnace out of control like a tiger escaping from a cage. Click, click. The sturdy alchemy furnace actually made a series of crisp sounds, as if it was about to at any time. Hello, hey, what's going on? Xiao Zhou looked terrified. The thing in my hand is a bit scary, it's going to explode.
Help.
Who'll save me? Why is no one paying attention to me? Forget it, it can't explode itself, so let it go to the sky, ha ha ha. With a flick of his wrist, the furnace emitting the breath of destruction flew out of his hand and flew into the sky. When everyone was attracted by the strange sound and looked back, the furnace filled with the breath of destruction had already flown to the top floor of the medicine pavilion, casting a dreamy glow on the ground. Huang Yao, who had no time to listen to Gao Buli's chatter, was so angry when he saw this scene. How dare you, evil disciple! My rejuvenating pill is on the top floor of the medicine pavilion. Huanqing pill is delicate and not only has extremely high requirements for temperature changes, but it also cannot be contaminated by the smell of other pills. If a medicine cauldron explodes in mid-air, it will inevitably have a strong impact on the quality of the pill, which will be difficult to remedy. But soon Huang Yaolao no longer had to worry about remedial measures, because with a huge roar, the medicine cauldron swung by the fool directly blew the top floor of the entire medicine pavilion into ashes, completely removing a layer. The entire alchemy room completely disappeared, not to mention the rejuvenating pill that had just completed its second temperature change in the furnace. Suddenly, without any shelter, the disciples felt that the heavy rain weighing on their shoulders today was so heavy. No, don't thank me for bringing you the Remania essence. Because of my rejuvenating pill, I completed the third temperature change early, so this year's spot as the guest elder of the Lihe clan is mine. Master Gao Dan stared with his eyes wide open and his jaw hanging open. He couldn't say anything that could clearly have powerful implications. If this news was released when Huang Yaolao had just snatched the Remania essence, he would definitely be overjoyed and sad, and his heart would be broken. But now, how could Huang Yaolao be angry with Gao Buli? His yellow beard was standing up to the sky, and he was so angry at the evil deeds of the evil disciple that he couldn't control himself. It's not the desire to compete with the old enemy, but the rage to kill. Zhou, you are so small. I am going to kill you to sacrifice my elixir. Rushing out with big strides, blood spurting out, Huang Yaolao pulled out a whisk from his sleeve and swept it directly over the heads of the two men. With this whisk, there is no chance of survival for the two of them. How dare you hurt me, you little rat! I will make sure you don't get reincarnated and be annihilated on the spot. Anger burst out of Zihuan's icy eyes. The strong sense of protection seemed to explode layers of dormant memories, causing her soul in this life to suddenly take a big step towards her previous life. However, just as her anger exploded, Great Elder Yuan Feng took action first. A slender silver sword gently blocked the whisk strands, instantly removing most of the force. However, the remaining power of the magic weapon still made Jin Xiaoxiao step back and fall on his ace. That was a close call. Zhen Xiaoxiao wiped the sweat from her neck, unable to forget the shadow of death at that moment. Junior brother Huang, the sect has its own rules. The two disciples did act a little foolishly this time, but their crime does not warrant the death penalty. Yuan Feng sighed. The fool is really stupid, and Xiaodun also has problems. But if there were no intrigues among the elders, how could two innocent new disciples be pushed to the forefront? She must die. Of course, she must die. She's already cheating right after she got married. If this girl doesn't die, the reputation of your Qiye Valley will be ruined by her. Izime and Lu Jie behind Gao Buli jump high, wishing they could kill Jin Xiaoyu immediately. One of the reasons was that this girl had outstanding potential in alchemy, which threatened Huanhuan's status as a favored daughter of heaven in the third-level sect. The most important reason was that she had embarrassed the two of them time and again. A poisonous girl with an 8-zhong true fire spiritual root was executed by the angry fire of her master. That is what we call heaven's wish come true, and it is so satisfying. Evil creature. He actually wants to harm my true scale beast fire fairy seedling. Hearing the voices of Master Lianshan and his apprentice, Valley Master Qiye suppressed a strong murderous intent in his eyes and shouted coldly, "Master Gao Dan, have you seen enough of today's excitement?" Before Guruwatching finished speaking, everyone felt a gust of wind rising from the ground, sweeping up the 4 masters and apprentices of Lianshan and disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. At the same time, within 100 feet of land, cracks silently appeared on all the leaves. Valley Master, this is really angry. The second elder Hu and the third elder Wu swallowed their saliva fiercely. They had followed Guruwatching for many years and knew that the less the Valley Master spoke, the less he tolerated disobedience. Lianshan was right when he frowned. It seemed that this time, even the great elder Yuanfeng could not protect the stupid fool and the deceitful girl. You are the ones who lost. Huang Dabi's heart is not broken. You are giving me the 500 years old Rehmania essence. When he opened his eyes, Gao Buli found that he was kicked out of the house. He was so angry that he jumped up and down. Unfortunately, the 7-leaf locking mountain formation is said to be the strongest among the 3rd-level sects of the Lihe lineage. No matter how Gao Buli vents his anger, it remains motionless. West Lake dog life. Suddenly, I heard 2 male disciples crying for help behind me. I turned around and saw that both of them had their tongues broken and their teeth were falling out of their mouths one by one, revealing mouths full of bloody holes. Gao Buli's hair stood on end instantly, and he felt cold from the soles of his feet to the tips of his hair. The only one who could hurt others without being seen in front of a foundation establishment cultivator like him was the 7-leaf Valley Master. West Lake, your disciple has been framed and has to be a pig for us. Gao Buli didn't hear a word of it. He was just full of anxiety, not knowing what had offended Guruwatching. Usually when he and Huang Dabi did something wrong, didn't he always turn a blind eye? How could he dare to make an exception today and attack his own alchemy disciple?
Bang bang.
2 crisp sounds of bones breaking stopped Yizimiai and Lizier's screams and howled, and also successfully brought back Gao Buli's wandering thoughts. Master Gao Dan looked in shock at Zihuan, who had kicked the 2 men's heads into their crotches. It seemed as if he was recognizing his precious disciple for the first time. Master, you can't go to Qiye Valley now. The 2 brothers are trying to harm you. Huan will teach them a lesson for you. With her lotus feet folded, Zihuan stood alone in the valley, the mountain breeze blowing her purple skirt open, her eyes vague. It's late today, let's go back to Lianshan. The majesty that instantly emanated from her tense face made Gao Buli lower his head, not daring to look her in the face. Then a strange scene appeared. Gao Buli, who is usually arrogant, held 2 disciples who were only breathing in but not out in his arms, followed the half-grown girl carefully, and flew back to Lianshan on his sword. Flying into the clouds, Zihuan lifted her hair and looked back at the lush valley left behind. Xiao, I am weak now and cannot protect you. Seeing the 7-leaf Valley Master's move, it is clear that he intends to protect you. If you stay here, you will be more blessed than harmed. Practice well and believe in us. We will see each other again soon. In the 7-leaf Valley, everyone was naturally silent when they saw that the Valley Master was really angry. The rain was falling heavily, soaking all the monks gathered in front of the medicine pavilion. Except for the 2 unlucky guys who were still holding on to the pillar and vomiting, only Huang Yaolao, who was furious, dared to make a second sound. You ruined my elixir. You ruined my future. I should have gone to Lihe Shangzong as a guest official, but you guys made me stay in Qiye and suffer from others' bullying. Divine Pill? The name of Divine Pill is not worthy of a little rascal like you. I am the genius of alchemy. I want to kill you, no. Kill you, and that idiot to vent my hatred. He didn't even realize that his old rival Gao Buli had been slapped away by the Valley Master. Huang Yao's eyes were red, and in a rage, he revealed all his conflicts. If it were any other disciple, under the crushing power of Huang Yao Lao's foundation building, he would only be able to lie on the ground in blood, and he wouldn't even be able to raise his head half an inch. However, Zhen's small eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that Huang Dabi hates me so much because I show off too much? What a pervert. Even the apprentice who has learned nothing is jealous. This mind is really like an intestine. He deserves to be plotted against by Gao Buli. Good. Since you won't leave me a way to live, don't blame me for breaking your spine and going to Hades together with you. With courage unimaginable by ordinary people, Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly rushed forward, hugged Huang Yaolao's thighs tightly, and then shouted loudly, with great joy, "Master, hey!" Zhen Xiaoxiao's voice was as loud as a gong and a drum, shaking the Valley Master and the elders so much that they couldn't help but tremble 3 times, with some skin flakes falling off their faces. Although I have only been a disciple for a short time, I understand the principle that a teacher is a father for life. I will kill you without hesitation, but you must tell me, who in the 7 Leaves sect is so blind that he dares to make you angry?
Come.
With a loud shout, Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly jumped up, his eyes wide open, and he glanced at everyone present with an extremely ferocious expression. Under this terrifying gaze, no matter how brave a man is, he cannot resist it for 3 seconds. You who have been bullied by my master, if you have the guts, stand up. After I die, I will turn into a fierce ghost and haunt your entire family. The last cry of blood and sincerity made the Qiye people feel so ashamed that they lowered their heads. If I had been so filial when I was a disciple, why would I have been so scheming against my fellow disciples? If there was just a little bit of loyalty today, there wouldn't be any rift between master and disciple. Good girl. Uncle Huang, please give her a way out. The disciples were filled with tears. Master Gao Dan is insidious and cunning. I must have been framed. Find out the truth before making a conclusion. Don't regret it later. The disciple from the medicine pavilion pleaded. What a talent. Great Elder Yuan Feng smoothed the cracked expression on his face, but he could not hide his eyes, which were messy in the wind. Xiao is too cruel. If he doesn't go to perform, it will be a huge loss to the Dongling performing arts industry. Stinky girl. You actually used me as a gun. Did you know that I was here to protect you? I didn't expect that this was unnecessary, and I still have to endure you calling me a birdman. The Valley Master's eyelids twitched continuously, but finally, considering Zhen Xiaoxiao's talent of possessing the beast-scale true fire, he opened his mouth. Yes, Brother Huang has a very high status in my 7-Leaf Valley, and his food, clothing, and daily expenses are almost on par with our sect. I am also very curious. Who is the one who bullied you? When Gu Ruoqing spoke, he was like a statue in the rain, with no expression on his face. However, his invisible pressure spread out in all directions, forcing the discussions among the disciples to suddenly stop, and everyone had to lower their heads. Huang Yaolao was startled by the cold water vapor and suddenly remembered what he had just said. The fingers holding the whisk began to tremble uncontrollably. Only the Valley Master can decide the lives of clan members. If you exceed your authority and kill people, you are disloyal. Although the sect encourages alchemists to study the rejuvenating pill, I mentioned the word future several times today, and it is clear that I want to leave this place. This is a disloyalty to Gu Ruoqing. In addition, he was so angry that he blurted out being bullied by others. Isn't this courting death? After being stunned for a moment, Huang Yaolao finally remembered to defend himself, but his cheeks turned red and white, and his tone of voice clearly showed undisguised panic. Bah, you little girl, stop talking nonsense. And that idiot. He pointed his finger at Zhen Xiaoxiao and then at Xiao Zhozhou. Gu Ruo narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression majestic and cold. Then, Brother Huang, are you still going to lead our sect in exercising the power of life and death?
Or
just take charge of the seal yourself? I don't dare. Cold sweat flowed down old man Huang Yao's head. Hearing the Valley Master's words, his mood suddenly sank to the bottom. It seems that Gu Ruoqing no longer believes in himself. After hearing Huang Yaolao's answer, Gu Ruoqing turned to Zhen Xiaoxiao again, with a slightly subtle expression. No, I have to keep this news to myself. She will be released after she has learned enough in the valley. This way, a genius will emerge and bring honor to Qiye Valley. What's more, this girl is too cunning. After hearing what she said just now, even though he knew that he was being used by her, he still couldn't suppress his disgust for Huang Yaolao's disloyalty. He is smart, has a good understanding of human nature, can use the opponent's force to counterattack, has rare spiritual roots, and has flexible muscles and bones. He is simply a perfect disciple to inherit the legacy. It's just the nature. It's too hard to tame. And the means of cheating and falsifying alchemy are unheard of, and do not seem like they come from a decent background at all. No, this bad habit is much worse than ordinary bad habits. It must be cured. Don't let her go astray. But in the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Gu Ruoqing's mind. Finally, he sighed and said, I am such a naive disciple. I cheated in the Zhozhou alchemy competition and deceived my teacher. As soon as the Valley Master's voice came out, the disciples were in an uproar. Today's ups and downs can be told as jokes for 100 years. Does the Valley Master really want to punish Zhen Xiaoxiao? She is the second top-grade true spiritual root disciple to appear in the Seven-Leaf Valley after the main sect leader Qingyi. If nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely be in charge of the first peak and become an elder in the future.
Penalty.
He must be severely punished. The more likely he is to hold a high position and power in the future, the more he cannot be tolerated by people of bad character. He has just entered the profession, but he dares to do mischief in public. He is obviously refining a poison pill, but he can still deceive the eyes of a group of powerful people. This shows that she has not been a good person since she was young. Feeling the outburst of everyone's emotions, Gu Ruoqing, who had not spoken yet, strengthened his decision. Little girl, don't blame me. Although with your talent, you won't be able to stay in my valley for a long time, but since you are a disciple of the Seven Leaves, our sect has the responsibility to nurture your body and soul. The Valley Master's cold voice echoed in the icy rainstorm. Since the two of them are new to the sect and do not know the rules, they can be spared the death penalty, but cannot escape the punishment of life. Their punishment is to guard the Blackfield Garden Medicinal Forest. Sending people to the Haitian Medicinal Forest is the most common punishment method used by Huang Yaolao, but this time, the Valley Master also chose it. Looking back to the past, the Kuroda Medicinal Forest was the most famous medicinal production site among all the Immortal Mountains in the surrounding area. Compared with it, the Lianshan Medicinal Field was nothing. Even the Three Souls grass that guards the sect in Lianshan was originally separated from the Haida Medicinal Forest. However, for some reasons, few people have set foot in this place. When they heard the words Kuroda Medicinal Forest, the disciples of the Medicine Pavilion couldn't help but shiver in the wind and rain. As the rainstorm intensified, the elders and disciples who had gathered in front of the Medicine Pavilion carried Xiang Qian and the pale-faced young man who were vomiting and dispersed one after another. Only Yu Hongguang paused and cast a sarcastic look at Zhen Xiaoxiao. When Gu Ruoqing left, he didn't even look at Huang Yaolao. This person was narrow-minded and no longer qualified to continue to serve as the chief elder of the Seven-Leaf Valley Medicine Pavilion. Zhen Xiaoxiao was placed in the medicine field, where she could be tempered and stay away from such people. More than anything else, he was more worried by the smell of the rainstorm. It seemed like it was time to go to Shangzong Le River. The rain in front of the medicine pavilion was getting heavier and heavier, and it was heaviest concentrated at the place where Xiao Zhozhou was standing when he was testing his spirit. Thunder, heavy rain, bitter cold. Various spiritual powers materialized under the sky. Unfortunately, everyone had their own thoughts and didn't think that this horrific natural scene was related to a fool's spirit test. After the crowd dispersed, Huang Yaolao stood alone in the rain, breathing heavily. He would not be able to get rid of the anger in his heart unless he killed the two little rascals. What's more, The Valley Master already knew that he had two minds, so he had to refine the rejuvenating pill as soon as possible so that he could leave this place, Qiye Valley. Just as Huang Yaolao was beating his chest and stamping his feet, a medicine cauldron rolled past his feet. This tripod was the one that was buried under the trial peak that day to identify the disciples' alchemy fate. The body of the tripod is green, and the walls are patterned with fine green leaves. If you look closely, you can seem to see the leaves swaying in the wind. 7-leaf treasure cauldron. Huang Yaolao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly reached out to grab it. When someone approached, the tripod quickly disappeared into the ground like a ghost.
Even you don't submit to me.
Huang Yao was so angry that his beard curled up after missing out on the precious tripod. The 7-leaf cauldron was left by the founder of the sect. It is not known whether the man made the cauldron after he became famous, or whether the man became famous after he obtained the cauldron. Anyway, when the ancestor passed away, he once told all the disciples that whoever could hold the tripod with bare hands would be the new owner of the tripod. However, over the years, the 7-leaf cauldron has been passed down from generation to generation, and no disciple has ever conquered it. It appears only when it is testing the Dan Yuan of new disciples, and at other times it appears and disappears in the valley, sometimes appearing in the disciples' training room, and sometimes sinking and floating in the springs in the back mountain. No one can figure out the pattern of its appearance. Guru Watching believes that I am not a genius and is unwilling to refine the rejuvenating pill for me. Qiye Valley is going too far. One day, I will prove that you are all blind. Against the backdrop of the rain and the gloomy sky, Huang Yaolao's profile looked particularly eerie and cold. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to offend that Gu guy right now. Huang Yao rolled his eyes, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed in the rain, and a light yellow bamboo plate appeared out of thin air. But I have plenty of ways to deal with those two little rascals who escaped death.
Go.
But with a light snap of the fingers, the bamboo plate penetrated through the layers of heavy rain and shot into the distance. In the vast land of Dongling, there is a place where the snow never melts all year round. At this time, a man in white appeared in the wind and snow. He had a peerless appearance and a majestic aura. His figure was like a divine sword unsheathed, upright and sharp. Cutting through the chaotic snow and wind with his eyes, the man suddenly arrived in front of the only towering peak in the Black Plain. The death energy tried to forcibly invade the body of the man in white, but was destroyed one by the powerful vitality and sword power around him. Brother Li Shue, the news that the demonic thunder broke through the northeastern divine wind wall a month ago can no longer be covered up. All the leaders of the 3rd and 2nd level sects have set off to the East Palace and the Spiritual Gate to inquire about the reason. The visitor faced the lonely peak and murmured to himself, when the divine wind wall was broken that day, a beam of black light shot from the north rock into the east spirit realm. If it was a member of the Chuli family in the north, I'm afraid they have disguised themselves or possessed the bodies of our cultivators. And the spies I sent to the north rock disappeared without a trace, like a stone dropped into the water. Today's heavy rain continued, and the night was extremely cold, which foreshadowed a very ominous situation. Beiyan has had the ambition to seize our Dongling territory since ancient times, but due to the existence of the divine wind wall, they can only sigh in despair. However, this time the cracks in the divine wind wall are difficult to repair, and the two lands of the north and the east have been connected. I am afraid that Beiyan's barbaric soldiers will arrive soon. Faced with this world-destroying disaster, you and I, due to problems with our cultivation methods, only have the name of demigods but not the power of demigods. I'm afraid we'll have to make some sacrifices for the people of Dongling. Before the man in white could finish his words, a black shadow suddenly condensed in the black snow and wind. The powerful pressure instantly distorted the light and shadow of the sun. Wu Jiang, what do you mean by sacrifice? The black shadow's low voice sounded, and the black snow suddenly stopped in the air, as if time had stopped. God has no boundaries, the devil stands in the snow. As he chewed on the titles that he and his old rival were known by the world, A smile that was full of aftertaste suddenly appeared on the face of the man in white. You and I, two useless people, have occupied the eastern spirit sky for too long. It's time to hand over this world and this battlefield to the next generation. The black snow in the wind moved again. But it is not majestic and unrestrained, but it soars up to the sky and replaces a part of the sky. Junior brother Zhou, junior sister Zhen, This is the Kuroda medicinal forest. The person who was sent to lead Jin Xiaoxiao and Daisy was also a disciple of the medicine pavilion, but this young man looked frail and was trembling all the way in the wind and rain. Oh, okay, thank you.
Lindsay, I saw it.
Jin Xiaoxiao looked up and felt that the forest in front of her was a little strange. The leaves and grass were as dark as ink, and even the air was extremely cold. The ground was covered with weeds, but there was nothing that looked like herbs. But where is the medicinal field that the Valley Master mentioned? After she asked the question, she realized that the disciple from the medicine pavilion, who had been leading the way just now, had disappeared. In the deepest part of the forest, you guys don't go looking for it, you must stay nearby. Maybe after 2 or 3 months, Master and the Valley Master will change their minds. Also, don't go out of the forbidden area of the mountain. If a disciple leaves the valley without permission, he will be severely punished. Only his voice could be heard intermittently from a distance, especially the last sentence, which became unclear and difficult to recognize due to the distance. Hello. Zhen Xiaoxiao turned around and saw the back of her senior brother, who was leading the way as he fled. She couldn't help feeling very aggrieved. Didn't she just refine some pills that made people? Why was she despised like this? It's really heartbreaking. Zhen Xiaoxiao puffed up her cheeks, and suddenly there was a rustling sound under her feet. Before the sound stopped, a 5-foot-long poisonous snake suddenly jumped out from under the fallen leaves. Its body is covered with red and yellow poisonous spots, and it has sharp fangs in its mouth. It looks like a ferocious character at first glance. Oh my god, a snake bit me. By the time Jin Xiaoxiao realized the danger, it was too late. The snake's fangs were about to pierce her flesh, but at this moment, a big fist appeared out of nowhere.
Bang!
Xiao Zhozhou took action. With his hard hit, the snake's head changed from round to flat in the air and fell into the mud with a plop. So greasy. His eyes are so small and bulging, and he can't hide the joy on his face. Those rascals in Qiye Valley look down on Xiao Zhozhou. They are absolutely blind. A powerful fighter like him who is good at robbing, killing snakes and rats. Wouldn't he be an overlord wherever he is? Seeing the terrifying force and strange speed of the fool's punch, the poisonous snakes lurking in the haystacks around them immediately screamed and fled in all directions. Oh my god! There are so many! Seeing countless colorful poisonous creatures suddenly pouring out at his feet, Zhen Xiaoxiao's mouth opened so wide that he couldn't close it. He finally understood the original intention of his guide brother to use all his strength to escape. Lindsay is so depressed. If I were him, I would run away too. The fool seemed not to hear her words. He picked up the dead snake and tied it around his pants happily. It's so colorful and would make a beautiful belt. Zhen Xiaoxiao glanced at the tattered snake head on Xiao Zhozhou's waist with lingering fear and placed his hope of survival on the legendary medicinal field. Since it's a fairyland's medicinal field, it should be better than this damp and dark poisonous forest, right? The two continued to move forward. After half a day, they didn't see a single medicinal herb. However, Xiao Zhozhou had already savagely killed more than 10 poisonous snakes, 5 centipedes that were half a person's height, and a wild boar that could breathe fire. The harsh environment made Jin Xiaoxiao more and more uneasy. After walking a short distance in the forest, they already found poisonous creatures everywhere, making it difficult to move forward. What exactly is this medicinal forest in the Qiye Valley? Xiao Zhozhou, I have a bad feeling. Zhen Xiaoxiao bit the corner of her lip, feeling that her life and that of her companions were in danger. If she hadn't wanted to overcome all difficulties, she wouldn't have listened to them. I think the monks in the 7-Leaf Valley are all black-hearted. Not only is Huang Dabi narrow-minded and sinister, but the Valley Master who punished us to come and see the forest is not a good person either. When Zhen Xiaoxiao came to the final conclusion, a light yellow bamboo sign suddenly flew in the sky. After the sign got 10 meters away from the two of them, a human figure suddenly appeared on it. The living Huang Yaolao was standing in the grass with his hands behind his back, chest puffed out and head raised, with an imposing look without anger, and he seemed taller and more majestic than usual. Suddenly, there was a person in front of him, and it was the protagonist he was complaining about. Zhen Xiaoxiao's calves went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Based on Huang Dabi's temper, I'm afraid he's going to kill someone, right? Master, why are you here? Zhen Xiaoxiao felt sad in her heart, but she still forced herself to force a smile. Really small, Zhou obeys orders. Newcomer had a blank expression on his face. He was just a magical being. Before Zhen Xiaoxiao could finish her words, he shouted loudly, "You two have committed a serious crime. You will be punished by being banned from contacting the Tao of Alchemy for the rest of your life. After entering the forest, you must find 300-year-old herbs and 2050-year-old herbs within 6 months. If you fail to accomplish your mission, you will be tattooed on your face and banished to the north to become slaves and prostitutes. You will never be recalled." The cold voice was still lingering over the forest, but Zhu Ling had already vanished into nothingness with a puff. Zhen Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the messenger's figure disappearing. The panic in her eyes disappeared, replaced by flames of anger. She suddenly jumped up from the ground, put her hands on her hips and shouted, "You want to cut my face? Bah, I won't do that." The goal of challenging the Black Forest was quickly put aside, and the thing that Zhen Xiaoxiao wanted to crush in her heart turned into Huang Yaolao's disgusting and stinky face. After taking off his stinky shoes, he carefully wrote down Huang Yaolao's name after the name of the mouth monster. "Anyway, I just became a disciple of the medicine pavilion by accident, and I don't have a strong sense of belonging. Since I am hated by others, why should I stay and suffer? At worst, I can just leave. If you think positively, you will have a bright future. I remember senior brother guiding the way mentioned that we should not leave the valley without permission. That means we can find the boundary of the 7-leaf valley here?" Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she suddenly became alert, completely forgetting the saying that there would be punishment for leaving the valley.
She did what she said.
She no longer went deep into the woods, but wandered around the edge with the confused little Zhou in tow. It took her a whole morning to find the mountain boundary stone engraved with the word forbidden. "One more step, and you will be outside the valley."
Hee.
Touching the rough surface of the boundary marker, Zhen Xiaoxiao laughed so hard that his mouth was crooked. "What, alchemy master? I might as well sell insect medicine and live a carefree life. What's more, if she wants to cultivate immortality and reach the sky, how can she, a peerless beauty with true fire spiritual roots, not find a new master to worship? Xiao Zhou, let's go." Zhen Xiaoxiao called out to Dazi with great enthusiasm, and they were both ready to become the first pair of disciples from the medicine pavilion to betray their sect and flee in 100 years. However, the moment she raised her right foot, an unexpected chill suddenly crept into her heart. Zhen Xiaoxiao's keen sixth sense made her shudder, and she subconsciously reached out and pulled Xiao Zhou to the front of the mountain ban line. "You made me fall." Little Zhou, lying in the mud, had his lips trembling in grievance, his eyes looking very innocent. "What's outside?" Zhen Xiaoxiao looked around and found that both inside and outside the Forbidden Mountain were covered with lush forests. She could not see anything unusual, so her fingers naturally rested on the black stone in her sleeve. A strange warm current rose up along her fingertips and finally lingered around her eyes, allowing her to once again communicate with the creatures around her and see the leaf beetles and the venom flowing in their bodies. After squeezing the stone tightly, a bloody mouth suddenly appeared in front of Zhen Xiaoxiao.
Grass.
Crocodile monster. One step away outside the mountain-locking formation, the giant crocodile with a missing tooth was hiding and waiting for Zhen Xiaoxiao to fall into its trap. It crawled on the ground with its round, fleshy face sticking out, its bright little eyes filled with hunger and impatience. "This girl is just one step away from being killed." Zhen Xiaoxiao jumped back 3 steps, her face pale with shock. She didn't know how this beast found her. How could it have such patience, hiding and waiting outside the mountain-locking formation without moving? Standing in the shadow cast by the crocodile monster from the sky, Zhen Xiaoxiao found that her dream of leaving the Seven-Leaf Valley was shattered like a bubble in the wind. If he took a step forward, he would fall into the beast's mouth. If he took a step back, he would have to face Huang Dabi's relentless pursuit. When he thought of this, Zhen Xiaoxiao instantly jumped half a foot high, his eyes spewing fire. "You unscrupulous beast, you want to have my face scratched and sold to a brothel in the ice field. I didn't provoke you, but you still hurt me like this. When I learn the magic, I will never let you go." "It's finally your turn to be defeated, right? You little witch, let me eat you now." Seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao's face turn blue, the crocodile monster was very proud. For a moment, he even forgot that there was the seven-leaf locking mountain formation between them. He opened his big mouth and charged towards her.
Bang!
There was a loud bang, and before Zhen Xiaoxiao could even blink, the crocodile monster was blown away like a broken rubber ball. "Ha ha ha! Is that your IQ? You deserve this big bag of dirt." Even though she was so angry that her chest hurt, Zhen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be amused by the crocodile monster's stupidity. This guy hits his head against the wall again and again. Why can't he learn his lesson? Amid Zhen Xiaoxiao's hearty laughter, the crocodile monster with the fourth bright big blood bubble on its head gritted its teeth and quickly returned to its original position. It sat in front of the formation, grinning, with a determined look, as if it would not give up until it sat through the mud. "What are you laughing at? I have plenty of time. If you dare, don't come out for the rest of your life." The crocodile demon had a ferocious look on his face and regarded Zhen Xiaoxiao as his lifelong enemy.
Jo?
"Are you really going to argue with me? If you don't want to come out, then don't come out." Zhen Xiaoxiao thought to herself, "Anyway, running away is not in line with my character. When I break Huang Dabi's stinky face, I'll come and break your big teeth. Don't run away when the time comes." "Escape?" The crocodile demon laughed and quickly revealed the strong muscles in his limbs. "There has never been such a word in my dictionary. Not only will I not run away, but I will also sleep with all the beautiful female beasts in this vast forest and give birth to 1,000 litters of crocodile monster boys. I will bite each one of them in one bite and bite this mountain-locking formation to pieces and swallow you and the seven-leaf monk into my stomach." Zhen Xiaoxiao stared at the crocodile monster's soft belly, using her eyes as a knife to gently outline the contours of the ribs and plum meat. 1,000 litters would be even better. By then, I will have figured out 10,080 ways to cook crocodile meat. You will know which method tastes best after trying it. I don't know how they communicate. There was a man and a beast, one talking incessantly, the other waving his claws and fangs at the same time. They cursed at each other from late at night until sunrise. Little Zhou Zhou leaned against a tree, counting the hairs on the back of the fire-breathing wild boar that he had killed out of boredom. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. An unknown number of hours had passed. Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes were bloodshot, and the crocodile monster's eyes were red. They were breathing heavily, and no one wanted to fall down first, until...
Depend on.
I forgot that I can see through the eyes. A breath suddenly got stuck in the throat, and the crocodile monster was almost suffocated to death by his own slowness. Although he is named Crocodile, his ancestors have the blood of hidden dragons, and he himself is a mutated treasure among the tribe. So in addition to the invisibility technique, he can also confuse prey with his eyes. This ability, if fully awakened, would become the extremely rare nightmare imaging in the beast eye technique. Even if it cannot reach the level of completely controlling the opponent's mind and soul now, it will definitely have no problem affecting a mortal for a few seconds. You little witch, you are dead. Even with the mountains between us, your grandpa crocodile can make you get out on your own. Snorting excitedly, the crocodile monster's pair of vertical beast eyes suddenly split from the center, and then the white part turned black, and the black part turned white. From a distance, it looked extremely enchanting.
Come.
The crocodile demon called eagerly in his heart. Although the strange beasts outside the formation cannot easily approach the seven-leaf valley locking mountain formation, the people inside the formation can come out freely. However, Zhen Xiaoxiao did not take a step immediately, but felt vaguely uneasy. Why is it so hot? She pressed her chest hard and suddenly felt dizzy, as if something in front of her was pulling at her soul, causing her limbs to move forward involuntarily. However, the wildly beating heart and the inexplicably boiling blood in the body at this moment burned all the false impulses in the body in an instant. It's you who's causing all this trouble. Angrily picking up a stone from the ground, Zhen Xiaoxiao threw it heavily on the crocodile monster's head.
Ping.
Caught off guard, the crocodile monster was knocked off balance. No way. Why did the eyesight ability fail? The crocodile monster didn't even have time to get angry. He was extremely stunned, then changed his target and looked at Xiao Zhou viciously. I have never failed since I was born. If there is something wrong with you, a little female, then I will eat a male first. Xiao Zhou's eyes were calm. Not only did the crocodile monster fail to successfully perform soul-stealing magic on him, but after a moment, he had the illusion that he was petrified by the monster's sluggish aura. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I can't even count numbers after 3. The crocodile demon's mouth flattened, and he almost cried. What kind of perversions are these two humans?
I'm hungry.
The idiot finally stopped counting, rubbed his belly, and complained to Zhen Xiaoxiao in a wronged manner. It was indeed tiring to confront the crocodile monster across the formation, so Zhen Xiaoxiao turned his attention to the present. Before, I was only thinking about leaving and didn't bother to think about anything else. But now the situation has changed. I can't leave the mountain gate, so I have to think about various survival issues. Don't say you're hungry. At least you swallowed a pill and drank some porridge yesterday. If that doesn't work, you can roast a wild boar. But what should I do? I can't eat what I made myself. Now my throat is so dry that it's smoking, but I can't even find a big pot to boil water. Not to mention the rewards for being tied for first place in the trial. Even Huang Yao Lao didn't prepare any basic survival items in this forest. Thinking of this, I feel a little angry. Compared to Tang Qi, who always has the word bad written on his face, Huang Dabi's insidiousness and viciousness are even more disgusting. Oh my god. Just when Zhen Xiaoxiao was missing her big iron pot that could beat up bullies and cook shoot soup, but was broken under the crocodile monster's feet, a familiar and disturbing sound suddenly came from the fallen leaves under her feet. Another snake is coming. Jumped into the idiot's arms familiarly. Xiao Zhou. Beat it. Amid Zhen Xiaoxiao's confident shout, the idiot punched down. The fist wind immediately stirred up layers of earth waves, and mud wrapped around rotten leaves splashed everywhere. Neither poisonous snakes nor beetles could withstand such a strong crushing force. But this time, there were no insects or snakes with flattened heads underground. Xiao Zhou exerted force and pulled out a large green leaf cauldron that was shining brightly from the mud. Here, pot. Xiao Zhou, always frugal with words, calmly put the green tripod into Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand, as if giving her a gift. Oh my god, what could be a tripod? And this looks like... I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Her tiny mouth opened wide enough to fit 2 eggs, but she quickly put all the shock behind her. Who cares? As long as it can hold water, cooking medicine and meat are the same. After all, he was a man who had seen the world. After the worm attracting soup and the big-mouthed crocodile monster incident, it was not strange to see a big cauldron growing in the ground. Why did he have to investigate its origin? In such a poor situation, he would be a fool not to use the pot. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who had an unusual mentality, jumped out of Xiao Zhou's arms nimbly and casually stuffed the fire-breathing wild boar, whose hair had been plucked by Xiao Zhou, into the cauldron. Suddenly smelling blood, the 7-leaf cauldron vibrated violently, as if it wanted to spit out the pig that desecrated its noble status from the mouth of the cauldron. However, this shameful act of wasting food immediately earned it a punch from Xiao Zhou. Crackling, banged, boom. After the loud bang, the entire 7-leaf cauldron seemed to flatten 2 inches and fell to the ground, obediently allowing Jin Xiaoxiao to manipulate it. The pig is cooked in the pot. As expected of a sect of immortals, I said there should be a pot, and one immediately grew out of the ground. Could it be that this is a place where treasures are gathered? Whether it's gold, silver, or money, it will come true if it's exported. Caressing her new cooking utensils, her little eyes burst into infinite enthusiasm. With this thought in mind, she dropped the cauldron fire, skipped back to the mountain locking wall, clasped her hands together devoutly, and bowed her head to recite silently. After praying, his chest was still flat. Zhen Xiaoxiao was not giving up. He closed his eyes and continued to mutter, "How about a real strange man? Don't make a mistake, it's a real strange man, not a husky."
Bah.
So you can only cook raw. You are such a stingy person. Only after trying more than 10 wishes and failing in all of them did Jin Xiaoxiao give up completely. She returned to the cauldron dejectedly and cooked the meat with all her heart. A moment later, the aroma of meat wafted out from the 7-leaf treasure cauldron, which had accompanied the founder of the 7-leaf valley in his dominance, was worshipped by tens of thousands of people, founded the sect, and built an empire, roamed freely in the sect for hundreds of years, teased successive sect leaders, peeped at beauties from the mountains, and stole countless elixirs. The fool who ate porridge every day discovered for the first time that there were things in the world that were more delicious than bean porridge. He stuck his head into the pot and almost swallowed the pot and the meat together. Looking at Xiao Zhozhou eating with his mouth full of oil, Jin Xiaoxiao rubbed his stomach, his eyes dizzy with hunger. Fortunately, there is more than one person starving now. The crocodile monster that was guarding outside the mountain locking formation did not go far away. It stared at Xiao Zhozhou, who was eating with relish. The saliva flowing from its mouth had already formed a winding river at its feet. "Smells good. Smells good. It tastes better than ointment. How about giving me 1 cent? If you give it to me, I will never bother you again." The crocodile monster's sad expression was extremely vivid as he left finger marks on the stone. "Get out of here." She rolled her eyes. Since she was protected by the mountain-locking formation, Zhen Xiaoxiao didn't bother to deal with the evil beast. She rubbed her shriveled belly and gently stroked the red jade hanging around her neck and the black stone hidden in her sleeve. For 16 years, she had always hated the strange power in her body that affected the taste of food, but it was not until she tested her spirit in front of the medicine cabinet yesterday that she understood. This is the bloodline she cannot give up. As long as you close your eyes, you can seem to recreate the terrifying scene of sword shadows all over the sky and the flames of Hades spreading across the prairie. The red-haired demon god had the sky above his head and the earth under his feet, with a fighting spirit surging from his body. "Dad, Mom, brothers, one day, I will find you." Holding the red jade and stone tightly, a tear fell from the corner of Zhen Xiaoxiao's eye. At this moment, something suddenly flashed around her waist, bringing Zhen Xiaoxiao's thoughts back to reality. She reached out and touched it, only to find that it was the forgotten 7-leaf disciple token. "Someone's looking for me?" Zhen Xiaoxiao stood up and decided to take Xiao Zhozhou to the forest to take a look. It has been a day and a night since the test of the spirit yesterday. The rainstorm has long stopped, but the ground remains wet. Zhen Xiaoxiao came to the place where she had parted with her guide brother again. From a distance, she saw Yong Guyu standing at the end of the path, looking forward to seeing her. "Are you guys okay?" Seeing the two of them appear, Yong Guyu smiled. "Not good, terrible." Zhen Xiaoxiao was quite honest. "Be content. Master said that being alive is good enough." Master, Huang has always been petty-minded. If you hadn't cleverly provoked the Valley Master's suspicion and diverted his attention, you too would have been buried alive by now. Yong Guyu is not only a nagging kid, but his words are also quite harsh. Is this not bad? Zhen Xiaoxiao recalled those poisonous snakes and wild boars that were flattened by Xiao Zhozhou. She didn't think the Valley Master was that good to her. Maybe her future fate would be even worse than being buried in the ground. However, she did not say these words out loud. Instead, she looked Yong Guyu up and down, then slowly asked the question in her mind. "By the way, who is your master? Why did you come to see me?" Having only met once during the disciple entrance trial, Jin Xiaoxiao did not feel close to Yong Guyu. Coupled with her recent experience, she was wary of everyone in the Seven-Leaf Valley. My master is the great elder Yuan Feng. While speaking, Yong Guyu stuffed a big bag into Jin Xiaoxiao's hands. There are some fasting pills and poison-avoiding pills in here. The brown pills will keep you two from starving for a month, and the red pills will keep you from being afraid of poison for a short period of time. There are insects and beasts rampant in the Kuroda medicine forest, but there are also some meat beasts that can be eaten. Master told me to tell you not to go look for the medicinal field. It is now the base camp of poisonous creatures. Any disciple who goes there will be seeking death. In the southeast corner of the forest, there are houses left by the disciples who previously guarded the field. There are still some formations there that can resist the invasion of poisonous insects. Yong Guyu kept taking things out of his arms, and his voice did not stop. Also, here are the Qi condensation formulas from the 1st to the 3rd level. All Qiye disciples can read them. Guarding the forest is boring anyway, so you can learn them by yourself. If you succeed in condensing Qi, you will have a chance to leave here. In addition, don't ignore the Compendium of Plant and Poisonous Materials, the Basic 10 Formations book, the 5-Step Fist, the Soft Body Technique. These miscellaneous items. Seeing the packages piled higher and higher in her hands, her little brain was a little overwhelmed. After some experiences, she was like a little hedgehog who wanted to sting everyone she saw, but she never expected that Yong Guyu would come to help her with a face like a family member. Why help me? Feeling the other party's great kindness, Jin Xiaoxiao felt a warm current rising in her heart.
Why?
Yong Guyu grinned. Master said that he likes your sincerity and your dark and interesting side, which is different from all his wooden disciples. You might as well stop refining pills. When you leave the forest, go to the first peak to learn the formation from him. She followed her master's words completely, not realizing that she was also in the master's range of disdain. Yong Guyu patted her chest proudly and said, "Come on, call me senior sister. It really is a wooden lump." Jin Xiaoxiao deeply agreed with the foresight of great elder Yuan Feng and couldn't help but grin. This is unethical. He opened his mouth. Yong Guyu was stunned. Jin Xiaoxiao looked her up and down with regret. Even if I transfer to the first peak to learn the formation, I am the first in the disciple entrance competition. Whether it is ranked in order of rank or in terms of strength, I am the undisputed first. According to the principles of heaven and earth and the laws of human ethics, you have to call me senior sister. I was frightened by Jin Xiaoxiao's majestic expression. Although I wanted to get some advantage before coming here, now I can't make a point no matter how hard I rack my brains. It seems that I was wrong. Yong Guyu, who was fooled by these words, immediately became solemn. She bowed to Jin Xiaoxiao politely and said loudly, "Hello, senior sister Jin." Not bad, not bad. Very well behaved. Yong Guyu was so serious that she was so happy that she smiled happily. Originally, he wanted to keep Yong Guyu, this little wooden lump, to play with her for a while, but seeing that it was getting dark, Jin Xiaoxiao thanked her a few more times and let her go. Watching the back figure disappear into the horizon, Jin Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She thought of the old man who had mentioned the situation to her and the thin sword that blocked her whisk, and silently memorized the word Yuan Feng in her heart. There is always inexplicable evil in the world, and that is why unconditional kindness is so precious. However, we cannot always expect others to lend a helping hand. Only when you are strong can you avoid being bullied. Not long after Yong Guyu left, and before Jin Xiaoxiao turned around to return to the woods, she heard a sudden laugh. I looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in gorgeous clothes walking out from behind a tree. I don't seem to recognize it. Yu Hongguang stood in front of the Black Forest and challenged Jin Xiaoxiao arrogantly, but he soon found that even though he had tried his best to provoke her, Jin Xiaoxiao still looked confused. It seemed that she had long forgotten that she was the unlucky guy who was left behind by her in the entrance trial. This kind of reaction hurt Yu Hongguang, who claimed to be a genius. He had traveled a long way from the second peak just to come here to ridicule others. Yu Hongguang glared with red eyes in anger and roared at Jin Xiaoxiao, which, since you haven't been bitten to death by the poisonous insects, then go and pick 3 10-year-old terasaki vines. If you are slow, be careful of my whip. After saying that, he whipped the ground with a whip, and a deep mark immediately appeared in the mud in front of his toes. Picking herbs for you? Jin Xiaoxiao was extremely surprised. She raised her eyebrows, glanced at Yu Hongguang's distorted face, and couldn't help but snorted. Among the 108 rules for being a disciple of Xiaotian, there is no rule about serving others. Besides, she had just sworn that she would never let anyone look down on her easily. As soon as Jin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, the idiot jumped up and slapped Yu Hongguang to the ground. It seems that eating meat is better than drinking porridge. Xiao Zhozhou, who had just swallowed a wild boar, was very powerful. If Jin Xiaoxiao hadn't intervened, I'm afraid that 3 or 5 slaps would have been enough to send Yu Hongguang to death. Well, he finally shut up. Even though this guy has an annoying face, we are kind people and will never bully the weak or take advantage of the small. In fact, Jin Xiaoxiao was afraid that Yu Hongguang would go back with injuries to complain. At that time, she and Xiao Zhozhou would be guilty of more crimes. She didn't know how Huang Laogo would use this as a handle to go crazy. But it's quite dangerous for you to come to the forest alone to pick the Xiaoyue vine, brother. It will be troublesome if you step on something by accident. Right, we should be looking for the medicinal field now. We will definitely not show up at the edge of the forest to save you, Xiao Zhozhou. Don't you agree? Jin Xiaoxiao had a gentle look on her face, but her eyes were glancing intentionally or unintentionally at the poisonous creatures in the forest. Xiao Zhozhou was stunned for a moment, then happily lifted up Yu Hongguang, who was bleeding from his nose and unconscious, and threw him directly into the largest snake hole in the forest.
Bang!
As the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard, countless pairs of eyes immediately lit up in the grass. Jin Xiaoxiao shook her long hair and walked into the forest without looking back. She crushed a piece of trash, and it seemed that this black soil full of poison was not so unpleasant anymore. Jin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou entered the forest from the southeast and soon found a row of dilapidated wooden houses. Because no one had taken care of them for many years, not only did the walls and roofs collapse, but they also emitted a moldy smell. There are a few crooked-necked astringent fruit trees planted behind the house, and there is a simple formation left in front of the house, which can emit the smell of realgar to dispel poison. This is probably the place where the criminal disciples in the forest survive, but they are just surviving. The entire Kuroda medicinal forest is divided into 3 rings from the outside to the inside: the marginal forest land, the Baize area, and the central medicinal field. Among them, the marginal woodlands are relatively safe. In the past, most of the disciples who were punished to guard the medicine fields gave up looking for herbs and settled down where Jin Xiaoxiao is standing now, spending their days in a muddle, hoping only to get through their term safely. Only after crossing the edge of the forest and entering Baize can one have a chance to encounter precious plants. However, there are poisonous beasts rampant in Baize, and only powerful qi condensation disciples dare to travel together. As for the medicinal field located in the center of the forest, few people are interested in it. The reason for all this is that the founder of Qiye set up a ban in the Black Forest in his later years. Any cultivator whose cultivation level exceeded the qi condensation realm was blocked by the formation and could not set foot in the forest. Only qi condensation disciples could enter the forest to collect herbs and fight against poisonous insects and wild beasts to hone their strength. Who would have thought that after he passed away, the 7 Leaves disciples became lazy in their practice, and their strength declined with each generation, so that the poisonous insects and beasts in the forest multiplied freely, and their numbers eventually got out of control. Over time, the Nanaba Kuroda, which was so famous hundreds of years ago, eventually became a wasteland. All the successive 7-Leaf sect masters had wanted to break the ban and personally go into the forest to kill the insects, but they had never expected the ancestors' methods to be so incredible that even if they spent a large amount of money to invite a master of formations from the upper sect, they would still be helpless against the forest ban, not to mention the power of enlightenment. Therefore, the entire sect gradually declined due to the shortage of raw materials for alchemy. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who found the barracks, didn't intend to stay. Didn't the crocodile monster want to eat people? Then she would peel off its skin. Then she would use the 100-year-old medicinal herbs to break his nose. Who said I can't collect herbs? Look, I'm going to turn your 7-leaf valley upside down. Gazing into the depths of the pitch-black medicinal forest, Zhen Xiaoxiao took big strides into the forest, determined to completely conquer this piece of black soil. If this were said by someone else, it would be considered a joke, but when it comes out from Zhen Xiaoxiao's mouth, it is absolutely serious. Why did Zihuan dare to leave without worry even though she knew that Zhen Xiaoxiao was in a bad situation? Soon the two of them disappeared into the dark forest, leaving the Realgar array and the dilapidated houses behind. If Great Elder Yuan Feng knew that Zhen Xiaoxiao did not listen to his instructions and stay still, he would be so angry that smoke would come out of his head. The Kuroda medicine forest, which had killed countless disciples, was no joke. Deep in the dense forest, there lurked the beast kings and beast generals who had cultivated into spirits. Their strength was comparable to that of high-level condensed qi, and their natures were cunning and cruel. If you are unlucky enough to come into contact with them, you will surely die. Just as they got a little closer to the border of Baizhe, Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou encountered a group of venomous bees. They are violent and crazy, and do not follow any rational reason at all. They will fall down in groups if they see anything moving. Fortunately, there was a river not far away. Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou held grass stems and soaked in the water for a whole day and night before they escaped. Not long after climbing ashore, they ran into another tough poisonous clam. After a series of battles, they finally led it into the swamp maze and gained a moment of respite. At this time, Zhen Xiaoxiao, with pus squeezed out of the wound, was frowning and looking at a half-dead grass in front of him. This is the fuhua leaf that she and Xiao Zhozhou had just snatched from the poisonous clam. However, according to the picture in the pharmacopoeia, this thing is only 20 years old at most. Too tender. Zhen Xiaoxiao scratched his head. It takes a lot of hard work to get a 20-year-old grass, so how much more desperate would it be to get a 50-year-old medicinal plant? More than just fighting hard? The cultivation level of that poisonous clam is comparable to the 3rd level of qi condensation. Before this, many 7-leaf disciples who accidentally entered the forest had died from its venom. Moreover, there are many animals like poisonous clams in the Bays area. They are hidden in the mud, leaves, and sky. The poisonous creatures that grow next to the 100-year-old elixir are even more powerful. That's why the disciples of the medicine pavilion looked so frightened when they mentioned He Linzi. There have been many 7-leaves disciples like Zhen Xiaoxiao and Daizi who dared to break into the Black Forest restricted area without any cultivation. It cannot be said that there have been no such people over the years, but most of them have turned into flower mud, and their corpses, after visiting the winding intestines of poisonous beasts, eventually fell into an unknown place and fermented quietly. Just as Zhen Xiaoxiao put the fuhua leaves into his sleeve pocket, a giant brown frog suddenly jumped high from the bushes and angrily flicked out its long tongue at the two of them. The poisonous clams are here again. Unlike the slippery tongues of other frogs, the tongue of the poisonous clam is covered with tiny barbs and the grooves are filled with deadly toxins. You're looking for death, little bug. Having had experience from several previous confrontations, Xiao Zhozhou suddenly stood up, stretched out his right hand, wrapped the smelly red meat that was coming towards him directly around his arm, and pulled it down fiercely. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the poisonous clam was forced to bow its head, he jumped high and sent his iron fist between his opponent's eyes.
Bang!
There was a loud bang, and the fist sank into the flesh, creating an inverted sea bowl. The poisonous clam was feeling so miserable. It had bullied so many monks from the 7-leaf valley, but this was the first time it encountered such a powerful character. There was clearly no spiritual energy in his fist, but the force of his punch was like collapsing a mountain. The most terrifying thing was that he was not afraid of poison at all, and any wounds he had would heal in the blink of an eye. It was because of this great man that it lost its beloved little grass bud before, but this time, It will not make the same mistake again. Just as the poisonous clam was being beaten to a pulp, the ground suddenly shook. A strange-looking earth beast unexpectedly jumped up from the ground, waving its sickle like claws towards Zhen Xiaoxiao's waist. This is a strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. He pretended to provoke the fool's fist, but actually targeted the weakest of the two, Zhen Xiaoxiao. The fool's eyes became panic-stricken when he saw this, but his body was tightly entangled by the poisonous clam's tongue, so he was a step slow.
Bang!
Zhen Xiaoxiao was slapped by the oncoming claws and flew 10 meters away, falling flat on his back. "You dare to hit me?" Before Du Clam could even laugh, Zhen Xiaoxiao jumped up unharmed, put his hands on his hips and cursed. Unkillable? The earth beast that was summoned by the poisonous clam for revenge had its eyeballs squeezed to the ground. Its sharp claws could easily cut through hard rocks, so why couldn't it cut the flesh and blood body in two today, when it used all its strength? Oh, that's right. Why am I not injured or feeling any pain? Zhen Xiaoxiao finally reacted and reached towards her waist with her right hand, and immediately felt something cold. Crocodile monster big teeth. The attack from the earth beast just now was blocked by it, and after absorbing the impact, there was not even a single left on its smooth surface. I told you, this tooth was not picked up in vain. Zhen Xiaoxiao happily threw the crocodile monster's big tooth towards the fool. Here, Xiao Zhou, I'll give you a weapon. It's her fault for having a bad memory. If she had remembered this thing in advance, she might have ended the battle earlier and knocked the poisonous clam to the ground. Xiao Zhou caught the thing flying in the air with a curious look on his face. He carefully looked at the sharp teeth in his hand. After a moment, cold stars appeared in his chaotic eyes, as if he finally understood Zhen Xiaoxiao's good intentions.
Yes.
This is the momentum. I'm going to teach these two annoying guys a lesson with my teeth. Zhen Xiaoxiao waved her pink fists vigorously, trying her best to build momentum for her friendly forces. The encouraged idiot let out a feral roar and immediately let go of Big Tooth, dropping it to the ground. You! Xiao Zhou's reaction was unexpected. His cheeks twitched and he almost bit his tongue. You idiot! Do you understand what I'm talking about? I understand. Xiao Zhou's eyes are filled with confidence. Isn't it just teeth? He quickly stood in a horse stance, stuck his ace high, opened his mouth wide, and revealed his 2 rows of white teeth. Wait, you're not going to. Zhen Xiaoxiao gasped, feeling that something was a little wrong. Under her confused gaze, Xiao Zhou really turned his neck quickly. Snap! With the crisp sound of teeth closing, the long tongue of the poisonous clam wrapped around the arm broke off. Who the Hades is the beast? It hurts so much. The screams of the poisonous clam were incessant, and the surrounding scenery became dim in the hustle and bustle. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that only the 2 rows of big teeth in the fool's mouth were shining, as bright as stars, instantly illuminating all the dark paths in life. Xiao Zhou was still not satisfied after easily killing an opponent. He kicked the poisonous clam away with his foot, then turned around and rushed towards the earth beast again. The earth beast, which was severely stimulated, jumped up from the ground, and its strong and powerful upper arm immediately collided fiercely with Xiao Zhou's left fist, followed by a series of crisp sounds of broken bones. Both world wars were lost. The injured ones are the animals. The earth beast, who was enduring the severe pain and with tears streaming down his eyes, had no time to catch his breath before he was horrified to see the other party open its mouth again, with its upper teeth knocking against its lower teeth, making a knocking sound and rushing towards him. Originally, Xiao Zhou was slightly better in terms of brute force, and with the newly awakened Dia magic power. In the blink of an eye, the earth beast's most proud iron claw was broken into 5 pieces. How can this be some delicious young meat? It's clearly a humanoid monster mountain king. The defeated earth beast let out a wail and quickly disappeared into the depths of the tunnel. The poisonous clam, which was originally unwilling to give in, stood not far away and witnessed everything clearly. It was so scared that its calves were shaking weakly. After finally accumulating some strength, it immediately ran away, wishing that its parents had given it 4 more legs. What lingered in its mind at this moment was the man's sharp teeth. The white teeth, with their piercing and hideous laughs, turned into the most terrifying demons in the world, chasing after him relentlessly. Before today, even if you beat it to death, it would not believe that there are such fierce humans in the world. From today on, it vowed never to mess with a man with white teeth again. Seeing that all the annoying guys had left, Xiao Zhozhou couldn't hide the smugness on his face. I finally know why Ziwan's iron pot broke so quickly. It must have been chewed by this thing. Zhen Zhao's eyelids were twitching so much that they were about to fall off, and she could no longer look directly into the idiot's big mouth. But little Zhozhou, who spit out some animal hair from his mouth, insisted on putting his head close to Zhen Xiaoxiao's face, blinking his eyes to act cute, and rub his big head, which had just grown some fur, on her shoulders.
What?
Want praise? Zhen Xiaoxiao reached out her hand hesitantly and gently rubbed Xiao Zhozhou's head. Sure enough, a contented snoring sound came from deep in the idiot's throat. Zhen Xiaoxiao had a conflicted expression. At first, she was just curious about what kind of face the idiot would have after he recovered from the lightning strike, but now she is not even sure about his breed. Isn't he a humanoid monster? Relying on the protection of the powerful fists and Dia, Zhen Xiaoxiao was able to walk in the Baizhe area without any danger. After a month and a half, the ragged duo successfully avoided the pursuit of a group of poisonous wolves and stood on a high hill. Just like the 25,000-mile-long march, after inhuman hardships, we finally accomplished a feat that our predecessors had never dared to imagine. Victory seemed to be just around the corner, because the rich aroma of medicine was coming with the wind. Xiao Xiao climbed onto Xia Zhao's shoulders with ease. From afar, she saw a fairyland scene. That is the legendary Kuroda medicinal forest. Because no one had picked the magical plant for many years, the spiritual light it emitted formed 5-colored auspicious clouds in the sky. Golden gourds are climbing all over the green trees, laden with fruits. The red stamens of ginseng are like burning fire. Huge calyxes of ghost-faced lotus are floating in the water. Countless medicinal branches are crisscrossed, and silver human-shaped fruits are hanging high between the trees. A few quaint thatched cottages in the mist are both real and illusory, which makes people imagine. However, around this beautiful scene, there are densely packed reptiles. They are colorful and of various shapes. Their number is so huge that it far exceeds the total number of poisonous insects and wild beasts seen in the past half-month. Just looking at them makes people's scalp tingle and their toes feel cold. No wonder this place is known as the Forbidden Zone of Life. The 7 Leaves monk cannot collect herbs, but the poisonous creature Kuroda can practice by inhaling and exhaling medicinal qi. It can be imagined that faced with such a large number of poisonous creatures, even a foundation-building elder would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Is it really possible that such a terrifying target could be crushed by just one step? Don't get any closer. Even if you are strong and powerful, you can't withstand their large numbers. Zhen Xiaoxiao climbed down from the fool's back. These days, she often thinks about one thing. The bamboo stone is 3 inches long and green in color. It is usable, but the yellow one is of inferior quality. 2 cents of white mud should be soaked in river water for 3 days. Mix 1 liang of Houtuinia cordata with half liang of its peel powder to turn its fishy smell into a fragrant one. Catch some fresh grass insects at midnight, grind them up and keep the juice, then add it to the soup within an hour. Having had the experience of refining chiffon pills before, why did Zhen Xiaoxiao feel that this recipe for attracting insect soup was a pill recipe? Although before this, Zhen Xiaoxiao had been punished to never touch the Tao of alchemy again for the rest of his life. But Huang Dabi, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Can he still stretch his eyes into the forest? Even if it really reaches out, I will dig it to death. He clenched his fists, and there was determination in Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes. I want to make an elixir. Opening the pocket of Xiao Zhozhou, which was embroidered with a big ship in the snow, the familiar ingredients reappeared in front of him. Zhen Xiaoxiao carefully caressed the bamboo stone, shook the container and listened to the sound of the grass and insects crawling in the jar, unable to hide her excitement. These are all her good babies. Big Daddy, Second Daddy, please bless me to complete this furnace of pills. Holding the black round stone in his hand, Zhen Xiaoxiao prayed silently in his heart. Whether he could become the king of the Black Forest, success or failure depends on this one move. For hundreds of years, few people have approached the Kuroda medicinal forest. How could this little guy have such a big ambition that he not only wants to set foot there, but also wants to run rampant? Apart from the powerful Xiao Zhou, this was her biggest trump card that allowed her to force her way into the Black Forest. Both the Great Elder of Yuan Peak and other people from the Seven Leaf Valley had seriously underestimated Zhen Xiao's true strength. There are countless worlds and countless ways of alchemy. Some people practice medicine to save lives, some use elixirs to prolong life, and some use medicine to control insects. Concentrate your mind, and this is the fate of Dan. The fool squatted aside, quietly guarding the cauldron fire. Zhen Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged on the ground and reverently put the first main ingredient into the cauldron. The bamboo stone fell to the bottom of the cauldron, making a crisp sound. Clink, clink. Finally, what we eat is herbal medicine. When it smelled the aroma of the medicine, the seven-leaf cauldron was so excited that its leaves trembled. Every day, it was like a lowly earthenware pot or iron pot, eating raw meat and drinking blood, and it almost forgot its noble origin. But what kind of recipe is this? So weird. So weird. Never eaten it. The ingredients are low quality, but oh my god, the perfect ratio. Qiye felt comfortable all over, and a stream of pure white smoke gushed out from his abdomen. As time went by, Zhen Xiaoxiao's mind gradually got better. She was focused, and her sight was pure white, with only the image of the green leaf medicine cauldron quietly emitting mist. But she didn't know that her silhouette as she made the elixir attracted the dew on the grass leaves and the bright light in the sky, the light chirping of insects, and all the joy in people's hearts. The idiot who was secretly watching all this couldn't help but smile slightly. After one stick of incense, the fragrance of the elixir filled the air and spread through the wet woods, making the surrounding scenery seem both real and illusory. After completing the refining, Zhen Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief, looked up and looked around, his heart suddenly starting beating wildly. Without knowing when, countless poisonous insects and wild beasts had gathered 10 feet away from her. Poisonous pythons as thick as arms quietly slid down from the black leaves, spitting out long flames from their mouths. Bees as big as millstones fluttered their wings and hovered in the air, with white bones reflected in their purple and green eyes. Earth-armored beasts poked their heads out from underground, their fangs flashing with sharp, cold light, and there were wolves, spraying poisonous smoke from their noses that withered the grass and trees, and then roaring softly, revealing their desire for food in their whimpers. Compared to these big guys, the wasps and poisonous clams they encountered before were just suckling babies. Although he was mentally prepared, the scene of the gathering of beast kings was still extremely shocking. Faced with the beast power released intentionally or unintentionally by these poisonous insects and monsters, Zhen Xiaoxiao's legs went weak, and he stepped back. But after only 3 steps back, his shoulder hit a very elastic chest. The idiot stood behind Zhen Xiaoxiao like a rock. The heat transmitted from his skin to her instantly dispelled the heavy pressure of the beast's power. At this time, the belly of the medicine cauldron roared, and a dark and fragmented black pill flew out of the furnace tremblingly. It is only as thick as a broad bean, with grooves all over its body, but it exudes an amazing fragrance. The appearance of this pill immediately attracted the greedy eyes of all insects and beasts. It took double the amount of raw materials to reach the level of breaking the pill. It can be seen that this pill recipe is much more sophisticated and complicated than the 7 ordinary pills. If Zhen Xiaoxiao had not been very careful, I am afraid that the broken pill would not be condensed. When they saw the treasure they had been waiting for so long finally appear, someone roared, and the beasts that had been trying hard to endure just now suddenly rioted wildly. There are too many monks, and too little porridge. With only 1 porridge left, who can I share it with? In a flash, A one-eyed wolf had fiercely inserted its long fangs into the back of the poisonous scorpion, but was entangled by the forest python behind it. Long tails with thorns, bloody broken limbs, and broken fangs kept flying over Zhen Xiaoxiao's head. What was even more terrifying was that Zhen Xiaoxiao found that she seemed to be still standing in the melee circle and was in danger of being accidentally injured at any time.
Walk.
Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiao Zhou immediately pulled Zhen Xiaoxiao and flew up, but looking around, there were herds of beasts in all directions, and a constant stream of smoke and dust was gathering towards the center. The two of them didn't know where to retreat for a moment. A wild elephant with numerous bee stings in its body fell to the ground with a bang. Its huge body shook the ground repeatedly. Its sharp fangs almost scratched Zhen Xiaoxiao's cheek, instantly cutting off countless black hairs. Brother beasts, Uncle Bugs. You can grab your own things, but you can let us out, right? There was no time to take care of the broken hair, and the constant dodging made Zhen Xiaoxiao's breathing rapid. The chaos in front of her made her miss the mice and reptiles that used to eat together and sleep lazily together when they were full. They never caused her any trouble when she was in Dongxiang. But how could the poisonous beasts, who were fighting vigorously, listen to the orders of a little girl? They only submit to the true king and worship the power that sweeps across everything. Roar, roar, roar. Just when Zhen Xiaoxiao was getting extremely anxious, a powerful and majestic roar of a beast suddenly resounded through the sky. It is like a hurricane that rises thousands of miles away, a tsunami that swallows up the 5 mountains, and with its absolute pressure, it beats all the noisy small fish and shrimps to death on the beach. The poisonous beasts that had been fighting fiercely just now suddenly fell silent. They quickly lay on the ground, trembling and looking humble, just like a group of docile lambs. Where the beast's eyes were focused, a gigantic crocodile monster revealed its true form, sticking tightly to the mountain-locking formation like a dog-skin plaster. Its eyes were full of ferocity, and it was determined to get the broken pill. Is it this? Zhen Xiaoxiao looked stunned. Among cultivators, there are different levels of cultivation: qi condensing, foundation building, and enlightenment. There are also differences in levels among the spirit beasts. A creature like the crocodile monster, whose hair and beard on his face are mostly turned into iron, is at least in the middle to late stage of foundation building. Naturally, he can intimidate poisonous creatures whose cultivation level is only at the 5th or 6th stage of qi condensation. Is it the king beast? Xiaoxiao was really confused. How come she hadn't noticed it before? Originally, they were here to calm the situation, but unfortunately, the mountain-locking formation was very strong. Even though the big crocodile turned over on its belly and pressed against the wall and twisted back and forth, the light curtain remained motionless. The crocodile was so angry that it kept hitting the wall, but was bounced away again and again. It turns out you can't get in. The solemn atmosphere is quietly changing. When the poisonous beasts in the 7-Leaf Valley's mountain-locking formation discovered that the crocodile monster could not extend its fangs and claws at all, the humility in their eyes instantly disappeared. They laughed grimly, their eyes flickered restlessly, and soon, ignoring the crocodile monster's cries, they started to fight fiercely again. The fierceness of the fight was even worse than the first wave. Even though Xiao Zhou's iron fists and silver teeth were terrifying, and he had smashed many snake heads, the poisonous creature's eyes were becoming more and more crazy. If this continued, Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhou, who were surrounded in the center of the battle circle, would probably become the beast's appetizers. This situation was really unexpected. He was clearly trying to trick the poisonous beasts, but how did he end up trapping himself? No. We must quickly find a way to get out of this predicament. Her eyes rolled around, and she suddenly had an idea.
Hey.
What are you little minions doing here? There is only one elixir here, so of course I want to give it to the strongest king in the Black Forest. My great and dictatorial beast king, since you are the master who rules the entire forest, I come to you with the intention of friendship and present you with precious food pills. This idea was inspired by the crocodile monster. Since there are so many poisonous creatures living in the Black Forest, there must be an existence with a cultivation level far stronger than that of the other beasts. Otherwise, just fighting for territory would be enough to kill or injure most of these beasts, and there would definitely not be the current scene of hundreds of races thriving. With an expression of piety and fanaticism on his face, Zhen Xiaoxiao bowed deeply towards the depths of the dense forest, and at the same time fanned his sleeves vigorously to release the aroma of the medicine more strongly. The beasts below the 7th level of Qi condensation still couldn't understand human language, but the fanatical expression on Zhen Xiaoxiao's face seemed to have brought back some bad memories in their hearts. All the animals couldn't help but raise their heads and look in the same direction. Rustle, rustle. As if responding to Zhen Xiaoxiao's exaggerated call, strange noises came from the depths of the distant medicinal field. Countless tiny spiders emerged from under the dead leaves and gradually formed a winding river on the ground. Seeing these sesame-sized bugs, the fighting spirit in the beast's eyes immediately turned into fear and kept retreating. At the same time, a mountain of earth suddenly rose up under the ridge of the field where medicinal herbs were lush.
Boom.
When the earth peak rose to the highest point, a giant spider that was almost the size of a house shook its spine and broke through the wall.
Wow.
The brutal beast power suddenly spread like a tide, pressing all the humans and animals to the ground. Because the Spider King has been absorbing the fragrance of spiritual herbs in the fields all year round, his aura is extremely condensed. Although his degree of ionization is not as high as that of the crocodile monster that was blocked outside the mountain-locking formation, there are clearly several sharp iron whiskers standing on both sides of his cheeks. So powerful. Looking at the 8 scary big eyes on the giant spider's head, the small eyes are glowing. No wonder the medicinal fields in the Black Forest have been abandoned for a long time and occupied by this behemoth. The Qi condensation disciples would be reborn if they come here. The 8-eyed giant spider took a step forward, and the swarms of insects and beasts surrounding Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou took a step back. The Spider King is indeed the most poisonous creature in the Black Forest, but this 8-eyed spider has always been sleepy and never leaves the medicinal field, so the minions have lost their minds and dared to fight openly for the broken pills. The big spider rolled its eyes, walked proudly across the herd of beasts and came to Zhen Xiaoxiao. It swallowed the fragrant broken pill in her hand in one gulp, then squinted its eyes, immersed in the wonderful taste for a long time. As the Beast King swallowed, the strange fragrance in the air disappeared. However, no matter how unwilling and regretful they were, none of the beasts dared to refute, except,
Ouch.
my elixir. This is the delicacy I have been waiting for with my life. Monster outside the formation was so angry that it slapped the light wall with its big palm. In terms of beast rank, it was obviously much stronger than the 8-eyed spider. However, this little 8-eyed spider actually snatched food from the crocodile's mouth. It was simply outrageous. Knowing well the power of the 7-leaf Valley mountain locking formation, the threatened big spider simply glanced at the opponent outside the formation with contempt, then turned around and stuck his ace high. Term nourishment of medicinal energy has made the 8-eyed spider exceptionally strong, especially its round ace, which is full and elastic. The crocodile demon stared at the big ace in front of him with waves of flesh, stunned. It took him a while to react, then he let out a sound and fell back, extremely depressed. He was the king of beasts, but just to fight for a pot of food paste, he broke his fangs, was shot in the buttocks by an arrow, and was tortured by hunger to the point of being skin and bones. He actually fell to the point of being laughed at by a little spider. The little abacus in Zhen Xiaoxiao's mind was clattering. She could use a certain amount of broken pills in exchange for the privilege of walking safely in the Black Forest. At the same time, the medicinal fields here would be open to her free of charge, so that she could practice daily and complete the task of collecting herbs assigned to her by Huang Yaolao. It is precisely because of the formula for the insect-attracting pill in hand that Zhen Xiaoxiao has the confidence to have an equal dialogue with the Beast King. Once this friendly negotiation is reached, she and Xiao Zhozhou will become the only Seven Leaves disciples who can freely enter and exit the medicine field in nearly 100 years. But before she could use the lines she had been preparing for half a day, Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a pain in the palm of her hand. Ouch, I'm so burned. He spread out his right hand, and the black stone he had been holding in his palm had become red hot and was spinning non-stop. I was really stunned. The first time Black Stone showed signs of abnormality was to teach the recipe for insect-attracting pills. The second time he helped was to see through the crocodile monster's invisibility technique. Then the third time he showed his power so violently he must be causing trouble. Zhen Xiaoxiao looked up and was really shocked and said, "Oh my god. I saw an 8-eyed spider as big as a house, rushing towards me at a rapid speed." The gusts of wind caused by its huge body kept knocking down the giant trees along the way, making a deafening roar. But looking more closely, it seems that this is not what the Spider King wants. The 8-eyed spider looked as terrified and helpless as Zhen Xiaoxiao's. Its 8 thick legs were trying desperately to grab something, but it couldn't find anything suitable to cling to. It could only roll and struggle clumsily in the wind with wood chips and gravel. All the poisonous insects and wild beasts in the forest were stunned. What on earth could have fooled their boss in the wind? God, please forgive your humble subjects. The beasts crawling on the ground were trembling. Zhen Xiaoxiao blinked, and her face suddenly turned pale. The 8-eyed spider is so heavy that if it rushed in front of him like this, not to mention that its sharp iron whiskers are as sharp as knives and can cut through flesh in minutes, even if its huge ace rubs against his chest, 10 of his ribs will be broken.
No.
The spider is coming for the stone. You have to throw it away. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who tried desperately to get rid of the bad luck, soon discovered with vomiting blood that the culprit seemed to be stuck to his skin, and he couldn't get rid of it. You broken stone. I've been so good to you, and I've kept you in my heart every day. Why did you want to kill me? This time it's definitely over. You little bug, you're looking for death. Seeing that the Spider Emperor and Zhen Xiaoxiao were about to collide with each other, Xiao Zhozhou suddenly bravely intercepted them between them, and a dazzling light glowed on his scorched face. No matter whether it is a long beast or a round beast, a small beast or a big beast, it will all meet the same fate under his fist. With a faint light flashing in his eyes, Xiao Zhozhou used all his strength to punch the Spider King between his eyes.
Boom.
This punch clearly had the power to collapse a mountain, but the terrifying force seemed to hit the air, penetrating the spider's body and creating a 2-meter-wide hole in the ground. That's because at the moment the fist shadow was thrown, the huge body of the 8-eyed spider suddenly turned into a light green smoke cloud, and with a whoosh, it sank into the black pebble in Zhen Xiaoxiao's left hand. At the same time, the stone that swallowed the spider bounced high up with the remaining force and hit Zhen Xiaoxiao's chest hard.
Boom.
Zhen Xiaoxiao was knocked unconscious mercilessly. Before she lost consciousness, she seemed to hear some voice in her mind. The surrounding beasts were in deathly silence. Even the crocodile monster that had been competing with the 8-eyed spider for the insect-attracting pill had a look of shock in its eyes, and it took a long time for it to calm down. It was probably thinking that if it was the one who swallowed the pill, wouldn't it have suffered the same fate? Could it be that the little pill with a deadly scent is a kind of poison that is so deadly that once taken, the body will turn into smoke and disappear without a trace? Closing their eyes, all the insects and beasts saw was their king turning into a ball of green mist with an expression of horror and despair. The chirping of insects at midnight woke Zhen Xiaoxiao from her deep sleep. She suddenly opened her eyes and jumped out of bed. Help! I'm going to be killed. If you want to hit someone, don't hit my arms.
Ha!
Wait, bed. Feeling that something was wrong with the environment, Zhen Xiaoxiao looked around in confusion, only to find that he was sitting on a wooden bed. Xiao Zhozhou, who was lying next to him, had been woken up and was rubbing his eyes and staring at him with some dissatisfaction. You've done something bad again. Seeing that Xiao Zhozhou's face was only 3 inches away from him, the scream from her tiny throat pierced the thick night, making the originally silent black forest light up with countless faint green lights. After confirming that the clothes were intact, Zhen Xiaoxiao immediately turned over and sat on Xiao Zhozhou's waist, raising his right hand. Doesn't this guy know what the difference between men and women is? Even though they are very familiar with each other, they can't just sleep with each other whenever they want, okay? But just as she opened her palm, her expression suddenly froze. Why did her body become so heavy? She pulled back her hand and pinched herself hard, and her small eyes suddenly opened wide. She looked down in disbelief and found that her body had become curvy without her knowing it. The part that was shriveled before she slept now had a lovely curve.
Ha.
Xiao Zhozhou. Xiao Zhozhou. Look quickly, how am I different from usual? Zhen Xiaoxiao, struck by ecstasy, opened her arms and instantly forgot about reasoning. She sat on Xiao Zhozhou's waist and jumped up and down, having a lot of fun. Different? Xiao Zhozhou frowned hesitantly. His eyes wandered around Zhen Xiaoxiao for a long time, finally stopping on her chest, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Steamed bun. He actually hid something delicious. It's really unethical to take it out so late. Xiao Zhozhou moved as fast as lightning and pressed precisely on the softest spot.
Bah.
The crisp sound of slaps seemed particularly loud in the darkness before dawn. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who had beaten Xiao Zhozhou into a pig's head, turned up his collar and pushed open the door of the thatched cottage calmly. What appeared before her was a lush medicinal field. Although no one had trimmed it for many years, the green leaves and roots of the medicinal plants had spread over the ridges and intertwined with each other, making the place look more prosperous and full of vitality. Even at night, the sky is still covered with a thin layer of colorful mist. Those flowers that only bloom at night are full of vitality. For the first time in hundreds of years, a 7 Leaves disciple became the owner of this thatched cottage. The heavy feeling in her chest made Zhen Xiaoxiao feel that everything she saw was beautiful. As soon as she thought about it, a black stone rolled out from her heart and landed lightly on her palm. Staring blankly at the stone, my mind was filled with so many thoughts. A few months ago, she was just an ordinary girl at the foot of Dongxiang Mountain, but with the mysteries brought by this stone, her life has undergone earth-shaking changes. Did Second Dad ever foresee all this? Just as Zhen Xiaoxiao was lost in thought, the originally dull-colored stone suddenly emitted a hazy green light. In a flash, a spider the size of a house appeared from the glow and landed in the field with a thud. Because the two were so close, the sharp spikes on its feet almost scratched Zhen Xiaoxiao's face. Oh my god! Zhen Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and screamed. It turned out that the stone did not kill the Kuroda Beast King, but just temporarily hid it in the stone. What was more surprising than Zhen Xiaoxiao was the 8-eyed spider that was inexplicably imprisoned in the stone. It was the king of beasts that had dominated the Black Forest for many years. How could it have ever suffered such an injustice and be locked up in a small dark room for no reason? The moment it saw Zhen's small features, the 8-eyed spider immediately let out a shrill roar. It's you, the human, who first lured me with the poison pill and then used magic to trap me in chaos. Now that I'm out of this, I'm definitely going to chop you into pieces to vent my anger. Even a person at the peak of qi condensation couldn't stop the mad 8-eyed spider king. The strong wind immediately cut a wound on Zhen Xiaoxiao's face. The hem of her clothes was torn into pieces by the strong wind and splashed into the deep night. The heavy beast power pressed her shoulder blades so hard that they crackled and seemed like they would break at any time. Going to die. Facing the threat of death, Zhen Xiaoxiao's mind suddenly flashed with the image of the red-haired demon god despising the world amidst the sky full of sword shadows. I am the one who walks on the sky. An unprecedented impulse surged in his heart, prompting Zhen Xiaoxiao to grab the boulder floating in the air again. Instead of retreating, he took a steady step forward amid the roar of the giant beast. This is a crucial step in her life. Get down on your knees, you beast. The black shadow had engulfed the girl in the moonlight, and the air jets from the spider's mouth slapped her hair, as if it could cut off her slender neck at any time, while Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyebrows and eyes were full of fierce colors. The fierceness of the eyes made the crazy eight-eyed spider hesitate and shrink, because it understands that this courage does not come from external things. It is the imprint of countless battles and courage in the blood. Although limited by experience and imprisoned by cultivation, one day it will burst into dazzling golden light again under the baptism of war. The spirit of dominance. As the girl shouted coldly, a bright light burst out from the stone and silently enveloped the spider. The seemingly gentle light immediately suppressed this powerful beast at the peak of Qi condensation realm, causing it to crawl on the ground and twitch violently. Xiao Zhozhou, with a slap mark still on his face, stood in a daze at the door of the thatched cottage. He saw Xiao Xiao jump onto the back of the eight-eyed spider nimbly and try clumsily and with difficulty to make it walk. In just a few breaths, the eight-eyed spider had crawled around outside the hut, carrying Jin Xiao Xiao on its back, and finally stopped at the door. Little Zhou Zhou, right on it. Jin Xiao Xiao grabbed a tuft of iron hair on the eight-eyed spider's head, bent down, and stretched out his hand towards the fool. At this moment, the girl's eyes were as bright as stars, sparkling in the darkness, instantly making the stars in the sky lose their color. Her long hair, which was darker than the night, fluttered in the wind. Her green dress seemed to blend into the mist of dreams, making people forget the 3,000 weak waters of the world at a glance. From then on, the only thing left in the dream was this green shadow entwined with the soul. Everything that happened before my eyes was absolutely unusual, yet it was so natural that it seemed as if it should be so. Unable to refuse that white and soft little hand, Xiao Zhou slowly loosened his clenched fist, and the bloodstain on his palm left by excessive force healed instantly. He jumped up, hugged the slender waist, and then, under the guidance of the girl, he rode the sturdy giant insect and galloped freely in the dark forest under the night. The unbridled and ostentatious laughter awakened the sleeping forest. Countless poisonous insects and wild beasts poked their heads out of their warm nests and were surprised to see the silhouette of the eight-eyed spider running wildly in the forest. The most absurd thing is not the resurrection of the king, but the fact that there are two human figures sitting on its back. The woman is light and graceful, while the man has a straight spine. Things have changed, sighed an old fox. The poisonous clam and the earth beast that had been beaten by the idiot hugged each other and trembled, while the crocodile monster, who was still unwilling to go away, lay outside the seven-leaf valley locking mountain formation, seemingly thinking about something. When the eight-eyed giant spider returned carrying the two people, there was a large bamboo basket behind little Zhou Zhou. The basket was full of newly picked herbs of good years, and there were even a few century-old ones. Due to the crazy reproduction of poisonous beasts, he has not entered the garden to pick fruits for many years. If people saw the small harvest, not only the disciples of the medicine pavilion, but even Huang Yao himself would be jealous to the point of bursting with jealousy. With a method that was almost like cheating, he became the master of the Black Forest. Owning the entire medicinal field and having a big spider as a mount, Zhen Xiaoxiao felt a strong sense of pride. She picked up a 50-year-old ginseng from the bamboo basket, wiped the mud off her skirt, and started to eat it like a radish. Finally, I don't have to take the fasting pills anymore. They are so hard to swallow. As the ginseng went down his throat, Zhen Xiaoxiao immediately let out a satisfied cheer. The pills from the great elder Yuan Feng were good, but unfortunately they tasted bad and were in very limited quantities. If I couldn't find any fresh food, I would become as thin as a dried man. Now that I have drank the ginseng juice, a comfortable warm current is slowly rising in my little belly. I heard from senior brother Xiangqian that the main ingredient of the Qi condensation pills taken by Qi condensation disciples is ginseng. However, the amount of ginseng in the pills that all the disciples of the medicine pavilion receive every month is probably not as much as what I just ate. If I don't digest all the medicinal properties, it would be a waste. Zhen Xiaoxiao got up from the ground and returned to the flat ground in front of the thatched cottage in the medicine field and sat on the ground. He took out the Qi condensation mantra from his arms and placed it on his legs. Xiao Zhou Zhou, come, let's practice together. Turning the pages of the book, Zhen Xiaoxiao invited sincerely. It's garbage. I won't learn it. The idiot glanced at the torn book with disdain, then staggered back to the house with a burp. Rather than practicing, he missed the pot of 30-year-old Ganoderma lucidum stewed with snake meat that he had just eaten more. Zhen Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly and focused her attention on the qi condensation mantra again. If you want to step into the sky, you must ascend the clouds. If you want to ascend the clouds, the easiest way is to cultivate immortality. As time went by, the rainstorm washed away the traces of the alchemy competition in front of the medicine pavilion, and most of the cultivators in the Seven-Leaf Valley had forgotten the 2 alchemy disciples who were punished by He Linzi. But no one knew that He Linzi had undergone earth-shaking changes in these days. Surrounded by the deliciousness of stewed meat with magical medicine every day, Dazi has been raised by Zhen Xiaoxiao to be plump and white, with no trace of lightning on his flawless skin. At the beginning, the 8-eyed spider was extremely angry about being controlled by a mere mortal with magic. Whenever it had the chance, it would rush out of the beast's spirit stone to beat up its younger brothers in the forest to vent its anger. However, as time passed, its proud and unyielding heart as a king had already been bought off by the broken pills delivered on time, and it completely became a loyal lackey under the skirt of Zhen Xiaoxiao. In addition to digging herbs and hunting meat for its owner every day, the 8-eyed spider's favorite entertainment activity is to hold the broken pills in its mouth and show off in front of the locking mountain formation to the crocodiles that it can see but cannot eat. As a result, the spider became more plump and arrogant, while the crocodile became thinner and colder. The first ray of light in the morning shone on Zhen Xiaoxiao, who was sitting cross-legged. She closed her eyes tightly, and a thin stream of air flowed out from her dantian. A breeze blew by, and the 8-eyed spider that had been squatting beside her suddenly stood up. It saw with confusion and uneasiness that a faint smoke was rising from every mature treasure in the medicine field. As the white mist rose, the scarlet-red fruit immediately became somewhat dim, and the plump, laughing warbler vine began to wilt. Is there a thief stealing from me? Just as the 8-eyed spider was preparing to attack as if facing a formidable enemy and staring desperately for its opponent, it was shocked to find that wisps of medicinal vapor gathered together in the air and were blown into the mouth and nose of the girl next to it.
Call.
Zhen Xiaoxiao swallowed the medicinal fragrance and exhaled the turbid air. Her cultivation of the first level of qi condensation had already been completed, and there was a tendency that she was about to break through the bottleneck of the second level. She was filled with joy, but she had no idea how amazing her talent was. Ordinary disciples who had entered the qi condensation stage 3 months ago would be immediately listed as key training targets. However, she had only been practicing for less than half a month and had already touched the threshold of the second level of qi condensation. Moreover, there was a hint of tyranny in her breathing, as if she was plundering the fortune of heaven and earth. Little 8-eyes don't hunt wolves today. Little Zhou has been eating too much recently, and his eyes are almost invisible because of the swelling. Feed him a vegetarian diet for the next few days. The 8-eyed spider nodded at Zhen Xiaoxiao in awe, then spread out its 8 huge legs and ran into the forest. In fact, it also disliked the ugly and unimpressive name Xiao Bayan, but its owner had a deep resentment towards the word Xiao. All those named by her could not escape the fate of being called Xiao, such as Xiao Zhou, Xiao Bayan, and the crocodile monster Xiao Tuming, who was so resentful that his teeth were broken outside the locking mountain formation, and who was as thin as a stick, but was unwilling to leave. I'm still a little uncomfortable. Rubbing her enlarged chest, Zhen Xiaoxiao watched the big spider disappear into the depths of the forest. Whenever she thought that her chest had become larger because of a stone inhabited by bugs, she would feel a chill on her back, but when she rubbed it with her hands, the satisfying touch would immediately dispel all the uneasiness. Zhen Xiaoxiao calmed down and picked up a red flower and put it under her nose to smell it. But the flower was strange. As soon as it left the branch, it withered from the beginning to the end, and the plant that was still growing on the ground turned black like charcoal. Just died like this? It's too delicate, right? There are too many rare herbs in the medicine field that are not recorded in the pharmacopoeia. I'd better be careful. Feeling sad that the nameless flower was ruined by him, Zhen Xiaoxiao pulled up the withered branch together with the plant on the ground with pity and put them into his sleeve. At this moment, the disciple token on his waist suddenly lit up.
Huh?
No one has come to see me for a long time.
Who is coming today?
Without waking up Xiao Zhozhou, who was sleeping on the floor, Zhen Xiaoxiao blew a whistle, and a black-haired poisonous wolf, whose strength was not inferior to that of a 6th-level qi condensation cultivator, immediately ran out of the forest and carried Zhen Xiaoxiao on its back and rushed towards the high ground outside the forest. Even the spider boss is willing to be his mount. Naturally, the black-haired poisonous wolf enjoys being able to carry the object of his loyalty. Before being seen, Zhen Xiaoxiao jumped off the wolf's back and walked towards the open area on foot. She didn't want anyone to see her secret. In the distance, Yong Guyu appeared on the grass, looking eagerly at him. Zhen Xiaoxiao was immediately delighted, quickened her pace, and shouted loudly, "Xiuyu, here I come." Yong Guyu looked at the girl running towards him in shock. He thought that 2 months of inhuman torture would surely drain all of Zhen Xiaoxiao's energy. Before I came, I was even prepared to hug her and cry bitterly, but I didn't expect that the person who came here had a rosier face than the girl who ran across the mountain with a pancake in her arms. How could she look aggrieved at all? Suddenly, Yong Guyu stopped believing in the terrifying legends about He Linzi that were circulating among his disciples. Xiao, I have already started practicing, and will be gathering my qi in the next few days. Are you envious? Just when the real Xiao was about to pounce on him, Yong Guyu straightened his back with a serious face and suddenly said this.
Huh?
Zhen Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I am now at the great perfection of the 1st level of qi condensation. It's a pity that Guyu can't see it. I'm not here to show off. The serious Yong Guyu was particularly annoyed with Zhen Xiaoxiao's careless attitude. She hit Zhen Xiaoxiao's head hard, like a rigid old scholar. You are more talented than me, but you are stuck in this dark forest. You must know that people who practice cultivation are always one step ahead, and they are fighting for the initiative.
Oh.
Zhen Xiaoxiao became a little more honest. She originally hated listening to people preaching the most, but when she saw Yong Guyu's little face, she felt that she was particularly cute when she was stubborn. Master asked me to tell you that there is an opportunity for you to leave the Black Forest. Clearing his throat, Yong Guyu whispered, Hunting day will be in 10 days. By then, more than 100 ordinary disciples and 20 elite disciples of the 7-Leaf Valley will enter the forest together to clear poisonous insects and wild beasts and pick spiritual herbs. Uncle Huang promised that anyone who kills 100 beasts will be rewarded with a heart-condensing pill, and anyone who kills 1,000 beasts will be rewarded with a soul-condensing pill. If anyone can bring back one of the Rehmannia glutinosa, golden embryo grass, or red vermilion fruit that is more than 300 years old, they can make a request to the medicine pavilion, and any condition will be met as long as it is not excessive. If anyone can hunt down the 8-eyed spider king, pluck its heart, and harvest the nameless red flower that is guarded by the 8-eyed spider king, the medicine pavilion will buy all the pills that this person needs for cultivation in the next 10 years. This is the most generous donation from the medicine pavilion in the past 20 years. Even Ji Selengda, who had been secluded for 3 years, made an exception and came out. Zhen Xiaoxin was shocked by the price offered by the pharmacy, but when she heard the word pervert, she couldn't help but be stunned. Who is Ji Selong?
Ji. Qing. E.
When Yong Guyu heard this name, he felt as nauseous as if he had eaten feces. The true disciple of the Valley Master, the 7-Leaf Young Master. This person is lawless in the sect. He has already completed the qi condensation and can break through to the foundation establishment at any time. The reason why she had such a strong resentment towards senior brother Ji was precisely because she was nearly abducted by him into his room a few days ago. If it were any other female disciple in the 7-Leaf Valley, they would have been eager to make love with the handsome and powerful senior brother Ji. However, when it comes to Yong Guyu, who is more straightforward than men,
Bah.
Don't even think about it. Shaking his head to throw away all the disgust he had for Ji Qingyi, Yong Guyu put his energy into continuing to reform Zhen Xiaoxiao, Although you can't fight as well as the elite disciples at the 6th or 7th level of Qi condensation, you are smart and eccentric, so you might have a chance to take advantage of the chaos to get some benefits. If you are lucky enough to get the electric willow orchid or the golden embryo fruit, you can ask Uncle Huang to return to the sect, and from then on you can practice in the valley in peace and security, and no longer have to sleep in the open air and suffer from poisonous insects. Safe and stable? She began to feel a little scared. She had been living a happy life in the forest like a fairy, and she had not yet enjoyed her good days enough. If the strange phenomenon of most of the medicinal plants in the medicine garden withering and disappearing was discovered by the 20 elite disciples, she would be in big trouble. You better make progress. If you don't want to be a great man and bring honor to your family, at least you should consider your own life. Yu Hongguang, you still remember the eldest son of the Shangqingyu family, right? I don't know how you offended him, but he vowed to make you live a life worse than death. He has a strong man in the sect to protect him, and he has successfully condensed his energy with the help of a spiritual pill, so he is qualified to enter the forest for this hunting trip. If he really comes to find you, do you think you can escape? Everyone is arguing over the ownership of the spiritual medicine, and if 1 or 2 disciples go missing, who will care whether they were stung by poisonous insects? Or were they murdered? Yong Guyu's voice was as rapid as frying beans, and the discarded punctuation marks mixed with saliva all sprayed onto Zhen Xiaoxiao's face. Yu Hongguang? Who? Have I ever offended? Although he had no impression of the name Yu Hongguang, he did not dare to show a confused expression and anger the female Tyrannosaurus in front of him. He nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, 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 I will be positive and motivated, and I will find a way to get the herbs and leave this horrible ghost forest. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu, and thank you, Elder Yuan. By the way, I haven't seen him for many days. I wonder if he is in good health? He quickly changed the subject. If he didn't divert Miss Yong Guyu's attention, he was really afraid that he would be killed by the spit. Master is in good health, but the 4th attempt to consecrate the Buddha has failed again. When this issue was mentioned, Yong Guyu forgot about the important matters and showed a melancholy expression. Even if a foundation-building cultivator lives 100 years longer than an ordinary person, there is still a limit to his life. If Elder Yuan Feng was not about to die, he would not have been suppressed so much by Elder Huang Yao. So, although the great elder's lineage seems to be in a good situation, in fact, its situation is becoming increasingly difficult. Understanding something from Yong Guyu's expression, Zhen Xiaoxiao put away her smile, took out a 1,000-year-old top-grade ginseng from her waist, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and stuffed it into Yong Guyu's hand. This is my gift. Please give my regards to the great elder for me. The medicine is over 1,000 years old and is the king of medicines. It is definitely the most precious treasure of the Kuroda medicine forest. If it were put on the market, even the most powerful people would fight for it. Only 2 ginseng whiskers were seen sticking out of the handkerchief, and there was no way to tell its quality, but Yong Guyu finally showed a trace of relief on his face. That's more like it. It's not like an ungrateful little wolf that can't be fed. Smiling, Yong Guyu flicked a jade slip from his fingertips and stuffed the ginseng king into his arms. I will go back and brag about you to my master. Here is the list of 20 elite disciples. If your life is in danger, you can ask for help from the 6 people in my master's lineage. But don't expect the senior brothers and sisters to share with you the medicinal materials that are more than 300 years old. If you want to leave the forest, you have to find a way yourself. After taking the jade slip, the first things that came to Zhen Xiaoxiao's mind were the portraits and introductions of the 6 disciples of Yuan Feng's lineage. 5 of them had cultivation levels of around the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation. There was only one wooden lump who looked like he was more prone to frowning than Yong Guyu. He was a 9th level qi condensation expert named Luo Wei. Did you remember it? Yong Guyu would not leave without worrying until she was sure that Zhen Xiaoxiao remembered the appearances of her 6 senior brothers and sisters. After all, in her eyes, Zhen Xiaoxiao was synonymous with being unreliable. I have made a note of it. Zhen Xiaoxiao hesitated and tried to test him. It's okay for me to fish in troubled waters, but what if the medicinal field actually doesn't contain the things that Huang Yaolao said? Ha ha ha, that's impossible. Although no one has entered the medicine field for a long time to take a detailed inventory, what grew in the field hundreds of years ago is all recorded. Add to that the growth over the years, and the old foxes in the medicine pavilion have figured it out. What if all the herbs are eaten by poisonous beasts? Zhen Xiaoxiao still didn't give up. They can't eat it. Yong Guyu shook his head confidently. Do you think I, the founder of Qiye, am stupid? He had already placed restrictions on the first generation of beasts. All descendants of the poisonous beasts in the Blackfield Medicine Forest can only inhale and exhale medicinal energy to practice, and must not harm the roots and fruits of the medicine. Otherwise, they will be killed by the heavenly Tao. The meaning of their existence is nothing more than to sharpen the claws of the Qi condensation disciples. This hunting operation is not only to enter the forest to collect herbs, but also a beast slaughter.
So,
The medicinal fields must be full of fruit. Zhen Xiaoxiao sighed, her melancholy clearly evident. But Yong Guyu didn't hear the hidden meaning and just added proudly, of course, although our Qiye Valley's alchemy is declining, the value of the Haitian medicine forest far exceeds that of the three schools of medicine, Lianshan, Baichao, and Manhwa. This is because the Haitian medicine forest is the work of the founder. Every mother plant was picked by him personally from overseas and cultivated in the forest. It goes without saying how precious it is. There is one nameless red flower in particular. You can only use fire-attributed magical powers to pick the calyx and then store it in a metal container. If you touch it directly with your fingers, the entire stem will wither. This thing is a sacred object for alchemy. There is only one in the third-level alchemy sect under the entire Lihi sect. This time, the thing that the medicine pavilion values most, besides the heart of the eight-eyed spider king, is this flower.
Huh?
Xiao, why do you look so bad all of a sudden? Yong Guyu had been mumbling to himself the whole time, and finally noticed the change in Xiao's expression. Nothing, I just suddenly remembered that the Realgar formation needs to be reinforced. There are a lot of snakes these days. There was no point in complaining to Yong Guyu about her troubles, so Zhen Xiaoxiao forced herself to cheer up and try to keep a smile that was about to. Then you go quickly. I'm leaving first. The ginseng needs to be kept in the jade box, otherwise the medicinal properties will be wasted. Yong Guyu believed Zhen Xiaoxiao's words without a doubt. After saying goodbye to her, he ran back to where he came from without a care in the world, thinking about how to quickly deliver the ginseng to his master. Something that Lihi Shangzong cares about. I'm done. As soon as Yong Guyu turned around, his small, smiling face suddenly drooped longer than an old eggplant. No wonder it wilts when I touch it. The nameless flower that Yong Guyu mentioned just now is most likely the one that grows next to the thatched cottage, the one that is so red that it makes people's hearts flutter. Well, now it's in my sleeve pocket, as dry as a black fire stick. A few days ago, I was afraid that my face would be scratched by Huang Yao, but now, I don't have to worry about my face anymore, because soon the whole person will be burned into charcoal by the thunder flame. Why am I so unlucky? The more I patch a hole, the more it breaks. The more trouble I dig, the bigger it gets. The strongest disciples in the Seven-Leaf Valley all come to see the medicine garden, and I even picked a red flower that is more precious than life. Who told me that no one can get close to the medicine garden?
Ah.
It reminds me, I must cook him. Pulling his own hair, Zhen Xiaoxiao looked crazy and quickly called the black-haired poisonous wolf to run towards the medicine field. Young ones. In just about an hour, Zhen Xiaoxiao gathered all the big guys in the forest and asked them to line up in front of the thatched cottage. The best way is to prevent the Qiye disciples from entering the medicine field to check the situation. In this way, the truth about the disappearance of the ginseng red fruit and the damage of the safflower will not be exposed to others. Zhen Xiaoxiao sat in the middle of the team, sweeping his gaze majestically over each of the big furry heads, and then lowered his voice and said, "Our trouble is coming." The animals were laughing and playing, not caring at all. Trouble? What is trouble?
Can I eat it?
Since the day they were born, they have been the only ones causing trouble. There has never been any trouble causing them. Zhen Xiaoxiao knew that commanding this group of beasts was not an easy task. She did not scold these rabble for their lack of ambition. She just hummed softly, "Hunting Day, have you heard of it?" Just 7 simple words immediately stopped the beasts from being disrespectful, and their eyes suddenly turned bright red. How could they not remember? Every 10 or 20 years, a group of 7-leaf disciples would rush into the forest, slaughter their descendants, and plunder their skin and flesh. They had long wanted to rush out of the forest, trample on the lives of 7-leaf disciples, and burn their houses, but due to the restrictions set by the founder of the 7-leaf, not only could they not step out of the mountain formation, but their cultivation was also forcibly restricted to below the peak of Qi condensation, and they were at the mercy of others for generations. What's up? Is a new round of slaughter feast about to begin? The eyes of the animals were like burning fire, all fixed on Jin Xiaoxiao, expecting her to continue speaking. However, the more anxious they were, the more unpredictable the expression on Jin Xiaoxiao's face became. She did not immediately denounce the atrocities of the 7-leaf monk in an impassioned speech, nor did she mobilize all the beast kings to go out to fight in a serious manner. Instead, she cast a sympathetic gaze towards the snake king coiled on the treetop. The long gaze and the deep sympathy in the eyes made the big flower snake's cheeks twitch, and its heart was in turmoil. What are you doing? What are you doing? Have you heard of Gingi? This man is the #1 among the Qi condensation disciples in the Qiye Valley. He is strong enough to build a foundation at any time, but do you know why he delayed breaking through until today? Zhen Xiaoxiao finally spoke.
Gingi?
The beasts narrowed their eyes. There are so many Qiye disciples, so they naturally don't know everyone's name. However, for a strong man who is half a step away from foundation building to appear on the hunting day, this is definitely terrible news. If the lethality of a low-level Qi condensation cultivator is compared to 1, then the fighting power of a half-step foundation building warrior is 1,000. This person's cultivation is almost comparable to that of the 8-eyed spider emperor, but he has been forcibly suppressing his cultivation and waiting to enter the forest. What is he trying to do? Their curiosity was aroused, and every poisonous beast wished that Jin Xiaoxiao would speak quickly, because he only likes the beautiful fire pattern totems in the scales of snake beast kings. Although the fantastic story once made Jin Xiaoxiao feel a little guilty towards senior brother Ji, whom she had never met, she then remembered the disgust on Yong Guyu's face when he mentioned Gingi. What is there to be pitted? If a pervert is around, everyone can kill him. A spirit of chivalry that eliminates harm for the people and supports friends has emerged. Putting aside the sympathy that shouldn't exist, Zhen Xiaoxiao's tongue immediately became nimble. This Gingi once vowed to kill all the black forest snakes and use the skin of the one with the most gorgeous patterns as the sheath of his sword.
What?
Am I going to be skinned?
Boom.
Before Jin Xiaoxiao could finish his words, the big flower snake's eyes turned red with anger. It stood up and broke the tree trunk as thick as a bucket under it. Wood chips flew in the air and hit the brothers' faces. If the Qiye disciples only killed the old, weak, sick, and disabled beasts, or those who had not yet developed intelligence, they could barely sit back and do nothing. However, this time they actually dared to target the king. They were so bold. Achoo! In the most magnificent cave on the main peak of Qiye Valley, Ji, who was fighting fiercely with his beautiful junior sisters, suddenly sneezed violently. There is a beautiful girl who is feeling lustful. Wait for me, senior brother. I will be here soon. He looked up, a meaningful smile appeared on his handsome face, and he dived down again. What a strong twist. Seeing the giant flower snake going crazy, Zhen Xiaoxiao was shocked and relieved, but her gaze gently shifted to the shiny fur of the poisonous wolf boss, and her eyes gradually became moist. It is said that Gingi has been afraid of cold since she was a child, and she likes animal skin bedding the most. Little poison wolf, when the 7-leaf disciples come into the forest to raid, you must hide as stealthily as possible, otherwise I will cry for you. The arrogant poisonous wolf could not bear to hear someone asking him to hide his head and tail, so he immediately rushed towards the mountain wall with a roar and drew countless large black crosses on the hard rock with his 10 sharp nails. It seems to be saying that if that guy named G comes, this will be the end. He fabricated dozens of stories about Qing's evil habits, and even Yu Hongguang, who was mentioned by Yong Guyu, was not spared. At this moment, the eyes of all the poisonous insects and beasts were filled with brutal and murderous glare. It was as if he had seen Qingi killing his mother with his own eyes, and Yu Hongguang helping to skin her and pull out her tendons. Actually, they. Zhen Xiaoxiao sighed, turned around and patted the eight-eyed spider's thick leg hair, her voice extremely sad. Their main purpose is to take the Spider King's heart. The 3 strongest disciples of the Seven-Leaf Valley are all coming for you, so for the next 10 days, you should try to hide in my beast spirit stone, and don't come out and wander around if you have nothing to do. After talking nonsense for a long time, only this sentence was true. Zhen Xiaoxiao was very worried about the safety of the spider. After all, it was the first Beast King's little brother that she had tamed, and she didn't want to say goodbye to it like this. The eight-eyed spider was stunned, and anger rushed to the top of its head.
What?
My heart? You seven-leaf ants are simply dreaming. The unique pressure of a king descended from the sky, causing the giant trees to make strange noises as they could not bear the weight. However, under this terrible low pressure, raging fires ignited in the hearts of all the beasts.
Va!
Grind those seven-leaf monks into mincemeat. Ignited by the passion of the beasts, Xiao Zhou, who had been squatting on the side, suddenly jumped up from the ground, opened his mouth with white teeth and roared to the sky. It's a pity that the food has been too good recently, and his grinning face has no dignity at all. Instead, it makes him look fat and silly and cute. Very good. Zhen Xiaoxiao stood up and nodded with satisfaction. This was the momentum she had been expecting. With the support of the poisonous beasts in the forest, it was uncertain who would burn whom into charcoal ashes. Her bright eyes swept across the lush medicinal fields around her. She patted Xiao Zhou's plump white arms and shouted in high spirits. "Cut all the medicinal plants in this medicinal field for me." Who could have imagined that a little girl who was ruthlessly expelled from the medicine cabinet could actually have such extraordinary abilities? If she doesn't move, it's fine. But once she opens her mouth, she will dig out hundreds of years of heritage of the medicinal garden. If Master Gu and Huang Yaolao knew that they had angered such a plague god, they would definitely regret it so much that they would bang their heads against the wall and blood for 3 days. The fierce and bandit-like aura rising from Zhen Xiaoxiao made the beast's eyes light up. Grab all the medicinal fields? For so many years, even the dignified Seven-Leaf Valley Master did not dare to dream of such a beautiful dream. What a huge medicine storehouse is this? What an amazing wealth is this? Anyone who dares to think of this idea is extremely courageous. Unconsciously, in the minds of the beasts, Zhen Xiaoxiao has become an existence more powerful than the Seven-Leaf Valley Master.
Ah!
Xiao Zhou agreed with this idea very much and swung his arms excitedly. He was seen running in the medicine garden with his arms open. In a blink of an eye, old fruit trees fell down in large numbers. Silver pearls, fragrant cheek fruits, were scattered randomly on the soil in a messy and luxurious manner.
Ah!
Frightened by Xiao Zhou's momentum, the eight-eyed Spider King let out a similar roar from his chest, and with his poisonous claws opened, he picked up a basin-sized ghost-faced mist lotus from the water, without giving in. "You are my younger brother, and so am I. Why do you have to rush to the front and steal my credit? For the Master's caress, for the Master's elixir, I want to win the favor of the harem." The moment the Spider King plucked the lotus, all the Beast Kings screamed in fear.
Oh!
"My king, how can you pick anything in the garden at will? Are you too excited and forget the death taboo passed down from generation to generation in our bodies? Do you remember? 10 years ago, a fiery snake was naughty and swallowed an unripe green fruit. TSK, there is still a hole where it exploded. Hee, it's just right that I'm dead. Everyone, be quiet, be quiet. Now I'm the strongest among the living bosses. Hurry up, lie on the ground, and shout 'Long live Lord Wolf.'" The Poison Wolf King stretched his neck and looked at Little Eight Eyes' face, which had suddenly turned blue, with a gloating look on his face. "Baji." The mist lotus on its poisonous claws fell to the ground. The eight-eyed spider's eyes widened, and tears the size of fists rolled out of its 8 giant eyes in an instant. It's over. It's over. A lifetime of wisdom was ruined in an instant. Just now, he was definitely blinded by the desire to win favor. How could he forget about the death penalty? He hasn't even turned those villains who coveted his little heart into meat patties, and now he is going to see his mother. Everyone could hear the aggrieved and unwilling cry of little Eight Eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, until the sympathy in the eyes of the animals turned into impatience. The 8-eyed spider still rolled around on the ground with its 8 legs facing the sky. You wimp! Zhen Xiaoxiao was nervous at first, but then she was indeed curious about the failure of the death band in Xiao Baiyan's body. She placed her fingers on the beast's spirit stone and looked at little 8-eyed's body again. After the familiar warmth from the stone surged into his eyes, his sight actually penetrated the spider's skin and went straight into its flesh. His eyes quickly moved around the meridians and finally stopped on the right side of the heart. Leaf condensed with green light appeared in Zhen Xiaoxiao's field of vision. This leaf pattern has a mysterious and astringent aura, and it clearly has the intention of breaking the spider's heart, but its self-explosion tendency is suppressed by a ball of gray air. In the competition between the two forces, the green color is obviously defeated and is slowly melting. Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly shrank, and she realized that the gray gas that stopped the death ban from happening was the medicinal fragrance of the insect-attracting pill. The founder of Qiye is good at formations. The green leaves are the means he left behind to subdue poisonous beasts. The elixir I refined restrains this power, making it impossible for any forbidden method to easily wipe out the beasts subdued by the black stone. When I discovered the wonderful use of Xiangerden, I couldn't help but get excited. The death band of the founder of Qiye that no one could shake was ineffective today on the beast spirit stone. It was just a luxury before, but at this moment, Zhen Xiaoxiao is sure that she can completely liberate these poisonous insects and wild beasts that are imprisoned in the mountains and forests for hundreds of miles. Ha 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 ha. Guys, from now on you will just follow me to make a living. Zhen Xiaoxiao let out a delicate cry and slammed the 7-leaf cauldron to the ground. She took out her own tools and started the furnace. He poured the bamboo stones into the cauldron and smashed the grass and insects to extract the juice. He was really energetic, and soon 3 broken insect-attracting pills rose from the fire. With a flick of her fingers, she pushed 3 medicinal pills to the earth armor beast leader, the giant flower python, and the poisonous wolf king who were standing beside her. Although they didn't say it, the 3 beasts had already guessed that the reason why the 8-eyed spider king didn't die after taking the medicine was related to the pill. The irresistible aroma emanating from the medicine pill made the 3 beast kings swallow the broken pill without hesitation.
Puff, puff, puff.
As the medicinal power dissipated, the 3 beast leaders turned into 3 colored smoke clouds of brown, red, and fluorescent green, and flew towards the beast spirit stone in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand. After waiting for a while, the poison wolf king stepped out of the stone on his own. Under the threat of the 8-eyed spider emperor's murderous gaze, the poison wolf king staggered towards the red fruit tree. Watching their leader bite off the red fruit and place it at Zhen Xiaoxiao's feet, and not suddenly suffering from heart failure like their ancestors who were picking herbs, the wolves howled uncontrollably. Amid the increasingly loud wolf howls, the giant python and the earth-armored beast king also completed their task of collecting herbs one after another. They were in high spirits, without any signs of the death penalty being activated. 1 is accidental, 2 is coincidence, then surviving 3 or 4 times is definitely not a matter of luck, but a miracle. All the poisonous beasts were now staring at Zhen Xiaoxiao's face enthusiastically, and their gazes changed from previous admiration to endless awe and fanatical worship.
God.
She is the little fairy that we, the Kuroda beastmen, have been waiting for 1,000 years. From now on, if you point east, we dare not go west. If you say 2, we will never say 1. Zhen Xiaoxiao's face lit up at the praise. It is a huge project to free all beasts. For 7 consecutive days, Zhen Xiaoxiao worked day and night to refine the insect-attracting pill and used up all the raw materials, but his skills also reached the level of perfection. From the initial medicinal residue and broken pills, to the 3 cracked pill, to the 2 cracked pill, to the 1 cracked pill. In the end, it was only a fine line away from being flawless.
Now.
This is my peak. Seeing that the last thing that flew out of the tripod was still broken, Zhen sighed and stopped. During the 7 days of alchemy, she caught a glimpse of insight. It seemed that as long as she could refine a flawless elixir, the beast's spirit stone would undergo new changes. However, despite the small difference in realm, it is extremely difficult to break through. Faced with such a result, Zhen Xiaoxiao was not discouraged. Although the bottleneck still existed, at least all the powerful poisonous insects and beasts in the forest had become her minions. She also put the remaining dozens of pills into a small clay bottle. Go ahead. Zhen Xiaoxiao waved her hand tiredly. Surrounding her was an orderly army of beasts that stretched as far as the eye could see. Before Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand was put down, the 8-eyed spider stretched out its neck and spit out a poisonous wave. The powerful pressure brought up strong winds from all directions and soared into the sky, spreading the king's will in all directions in an instant. Guys, follow me.
Bang, 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 bang.
The sound of footsteps turned into thunder, and the herd of animals followed little 8 Eyes and rushed into the medicinal field like crazy. The team includes birds flying in the sky, beasts running on the ground, and insects crawling underground. Under the leadership of the king of beasts, they use their fangs to pick the fruits from the tall trees and ancient vines, use their sharp claws to dig up the roots buried deep in the ground, push aside the hard seed coat and pry out the essence, push down the giant trees and pull down the green branches. I have never discovered that the poisonous beast's claws are so flexible that they even spared the companion species hidden deep in the tree trunks. But in the blink of an eye, the ginseng, red fruit, Ganoderma lucidum, laughing oriole vine, golden embryo fruit, blood droplet, ghost thunderwood, and ancient spiritual flowers under Zhen Xiaoxiao's feet piled up into a mountain, which was dazzling. The huge medicinal garden became bare, as if it had just been robbed by robbers, and even the weakest young plants were not spared. The beasts snorted excitedly, and an unprecedented pleasure arose in their hearts. It has a future. Seeing the poisonous beasts doing work more delicately and efficiently than Xiao Zhozhou, all the fatigue from 7 days of refining pills disappeared, and Zhen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the beasts. Thank you for your hard work. Go around and dig up all the good stuff scattered in the Bai Zai area. Don't miss any of them. Looking at the dimples on Zhen Xiaoxiao's cheeks, the poisonous beasts couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They thought they had done the best they could, but they didn't expect Zhen Xiaoxiao to be even more cruel than them. Over the years, seeds of some mother plants in the medicine field have been spread by the wind to the Bai Zai area. Since they own the entire medicine garden, they should look down on the sub-plants sparsely distributed outside. But Zhen Xiaoxiao ordered them all to be taken back, which was clearly intended to cut off the supply of medicine to Qiye Valley. Cruel enough. Spicy enough. They like this temperament so much. Looking at the backs of the animals quickly dispersing towards the woods, Zhen Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction. She picked up Xiao Zhozhou's wind and snow cloth bag and wanted to put all the piled herbs into the bag, but at this moment the beast's spirit stone in her hand suddenly flashed with green light and swallowed all the herbs in front of her into the stone heart. Zhen Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Then she clenched the small clay bottle in her hand and called on the poisonous wolf to carry her to the mountain locking formation. This beast spirit stone has been strange for a long time. If it wants to swallow the medicine, let it swallow it. It is yours anyway, and it doesn't matter where you put it. Rather than the medicinal herbs, she was more worried about the hunting day that was coming in 3 days. Although all the beast kings in the forest have been mobilized, we still cannot underestimate the enemy. In the list revealed by Yong Guyu, Gingi ranked first is the 7 Leaves Young Master, whose cultivation has reached the half-step foundation building stage, and his overall strength is slightly stronger than that of the 8-eyed Spider Emperor. Luo Wei from Elder Yuan Feng's lineage and Zhong Zixing from Elder Hu's lineage are both at the 9th level of qi condensation and will be very difficult to deal with after using their magic weapons. The elites of this medicinal field hunting were much stronger than those in the previous sessions. After all, 20 years ago, there was only one cultivator at the 9th level of qi condensation who entered the forest from the Seven-Leaf Valley. To be on the safe side, Zhen Xiaoxiao decided to find a strong foreign aid for herself. But where can Zhen Xiaoxiao, who stays in the dark forest all day, make allies? Walking slowly to the closed mountain area, a hungry crocodile monster was grinding its teeth out of boredom. Inadvertently, Zhen Xiaoxiao's smiling cheeks were reflected in its vertical pupils. The moment it saw its enemy appear, the crocodile monster rushed towards the mountain forbidden formation with its teeth bared. Although it had been bounced away by the forbidden formation countless times in the past few days, its obsession became even stronger. She broke its food pot, broke its fangs with her magical barrier, summoned a wooden sword to stab its ace, and used that spiritless, shriveled little spider to annoy it every day. Crumble her, tear her apart. It will never give up until it turns this little she-human into smelly feces. TSK. Why are you still so angry? Okay, be good. I'll give you some candy. The mountain was locked, and people were not allowed to enter or exit. After comforting him with a few words like teasing a puppy, Zhen Xiaoxiao threw out an insect-attracting pill. Although the sole of his shoe still remembered the crocodile monster's name, this did not prevent Zhen Xiaoxiao from smiling warmly and kindly. Using the enemy to suppress the enemy, is there anything more wonderful in the world than this? A strange fragrance came towards him, and the greedy and frantic crocodile monster stopped abruptly. As it lowered its head, a brown pill the size of a broad bean landed just under its nose, neither too fast nor too slow. There is no deep hatred between us. Why can't we sit down and talk it out? Zhen Xiaoxiao sat on the ground, patiently guiding her. Her eyes couldn't be gentler. There was indeed a look of struggle flashing in the depths of the crocodile monster's eyes. Although it had already made up its mind to swallow the hateful little she-woman into its stomach, its brain seemed to be insufficient when it smelled the fragrance of the elixir at such a close distance.
Stop.
A voice echoed in my mind. I have lived for hundreds of years and have never suffered such humiliation. I would rather starve than accept food from pity. Brother, you must tighten your belt and keep your integrity.
Ugh.
Another voice kept urging him. What moral principles? Eat delicious food in the morning and die in the evening. Hurry up and eat it, idiot, or the little will melt in the sun if you don't act now. Just as the two voices were arguing fiercely, the second brown pill rolled out from the formation. The image of it flicking on the ground instantly shredded the first sound in my mind into powder. I can't stand it anymore, ah. The crocodile monster dived down fiercely and swallowed the two insect-attracting pills whole along with the dirt and mud. The delicious food was finally eaten, and the crocodile monster sat on the ground with tears of grievance and relief in his eyes. It was like a traveler trekking through the desert finally drinking sweet spring water, or like a beggar who had been hungry for 100 days finally tasting minced meat that he had never tasted before. This life is worth it. Take the bait. Zhen Xiaoxiao brushed the dust off her clothes and stood up. The gentleness in her eyes was gone, but her dimples on her cheeks made her smile even deeper. She held up the beast's spirit stone, expecting the crocodile monster to turn into smoke and become another powerful fighter for her. If I could hold a spider in my left hand and a crocodile in my right hand, I would definitely be more impressive than Tang Qi when I go out. Zhen Xiaoxiao thought too beautifully, but there are always unexpected things. As the broken pills were digested in its stomach, the outline of the crocodile monster's body did become blurred for a moment, but as its ferocious eyes flashed, the delicate connection that had just been established with the beast's spirit stone was immediately severed.
Huh.
It's really small when you open your palm. Failed to tame the beast. As expected, you are a great demon. Zhen Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows in surprise, then calmed down after a moment and continued to throw the pills in her hand out of the formation. 1, 2, 3.9, 10. After swallowing 10 one-breaking pills in succession, the crocodile demon was so happy that he banged his belly loudly, refusing to accept the call of the beast spirit stone. It sticks its ace out and sways from side to side, as if to say, "Bring as many as you want. Grandpa Crocodile has a big appetite. You want to enslave me with just a few broken?
Pa.
You wish." Looking at the skinny animal's ace in front of him, Zhen Xiaoxiao was speechless. He didn't expect that the crocodile monster had learned the little 8-eyed chrysanthemum taunt and used it on himself. "It hurts so much. I wasted so many, but still failed to achieve my goal." It seems that the broken pills are ineffective against the crocodile monster. Only by breaking through the bottleneck and refining the flawless fragrant bait pill can there be hope. Never a person who would drag his feet, Zhen Xiaoxiao frowned, took the remaining pills, and turned away. "If you can't feed it enough, then don't feed it." Wait. Why are you walking so fast?" The crocodile demon looked stunned. It had finally gained the upper hand in the game between the two of them, and it hadn't shown off enough yet. How could the audience leave? It was really rude. And more. "You little witch, you clearly have some pills hidden on you. They smell so good. Why don't you let me take them?" Seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao's resolute back, the crocodile demon quickly stopped shaking its ace, rushed forward eagerly, and pressed its nose tightly against the mountain-locking formation. Hearing the crackling sound of footsteps behind him, Zhen Xiaoxiao was very upset. She was about to scold him, but when she turned around and met the crocodile monster's gaze, her eyes suddenly fell into a whirlpool of confusion. The crocodile monster's blood-red vertical pupils split into two at some point, turning into two halves of a yin-yang fish, slowly rotating counterclockwise. Even the crocodile monster itself was caught off guard by the change in its pupils. After a moment of shock, it laughed so hard that its teeth chattered. "Ah-ha-ha-ha! It's nightmare imaging. This is a rare and powerful eye technique in the hidden dragon bloodline. Although he has inherited some of the eye power of his ancestors, the probability of truly awakening it is only about 1 in a million. But how did I make a breakthrough today for no apparent reason? Could it be because of the delicious and stomach-warming meatballs?
No.
It's not Chibi Muroko-chan's fault. It's not the little mother's credit. She must have made me angry for so many days that she forced me to reveal my true strength. After all, I have always been so strong." A strong sense of self-confidence rose in his heart, and after quickly throwing away the ridiculous thoughts, the crocodile demon looked at Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually becoming unfocused under his gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled up evilly. "You little witch, you're going too far."
No.
"That's not enough. You have to refine little every day and make the Lingji stewed snake meat, Zhuge boiled wolf kidney, and Rehmannia steamed ginseng that the little man has eaten. Not a single serving can be missing, ha ha ha." Thinking of this, the crocodile monster's saliva gushed out and the yin and yang fish in his eyes turned faster. But at this moment, Zhen Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and came to her senses. She stared straight into the mutated eyes of the crocodile monster. "What the Hades is this? It seems like another evil spell that made my blood boil last time. It's not painful at all. So weak. Depend on. Is this okay?" The crocodile monster's eyeballs bulged out to the ground. "Subvert common sense. It is clearly the most powerful eye technique. Why is it that when used on a little female, it becomes just scratching an itch?"
No.
"It's definitely not because you are good, but because I just learned a new skill and haven't mastered it yet." Staring at Zhen Xiaoxiao's little face full of contempt, the hidden blood crocodile cried out in grievance. "It's already frustrating enough, but someone still doesn't forget to add fuel to the fire. I was wrong." Zhen Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, her expression extremely disappointed. "I originally thought you were the king of beasts, the boss of bosses. That's why I traveled so far to come here to repair our relationship. I didn't expect you to be just a small character with a strong appearance, but a weak heart." As Zhen Xiaoxiao spoke, she shook the small clay bottle in her hand, and the fragrant bait pills collided with each other, making crisp sounds. "Let's save these medicinal pills for the poisonous wolves. After all, they can create a hole with just one slap, which is much better than you who can only stare blankly."
No.
I'm super strong, okay? Such a small bit of disdain deeply hurt the crocodile monster's heart, and the conflicting emotions almost tore it in half. Half of it was hatred towards Jin Xiaoxiao, and half of it was fear of her walking away with the clay bottle in her hand. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. Give it to me. Give it all to me. Don't waste it on a weak wolf. In a hurry, the crocodile monster quickly turned his gaze to the poisonous wolf brother who was standing next to Jin Xiaoxiao and watching the show with a grin.
Boom.
The poisonous wolf, who was looking at him, suddenly crashed into the tree trunk, causing his head to be broken and bleeding. Jin Xiaoxiao touched his chin in surprise. Could it be that the crocodile monster's eyes really have some power? Is she just immune to it because she is the owner of the beast's spirit stone? Blinking his eyes, Jin Xiaoxiao walked back to the mountain locking formation and whispered to the crocodile monster for a while. When they left, both of them had satisfied expressions on their faces. Hunting day has arrived. The Valley Master had been away from the clan for many days, and no one knew what he was doing. But his absence did not affect the enthusiasm of the people of Qiye Valley for the Kuroda hunt. The founder of the sect set a ban on the medicine field, and the elders who established the foundation could not reach out their hands into the black soil. For the weak, low-level disciples, the Black Forest is synonymous with terror, but for the elites of the 9th and 10th levels of Qi condensation, the hunting in the medicine field every 20 years is definitely a feast for the strong that cannot be missed. There are lush medicinal plants in the forest. 90% of the mother plants of the spiritual herbs were planted by the founder himself. They are rare species that cannot be found in other places. The mature seed plants are very valuable. If you pick spiritual herbs that are more than 300 years old, you will receive generous rewards from the sect. In addition, this time the elder of the medicine pavilion has personally said that they want to find Rehmannia glutinosa, golden fetus grass, red vermilion fruit, nameless red flower, and the spider king's heart that are more than 300 years old. The price offered is very tempting. If it weren't for the existence of the ancestors' forbidden formation, I'm afraid that several foundation-building elders would have taken action personally. How could the younger generations have a turn to reap the benefits? Early in the morning, the 20 elite disciples of the Seven-Leaf Valley, as well as all the ordinary disciples in the Qi condensation realm, came to the Black Forest under the leadership of their respective elders. Following behind Huang Yaoshi were Xiang Qian, Luo Er, and others. The cultivation of the disciples in the medicine pavilion was not high, and the best was only at the 5th level of Qi condensation. Compared with the elite disciples taught by other elders, their strength was naturally not as good as expected. But if we could invite them to walk in the forest together, it would definitely greatly reduce the probability of poisoning and at the same time successfully pick special medicinal plants. The men in yellow robes stood in the crowd, attracting the attention of others from time to time. There were 14 ordinary disciples and 5 elite disciples from Elder whose lineage participating in the hunt. The leader was named Zhong Zixing, one of the strongest Qi condensation cultivators in the sect besides Gingi. It was also for this reason that he was covered with shiny magic weapons. Not only does she wear a white jade crown on her head, cloud climbing boots on her feet, and a 5-colored silk belt around her waist, but her hands, feet, and ankles also have 5 element rings of different materials and colors. Under the sunlight, they shine like a revolving lantern. Compared with these dazzling magic weapons, the gray decorative ball of fur on his shoulder is too easy to be overlooked. Zhong Zixing's appearance naturally caused the Qiye female disciples to scream. However, some curious eyes were attracted by another new face in Elder Huer's team. This person is Yu Hongguang. After only 1 month of learning, he has already successfully condensed his qi. TSK, how could he condense the energy by himself? It's obvious that he bribed the master with a large sum of money and asked him to personally condense the spirit seed in his body. If I had this opportunity, I would have become a figure like Senior Brother Zhong by now. It's great to have a rich dad. Several menial disciples from the second peak who had been disciples for 20 to 30 years but had not yet succeeded in condensing their qi were jealous of the Yu family's financial resources. Feeling the fiery gazes of the crowd, Yu Hongguang's expression became more and more smug. Compared with him, the 4 elite disciples from Elder Wu San's lineage were much more low-key. 4 young men with the 6th level of Qi condensation cultivation were seen silently surrounding Elder Wu. Although each of the 4 is not very strong when viewed separately, there seems to be a mysterious resonance between their breathing. Behind the 4 of them, the other 21 Qi condensation disciples of Elder Wu's lineage stood in an orderly manner. Of course, the ones who arrived earlier than anyone else were Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou, who were known as the Forest Rangers. The 2 of them stood under a tree in the forest with their heads bowed, attracting the attention of many 7 Leaves disciples. Although the crime of cheating in alchemy is extremely serious, it cannot cover up the glory of Zhen Xiaoxiao, who tested his spirit in front of the medicine pavilion that day and summoned the 8-foot fire. Seeing her miserable state, some people sneered, while others expressed sympathy. The 3 teams had just finished assembling when the sound of footsteps could be heard in the thick morning fog. The aura of 26 people was overwhelming. 6 of them were the strongest, but the rhythm of their steps was controlled by the leader, or rather the leader's aura, which made the followers subconsciously follow closely. Therefore, their pace was uniform and orderly. Only the disciples of the original Elder's lineage are so simple and old-fashioned that they don't forget to practice their footwork before going up the mountain. Elder Wu twirled his beard and nodded approvingly. Sure enough, as soon as Elder Wu Xian finished speaking, Luo Wei's figure appeared in everyone's sight. This young man, who looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, was a representative figure among Yuan Feng's disciples. He had sharp features, a serious expression, and wrinkles on his brows that gave him a maturity that did not match his age. He also carried a huge sickle on his back. If you met him for the first time, you would probably be frightened by the terrifying weapon.
Oh.
Lo, why are there only a few of you? Elder Hu glanced at the iconic scythe on Lo's back and began searching the crowd for great Elder Yuan foam. Reporting to Uncle Hu, my master has been in seclusion recently and ordered me to lead 5 fellow disciples to participate in the hunt. Luo Wei raised his fist and answered loudly, his voice making Elder Hu roll his eyes. It's unreasonable to suddenly announce a retreat at this time. Could it be that he is trapped by the deadline and has reached the state of nirvana? Huang Yao walked forward with a smile and said in a friendly tone, Brother Yuan is too old. You can't refuse to admit defeat. Or you have eaten too few Qi Yuandan. If you pick the king of ginseng this time, I will be happy to open the furnace for him at a discount. After all, too many failed openings. It hurts your vitality. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Huang. Luo Wei had no expression on his face and answered stiffly, but in his heart he wanted to draw his sword and hit someone. Ever since Huang took charge of the medicine pavilion, no one knew where the pills he refined had gone. The monthly offerings received by Elder Qiye and his disciples were pitifully small, especially for his own lineage, where the pills were often cut off. If not for this, Master should have become a powerful master many years ago. Alas, you are good in every way, except that you are a little dull. Huang Yaoshe burst into laughter, clapped his hands, and walked towards Elder Hu's team again. As he walked, he glanced at the forest and happened to see Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou standing under a tree. It suddenly occurred to him that there was a guy among his disciples who was even dumber than Luo Wei. When they received their harsh task of collecting herbs, they must have been scared silly by the punishment of tattooing and exile, right? But how come Zhozhou became so white and round? At the same time that Huang Yaolao noticed Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou, Luo Wei also caught sight of the figure of the girl standing in the woods, and a fiery wave suddenly ignited in his calm eyes. While Lo was looking at Zhen Xiaoxiao, a burst of intoxicating floral fragrance suddenly rushed into everyone's nose. Along with the sounds of girls laughing and playing, 3 people came from afar on swords, surrounded by many male and female disciples with crazy faces. Hearing the celestial sound, the Qiye disciples immediately stopped whispering and looked up at the sky with anticipation. The way these 3 people appeared was completely different from that of other elite disciples. The woman on the left among the 3 is named Hongwan. Her cherry-red mouth reminds people of the red cherries in midsummer, and her delicate face competes with peonies for beauty. However, the fierce aura she exudes prevents people from having any blasphemous thoughts. If the purple ring is ice and Jin Xiaoxiao is fire, then the woman in the red dress is a sharp knife that can be unsheathed and can pierce into a person's heart at any time. On the right is a cold-blooded boy named Tang, who is less than half the height of the others and has a very indifferent look in his eyes. These two men are clearly strong, but all the glory on them was taken away by the man in the middle. In the sect, they are not as famous as Luo Wei from the lineage of Elder Yuanfeng and Zhong Zixing from the lineage of Elder Hu. The one surrounded by the two was none other than the famous main lineage genius Qingyi. Although Qingyi did not wear a lot of precious magic weapons like Zhong Zixing, his handsome appearance itself attracted people's attention more strongly than any decorations. The fitted bamboo green robe outlines his perfect figure, and the wide sleeves are like the misty clouds surrounding him, which further highlights his proud posture of a lone pine. His eyebrows are thick and slanted into his temples, and his eyes have the changing colors of the four seasons.
Ah.
Senior Brother Ji is here. Senior Brother Ji is so awesome today. The junior sisters who had been flirting with Zhong Zixing before were now excitedly raising their handkerchiefs towards Qingyi and making coquettish gestures.
Pooh.
Zhong Zixing's face turned pale, and he spat heavily on the ground. However, even so, it could not stop the junior sisters' enthusiasm for the newcomers. Look here. Senior Brother Ji, look here.
I am Yun'er.
Senior Brother, do you still remember Yun'er by the Daming Lake? Amid the shouts of countless female disciples, Qingyi gently raised the corners of his lips and looked at everyone with gentle eyes. His watery eyes were so well controlled that even though no one was looking at him seriously, people would mistakenly think that he was gazing at them affectionately and attentively. Immediately, a girl with weak self-control fainted happily under this loving gaze. Among the crowd, only Xiaoxiao did not pay attention to the gathering of the 5 veins. Although she stood in the woods with her hands hanging down, trying hard to look respectful, her mind had actually drifted away to who knows where else. The day before, she had reached a friendly and fair alliance agreement with the crocodile monster. And this morning, the beast's spirit stone suddenly emitted a strange aura that entered her body, inexplicably allowing her to break through the bottleneck and become a cultivator who has reached the 2nd level of qi condensation. The spiritual energy accumulated in Dantian is so great that it can move objects through the air. However, under the cover of the beast's spirit stone, others cannot tell the depth of the energy. This is probably the benefit of becoming the master of the beast's spirit stone? Zhen Xiaoxiao laughed in her heart.
Ha.
Feeling that there was someone's gaze that was not deceived by him, Qingyi raised his head and looked into the forest. In fact, Qingyi is fanatically admired by all the girls. In addition to his wealthy status and handsome appearance, he also has a secret that is unknown to the public. Qingyi's secret is that he was born with a water-induced physique. Unless they are Buddhist disciples or women with magic weapons to protect themselves and their cultivation is lower than others, few people can resist the charm of water temptation. Having long been accustomed to being admired by the girls, Qingyi was naturally extremely sensitive when he suddenly noticed an anomaly. He raised his head and looked into the distance, and the person his sight was focused on was undoubtedly Zhen Xiaoxiao. Today, Zhen Xiaoxiao was wearing a green skirt and a shoulder-length jacket with flowers on the sleeves. She had long black hair, hanging down her shoulders. She wore no makeup, but her lips were red, her teeth were white, her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes were as big as black plums, dark and bright. Her figure was a little thin but not frail. Unlike the sect disciples who were taught to be gentle and kind, her flashing eyes betrayed her inner playfulness, which made people think of a smart and handsome deer jumping in the mountains. His eyes paused for a moment, and Qingyi raised his chin. 3 elders, since our master is not here, we can skip the long etiquette. It would be better to order all the junior brothers and sisters to go into the forest and hunt now. His tone sounded more like an order than a question. However, the 3 elders did not show any displeasure on their faces, because when the valley master was away, Ji Qingyi was the 7 Leaves young master, the most honorable person in the entire sect. Why can a mere peak of qi condensation surpass a foundation establishment elder? Putting aside status, the most important word is potential. Although several elders are in the foundation building stage, their foundations are mediocre, and the possibility of consecrating them is almost zero. Anyone would be breathless when facing Ji Qingyi, the proud child of heaven who is expected to be consecrated and even form a pill in the future. Okay, that's the best. I will preside over the forest entry ceremony. I hate talking nonsense the most. Ji Qingyi's request was exactly what Huang Yaolao wanted. His desire to refine the Huanqing pill was not extinguished by the explosion of the furnace, but became even more persistent and sincere. It was he who made possible the hunting in the medicinal fields this time. Nodding to Ji Qingyi, Huang Yaolao turned around and released his powerful aura, causing his voice to resonate over the entire open space in front of the forest. 7-Leaf disciples, listen up. This trip into the forest is a perfect test of your cultivation achievements. During this period, if you kill poisonous insects, you must hand over their venom sacs to the sect for disposal. As for the teeth, claws, and skins, you can keep them. If you kill a beast tribe, you can exchange the beast pills for merit. If you pick herbs, you can exchange them for qi condensation pills according to the age of the herbs. If you get Rehmannia glutinosa, golden embryo grass, or red vermilion fruit that is over 300 years old, I will owe you a favor. If you take the Spider King's heart and the nameless red flower, I will use pills to help you build your foundation. Do you understand? The more you hunt, the greater the harvest. This time, there are several elite disciples at the peak of qi condensation leading the way. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone has the hope of changing their destiny. Okay, enough nonsense. The 30-day hunt begins now. I will stay here and wait for you to return with a good harvest. Go. Go quickly. Don't let me down. Huang Yaolao waved his hand vigorously, wishing someone would cut out the Spider King's heart and hand it to him immediately. The tremendous vitality contained in the poisonous insect's heart can be used as the main ingredient of the rejuvenating pill. Big principles are annoying, but money is what touches people's hearts the most. Before Huang Yao finished his words, 20 elite disciples and countless ordinary disciples rushed into the forest, fearing that they would fall behind others. Come on.
Come on.
Zhen Xiaoxiao smiled and raised her head, gently lifted her right foot, and crushed a pine cone under her feet. Yu Hongguang followed Zhong, zigzagging into the black forest. Everyone else was searching for evil beasts and poisonous plants, but he was the only one whose eyes were fixed on Zhen Xiaoxiao. You can't escape this time, you little girl, go to Hades. This woman was simply his nemesis. The first time he met her, he lost the halo of being the first in the trial. The second time he met her, he almost died in a den of poisonous snakes. If he didn't teach her a lesson, he simply couldn't swallow this bitter breath. Unfortunately, just as Yu Hongguang turned over the wooden sword hidden in his sleeve and grabbed it in his hand, a brilliant rainbow light descended from the sky, interrupting his death gaze on Zhen Xiaoxiao. Faced with the layers of light that suddenly exploded so close to him, Zhen Xiaoxiao stood there in a daze. Person who stepped out from the rainbow light was none other than the smiling Ji. The breeze lifted his long, inky black hair, and the morning light filled his eyes with golden rays of light. This junior sister must be familiar with the environment here. Why not? Lead the way for me? The voice was as soft as water, with an irresistible charm. At such a close distance, Ji Qingyi didn't believe that his water-confusing body would not work. I see. I thought Ji Qingyi always appeared in a grand manner, so what had happened to him that he was in such a hurry to serve the sect today? When Elder Hu and Elder Wu saw Ji Qingyi rushing to Zhen Xiaoxiao, their hearts suddenly brightened. After not seeing her for a month, the abandoned girl from the medicine pavilion had indeed grown more beautiful and pretty. With just a small flower inserted diagonally on her hair, she successfully won the favor of Ji Xiaozong with her extraordinary appearance. Even the Valley Master doesn't ask about his private affairs, and the elders naturally turn a blind eye. It seems that he has found his first prey since entering the forest. Huang Yaolao also stopped, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hong Luan rolled her eyes, thinking that senior brother Ji was becoming more and more desperate. Zhen Xiaoxiao looked hesitant, not understanding why Yong Guyu chose her as the #1 dangerous person on his list.
And
Is he casting some kind of witchcraft on me? When looking directly into Ji Qingyi's eyes, Zhen Xiaoxiao felt the blood in her body stirring. It was as annoying as facing a big crocodile. You! When Ji Qingyi noticed the caution and resistance on Zhen Xiaoxiao's face, the smile on his face disappeared and his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god! What an excellent furnace! Although the water-confusing body is innate, its effects can be further strengthened through acquired training. If it is enhanced with women with excellent concentration as the cauldron for dual cultivation, its power will surely increase exponentially in the future. Ji Qingyi has been in the sect for many years and has only seen one top-notch person, Zhen Xiaoxiao. Although I met a Yong Guyu before, I later found out that the girl had a magic weapon to restrain temptation, and it was not a natural talent. This time, after carefully looking Zhen Xiaoxiao up and down and confirming that it was indeed not the magic weapon that was causing the problem, Ji Qingyi looked at her with eyes that were so sweet that they seemed to be squeezing out honey. Little girl, you are my woman. Yes, just lead the way for me. I heard that the medicine pavilion sent a disciple to look after the medicine field a few days ago. I think his last name is Zhen? Covering her mouth with a feather fan, Ji Qingyi looked at Zhen Xiaoxiao and scrupulously. Looking at her lively eyes and plump lips, she felt more and more satisfied. In fact, I already knew that the Forest Protection Disciple's real name was Xiaoxiao. After all, the Valley Master had solemnly instructed me to protect this girl's safety during hunting days on the day he left the sect. At that time, I just thought that the Master is thinking of taking in a disciple again. Now look at. Oh my goodness. The Master is so considerate. He cares about me and even cares about the backyard. Ji Qingyi instantly gave 86 likes to his good master in his heart. Uncle Huang is a bit cruel to let such a delicate beauty live alone in this ghost place full of money wolves. With his eyelids lowered, a look of pity appeared on Ji Qingyi's handsome face. But you don't have to be afraid anymore, my true sister, because from now on, I will protect you. Even if the water temptation body didn't work, Ji Qingyi didn't worry about his charm at all. In terms of identity, he was the first person to inherit the main vein, and in terms of appearance, no one in the entire Seven-Leaf Valley could match him. With these two advantages, plus a few sweet words, it is enough to coax any woman into not knowing the difference between north, south, east, and west. The corners of Zhen Xiaoxiao's mouth were twitching. If you didn't know what kind of person Ji Qingyi was, you would really think he was a humble gentleman. However, considering Yong Guyu's tearful accusation, this man is clearly a black-hearted pervert. But the worse the behavior, the better, which fits the standard of something that Zhen Xiaoxiao would trample on. Ji Qingyi, the ever-victorious general in the love field who has walked through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on him, has never thought that while he is treating others as the perfect cauldron for his schemes, in the eyes of the other party, he has become a piece of greasy pork belly that is about to be fried in a pan. Then obedience is better than respect. Zhen Xiaoxiao's dimples deepened, and she acted like a well-behaved child. Seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao smiling sweetly, Ji Qingyi's heart was moved, and he reached out to hold her waist.
no.
Why did senior brother Ji fall for this severely punished girl? Don't be fooled by her beauty. This woman is a poisonous woman. It is said that she used a few poisonous pills to knock down countless disciples of the medicine pavilion a month ago. She also blew up a floor of the medicine pavilion. Brother, don't you remember Yuner by the Daming Lake? As soon as they entered the forest, they saw that senior brother Ji had shown a liking for Zhen Xiaoxiao. All the 7-leaf female cultivators who had dressed up specially for this day immediately burst into tears and raged, casting resentful and jealous glances at Zhen Xiaoxiao. Jealous ace? Disgusting face. Seeing Ji Qingyi's dirty hands made Zhen Xiaoxiao feel annoyed. She frowned in disgust and was about to dodge when a huge red sickle suddenly flew in from the air.
Boom.
The earth waves are flying. The The huge sickle cut diagonally across the ground between Jin Xiaoxiao and Ji Qingyi, with half of the sharp blades sunk into the soil and the other half flashing a cool and sharp light in the morning light. Under the rapid spreading force of the strong wind, even Ji Qingyi had to give in a little. Having never encountered such a situation before, the son of genius's expression rarely changed for a second, and then he roared angrily. "Loey, you're looking for death." A man with a solemn expression came out of the woods, stepping on broken leaves. His footsteps were sonorous, and the shadows cast by the tree branches made the chuan pattern between his eyebrows even deeper. "You can't touch her." The person who came was indeed Luo Wei. He stared at Ji Qingyi's right hand that was still stretched in the air and spoke word by word. "Hiss. Senior brother. Are you crazy?" That's Ji Qingyi. Seeing their senior brother suddenly attack the main lineage disciple, the 5 people following Lo were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they kept swallowing their saliva. Since when did senior brother Luo become nosy? With his dull and rigid personality, he wouldn't fight with Ji Qingyi for a woman, right? This is too ridiculous. This is incredible. The peerless, enchanting concubine. Who is Zhen Xiaoxiao? She can actually make 2 peak Qi condensation masters fight for her favor. It's shameless to confuse senior brother Ji. I want to be a demon concubine too. Amid the screams of the female disciples, the tense and dangerous Black Forest hunt completely changed its nature. Xiao Zhou glanced at Luo Wei and quietly loosened his clenched fist. If it weren't for the sudden flying knife from Luo, I'm afraid that senior brother Ji's handsome face would have turned into a flat pancake by now. True junior sister, this person has ulterior motives. If you want to be safe, follow me. Lo rarely confronts Ji Qingyi head-on, but this time he was uncharacteristically tough. Ji Qingyi and Luo Wei are at odds? No. Is it Luo Wei who is looking for trouble with Ji Qingyi?
Hee.
Did the sun rise from the west today? The incident happened right at the edge of the woods, and instead of intervening, the elders desperately winked at their disciples in ecstasy and shock. Zhong Zixing understood what he meant and nodded to Elder Hu. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the dense forest without anyone noticing. The moment he raised his sleeves, the gray hair on his shoulders suddenly turned into a blue-eyed young eagle and flew into the sky. Elder Wu's 4 disciples flew up with strange steps. There were faint array patterns under their feet. They breathed in sync, and at this moment they seemed to have transformed into beings at the peak of Qi condensation. There are only a few strongest contenders for the Spider King's heart, and now 2 of them are entangled in a petty jealousy, which just happens to benefit others. Loey, I think you've had enough of living. You provoked senior brother Ji, so you'll be punished when you get back. 100 fire sticks are prepared for you, you wooden lump. Seeing Luo Wei coming at them aggressively, Hongwan and Tang Zhan, who had been following Ji Qingyi, both jumped up without waiting for Ji Qingyi to speak. Originally, he was only targeting Ji Qingyi, but he didn't expect to be attacked by the other 2 people from the main lineage. Luo Wei was so angry that his eyes turned red. Ji, are you still a man? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Don't ask for help. He stomped his feet suddenly, and the scythe that had been cut into the mud flew high up and returned to his palm in a spinning motion. Let senior brother Ji take action? You are not worthy, the boy said sarcastically. Although he entered the sect earlier than Ji Qingyi, the main disciples were always ranked according to their strength. He took out his weapon and shouted, "Flame snake." Net. Hong Wan threw out a net without showing any weakness. Amid the 2 people's howls, a fire snake as thick as an arm sprang up from under the fallen leaves. This snake was an illusion, condensed from the boy's fire spirit power. At the same time, a gray silk net appeared in the sky, coming upside down over Lo's head. You 2 are both at the 9th level of Qi condensation. Only by completely releasing the spiritual energy during a battle can one make others feel his cultivation clearly. After discovering the opponent's strength, Lo's face changed with shock. The main vein is hidden so deeply. Both of Ji Qingyi's followers have reached the top level among the disciples. Luo Wei's fellow disciples never dared to disobey the main disciples. not to mention the other party's pressure, was unexpectedly strong. In addition, this time the senior brother really meddled in other people's affairs, so for a moment no one dared to step forward to help. Even Yu Hongguang, who was standing not far away, was stunned for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth, hid the wooden sword in his hand, and chose to leave quietly. Next time you won't be so lucky. As he walked, Yu Hongguang sneered to himself, but being targeted by the G guy is not a good thing. I heard that the women in the sect TSK. Before he had the chance to figure out why Lo stood up for him, Zhen Xiaoxiao's attention was deeply attracted by the fierce battle between him and the disciples of the main lineage. The fire snake summoned by the boy jumped high up, spitting out poisonous letters vividly, and in the blink of an eye, it burned all the grass and trees within a 10-meter radius to charcoal. The sickle in Lo's hand danced vigorously, suitable for both defense and attack. Zhen Xiaoxiao has reached the great perfection of the second level of Qi condensation. In the Qiye Valley, he is probably the first disciple who has such cultivation level but has not been taught any magical powers or magic weapons by his master. Therefore, the various magic tricks being performed now seemed much more gorgeous and novel to her than the lion dances in the countryside during the Chinese New Year. I want to be this majestic in the future. Inspired by the battle situation, Zhen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism in his heart. If Lo knew that Zhen Xiaoxiao was comparing him to the old lion dancer at this moment, he would probably spit out blood 10 feet away. He's scared you, right? Come on, my followers will stop this lunatic. You just follow me. Gingi comforted Lu away and took the opportunity to put the blame on him.
Bah.
You pervert, how dare you say that? Although she despised Ji in her heart, her face showed excitement. Everything is up to senior brother to arrange. It was impossible to wield a sword in the dark forest, so Gingi didn't care how Hongluan, Tang Zhan, and Luo Wei were fighting, and he took Zhen Xiaoxiao and strode into the depths of the forest. Although she appears ruthless on the surface, Zhen Xiaoxiao secretly remembers Lo's kindness in her heart. Yong Guyu said that cultivators value profit over friendship, and the 6 disciples of the lineage of the great elder of Yuanfeng could only provide her with limited help in the hunting of the medicinal fields. But now it seems. This Lo doesn't seem to think so. Is this the one who blew up Master Huang's alchemy furnace in front of the medicine pavilion? Only when the sounds of the 3 people fighting could no longer be heard did Gingi frown and look at Xiao Zhozhou, who was following Zhen Xiaoxiao closely. Fool from his words and only wanted to live with Zhen Xiaoxiao, was very dissatisfied with the existence of this 100-watt lantern. Yes, it was my good brother Xiao Zhozhou. He doesn't like to talk, but he is very grateful for Brother Ji's care. However, there are too many poisonous creatures in this forest, and they are too fierce. Maybe Brother Ji can't protect both of us at once? Withdrawing Lo's inquiry and gratitude, Zhen Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, and her long and thick eyelashes were like crow feathers, sweeping across her black eyes, causing ripples in her eyes. How could it be? Feeling the hint of doubt in Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes when she glanced at her long arms, Gingi's desire to protect her instantly reached its peak. As a man, how can you admit that you are not good enough in front of a woman? As long as you follow me closely, I will ensure that the 2 of you can roam freely in this forest without any harm. Ji said in a serious tone. Zhen Junior sister, why don't you listen to my advice? Seeing Zhen Xiaoxiao following Gingi away, Luo Wei roared unwillingly, swung his heavy sword, and slashed at Hongluan.
Boom.
The big tree was knocked down by the residual force, making a loud noise, covering up Lo's last sigh. A blue-eyed young eagle circled in the sky. Taking advantage of the friction between Luo Wei and Gingi, Zhong Zixing had already taken the lead and headed towards the Bai Zhe area. Among the 20 people, only Yu Hongguang remained outside the Black Forest and did not follow the others into the medicinal fields. Of course, Yu Hongguang could not defeat the poisonous insect king beast deep in the medicinal field. The reason why he did not hesitate to empty his family's fortune to please Elder Hu and obtain the qualification for hunting was definitely not just because he hated Zhen Xiaoxiao. In addition to teaching Zhen Xiaoxiao a lesson, he also has a secret that cannot be told. Yu Hongguang was thrown into a snake den by the big fool next to Zhen Xiaoxiao. He was bitten all over and almost died. But it was also that time that he clearly remembered that he saw a rare green-eyed white snake in a snake den. This kind of snake is small in size, has non-toxic teeth, and is weak in strength, but it is an essential material for practicing the Seven Leaf Valley's top skill, Dragon Cloud Hand. As long as you absorb the essence of the snake pill, a small cloud and wind force will form in your body, which is very beneficial for realizing the changes of wind and cloud in the future, and increasing your own strength. If the elders knew about the birth of the strange snake, at most they would give him a small reward. As for the green-eyed white flower that might not be born once in 100 years, it would definitely be snatched away and refined by Gingi and Zhong Zixing, high-level qi condensation cultivators with water attributed true spiritual roots.
Why?
I am only one step away from having a true spiritual root. This opportunity is a gift from heaven. I must find a way to take it for myself. His goal is not simply to stand out, but to compete for the position of Seven Leaves' young master. When he thought of this, Yu Hongguang became very excited. Although the blue-eyed white-flowered snake is weak and incompetent, it was born as the king of all snake species and is instinctively protected by all snakes. It is difficult for Yu Hongguang to subdue it by himself. Only by participating in the hunt can he obtain a large number of detoxification pills distributed by the sect and the right to borrow 3 self-defense magic weapons to increase his chances of success. From this point of view, Yu Hongguang can be considered both brave and resourceful. Because he only cared about killing snakes, almost all the magical weapons in the sect that could effectively control poisonous snakes were in his possession. Wearing a poison-proof robe, a snake-slaying jade on his waist, and holding an ancestral wooden sword and a snake-beating stick, Yu Hongguang was armed like a monster. He walked confidently towards the snake cave in his memory. The moment he stepped into the poisonous snake's territory, a dark blue poisonous snake suddenly jumped out from under the fallen leaves and bit his neck fiercely.
Ash!
Sudden attack, Yu Hongguang screamed and fell backwards. However, as the bloody wind swirled, a cold light shot out from Yu Hongguang's waist.
Whoosh! Bang!
The silver light was blinding, and the piercing cold flames spewed out by the snake-slaying jade instantly cut the arm-thick green-black snake into 2 sections. When Yu Hongguang looked down and saw the bloody snake corpse at his feet, his expression immediately changed from horror to ecstasy. It turns out that having a magic weapon is so good. The snake will die without any effort on your part. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Today will definitely be the day when Yu Hongguang will rise strongly. I, Yu Hongguang, am the best among the 7-leaf powerhouses. Yu Hongguang. Young Master Yu Hongguang. His wild laughter spread wildly in the woods. Also spreading with the wind was the name he mentioned several times. Under Zhen Xiaoxiao's tireless brainwashing, all the poisonous insects and beasts in the Black Forest deeply engraved the names of the 2 bullies Gingi and Yu Hongguang in their hearts. Yu Hongguang is here. So before Yu Hongguang could finish laughing, one cold green light after another suddenly lit up in the dark forest behind him.
Huh?
What happened to the beasts in the forest today? A Qiye disciple who was fighting a local beast was surprised to see his opponent abandon the fight and flee. It's better to say that he is not willing to get entangled than to run away. There was a clear flash of heat and excitement in the eyes of the earth beast, as if compared with the insignificant opponent in front of it, a sacred light that illuminated its soul suddenly appeared on the other side. The confused Qiye disciples wanted to follow to find out what was going on, but they were soon frightened by the overwhelming herd of beasts coming from all directions and fled, dropping their swords. Boom, 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 boom. Countless poisonous insects and strange beasts emerged from the forest. The sounds of their running turned into thunder, deafening. Brothers, follow me. The despicable guy Yu Hongguang who wanted to skin us, pull out our tendons, use wings as fans and skulls as ladles is here.
Huh?
Zhen Xiaoxiao was walking on the road, but suddenly she stumbled and almost fell. Although the poisonous creatures that entered the beast's spirit stone have now been released into the mountains and forests, ready to fight at any time, it seems that because of the stone, even though she is far away from the beast herd, she can slightly sense their emotional fluctuations. A strong, murderous intent suddenly surged up in my heart just now, and I don't know which unlucky guy got into trouble. I am sorry for being so abrupt. Junior sister, you must be tired after walking for such a long time.
Come.
Let me help you. Seeing sweat oozing from Zhen Xiaoxiao's forehead, Qingyi fanned himself with a feather fan and stretched out his arms generously. After walking for such a long time, even taking the rugged mountain roads to consume his energy, he was just waiting for this opportunity to get close to the beauty. The best furnaces and cauldrons are hard to find. Rather than taking a tough attitude, Qingyi prefers to let the other party serve him sincerely, not to mention that this is the bed partner personally selected for him by his master. The previous ambiguous atmosphere was destroyed by the low, and now there is finally an excuse to continue the intimacy. Unfortunately, before Qingyi could finish her words, she was dumbfounded to see that the idiot had already picked up Zhen Xiaoxiao and helped her sit on his shoulders. The two of them moved naturally, as if they did this often. Zhen Xiaoxiao even held his big, plump head affectionately. How dare you, how dare you? In front of me, the corners of senior brother Ji's mouth twitched, and he felt that a fool had taken advantage of him. Unfortunately, before the nameless fire in his heart could flare up, a burst of urgent cries for help came from not far away. Help! Who will save us?
Ha!
This voice sounds so familiar. Completely ignoring Qingyi's expression, which was as dark as charcoal, Zhen Xiaoxiao tilted her ear and suddenly, with an anxious look on her face, she slapped Xiao Zhozhou's forehead. Oh no, let's go check it out. It sounds like Brother Xiangqian's voice.
Sanguillon?
Which one?
Gingi frowned.
He had no interest in saving people, but he didn't want to refuse Zhen Xiaoxiao's intention. Seeing the little beauty riding on the fool and running wildly, if he didn't catch up quickly, he would be ruthlessly abandoned. So miserable. Ji de Tianjiao, have you ever followed in the footsteps of others? I have such a good personality and look so handsome. How could I be defeated by a fool?
No.
We can't lose. Qingyi waved the feather fan in her hand and flew away as lightly as a flying feather. In an instant, she was more than a head higher than the two of them, and her movements were extremely graceful. Xiao Zhozhou carried Xiaoxiao on his back and ran with his head down, grunting. Although his posture was not very good-looking, he still stood side by side with Qingyi the moment he landed. The idiot's terrifying pace made Qingyi look at him in admiration. He stared at the idiot with a swollen face and looked him over, thus shifting his attention to the fierce battle in the forest. Not far away, two disciples from the medicine pavilion were being beaten by a swarm of white-bone bees. The yellow robes on their bodies confirmed their identities. Zhen Xiaoxiao looked carefully and saw that it was Xiang Qian and a familiar old man. However, Qingyi was shocked by the giant bee that appeared in his sight. Sect records record that there is no king among the poisonous bees in the forest, but what appeared in the sky now was a gigantic queen bee whose strength was comparable to that of a 9th-level qi condensation cultivator. Its transparent thin wings created a hurricane in the forest. The queen bee's stinger is made entirely of iron, emitting a faint purple glow. It is harder than most of the magic weapons in the Seven-Leaf Valley. Its eyes reflect eerie white bones, as if foreshadowing the opponent's tragic end. Luo'er had fallen to the ground, his limbs were swollen with blood, and his cheeks were swollen like two steamed cakes. Only Xiang Qian was left with disheveled hair, struggling to resist. But he was only at the 5th level of qi condensation. How could he be a match for the queen bee? Not good. Seeing that the queen bee's sharp stinger was about to pierce Xiang Qian's neck, Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes changed. Disperse, don't hurt my brother. She doesn't care about the experiences of other disciples in Qiye Valley, but Xiang Qian treats people sincerely and is very good to her. Zhen Xiaoxiao doesn't want anything to happen to him in front of her. Just a moment after Zhen Xiaoxiao gave the order, Qingyi stretched out his palm and drove the white feather fan to spin rapidly in his hand. The white feather fan turned into a column of gust of wind, with a faint whistling sound of immortals in the wind, tearing through the air and slashing towards the poisonous bee. Fortunately, Zhen Xiaoxiao had warned the poisonous bees to stay away in advance. Fortunately, the wind did not hit the queen bee's body, but just brushed its wings. It's not over yet. Unexpectedly, the beast was prepared in advance and escaped the attack. Qingyi's face was gloomy, and there was a ruthless, cold flame flashing in his eyes. He quickly changed his hand gestures, and just as a crane cry was heard, the white feather fan turned into a pure white divine crane, which raised its head and let out a clear hiss. The magic weapon changes to the second level. The sound waves are amazing. This is a method that only foundation building cultivators possess. After seeing the feather fan transform for the second time, Qingyi simply waved her long sleeves and covered Jin Xiaoxiao and Dazi in a transparent barrier to prevent Zhang Wei from hurting her life. From outside the realm, one could see violent winds surging through the air, creating circles of white air waves. The wind force directly cut countless bone bee minions to pieces, ripping open the queen bee's thin wings and leaving countless hideous bloody scars on its body. Seeing the poisonous beasts being destroyed, the green grass on the ground lying low, and the towering ancient trees turned into chips in the remaining energy, Zhen Xiaoxiao looked up at Qingyi's figure in shock and found that this person's momentum during the battle was completely different from his usual coquettish aura. This is half a step to foundation building? My heart is pounding. Like a king, Qingyi looked down at the fallen queen bee. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Even if it was the king of this black forest, it was vulnerable in his hands. Go to Hades. The white divine crane stood on Qingyi's shoulder, and following the direction of his finger, it transformed into a white arrow of wind and pierced into the heart of the queen bee. Here comes the earth armor beast. Throwing away his astonishment, Zhen Xiaoxiao let out a low cry. Xiang Qian cannot be hurt. My brothers cannot be hurt either. The mind resonated with the beast's spirit stone, and the earth shook violently. In an instant, a brown beast with a fierce look broke out of the ground. After swinging his fist threateningly at Qingyi, the earth-armored beast king jumped high, picked up the injured queen bee, and leaped down, quickly disappearing into the criss-crossing secret passages under the soil. Knock, 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 knock. The moment the two beasts entered the ground, the arrow like wind from the divine crane landed on the ground, immediately blowing up the surface soil and rocks and causing them to explode. Countless white feathers penetrated deep into the ground, blasting out a huge pit dozens of feet wide. Fortunately, there were many secret passages underground, and the earth beasts ran very fast. Even though Qingyi's magic was extremely powerful, he still failed to successfully block their way.
Ha! Qiye frowned depressedly.
Why do I feel like I'm being followed, and every time I make a move I'm a beat slower? The earth-armored beast that rescued the queen bee also seemed to be at the high level of qi condensation. When did so many king generals rise in this black forest? Moreover, it was the first time he saw beast kings from different species selflessly helping each other. When kings meet, aren't they old enemies? Qingyi felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart, feeling that this hunting in the medicinal fields seemed a little different from previous years. Anyway, a thrilling beast killing was finally successfully resolved. Thank you so much. Thank you, senior brother G, for your help. Upon discovering that the person who had pulled him back from the brink of death was actually the famous genius of the main vein, Xiang Qian trembled so much that he could not speak complete words. His knees went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Brother Xiang, don't be in a daze. Come and have a look. Is this senior going to die? Zhen Xiaoxiao estimated that Xiang Qian was fine and immediately ran to Luo Air to check the situation. She recognized the old man whose cheeks were so swollen that they looked unrecognizable. He was the instructor in the medicine pavilion who had praised her for the rich fragrance of the Qifan pill when she was refining it, saying that it was as sweet as honey. Really, junior sister? Who is this meatball? Junior brother Zhou. Junior brother Zhou? So you two are here too. A light burst out in Xiang Qian's dull eyes. After seeing clearly that the person who rushed out following Ji Qingyi was Jin Xiaoxiao, his eyes couldn't help but become slightly moist. No wonder the aloof senior brother Ji would appear here. It must be due to the contribution of junior sister. But the white guy following the real junior sister, if he didn't smile foolishly, you really wouldn't be able to tell that he was Zhou Zhou, who was once covered in burnt skin. After not seeing him for a month, his appearance and figure have changed so much. This must be poisoned. Don't call me senior. You can call any disciple of the master senior brother. No longer studying Xiao Zhozhou's changes, Xiang Qian scratched his head randomly, crawled forward, forced himself to concentrate, and started to detoxify Luo air. I'm not going to die, but the beasts in this forest are particularly violent today. He trembled as he spoke. What happened just now was enough to become a nightmare that Xiang Qian would never get rid of in his life. There is indeed a problem. The number of high-level qi condensation beasts far exceeds expectations. Perhaps there has been some unusual changes here recently that have not been noticed by the sect. The two of you are only at the 4th or 5th level of qi condensation, so you'd better be cautious. Ji Qingyi fell to the ground from midair. A white light flashed in the pit, and then turned into a feather fan and flew back into his hand. In sharp contrast to Xiang Qian's embarrassment, Ji Qingyi, with his fluttering sleeves, looked like an immortal who had fallen from the clouds to the earth. His face was radiant with energy, and his radiance was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Also, why did you two provoke the Beast King? Tell me the cause and effect in detail. Having noticed something was wrong, Ji Qingyi did not forget to investigate the details. Each type of poisonous insect and beast has its own territory. Generally, the king beast will not easily take action unless someone steals its things, or a strong person comes to challenge its majesty. It's obvious. Xiang Qian and Luo are not that strong. Looking at Ji Qingyi's serious expression, Zhen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but squint her eyes. On the surface, this genius of the main lineage is nothing but a licentious pervert, but at this moment, he has a new face. It is indeed as bright as the moon, sharp and calm. It seems that it is not without reason that he was designated as the young master by the Valley Master. If you want to stop him in the hunt, you must not be impatient. You must take a long-term view and fight the strong with the strong. Otherwise, if you randomly pile up low-level brothers, there will inevitably be heavy casualties. Xiang Qian shivered at Ji Qingyi's sharp gaze and quickly took out a stone egg from his sleeve, stammering, "Senior brother Luo and I found the stone gall of the Meha pillar, and we don't want to anger the bee colony. In order to thank senior brother Ji for saving my life, I am willing to donate the stone gall."
What a simple story of misfortune.
By the way, Ji Qingyi got a bargain. Zhen Xiaoxiao looked down at what Xiang Qian had presented. It was black like a stone. So this is also a medicinal herb? Because the medicinal smell of stone gall is very light, and it does not look like fruit. It is the one that escapes the net after days of raids by beasts. It's really not easy. Zhen Xiaoxiao sighed in her heart. I had dug deep into the ground, but I still missed one. It was found by Xiang Qian and Luo. The disciples and elders of the medicine pavilion are really good at identifying medicines.
Huh.
The Haju stone gall can clear your eyes and mind, not to mention it's 100 years old. However, he did not work in vain since he got a 100-year-old raw medicinal herb. Seeing Ji Qingyi pretending to be deep, Zhen Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. It seemed that Xiang Qian offered the treasure on his own initiative. But in fact, as long as Ji Qingyi asked this question, things would definitely develop in this way. Otherwise, Xiang Qian would be branded as tactless, and he was afraid that he would not be able to survive in the clan. The lower class flatters the higher class, and the weak use money to buy their lives. The law of the jungle in the world of cultivation is evident from this. He looked at the old man with fallen ears whose cheeks had finally recovered from the swelling, and then at Xiang Qian, who was more afraid of Ji Qingyi than respecting her, and Jin Xiao held the beast's spirit stone in his small hand and gently issued a new order to the beasts in the forest. Don't kill anyone. This time, he destroyed the hunting plan of Qiye Valley only to protect himself. Even if he had the power to kill, Zhen Xiaoxiao was unwilling to become the kind of person that he would be ashamed of. Her gentle yet firm voice immediately spread in all directions with the wind. At the moment when the sharp wolf fangs were about to pierce Yu Hongguang's neck, a very small voice suddenly rang out in the poisonous wolf's heart. It hesitated for a moment and then lowered its head obediently. "TSK, you can't eat people? That's not fun." The beasts that drowned Yu Hongguang dispersed like the tide, but before leaving, they did not forget to leave their own unique marks on this lucky prey. Yu Hongguang, whose body was covered with countless beast claw marks, twitched for a whole incense stick of time before he jumped up from the ground angrily, pointing to the sky and howling. "Can the blue-eyed white flower summon the bone be poison wolf? Yu Hongguang, just don't believe it. You are mine, the power of wind and cloud. You must belong to me, Yu Hongguang." This sentence was like a great spell to summon evil spirits, causing those poisonous insects and beasts that had lost their fighting spirit to suddenly stop, and their eyes became fierce and cold again. By the way, his name is Yu Hongguang. He is the executioner who killed countless beasts. He shouldn't be on the no-kill list, right? Come on, no matter what, let's take another turn with this little witch. Countless poisonous creatures came back, and Yu Hongguang, screaming in agony, was once again overwhelmed by the overwhelming tide of beasts. Blue eyes and white flowers? The gray young eagle soaring in the sky had a flash of light in its eyes, and suddenly disappeared at the end of the mountains, excitedly looking for its master. At the same time, the two people who had been left behind in the fierce battle with Lo finally caught up with Gingi. "Young master." Two figures walked out of the dense forest, stepping on dead leaves. The moment Hongluan saw Gingi, her face immediately revealed undisguised admiration, but when her eyes swept over Zhen Xiaoxiao's face, her expression turned into disgust. The boy was supported by Hongluan. There was a conspicuous knife wound on the side of his right leg. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. Even the blood-clotting pill had little effect. Seeing the deep pit left on the ground, Hongluan was stunned at first, and then she and Tongzhan half knelt in front of Gingi with guilt. "I am late and unable to protect my master. Please punish me, young master." Hearing Hongluan say this, Xiangqian gasped. It seems that the rumors among the disciples are true. This senior brother Ji is so powerful that he has overwhelmed his peers and even directly recruited other disciples from the main lineage as his servants. Fellow student and servant, these two titles have completely different meanings. Where's Lo? Accustomed to Hongluan's respect, Gingi didn't even raise his eyelids. He is a child of destiny, a rare talent among men. He entered the sect at the age of 8, condensed qi in half a month, and reached the 10th level of qi condensation at the age of 23. He has been suppressing his cultivation to avoid building a foundation, just to build the moon viewing platform in his body. Laying the foundation. As the name suggests, it is to lay the foundation for a lifetime of practice, so whether the foundation is perfect is extremely important for the monks who aspire to set foot on the top of the cloud. Most of the elders in the Seven-Leaf Valley, including the Valley Master, condensed the star platform when they built their foundation. Their highest achievement in life was at the Kaiguang realm, and their lifespan was extended to 270 to 280 years. However, once they condensed the moon viewing platform, they would be a rare genius. If they did not die in the middle of the process, they would have a chance of forming a pill in 30 to 40% of the time. Do you know how terrifying a Jindan cultivator is? Shangguan Ping, the leader of Shangzong Lihe, is a Jindan cultivator. Just a moment ago, one could still feel that Gingi was friendly and kind to others, but the moment he talked with Hongluan, Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly felt an invisible pressure coming towards him. The dazzling light from the man in white standing in the air made everyone look like grass and stones. If he didn't have ulterior motives towards her and treated her gently, the difference between them would be beyond description.
No.
I didn't trap him. He got away. I feel like he's not an ordinary 9th level qi condensation master. He must be hiding his strength. Before Hongluan could finish her words, she was suppressed by the pressure condensed in the air and could not raise her head. She was so scared that she closed her mouth tightly. Hongwon was also a beauty, but she had been with Ji Qingyi for too long, and the novelty of her life wore off. Now in Ji Qingyi's eyes, she was nothing more than a killing knife. The blade was no longer sharp, so she could be thrown away without any regret. Why should I care whether he is at the 9th or 10th level of qi condensation? Ji Qingyi's voice was icy cold. The sunlight shone through the thin leaves, but could not shine into his cold eyes. You have to understand that I, Ji Qingyi, never need incompetent people around me. The 3 words Ji Qingyi represent power and arrogance in Qiye Valley. Young master, Hongwon's eyes were filled with tears. Just as she was about to explain, she suddenly felt an earthquake. What's going on? Tang Zhan stared at the ground in surprise, feeling that a terrible disaster was approaching. If he didn't respond in time, he would be in danger of dying at any time. What could be going on? My eyelids are twitching. Isn't it because Ji Qingyi casually said his name? Everyone below the 8th level of qi condensation should return to their nests. Ji Qingyi is very powerful, so don't be impulsive. Thinking of the 2nd level transformation of the crane god feather fan in Ji Qingyi's hand, and the white bone queen bee that was beaten almost to death, Zhen Xiaoxiao regretted brainwashing the beasts all day long. She pressed her finger on the beast's spirit stone and ordered the low-level qi condensation beasts that were dormant in the mountains to retract their claws and wait where they were.
Boom.
But this group of excited venomous insects and beasts simply don't buy into Zhen Xiaoxiao's account. It would be fine if they were not allowed to kill the Qiye disciples, but how could they let go of Ji Qingyi, the most evil person in the world who wanted to peel off snake skins to wrap wolf hair and dig out spider hearts?
Pa.
No way. It's a waste of time to try to reason with the beasts. With a loud bang, the ground cracked. Dozens of poisonous snakes as thick as wooden barrels swooped out of the cave, baring their venomous fangs and jumping out. The poisonous wolf shook off the dirt, looked up to the sky, and howled to call on its brothers to show their fangs. The swarm of bees came fiercely, and the number was more than 100 times what Xiang Qian had encountered before. But a breath later, the sunlight from the sky was completely covered by black shadows, and everyone's heads were covered with densely packed poisonous insects hanging from the leaves. It was as if I was in a dream, and in the blink of an eye I fell from the world into a hideous purgatory. Hongwon, who was in a half-kneeling position, was petrified to the ground by the countless poisonous fangs and mouth parts in front of her. Even though she had followed Ji Qingyi for many years and had left the mountain gate countless times to kill evildoers and evil spirits in the world, she had never experienced such a scene. Are these poisonous beasts stuck crazy?
Hey.
Listen. What's wrong with you? Isn't your life precious? No matter how much lobbying he did, he couldn't extinguish the competitive fire burning in the eyes of the beasts. Zhen Xiaoxiao was so angry that he kicked the little black hare who ran past him. I originally thought that the beasts in the Black Forest would be loyal to me after they turned into smoke and melted into stone. Now it seems that the beast's spirit stone does not control them strictly. The ones who surrendered are all white-eyed wolves who don't recognize their mothers after eating the pills. Little Eight Eyes, come on, take these disobedient brothers of yours away quickly. Feeling the presence of the 8-eyed Spider King nearby, Zhen Xiaoxiao was delighted and reported to it. Humph! With the Beast King here to keep the peace, why don't you guys just obey him? However, the next second, Zhen Xiaoxiao's face fell, and the truth that the beasts had betrayed him together finally surfaced.
Ah!
Following Hongwon's shrill scream, an 8-eyed spider the size of a mill suddenly appeared from behind the swarm of insects and leaped high into the sky. Its long legs covered with poisonous stings cast a shadow of death in everyone's eyes. Its brown bristles irritated everyone's fragile nerves. My fellows, stretch out your pincers, spit out your venom, bring out all your might, and kill me ruthlessly. Staring at Ji Qingyi, the Spider Emperor's 4 pairs of eyes flashed with excitement. Finally found you. Your last name is Ji. 8.8-eyed Spider King. Hongwon's sword fell to the ground with a clang. How terrible! After only one look into the Spider Emperor's brutal gaze, The old man with fallen ears who had just opened his eyes with great difficulty fainted again with a ugh sound. Isn't it said that this beast was restricted by a forbidden spell to guard the nameless red flower in the center of the medicinal field and remained in a deep sleep for many years? How could it appear here? This is the edge of the forest. Tang Zhan's eyes widened.
Ah?
Ha ha ha. After a moment of stunned silence, a rumbling laugh suddenly echoed in Ji Qingyi's chest. This is really a case of searching for something without any effort, but it is now found without any effort. The man in green robe stepped onto the clouds and ascended to heaven, then quickly threw the feather fan in his hand toward the area where the beasts were most concentrated. Spider heart, I want it. A tone of determination. So many refining materials and beast pill poison sacs are mine too. His eyes passed over the Spider King's forehead covered with beast eyes and fell on the densely packed poisonous beasts in the forest. With Ji Qingyi's whistle, the white feather fan once again turned into a graceful crane. The divine bird stretched its neck and let out a long whistle, and instantly all its silver feathers flew out, turning into a rain of arrows in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The feather arrows, carried by strong wind, showered the ground layer by layer. They quickly pierced through the porcupine's hard fur, tearing open the heart of the flying insect like tearing the thin wings of a queen bee. Ji Qingyi's strength lies in his accurate judgment of the situation. Instead of capturing the king first, they aimed their spearheads at the army behind the Spider Emperor, intending to quickly clear the battlefield and then concentrate on fighting the king. Under this large-scale indiscriminate attack, the beasts are naturally the ones who suffer.
No.
Seeing the dense rain of arrows, Zhen Xiaoxiao tightly grasped the beast's spirit stone in his right hand, but his thoughts were not as fast as the speed at which the low-level beasts died. In the chaos, only dozens of wisps of smoke passed through the feather arrows and yellow sand, quietly hiding in Zhen Xiaoxiao's sleeves. After 10 breaths, a layer of the ground was flattened and countless insect corpses piled up into a mountain. Only the strongest among them and the little black-haired poisonous wolf that was kicked out of the battle circle by Zhen Xiaoxiao were able to barely save their lives. The wounded beast cried out in a low voice, its eyes filled with fear. Is this Ji a human? How come he is more brutal than all the seven-leaf disciples in previous years combined? The survivors remembered Zhen Xiaoxiao's warning and quickly fled in tears. But in the blink of an eye, the beasts disappeared completely, leaving only the corpses left on the ground, recording the ruthlessness and cruelty of the previous moment's melee. You ran so fast. Unfortunately, this was the most satisfying harvest I've ever had. Ji Qingyi's eyes flashed with divine light. With a wave of his hand, he put the poison sacs and useful materials on the ground into the storage bag, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. This is hunting in the medicinal field. Whether it is the medicinal herbs in the fields or the living things in the forest, they are nothing more than property for the seven-leaf powerful ones to harvest. The fur and fangs of the beasts can be sold for a good price outside the sect, and they are good materials for refining weapons. However, this time Ji Qingyi had no intention of pursuing the victory. His eyes were greedily fixed on the huge spider shadow crawling among the beast corpses. This is what he must get during this hunt in the medicinal field. Fool, run away quickly, don't be sad. You are still the Spider King. How come your reaction is not as fast as that big-headed wolf with oil under his feet? It's not too late to save your life first and take revenge later. Seeing little 8 eyes lying motionless, Zhen Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and made a loud clanging sound. She felt as if she was very disappointed in him. I can't bear to see it being killed by Ji Qingyi. Zhen Xiaoxiao's fingers were even pressed on the beast's spirit stone, ready to hide the Spider King in the stone at any time. As for how the Spider King suddenly disappeared, I'll leave it to Ji Qingyi to worry about. The body was blurry for a moment, and the 8-eyed spider, which was crawling on the ground with its head lowered, suddenly roared. No one has ever heard the howl of a spider, but now everyone's ears can be heard with roars that are more powerful than the last, like a heavy hammer hitting the sky, making a heart-shaking sound. Roar, roar, roar. The eight-eyed spider's body was shrinking, but its pressure was gradually solidifying. Colorful patterns began to appear on its dark brown body, and the sharp black thorns on its body turned into subways one by one in front of everyone's surprised gazes. Spiritual clouds gathered in the sky, forming an inverted bowl. The vast spiritual energy fell down in front of Gingi's astonished eyes and poured into the Spider King's body with an uninterruptible force.
Promotion.
A beast in the Qi condensation stage will have at most 1 or 2 iron thorns on its body. Only when it reaches the foundation establishment stage will it have half of its body covered with iron thorns. Because of the formation of the 7 Leaves Founder in the Black Forest medicinal field, the highest level of beasts cannot exceed the Qi condensation stage. However, at this moment, the eight-eyed spider has already shown the distinctive features of a beast king in the foundation establishment stage. The ancestors' band failed in front of the world for the first time. Perhaps it was the blood of the tragic deaths of low-level beast men that stimulated him, or perhaps it was the sudden awakening of the king's dignity. Little Eight Eyes actually chose to be promoted during the battle, and bravely fought to the death with a strong opponent. The Spider King shook his body violently, and the feather arrows fell down, completely ignoring the numerous wounds. Little Eight Eyes raised his head and met Gingi's gaze, who was standing in the air. A strong fighting spirit burst out from his blood-red eyes, which was completely different from the aura of the weakling who cried and cried because he had mistakenly picked herbs before. Don't be afraid of opponents who are stronger than you. This is the indomitable spirit of a fighter.
Va.
Only the will to fight can crush the thorns, and only bravery can make the fighter surpass himself. Zhun Xiaoxiao's blood boiled at the roar of the eight-eyed Spider King, and then she gently loosened her fingers that were holding the beast spirit stone. On the hunting day, King Kuroda was destined to have a life-and-death battle with the strongest Qi condensation master in Qiye Valley. Although he had never experienced a life-and-death battle, Zhun Xiaoxiao, who had witnessed his biological father fighting against the sky, seemed to understand Xiaoba's current mood. The blood of its companions has forged a new spirit of pride for it. The more setbacks you face, the braver you become. King, don't give in. The roar stopped, and the eight-eyed spider leaped up like a bird. Its 8 long legs were gathered under its belly, and then suddenly spread out, pushing out swift wind blades to attack the divine crane transformed by the feather fan.
Bang.
The forces collided, and Xiao Bain retreated half a step, while Yushan Shinhe retreated 2 steps. The terrible aftermath of the collision directly swept Jin Xiaoxiao and Xiang Qian and other rookies standing on the flat ground more than 10 meters away. Zhun Xiaoxiao and the thick-skinned Xiao Zhozhou were easier to deal with. Although they had not trained their bodies, they were extremely resistant to blows. Compared with these 2 perverts, Xiang Qian and Luo Er were more like weak mortals. They were shocked so much that their mouths were full of blood and their faces turned blue.
Huh.
A serious expression finally appeared in Gingi's lazy eyes. There was indeed something wrong with the Kuroda medicine forest. If the death ban of the founder was still in place, the appearance of a foundation establishment beast would be absolutely prohibited. Regardless of the source of the abnormality, the opponent's genuine initial foundation establishment cultivation alone was enough to suppress his own fake foundation establishment cultivation.
But
this was not the first time he had won a battle against opponents of higher levels. Brother Xiang, quickly take Brother Luo Er away from here. Feeling that the atmosphere in the air was becoming more and more oppressive, Zhun Xiaoxiao pushed Xiang Qian hard. The strong foundation-building cultivators fight for life and death. Although they are not targeting others, the residual power of the fight alone is enough to make low-level cultivators drink a lot of wine. After being reminded by Zhun Xiaoxiao, Xiang Qian finally reacted. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He carried Luoer on his back and quickly walked away.
Dantu.
Their goal in entering the forest was just to follow the other elites and collect the neglected medicinal plants. They never thought of having a head-on battle with the Beast King. Unfortunately, just when Xiang Qian had taken 3 or 4 steps, a figure suddenly jumped out and blocked his way. Junior brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Tang Zhan dragged his injured leg and used his big knife to support his upper body. Although his face was full of smiles, the blade of the weapon in his hand was facing outwards and the back of the knife was facing inwards. What does this mean? Senior brother Ji. Not wanting to argue with the boy, Zhen Xiaoxiao was about to ask Ji Qingyi for help, but when she turned around, she saw him standing in the air, throwing a green magic weapon from his sleeves. The magic weapon is a green leaf. The seemingly delicate leaves, when encountering the mountain breeze, immediately emitted a rich green light, instantly covering the area within a radius of 10 miles and all the people present. Sang Jiam looked up in shock and saw the sky had changed color. The aura within the light array could not spread outside the array at all, and people outside the array who passed by the array only saw an ordinary mountain forest. Xiao, is there any place in this dark forest that is safer than being with this senior brother? Ji Qingyi raised his chin and said proudly, "Wait for me for a moment, I will take care of this beast right away." After being stunned for a moment, Zhen Xiaoxiao immediately realized that it was Ji Qingyi's instruction that Tang Zhan blocked the way. All the elites who entered the forest were aiming directly at the spider heart. The price offered by the medicine pavilion was too high, so high that it would make people fight for it at the risk of their lives. In order not to cause trouble for himself, Ji Qingyi decided to block the news. Therefore, Xiang Qian, Luo Er, Xiao Zhou, including myself, no one can leave this place before the battle is over. Knowing that this decision would never be shaken, Zhen Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, her tone softened, and her cheeks shrank into dimples. Of course, Senior Brother Ji is the most powerful. I just took them to the corner to rest, so that they wouldn't get in the way when Senior Brother was using his fists and feet. Ji Qingyi was very pleased with the little beauty's soft and gentle voice. He nodded gently, expressing his comfort to Zhen Xiaoxiao, and then continued to fight with the Spider King. Zhen Xiaoxiao pushed away Tang Zhan, who was blocking the way, and took Xiao Zhou, Xiang Qian, and Luo Er to lean behind an ancient tree at the edge of the formation. The trunk of this ancient tree is so thick that 5 people cannot hug it together. It looks solid and tall, and it can block some of the strong wind for everyone.
Stay here for a while.
Zhen Xiaoxiao rubbed his temples. The sudden appearance of Xiao Bian and his group of beasts completely disrupted her train of thought. Now Xiang Qian and Luo Er were trapped in the formation, making it even more difficult for her to move forward. Seeing that Zhen Xiaoxiao, Daisy, and the 2 disciples from the medicine pavilion were squatting obediently in the corner of the formation and no longer clamoring to leave, Hongwan and Tang Zhan left the 4 of them and joined the fierce battle. For a moment, the sky was filled with flashing sword lights and flying sand and rocks. If it weren't for the green leaf floating under the clouds emitting green light to block everything, such a loud noise would definitely attract the attention of the 7-leaf disciples around. The aftermath of the battle spread out, shaking the depths of the ancient trees, causing bursts of heart-pounding, dull, and crisp sounds. Look, there are so many iron whiskers on the Spider King. A foundation-building beast king. Oh my god, I have never seen one in my life.
I don't want to die.
I still have a few pill formulas that I haven't figured out. Luo, who finally woke up, vomited blood and screamed loudly. Don't worry, Senior Brother Luo. Senior Brother Ji said that he will never let the Spider King hurt us. Zhen Xiaoxiao comforted him softly, otherwise her eardrums would be broken. The only person present who did not need to be comforted was probably Xiao Zhou, who had excitedly climbed up a tree branch and happily took out a roasted wolf leg with fuhua leaves from his wind and snow cloth bag. Junior sister. Looking at Ji Qingyi, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with the Spider Emperor, Xiang Qian hesitantly lowered his voice and whispered in Zhen Xiaoxiao's ear, "Although Master Ji is powerful, he is not a good man. You have only been a disciple for a short time. I don't know how many female disciples he has ruined. Ruined. While you are not deeply in love with him now, it is best for you to stay away from him." I didn't expect that the good-natured Xiang Qian would actually say bad things about Ji Qingyi behind her back. One can imagine how much courage it took for him to say this. Don't worry, Senior Brother. I know what I'm doing. Zhen Xiaoxiao curled the corners of her lips and quietly placed her fingers, hidden in her sleeves, on the beast's spirit stone.
Who will abuse whom this time?
It's still uncertain. A group fight to see who gets killed? Humph, will I lose? As the thought arose, several giant beasts in Kuroda suddenly raised their heads, and Zhen Xiaoxiao's voice of come, come, come echoed in their hearts. The ones summoned this time were not the low-level beasts that had just died under Qingi's sword, but 8 beast kings at the 9th and 10th levels of Qi condensation. Hang in there, little 8 eyes. The brothers are coming. Although the distance from Baizhe to the edge of the forest area is far and the reinforcements did not arrive so quickly, fortunately, after the Spider Emperor completed the foundation building and advanced to the next level, his strength increased rapidly. 1 against 3. Half of the little 8-eyed creature's body is covered with iron hair, and its long legs can also be used as magic weapons. It fights hand-to-hand with a feather fan, making rapid and continuous sounds. Ping-pong. Seeing the poisonous rust spreading and about to climb up to the back of her hand in the blink of an eye, Hongluan's expression was horrified. She dropped her weapon to the ground with a bang and felt so nauseous that she wanted to. The defeats of Hongluan and Tang forced Qingi to move faster and faster, and his moves gradually lost their elegance. He had to admit that the Spider King was indeed a powerful enemy he had rarely seen in his life. Just the poisonous miasma and smoke he spewed out would consume 3 or 4 levels of spiritual energy to resist. Otherwise, once the poison entered his body, he would be counterattacked. The battle situation was difficult, and there was one thing that kept distracting him. That was that Zhen Xiaoxiao was not hiding honestly in the distance, but was walking closer and closer to him, with worry written all over her beautiful eyes. My real junior sister has deep feelings for me. Being favored by the beauty, Qingi couldn't help feeling a little proud, and even started to feel disgusted with the long battle. He only thought about how to be intimate with the beauty after killing the Spider King. Qingi, you are finished. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who stood in the battle circle against the strong wind, finally showed a relieved smile on her face. After waiting for so long, the brothers who set out from the base area are finally here. The 8 king beasts gathered outside the green leaf formation, combining their tyrannical auras to form a dark night storm that could devour everything. Guys, charge. Give that pervert Ji a good slap on the ace. The moment Zhen Xiaoxiao's thought arose, the 8 beast kings showed their claws and fangs and jumped forward. The forest was filled with a bloody wind, and the sky and earth were dark.
Boom. Bang. Clink. Ah.
Ay. It hurts. A series of painful wails rang out, and Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief.
How could that be?
The green leaf formation is too strong. The 8 beast kings worked together, but failed to break through the light curtain. Instead, they fell to the ground with blood all over their heads. It reminded people of the miserable crocodile monster that turned into a meteor several times in the air. Super Baby. Similar to the power of the Qiye Valley mountain locking formation. Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up, her pupils shrank rapidly and finally focused on the most intense green light in the sky. She had a good idea. Qingi's Yibao is indeed related to the 7 Leaves founder, and it is a top-notch magical weapon. Magical instruments are rare, let alone top-notch ones. When this item comes into the world, I am afraid that even the most powerful ones who can open it will be jealous. The reason why Qingi could possess this thing was because his master, the master of the valley, regarded him as a disciple of inheritance and the next generation of the clan leader, so he deliberately protected him. It can be said that as long as he holds the green leaf, even if he is chased by a powerful person in the Kaiguang realm outside the valley, he has a 70% to 80% chance of escaping. Cheating. Naturally, Qingi's spiritual sense could not hide the unusual movements outside the formation. In any case, there is no time to delay. We must fight quickly and decisively. Hongluan, Tang sacrificed blood to assist in the killing. The feather fan circled in the air and returned to his hand. Qingi shouted coldly, turned his head to look down at everyone, and his eyes turned into a murderous look. Xiaozong is going to use his ultimate move. Hearing the order, Hongluan and Tongzi looked solemn, and without hesitation, they clenched their fists and punched themselves in the chest.
Puff.
As the chest collapsed, 2 streams of blood spurted out from the mouths of the 2 men, drawing 2 long red dragons in the air. The blood contains the essence. The 2 people who lost their essence and blood immediately looked wilted, and the skin on their faces became wrinkled, as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. But at the same time, the head of the divine crane in front of Qiye, which was covered with blood, suddenly turned bright red. At the same time, the crane's body swelled in the wind, and its white feathers flashed with silver light, looking iron-blooded and majestic. I didn't expect that after the second stage transformation, the magic weapon could further increase its power by drinking blood.
Roar, roar, roar.
The air was painted with blood, making it look unusually enchanting. Feeling an unprecedented threat, the 8-eyed spider roared incessantly. The sound waves from the crane's cry and spider's roar made all the giant trees around bare their leaves. Countless leaves were swept into the air and torn into pieces. The horrible spiritual energy resonance shook Xiang Qian's chest cavity so much that it collapsed and his internal organs resonated. Don't die, little 8 eyes. Feeling that Qiye's move was quite powerful, Zhen Xiaoxiao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She actually took another step forward despite the strong wind. You have to know that the human body is extremely fragile, not to mention Zhen Xiaoxiao, who is only at the 2nd level of qi condensation and has not yet refined his body. Even Xiang Qian and Luo Er, who were curled up in the corner, vomited blood because they could not withstand the wind of battle. It is hard to imagine what force supports her to move forward persistently. I was wrong. This is great love. Xiang Qian was so moved that his cheeks flushed and his eyes were full of tears. Qiye, you scoundrel, watch out for me. If you betray my junior sister in the future, I, Xiang Qian, will be the first one to fight you to the death. The good-natured man held it in for a long time before he squeezed out the word fight to the death from between his teeth. However, when he remembered that the person he was provoking was the future leader of the 7-Leaf Valley, he immediately shrank his neck in fear. Seeing that Zhen Xiaoxiao's mouth was bleeding due to the war wind, Xiao Zhozhou was stunned. He immediately dropped the snacks and jumped down from the tree branch to rush to her. Although he didn't understand what she was going to do, he was ready to charge into battle at any time. You beast. Qiye didn't say much. He pointed his index finger resolutely at the 8-eyed Spider King's brow. The divine crane that was nourished by the blood of Hongluan and Tongzhan immediately turned into a giant silver-red sword and fell from the sky. This has completely transcended the limits of the power of a qi condensation cultivator. The majestic sword power came from the sky, carrying with it the supreme tyranny to control everything. It bent the big trees, knocked Hongluan and Tongzhan to the ground, and pressed Xiang Qian and Luo Er into a pile of dry grass. It was crushed so small that it could not move even a step, and its feet dug 2 deep holes in the mud.
Click, duck, click.
The Spider King's outer armor kept trembling under the roar of the sword, making cracking sounds under the heavy burden, and a look of despair appeared in the Spider King's eyes. It regretted that it had acted rashly and killed a large number of its people. It regretted not listening to Zhen Xiaoxiao's advice and ruined itself.
Sorry.
The dying beast king stared at Zhen Xiaoxiao's face with tearful eyes, recalling her strange stone, the sweet pills she made, and the time when he bullied the big crocodile outside the formation that had turned blue in anger. These few short months were truly joyful. It's a pity it's too short. See you in the next life. You are not allowed to die. The despair in Xiao Bian's body spread to his heart, and a resolute look suddenly appeared on Zhen Xiaoxiao's face. I am the master of the beast spirit stone, and I am willing to share the casualties with the war beasts. He clenched the hot stone tightly in his right fist, and a strong courage burst out from his slender body. Although I am weak now, I am willing to accompany my companions to Hades. You are hurt, I am hurt. The small intention is a wish, persistence, and faith. The silent beast's spirit stone was forced to burst out with pure spiritual energy and hit the spider emperor's forehead.
Boom.
It was like the world was destroyed. The moment the crane feather sword cut into the spider emperor's heart, heaven and earth lost all light. Hongwan and Tongzhan's bodies were thrown into the air and then fell down by the powerful shock, while Xiangqian and Luo'er were pressed directly against the green wall and rubbed hard. The following is off topic. In the past, when I wrote my first V-entry article, everyone said that the heroine was too bad in the early stage. So when I wrote my second V-entry article, I wantonly vented my views on life, suffering, life, and death, and I was sent a room full of kitchen knives again. Now it's Jin Xiaoxiao's turn, and there are many voices saying that Jin Xiaoxiao is too smooth and that the Golden Finger is not worth watching. Really, if I want to satisfy all readers in every aspect, I am incapable. I can't do it. I just 1. Don't repeat yourself. 2. Don't distort your values for money. Because of the setting, Zhen Xiaoxiao is destined to have a strong bloodline that surpasses that of ordinary people. It would be terrible if he was eaten to death from the very beginning. Moreover, she is a person of great temperament. When everyone is kind, she chases chickens and beats dogs. When everyone is cowardly, she alone supports the sky and the earth. She is the lord of the land. Among all living beings, she is not hypocritical, does not flaunt, is not pure and innocent, and does not hide her bad nature. But peeling off the layers, she is the brilliance of the best and strongest in her faith. After experiencing a brief period of blindness, what appeared before everyone was the scene where the dust had settled. The Spider King was crawling motionless in the center of the earth, with a silver-red sword inserted into its body. Wisps of white gas rose from the sword, carrying the smell of roasted blood. The earth returned to peace, and the battle was over. What a tenacious beast, it finally died. But it is your honor to force me to use my strongest weapon to kill it. A smile finally appeared on Ji Qingyi's tense face, and her phoenix eyes were filled with bright starlight. He shook his long hair and walked towards the Spider King with a leisurely pace. Although this fierce battle consumed the blood and essence of his servants and his own spiritual energy, Ji Qingyi couldn't help but feel warm in his heart when he thought about the many benefits that Huang Yaolao promised after obtaining the spider heart. As long as there is a steady supply of elixirs, he will be able to completely condense the foundation in his body, break free from the frustration of being stuck in the qi condensation stage for a long time, and become a powerful foundation establishment cultivator in one fell swoop. Moon viewing foundation building. Compared with the possibility of star-shaped foundation consecration, it is 30% to 40% more likely. Within 200 years, he will become the leader of the Seven Leaves sect. Looking forward to a bright future, Ji Qingyi smiled as he stepped onto the Spider King's spine and walked towards the long sword that was inserted into the Spider Queen's heart. However, just as he gripped the hilt of the sword and was about to open the chest and take out the heart, the Spider King's 8 tightly closed giant eyes suddenly opened. 8 evil gazes shone from the bottom of his eyes, tearing through the clouds in the sky with tyrannical force.
Well.
Luo'er covered his pounding heart and fell down with his eyes rolled back. This kind of exciting scene is not suitable for the elderly to watch. It's not dead yet. Tongzhan screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice breaking. Of course not. Zhen Xiaoxiao's unwavering loyalty to his companions forced the beast's spirit stone to squeeze out a stream of spiritual energy to feed back to the Spider Emperor, allowing little Eight-Eyed to successfully break free from the sword's might at the last second before the giant sword fell, and take a small step back to avoid the vital point. You want my heart? Sure, I'll give you your life in exchange. The little Eight Eyes, who had lured the enemy deep into his territory, quickly rolled sideways, threw the unprepared Ji Qingyi heavily to the ground, and then rolled over him mercilessly, like a wheel. You beast! Ji Qingyi, who climbed out of the pit, had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He covered his right arm with his left hand and staggered up into the air, seeming to have suffered serious internal injuries from the crush just now. Is it the devil? Hongluan's shoulders trembled, and her face turned blue. As a disciple of a cultivation sect, she has the responsibility to eliminate demons and monsters for the common people. Over the years, she has gone out of the mountain countless times and has seen at least 50 king beasts. But no matter how ferocious those big guys were when they were alive, as long as the young master took action personally, none of them could survive the most powerful killing move of the crane feather sword. This poisonous spider right now is an anomaly. It is like a demon from Hades. It becomes more and more courageous as it kills more. Everyone's face turned pale, and fear unconsciously arose in their hearts. You know, when facing a strong enemy, the most fatal thing is to lose the will to fight. Among the people present, only Zhen Xiaoxiao understood that the more Xiao Bian made a fuss, the more it showed that it was at the end of its strength and would soon collapse. At this moment, if I don't do something, it would be really disloyal. Xiao Zhou, come to me. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who had been fiddling with the ground with his back bent for a while, finally climbed onto the idiot's shoulder. After sitting down, he shouted and pointed his fingers straight ahead.
Ah.
The idiot spread his feet. Junior sister.
Hey.
Junior sister. Are you crazy?
That
is the beast king of the forest that even a half-step foundation building expert couldn't kill. I know you care about Ji Xiaozong, but you don't have to die for him. Xiang Qian stamped his feet desperately with a look of worry on his face, but he couldn't stop calling out to the two figures in front of him who had already rushed into the spider emperor's mouth. Ji Qingyi swallowed the medicine, and his frown slowly relaxed. He sees things much more clearly than others. With just a few more glances, it was not difficult to see the faint deathly aura hidden in the spider emperor's eyes. It is not a god, nor is it immortal. It's just a touching spirit trying to shock the opponent with a vibrant appearance and buy himself a moment of respite. Good. You must die like a warrior. I'll help you. The assessment of the situation was so accurate that just as Ji Qingyi was about to make some finger gestures, an incredible voice suddenly rang in his ears. Do you know how precious Senior Brother Ji's body is? If you dare to dirty Senior Brother Ji's robe, I will fight you to the death. The scene of Zhen Xiaoxiao riding on the idiot to the battlefield ravaged and destroyed everyone's fragile nerves. Oh my god. Tang Zhan's eyes popped out of their sockets in shock. The fingers of Ji Qingyi, who was casting the spell, froze in midair. The completely unaware Zhen Xiaoxiao jumped in front of the Spider King's fong-filled mouth in the blink of an eye and quickly picked up a big wooden stick that was longer than his body. I'll beat you up. Before everyone could recover from the absurdity of the situation, the big wooden stick in Zhen Xiaoxiao's hand hit the teeth of the eight-eyed Spider King hard.
Snap.
The stick head broke into pieces, and the wood chips hit Zhen Xiaoxiao's face.
Aha.
Hongluan couldn't help laughing out loud when she saw this scene. This is really ridiculous. What an ant that doesn't know its own limits. If you are so stupid, you might as well become the Spider King's final meal. Unfortunately, before the laughter could spread in the wind, Hongluan's face turned as pale as paper. Because Xiaozong's face appeared in her peripheral vision, Ji Qingyi had a strange expression on her face at this moment. His right hand, which was pinching the hand seals, was still raised, but his eyes were closely following Zhen Xiaoxiao's jumping back. In the depths of his eyes, there was a kind of an indescribable look. Even Ji Qingyi herself did not realize that this subtle emotion was sprouting. In his impression, women are appendages of men. They are delicate, fragile, troublesome, and ignorant. Even Hongluan, who has followed him for many years and experienced life and death several times, became afraid and lost her fighting spirit under the coercion of the Spider Emperor. She needs to rely on his protection to survive. But the little furnace tripod is so brave. True character is revealed in times of crisis. Look at the little girl's flying hair and pretty back. Ji Qingyi couldn't help but let a gentle smile appear in the corners of her eyes. Zhen Xiaoxiao didn't realize that her behavior was causing several people's emotions to fluctuate. She just took advantage of the moment when Xiao Zhozhou's broad shoulders blocked Ji Qingyi's sight and quickly stuffed a bag of things into Xiao Bian's mouth. Oh, you hit me too. I'm going to die. Little Eight Eyes, not knowing the reason, was about to cry out of grievance. The next second, he was stunned by the strange fragrance that rolled into his throat, and then every inch of his muscles and bones began to tremble non-stop.
What?
What good stuff is this? It has the taste of small, as well as fruits, vines, roots, and leaves. Oh my God! I have a nosebleed.
Puff.
2 red dragons spewed out from the nasal cavity of the 8-eyed spider, stunning the crowd. I've been fighting the Spider King for so long, but he didn't make him bleed. What a fierce woman. Tang Zhan's jaw dropped to the ground. Unknown to everyone, a batch of insect-attracting pills, plus 100-year-old red fruit, spiritual ginseng, 7-wound fruit, dew-condensing grass, Buddha flower leaves. Dozens of priceless healing herbs were stuffed into Xiao Baiyan's belly by Jin Xiaoxiao without being condensed in a furnace. Although the efficacy of the medicine is halved when taken raw, these are all rare things that are hundreds of years old. This guy is finished. It's definitely not the little junior sister's credit, but the young master's. The young master's most powerful move finally took effect. The nosebleed alone is enough to kill the Spider King. Amidst Hongwan's excited shouts,
Boom.
a powerful vitality rose directly from Xiao Baiyan's stomach, and the strong medicinal energy immediately traveled wildly in his meridians, causing his blood vessels to crackle like frying beans. From the surface, the 8-eyed Spider King was indeed a horrible sight. Not only was blood gushing out uncontrollably from the corners of its eyes, mouth, and even from the wounds, but the red blood was also mixed with bursts of smelly black mud. But in fact, under the stimulation of these drugs, the muscles and bones in the 8-eyed Spider King's body are rapidly solidifying, and his congenital deficiencies and old injuries are transformed into waste and discharged from the blood. The legendary Yijin Fa Gu. It is not easy for an ordinary beast to have a spiritual herb to accompany it in its lifetime, because a 300-year-old dew-condensing grass alone can be exchanged for 10 dongxiangs. And in the 10-fold tonic pill, there are more than 10 kinds of main ingredients that are more precious than the 300-year-old dew-condensing grass. Huang Yaolao, Gao Buli, and even any pharmacist in Lihi sect could not afford such a massive consumption. Only a local tyrant like Zhen Xiaoxiao, who had emptied out hundreds of years of heritage of the 7-leaf medicinal field in one go, could be so confident. Feeling the positive changes in his body and Danhai, Xiao Baiyan was so excited that blood spurted from the corners of his eyes. Although Zhen Xiaoxiao has a large number of spiritual plants in her hands, whether she is willing to use them on others is definitely a controversial issue. Especially for a weakling like myself with mediocre qualifications and ordinary bloodline, there is absolutely no investment potential. Yet she acted without hesitation. Not only did it heal the injuries in its body, but it also opened a door to infinite possibilities for its future. Mom. From now on, you are my dear mom. There was an incomparable passion burning in Xiao Baiyan's eyes, and he wanted to rush forward and hug Zhen Xiaoxiao's thighs tightly, rubbing them up and down. Ahem. Just a second before the truth was revealed, Zhen Xiaoxiao coughed and rolled her eyes at Xiao Baiyan. 2 eyes versus 8 eyes. Xiao Baiyan's eyelashes blinked desperately, and suddenly he let out an ah and fell backwards with his neck stiffened. As expected of a foundation-building beast that had eaten a mountain of gold and was extremely intelligent, as it fell over, it not only flapped its poisonous claws in the air, but also spewed out 2 streams of gray smoke from its nostrils, indicating its dying struggle. I'm dead. Gingi, come and kill me soon. Kill me, ha ha ha. Xiao, step back quickly. At this time, you should stand behind me. Gingi finally came to her senses and walked up quickly, with indescribable tenderness and care in her tone. Hongwan, go up and check. Facing Hongwan, the romantic young master stopped whispering and did not show any sympathy for her.
Tang Zhan.
Protect our real junior sister. If even a hair of hers is broken, I will hold you responsible. Pushing Zhen Xiaoxiao to the back, Gingi rose again, and after making some hand gestures, the crane feather sword swooshed back into his hand. Seeing Hongwan and Gingi walking towards it one after another with swords in hand, The eight-eyed spider seemed even more frightened and trembled like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. However, as the two approached,
Boom.
the countless iron-like hairs on the Spider King's body suddenly exploded like falling pear blossoms. The flying needles are filled with vigorous vitality, so how can one see any trace of dying energy? The dense needle rays made Qing's pupils shrink rapidly into two tiny dots, and he felt that the world was dark. Depend on. Before she could even shout, Hongwan, who was ordered by Qingi to be the vanguard, was hit by the iron spikes flying in her face and turned into a hedgehog, falling from the air with blood spurting out. If Qingi hadn't thrown a small silver shield from behind to cover the two of them in time, she would have died on the spot. But the small shield was not very strong. It only lasted for a few seconds before it cracked and shattered into pieces on the ground. Immortal demon spider. Xiang Qian was so scared that he vomited bile. He never expected that the eight-eyed Spider King could be resurrected again and again under Qingi's sword. No wonder the master wanted to take its spider heart. This kind of magnificent vitality, the destiny that defies heaven, is the immortal pill. With just one strike, he seriously injured one person and shattered a shield. Amid Xiang Qian's desperate screams, the Spider King was still showing his power. It controlled the iron spikes to dance wildly in the sky, and with a sinister look in its eyes, it walked slowly, turning the 10-mile forest into a huge meat grinder. All the grass, trees, rocks, and hills within its attack range were quickly turned into fine dust. Qingi was thrown aside. Although he tried his best to resist the beast's power, his elegant robe was instantly shattered into ridiculous rag strips by the blades. Well done, little eight eyes. It seems that I need to use more treasures from heaven and earth to feed my younger brothers in the future. Their fighting power is really amazing. Zhen Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest with pride. I've said it before, don't force her to take action. Young Zong. Seeing the loincloth left on Qingi's lower body, Tang Zhan's face turned green, and he quickly covered his eyes. He is indeed a monster that has lived for hundreds of years. I have changed my mind. I will not kill you. I will not kill you. I will take you back to the medicine pavilion, boil you alive in molten iron, and scorch you with tongue oil every day to see if you are really immortal. Throwing Hongwan to Tang Zhan without caring about his image, Qingi went into battle shirtless, with a determination not to give up until life or death. The crane feather sword burst out with dazzling silver light in his hand, and the man and the spider collided and separated in the air, indistinguishable from each other. The roar of the battle was deafening. Tang Zhan struggled to get up and wanted to go forward to help, but soon he stumbled and fell to the ground. Having just sacrificed his blood and essence to the sword, he had lost his original essence, and his cultivation had regressed greatly. Now, let alone fighting with the sword, even standing firmly was difficult for him. Turn your head and look at Hongwan again. Hongwan was even more miserable. There were more than 10 iron spikes in her chest, and she was unconscious. Let's save Hongwan first, and that will be considered as doing our best for Xiaozong. He often accompanied Xiaozong in battles and had great experience in stopping bleeding and bandaging wounds. However, just as he approached Hongwan and was about to pull out the iron thorn for her, a charming green look suddenly appeared in his eyes.
Poisoned.
Like a grinning demon, it was constantly devouring the vitality in her body. Tang Zhan's hands suddenly froze in midair, and his eyes twitched wildly. This is the deadly poison of the Foundation Establishment Beast King. Tang Zhan tremblingly poured out dozens of medicine bottles from his storage bag and quickly poured a handful of anti-poison pills into Hongwan's mouth. However, even after taking the antidote, the raging blue marks on Hongwan's face only faded by 30%. She showed no sign of giving up, and it seemed that after a short rest, she would be able to make a comeback. What should I do? What should I do? Save her. Dragging his injured leg, Tang Zhan carried Hongwan to Xiangqian and Luo'er. He almost forgot who was blocking the way. He trapped the two weak disciples of the medicine pavilion in the green leaf formation, leaving them to be bombarded by the strong winds until their internal organs were almost shattered. However, Dan has a kind heart. The old man with fallen ears did not hold a grudge. He supported his chest and leaned against a big tree, barely sitting up straight, then lowered his head to carefully check Hongluan's poisoning condition. Not good. He flipped Hongluan's eyelids and frowned. You have already fed her the anti-poison pill. There is a word on the bottle which indicates that it was made by me and then sent to you by the sect. But judging from the current situation, there is still a lot of toxins left in Fairy Hongluan's body. If you want to completely eliminate it, you must change to a stronger antidote. After a pause, the old man's face became even uglier. But in the medicine pavilion, the only one who is better at making pills than me is my master. And my master's finished products are always only supplied to the 3 elders and the valley master himself. Others cannot see them. Although the words were chosen as mildly as possible, Luo Er's words still sounded like a mockery to Tang Zhan's ears. You are seeking personal revenge.
Bang.
A sharp knife was suddenly placed on Luo Er's neck.
Cool. Cool. Cool.
The old man's upper teeth knocked against his lower teeth, and he shivered. I don't care. If you don't treat her today, I'll make sure you all die. Tang Zhan's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was ferocious, as if he was ready to throw anything away. Bullying. This little dwarf is looking for death. Zhen Xiaoxiao frowned and was just about to close the door to put Xiao Zhozhou away when she saw the honest man Xiang Qian curl his lips, suddenly took out something from his arms, and groaned weakly. I have a powerful antidote. Let Hongluan take it quickly. Definitely good stuff. The pill lying quietly in Xiang Qian's palm was much brighter in color than the ordinary anti-poison pills. It looked like a new bamboo after the rain, emitting bursts of medicinal fragrance, which made the body spontaneously produce endless vitality. Tang Zhan's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand to grab the green pill and stuffed it into Hongluan's mouth. At the same time, he raised his chin proudly, as if saying, I knew it. You 2 little alchemy disciples, if you don't intimidate me, you will never help others.
Huh.
The color and shape of the pills are so familiar to you. When you see them, you feel like you are meeting a relative. A sense of familiarity. Zhen Xiaoxiao scratched his head in confusion. The green pill took effect quickly after it entered the mouth. Tang Zhan only saw Hongluan's throat move, and her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and then madness that burned the small universe burst out from the bottom of her eyes. Woke up?
Ha 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 ha.
It's like a miracle. The poison disappears as soon as the medicine is applied.
Good Dan. Good Dan.
No wonder that disciple from the medicine pavilion was unwilling to hand over the precious elixir unless his life was threatened. Hongluan, how do you feel? Forcing himself to suppress the joy in his heart, Tang Zhan just put his face close to her when a fishy liquid mixed with poison gushed out of Hongluan's mouth and splashed all over his face without any waste. What the Hades did you feed me? Hongluan screamed and somersaulted, falling to the ground and vomiting into a river. This is the question I want to ask, okay? Tang Zhan rolled on the ground, crying and cursing. Luo Er looked at Xiang Qian in shock, completely forgetting that he had ever seen a similar scene before. He was just deeply shocked by the profound attainments that Xiang Qian suddenly revealed. Why didn't he see it earlier? Junior brother, you're so awesome. I can think of a way to induce vomiting and expel toxins. It's simple. It's rough. And the effect is amazing. It seems that the alchemists in the medicine pavilion are being outnumbered by the old ones, and I am about to die on the beach. Xiang Qian automatically ignored the old man with fallen ears whose face was glowing with excitement, and stared at Zhen Xiaoxiao's back meaningfully. This anti-poison pill. It was a green pill made by junior sister Nijin during the gambling of Confronting in the pharmacy. Time flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. However, the crisp sound of swords colliding with beast thorns still echoed in the green leaf formation. That's right, the fights between the strong can sometimes be that long. Compared with this, a dozen days was just a blink of an eye. However, such physical exertion had already exceeded the limit of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. During this period, Hongwan and Tang tried their best to contribute their blood and essence to the Heyu divine sword several times, so now it seems that both of them have sunken eye sockets and dehydrated skin, lying on the ground like two dehydrated cucumbers, motionless. Xiang Qian, why did you give me the antidote? Can't you just let this fairy take the poison and die comfortably? Oh. If you live, you'll have to draw blood from the young master every day to sacrifice to his sword. The pain is so severe that it would be worse than death. Thinking of the strange green pill she had eaten some time ago, Hongwan's sallow complexion became even more withered. She is like a withered flower stepping into the dusk, ready to wither in the wind at any moment. The current battle situation is indescribable. Not only were the two people lying on the ground barely breathing, even the heroic, calm, and elegant Qiye Qianjiao was gone. The only one left in the sky was a madman with disheveled hair, bare feet, and a crazed face.
Aha!
I've cut your foot again. Little bug, your leg is finally broken, he said in a very experienced manner.
Wow.
How much life do you have left in your body? How come a new one grew just after the one was broken, without even breathing?
Oh.
I won't fight you anymore. You are bullying me. You are a pervert. He pinched the orchid with his finger.
No.
I will beat you to death. I will not even give your heart to Huang Dabi. I will cut your flesh inch by inch to find the source of your tenacity. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Looking at Gingi, who was acting crazy, crying and laughing at the same time, my little head was covered with sweat. Over the past 10 days, she had no idea how many all-inclusive elixirs she had fed to Xiao Bian on the pretext of protecting his senior brother. The more it is injured, the happier it is. Its skin becomes shiny and glossy, but it has a lot of brute force but nowhere to vent it, and it often has nosebleeds to relieve its strength. If he could be beaten to death by Gingi when his vitality was so strong, that would be a miracle. In response to his opponent's provocation, Little Eight Eyes happily shook his buttocks and blew out a burst of energy at him. This intestinal waste gas, which was nourished by countless exotic flowers and poisonous plants, rushed to Gingi and immediately melted a piece of yellow paper that was corroded and riddled with holes and was floating above his head. Snap! As the yellow paper decayed, the faint protective barrier surrounding Gingi's body also shattered. This is my last ancestor's talisman. Gingi howled and cried blood, and could only mobilize his own spiritual energy to continue resisting the invasion of poison. Over the past few days, countless magic weapons and talismans have been shattered by the Spider Emperor. After a shiver, Gingi suddenly opened his eyes. If I don't chop you into pieces, stew you and feed you to the dogs, then kill the dogs and stew you and feed you to the pigs, then kill the pigs and stew you and feed you to the fish. I am filled with resentment. Although dogs, pigs, and fish are all innocent, I always feel that I need to kill them a few more times to vent my anger. Sensing that Xiaozong was about to use a big move from his increasingly shrill howls, Hongwan and Tang immediately fell down and pretended to be dead. Who is blood? Sure enough, with a sharp scream, Gingi's fierce gaze immediately swept across the earth, passed by the two dehydrated cucumbers, passed by Zhen Xiaoxiao and Daisy, and fell on Xiang Qian. The gaze is powerful.
Puff.
Under the pressure of the gaze, a line of light yellow blood spurted out of Xiang Qian's mouth. The blood was instantly swept into the sky by the strong wind and merged into the rolled-up edge of the crane's sword. Junior sister, I can't hold on any longer. Xiang Qian, who was donating blood, fell down. A cultivator at the mere 5th level of qi condensation could not withstand wave after wave of battle energy attacks. How much energy could he squander when he was seriously injured? He felt like a cow that was about to be squeezed dry. You are about to die, and I want to tell you a few things. Xiang Qian's dry fingers tightly clasped Zhen Xiaoxiao's wrist that was supporting his body, his eyes filled with grief. Senior brother, you won't die, just hold on a little longer. Zhen Xiaoxiao was full of worry. If Gingi continued to go crazy like this, it seemed that everyone would really be in trouble.
No.
Listen carefully. These might be my brother's last words. Astonishing energy erupted from Xiang Qian's shriveled body, and the roar startled Jin Xiaoxiao so much that she couldn't help but close her mouth. No matter what difficulties you encounter in your life, never give up. On the path of alchemy. Finally, they had a chance to open up to each other, and every word he spoke seemed to have weight.
Dandao?
Upon hearing these two words, Jin Xiaoxiao immediately started to shiver. She had endured the patience to listen to senior brother Xiang's nonsense, but she didn't expect that he would bring up such a dark topic. Didn't he enough in front of the medicine cabinet? Yes, I heard it right. Your alchemy is extremely evil and poisonous, but the medicinal power is incredible. To be honest, I was able to save Hongwan because of your green pill. After testing the elixir in the medicine pavilion, Huang Yaolao shook his tiny work to the ground in horror, but he never expected that Xiang Qian would secretly find it the next day and keep it in his sleeve as a treasure. What a small and scary look. It turns out that what Hongwan ate was indeed her own masterpiece. No wonder that green ball looked so familiar, but she was still skeptical about Xiang Qian's judgment. That was just an accident. She had taken senior brother Luo's pill before and vomited a lot, expelling all the remaining poison.
No.
Suddenly interrupting Jin Xiaoxiao's words, an indescribable enthusiasm rose on Xiang Qian's face. Do you know why I want to try your pill on her? It's not because I'm afraid of Tang Zhan's knife, but last time I swallowed your bigu orange pill in front of the medicine cabinet, and I've been full ever since. More than a month has passed. If Xiang Qian's words are true, then the power of the orange pill is indeed powerful. You are a magic pill. I firmly believe that you are a magic pill. The taste of the pill is overbearing, and the effect of the pill is even more overbearing. Your path is different from others, so promise me, brother, never give up. The fire that burst out of Xiang Qian's eyes almost burned Jin Xiaoxiao's small eyes. It's over. After Gingi, senior brother Xiang also went crazy. Zheng Xiaoxiao swallowed her saliva. However, it is understandable that in such a desperate situation, it is easy for hallucinations to occur in people's minds. When she thought of this, Jin Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly softened. She patted Xiang Qian's hand and nodded affirmatively.
Good.
After getting a satisfactory answer, Xiang Qian felt as if the fire of life had finally found a peaceful home. He drooped his head and began to
snore.
It's not that I'm dying, it's just that I'm too tired. He gently placed Xiang Qian on the ground, and Jin Xiaoxiao looked up at Gingi, who was still fighting with Xiao Bian in the sky. They must find a way to leave the green leaf formation, otherwise Xiang Qian and old man Luo Heir's lives will be in danger. Besides, the hunt has been going on for more than 10 days, and there are more than 3 elites in the Seven Leaves main vein. I don't know if the younger brother in the forest is capable enough. Will Zhong Zixing, Luo Wei, and others enter the medicinal field and discover the secret that will cost her her head? Young master, I. Just as Jin Xiaoxiao was lost in thought, Hongwan, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, suddenly uttered a hoarse call. What? You called me? With a stunned expression, Gingi immediately stopped his sword moves, turned his head and stared at Hongwan's shriveled chest with passion, his eyes flashing green. You have more blood and essence to offer as sacrifice? Ha ha ha. Wan, I have high hopes for you. You are much better than Zhan, and you deserve praise. So, when I return, I will give you a pair of Yunmei bottles. Hongwan only said 3 words, and Gingi automatically imagined everything that happened next. Then he laughed wildly and punched Hongwan in the chest.
No.
There's no blood. Seeing the fist in front of her getting bigger and bigger, Hongwan clasped her arms in horror and rolled on the ground with all her might. It's like your head was caught in the door and you brought disaster upon yourself. I'm saying that young master should quickly open the Greenleaf Formation and invite other disciples to come and help kill the Spider Emperor, so as not to delay our return. Hongwan finished her words in one breath without even pausing for punctuation, but her exclamation came to an abrupt end when a sword light fell from the sky. She stood stiffly on the ground with her mouth wide open, and her long black hair beside her ears was cut off at the roots. and on the shriveled cheek, a shocking bloodstain suddenly appeared. Gingi stood in midair, sword raised in both hands. The green light in his eyes turned into the eeriness of the night, and his anger spontaneously rose into the sky.
If you say that again next time, you'll die.
His cold voice makes people's soul tremble. He is worthy of being the genius of the main lineage. Even when everyone else has completely lost their fighting spirit, he is still unwilling to give up. After all, he invested too much. The Qianquan water shield, the golden armor shield, the 3 ancestral talismans, the 4 bottles of Qi condensation pills, and the 2 Qi Yuan pills that I consumed in the battle with the Spider Emperor. Red tears slowly flowed from the corners of Gingi's eyes. He is the great 7-leaf prodigy Gingi, and his family background is the most powerful in the sect. However, now, except for a tattered crane feather sword in his hand, his pockets are cleaner than those of a beggar on the street corner, and his ace bag is leaking air. I can't swallow this. Unless he dies here, no one can share this demon spider with him. Hongluan moved her dry lips and swallowed the tears of despair into her stomach. After warning everyone with a fierce look, Gingi turned and walked towards the Spider King, with the last piece of loincloth fluttering behind him, and took the steps of a devil. I say'd, real junior sister. Tang Zhan moved his cracked lips, and tears welled up in his eyes. How about you give young master some words of advice? If he continues like this, his heart will be possessed by the devil, and we will all die with him. Anyone with a little bit of insight could have noticed these days that Xiaozong's attitude toward this woman was subtly different from that of others. Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she was about to speak, but when Tang Zhan said that, her originally straight back immediately began to tremble like a sick willow in the wind.
I am an honest man.
I am afraid that my senior brother will cut my hair. Oh. If I die, who will support my 80-year-old father and 70-year-old mother in my hometown? No. Even if you give me many benefits, I will never dare to say a word. Tang Zhan's expression cracked. What does I won't say anything even, if you give me a benefit mean? This guy's pair of black eyes clearly turned into money eyes. I'll give you silver and support your whole family. Tang Zhan moaned weakly, and at the same time poured out 100 taels of gold and silver from his storage bag. But facing these white and yellow things, Zhen Xiaoxiao didn't even look at them and continued to dodge backwards. She had tears in the corners of her eyes and a determined expression. I am a person of noble character. I will never give in to money. Anyway, Xiao Zhozhou and I are just mortals. We don't have any blood to offer. After you all die, Senior Brother Ji will open the formation and release me after the bloodless sword sacrifice. Depend on. What is if you all die? I can live mean. Tang Zhan twitched all over. He finally realized that this girl was taking advantage of the situation. Yes, it's robbery. Although she did not have the honor of leaving her name on the sole of his shoes, Xiaoxiao always kept in mind Tang Zhan's previous bad attitude towards Xiangqian and never forgot it. Real junior sister. Real fairy. I was wrong before. How could I fool you with ordinary gold and silver? Come here, I have 10,000 French currency, a tortoise-patterned tripod, and a free and easy fan. Take a look, do you like it? In his hand, there are only these 2 magic weapons related to alchemists, and both are of good quality. Tang Zhan originally wanted to take them to the monks' market outside the mountain and exchange them with others for items of his own use. Unexpectedly, this time, he can only cut his own flesh and blood to save his life. When she caught a glimpse of the legal tender used by the monks, as well as the tortoise-patterned tripod and the Xiaorao fan, the tears in Zhen Zhao's eyes instantly disappeared. Ha, I like it. With a roll of her sleeves, the small tripod, small fan, and coins disappeared into Xiao Zhozhou's wind and snow cloth bag. Zhen Xiaoxiao turned her head and shouted towards the sky. Senior Brother Ji, doesn't that look like you're afraid of death at all? You should have a more noble sentiment. Seeing that Zhen Xiaoxiao didn't even let go of the first 100 taels of gold and silver, Tang Zhan's face was full of cracked expression. Hearing the small voice, Gingi really stopped what he was doing, and a rare clarity flashed in his fierce eyes. Start the formation quickly. With her hands in her sleeves, still touching the silver she had just received, Zhen Xiaoxiao's face suddenly darkened, and she met Ji Qingyi's gaze without fear. Her attitude didn't sound like begging at all, but more like an order. This guy is brave, but not wise. Tang Zhan rolled his eyes, feeling that the meat he had just cut was wasted. Haha, not only did you say the same thing as me, but you even dared to use an ordering tone? Do you want to be arrogant because of your favor? You are so stupid. Although Xiao Zong likes women, he never likes to be controlled by women. If you say something unpleasant again, Zhen Xiaoxiao, you will be beheaded. Hong Luan touched the sword wound on her face and sneered in her heart. Ji Qingyi's eyes narrowed sharply, but the hand holding the sword did not move. She just raised her chin and looked at Zhen Xiaoxiao's face silently, as if waiting for the second half of her words. Hong Luan was not disappointed. If you continue like this, you will die. Even more unpleasant words came out of Zhen Xiaoxiao's mouth, without any room for tact. It was just so direct. These remarks that hurt the man's self-esteem immediately made Ji Qingyi unable to suppress the anger in his eyes any longer. The arrows in the sky suddenly turned their heads and pointed directly at the thin girl in green standing in the forest. However, Zhen Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she smiled and slowly opened her arms. You are a gifted child of heaven, like a bright moon. You shouldn't die here. He breathed softly. From being aggressive to smiling sweetly, it was as if flowers suddenly sprouted from the barren sand. The cotton ball that was blocking his chest was somehow torn apart so easily, and his long hair, dancing without wind, slowly fell onto his shoulders. Ji Qingyi took a deep breath, and the bloodshot in his eyes gradually dissipated. He was truly an outstanding person, and although he was blinded by the victory or defeat for a while, after being scolded by others, the dark clouds in his heart immediately dissipated, and when he saw the world again, his outlook was completely different. Pride kills genius. Humiliation forges true heroism. Everyone understands the truth, but the step of enlightenment is too difficult to take. His eyes swept over Zhen Xiaoxiao's sincere face and tolerant attitude, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. After a moment's silence, Ji Qingyi stretched out his hand to pluck a green leaf from the air and put it into his sleeve. The green light that confined the 10-mile forest suddenly disappeared. Go and ask Zhong Zixing or Luo Wei to come. I promise that after we kill the Spider Emperor together, we will share the benefits equally. His deep voice is like salvation from heaven. Finally, I don't have to sacrifice my blood and essence anymore. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhan and Hong Luan, who were as thin as skeletons, jumped up from the ground, swinging their shriveled legs faster than the other, and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest in the blink of an eye. If he had known that he would only respond to tough situations, he would have slapped him in the face first. Feeling the sudden change in Ji Qingyi's aura, Zhen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but swallow. She was just taking a risky move and making a desperate attempt, but she never expected that her method of provoking the pervert seemed to make him break out of his own cage inexplicably and become more mentally powerful. I doubt I'll take people to find help too. Hastily avoiding Ji Qingyi's scorching gaze, Zhen Xiaoxiao dragged Daisy, Xiangqian, and Luo Er, and quickly stepped into the forest. Woo woo woo, it's finally out. As soon as they left Ji Xiaozong's sight, Xiangqian and Luo Er immediately hugged each other and burst into tears. I have never felt so deeply how happy it is to be alive. After some kind words of comfort, Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou finally parted ways with the two. With a light whistle, a sneaky black-haired poisonous wolf jumped out of the grass, carrying Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou to the front of the battlefield. After spending more than 10 days with Ji Qingyi, Zhen Xiaoxiao was already concerned about the progress of the battle line. Fortunately, those beast kings who could not break through the green leaf formation returned to Baizhe as soon as possible and bravely guarded the defense line. Without supervision, they did not allow any seven-leaf disciples to pass through the blockade. Among the more than 100 monks who entered the forest, Ji Qingyi, Zhong Zixing, and Luo Wei were the strongest. However, What is interesting is that Qiye and Luo Wei have never shown up on the main battlefield since the beginning, and Zhong Zixing, the only one who can take on the important task, disappeared inexplicably a few days ago. The thin white smoke seemed to transform into the shape of a cloud snake. Our good friend Yu Hongguang, whom we hadn't seen for some time, was kneeling in front of the stone with a bruised face and a look of resentment in his eyes. Many days ago, after enduring indescribable trampling by the beasts time and time again, Yu Hongguang finally caught the deeply hidden green-eyed white snake with his extraordinary patience and perseverance. However, before he could be happy for a few seconds, his senior brother Zhong Zixing came out from behind the forest stepping on dead leaves, beat him up severely, and ruthlessly took away the power of wind and cloud that belonged to him. Zhong Zixing, one day I will kill you. And that dead bird of yours that's always peeking out. Staring fiercely at the young blue-eyed eagle standing on Zhong Zixing's shoulder, Yu Hongguang shouted fiercely in his heart. The smoke between Zhong Zixing's mouth and nose disappeared, and a white snake phantom, a symbol of power, immediately appeared between his eyebrows. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing an ecstatic expression. Although they had been absent from the hunting battle for 7 or 8 days, perhaps Qiye and Luo Wei had returned to the battlefield and entered the medicine field to obtain the spider heart. But compared to using elixir to support the foundation, he pays more attention to the transformation of himself by the power of wind and cloud. Qiye's fighting power is similar to his, so why is he favored by the Valley Master? It is nothing more than that he has extraordinary talent and greater potential. My own foundation is shallow, and I could only aspire to condense a star platform when I was building my foundation. But today, a strange snake has entered my body, and with the help of wind and clouds, I only need to consolidate it for a few more decades, and the moon viewing platform is not impossible to achieve. Qiye, it is still uncertain who will be the most proud one among the 7 leaves in 10 years. Zhong Zixing felt that it was a very wise choice for him to bring the young blue-eyed eagle into the forest. Who could have thought that Yu Hongguang, a kid who got in through the back door, would encounter such an amazing fortune? Junior brother, don't worry. The strange snake is not something you should have now. As long as you follow me well, you will benefit from it in the future. As if not noticing the viciousness in Yu Hongguang's eyes, Zhong Zixing raised his hand and released the blue-eyed young eagle back into the sky. Because of the wind and cloud snake seal on his forehead, his waving movements even carried a hint of otherworldly and ethereal temperament. At this time, Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou were riding on wolves. Suddenly, a big fist flew out from the forest on the right, and the poisonous wolf Xiao Haimeo was knocked away into a meteor with a scream. Zhen Xiaoxiao fell on his ace for no apparent reason. Fortunately, Xiao Zhozhou was there to cushion his back, otherwise his ace would have been broken into 8 pieces. This. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who was still riding the wolf with a handful of wolf hair in her hand, was stunned. Suddenly, Lo's serious face came into her eyes. Real junior sister? He lifted Zhen Xiaoxiao up from the ground like a little chicken, pulled her arms and legs, and examined her from side to side. Only then did Luo Wei let go of the wrinkles on her forehead, heaved a long sigh, and said, "You were almost carried back to the den by the poisonous wolf and eaten. Luckily you met me again. No need to thank me." Zhen Xiaoxiao looked up in the direction where Xiao Haimeo was beaten and flew away, silently expressing his deepest condolences to it. Completely ignoring the frown on the rescued person's face, Lo excitedly danced beside Zhen Xiaoxiao. No longer hanging out with Qiye? Good. You have good sense. It seems that you have discovered his clumsy habits. Don't cry. Brother Luo will protect you from now on. If he dares to point a finger at me again, I will chop him into pieces. Looking around, he did not see any disciples from the main lineage, so Lo pounded his stone-like chest. All right. Are you a disciple of the medicine pavilion?
Then.
Can you identify medicinal herbs? Come on, come and take a closer look. Are there any valuable ones among my harvest these days? From the moment he beat up the poisonous wolf until now, Lo didn't give Zhen Xiaoxiao any chance to speak. He took out a half-man-high basket from somewhere and quickly knocked it to the ground. So all the things in the basket that had strange shapes and even emitted strange smells rolled to Zhen Xiaoxiao's feet, staring at the skull of an earth-armored beast that stopped spinning only after hitting his ankle. Zhen Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and stared straight ahead. Looking up at Lo's expectant face again, her eyelids twitched and her voice trembled. "Brother Luo, what are these? Isn't the red one the vermilion fruit?" Lo picked up a bright and shiny poisonous mushroom and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "No, dis. Don't you feel that your hands first feel a little itchy and then start to hurt? Throw it away quickly. Otherwise, if you pinch it for another 5 breaths, blisters will form on your fingertips." Zhen Xiaoxiao looked horrified. "Oh my god." He threw the poisonous mushroom aside and picked up a wooden stick. "Is it Rehmannia glutinosa? It's really hard." "No, it's the banyan tree roots that have been eaten by insects." Zhen Xiaoxiao shook her head like a wave drum.
Depend on.
"What's wrong?" Not giving up yet, Lo picked up a silver round bead and brought it in front of Zhen Xiaoxiao. Because the distance was too close, he almost hit the bead on Zhen Xiaoxiao's face. He said loudly, "This must be a good thing. In order to get it, I fought with 2 bone bee queens for 3 days and 3 nights. When they saw that they couldn't catch up with me, they cried so sadly." "Aren't you crying sadly?" Zhen Xiaoxiao stared blankly with her eyes wide open and tried hard to force out a choking sound from her throat. "These are the offspring of the 2 bone bees. They have accumulated their blood and energy for 10 years to breed these silver bone blade eggs from thousands of offspring."
Well.
Whistling and looking up at the sky, Lo quickly threw the bone wasp eggs into the bushes and pretended that there was no cold sweat on his head. Things shouldn't have been like this. Before entering the forest, he had a lot of plans in his mind. Although he had no idea what the medicinal herbs looked like, he had heard people say that powerful beasts were always accompanied by exotic flowers and plants. So this time, he specifically picked up the most precious things of the beasts, but he didn't expect that what he snatched were the bones of their ancestors and their newborn cubs. No wonder those insects cried so miserably after he escaped victoriously. If I had known this earlier, I would have studied hard. Seeing that Lo looked depressed, Zhen Xiaoxiao quickly changed the subject, fearing that the other party would become furious and take revenge on her. Brother Luo, has Guyu successfully condensed his qi? Also, how is the great elder Yuanfeng doing these days?" This question should not be asked. Before Zhen Xiaoxiao could finish her words, Lo's cheeks turned as rosy as the rising sun, and his pair of tiger eyes flashed with sharp swords. "Master is currently trying to consecrate the ginseng. With the nourishment of your 1,000-year-old ginseng king, the success rate this time is probably about 60 to 70%. Ahahaha. Real junior sister. From now on you will be my real sister." In excitement, Lo tightly grasped Zhen Xiaoxiao's hands and almost hugged her in his arms.
Bang!
Before Lo could finish his rant, Xiao Zhozhou slapped him impatiently. Those dog paws groping on the little hands looked so annoying. "Shoot."
Who are you?
Luo Wei, whose face was swollen like a steamed cake, fell to the ground and then quickly jumped up, looking Xiao Zhozhou up and down with a murderous look. "As far as I can remember, there are less than 3 Qiye disciples who can hurt him at close range. Where did this ruthless guy come from? Why does he look so unfamiliar?"
What?
"Grandpa Yuan is trying to reach the Kaiguang realm again, and he has a good chance of breaking through?" "Very good." Completely ignoring the fact that Lo was ruthlessly beaten by Xiao Zhozhou, Zhen Xiaoxiao just grinned happily. "No wonder Lo was so enthusiastic about me. Was it because of that 1,000-year-old ginseng? If I had known this, I should have sent a few more." Zhen Xiaoxiao patted Xiao Zhozhou's arm and solemnly introduced him to Luo Wei. "Brother, don't be surprised. This is my big, armed little brother. Just call him Xiao Zhozhou." Of the name Zhozhou, but he had not expected that. Through word of mouth among his disciples, the charred-skinned fool who had caused a big fuss in the medicine pavilion that day had now turned into a fat, white man with a face full of flesh and small eyes that were almost too fat to be seen. Who prepared the food and raised it so well?
Hey.
Brother, You have such a hard fist. It turns out that you are Brother Zhou, who blew up the old Huangyao attic that day. After meeting him today, I find that he is indeed a brave man. Not holding a grudge, Luo Wei covered his swollen face with one hand and put his other hand around Xiao Zhozhou's neck, as friendly as a family member who hadn't seen each other for a long time. In Qiye Valley, the person he hated the most was Huang Yaolao, who had been withholding Qiyu and Dan and preventing his master from successfully breaking through. Therefore, anyone who can give that big nose some trouble is a friend. Xiao Zhozhou didn't like being touched, so he quickly took 2 steps back. Luo Wei's arm fell in the air, but it couldn't extinguish his enthusiasm to invite the two of them. I feel relieved to see that you two were not injured in the hunt. I'll leave the rest to you, senior brother. My fist is very big, come on. Let's go to the medicinal field immediately. If you see the 300-year-old golden embryo fruit and Rehmannia root, as long as you open your mouth and make a sound, but after you use the fruit to buy your freedom, don't go back to the medicine pavilion. That big-nosed Huang is so annoying that it makes me feel blind just looking at him. Both of you should come to the first peak. I will protect you.
Ugh.
You're bullying me because I haven't read any medicine books.
He did what he said.
Luo Wei kicked away the bamboo that was blocking his way, dragged Jin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou's hands, and strode towards Baize. Watching the bamboo shoots rolling down the hillside, Jin Xiaoxiao finally realized that the basket full of poisonous mushrooms, astringent fruits, and insect eggs were all the atonement for her. No wonder the Beast King said that Lo had not appeared on the front battlefield in recent days. Staring with eyes wide open, Zhen Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with astonishment and emotion. She thought again of the rapier that blocked Huang Yaolao's killing whisk for her in front of the medicine pavilion, and she also thought of the bundle that Yong Guyu brought to her from outside the forest in the rain with a smile on her face. Everyone on the first peak is lovely. At least Yong Guyu and Luo Wei are both as sincere as Mr. Yuan. Brother Luo, there's no need to bother. Treat me with sincerity, and I will repay you with sincerity. Zhen Xiaoxiao took out a red fruit from her sleeve and slapped it on Lo's face. In fact, I have already picked the 300-year-old red fruit. What? All the 7-leaf elites were stuck in the Baize area, and a weak girl actually picked the most precious medicinal herbs in the forest. Hey, don't try to fool me. Isn't this just a stunted apple? Lo's big head kept shaking. He thought Jin Xiaoxiao was afraid of the poisonous creatures lying in ambush on the road ahead. Xiaoxiao, be brave. Brother Beast King is here to fight. Originally, this matter can be handled by one person. But without the two of you, the Rehmannia glutinosa recognizes me, but I don't recognize it. The real red fruit was disliked by people in a gorgeous way. I am not an apple. I am not an apple, and I am not stunted. The cry of spiritual plants. The corners of Zhen Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched continuously, and then she remembered. Who cares if it is 3 years old or 300 years old? Who cares if it is red fruit or green fruit? Luo Wei is a wooden lump who doesn't know the difference. In the Qiye Dan sect, everyone learns medicine. Even if they don't follow the path of alchemy, they have to know how to collect and identify. Blinking his eyes, Zhen Xiaoxiao pressed down the coffin lid of the Qiye Patriarch, which was almost unable to cover it, and asked in a sad tone. Brother Luo, before you entered the forest, Elder Yuan didn't ask you to help me, right? Think carefully, what did he say? Lo is a stubborn person, and he really doesn't believe that Mr. Yuan is the same. Zhen Xiaoxiao's words reminded Lo. Helping others was indeed a voluntary act on my part, and the master never hinted at it. But how could the real junior sister know this? Lo praised as if he was looking at a god, then frowned and carefully recalled the scene when he served his master before he went into seclusion. He remembered that after the master got the 1,000-year-old ginseng, he sat quietly in the tea room for a long time until the 13th cup of tea was changed. Only then did he pat the back of his hand with tears in his eyes and give earnest instructions. Mu Tu, your master has gone into seclusion. When you go hunting, there is only one thing you need to remember, and that is to follow Xiaoxiao closely. If she says east, don't go west. If she says south, don't go north. No matter what she tells you to do, just follow her instructions. You will definitely go right. Luowei felt that his master's expression at that time was so exaggerated that he forgot those words as soon as he turned his back. Now thinking about the whole thing again, I realized that I had missed a key issue. Yes, if the real junior sister didn't even have the ability to pick the red fruit, how did she get the 1,000-year-old ginseng king? That is the most precious treasure in the Kuroda medicinal forest, second only to the spider heart red flower. Even when the Valley Master rewards his meritorious officials every year, he has never been so extravagant. I'm going to go. It seems that I have been climbing trees to dig out beehives and digging mud pits in the past 10 days, fantasizing about thanking and repaying the favor, but I am just kidding myself? Sweat was pouring down his back, and Lo's neck was swollen to the point of being almost as thick as his face. I feel like if I don't give Lo a way out, this child with such a simple mind will suffocate himself to death. So Xiao Xiao quickly speaks up. Brother Luo, if you want to help, I have something important to trouble you with. It's quite complicated, and other than you, no one else can do it. She put away the red fruit in her hand, and an expression of I can only entrust it to you appeared in her eyes. What's the matter? Tell me what's the matter, sister. Even if it's against the will of God or stealing peaches from Ji Qingyi's pocket, I will never let you down. Encouraged by the gaze, Lo's attention immediately shifted. His eyes turned red, and he patted his chest, fearing that Jin Xiaoxiao would not believe it. However, the two people who were happily chatting did not notice that an inconspicuous blue-eyed young eagle happened to fly over their heads. The moment it saw the red fruit in Jin Xiaoxiao's hand, its body twitched, and it almost fell from the clouds. After finally stabilizing itself, it flapped its wings excitedly, turned around, and quickly disappeared at the end of the mountains. TSK, you silly bird. Xiao Zhozhou, who was left aside by Jin Xiaoxiao, rummaged through his big bag of wind and snow, took out a piece of smoked salted fish made from Ninglu grass, and put it in his mouth with satisfaction. Jin Xiaoxiao nodded gently to Luowei. I would like to ask you to go to the Eight-Eyed Spider King. It is fighting fiercely with Ji Qingyi. This sentence was like a blockbuster bomb, which immediately made Lo's ears buzz. Oh my goodness! Hasn't anyone broken through Bai Zhe yet? Why did Ji Qingyi fight with the boss in the forest? However, the real junior sister had always followed the disciples of the main lineage, so what she said must be the truth. Okay. Dragging up the big knife behind him, Lo looked fierce and had a sharp gaze, then turned around and left. Jin Xiaoxiao was so confused that she was too embarrassed to say anything next. Ahem, Luo. Brother Luo, please slow down a bit. I don't want the spider heart, but I want you to bring some food to the Spider King. A weak female voice floated from behind. Lo's ankle twisted, and the sword almost hit his back. The sound was deafening, as if a mudslide was flowing past his ears. What? Say it again. Lo's expression was shattered on his face. Pretend to help Ji Qingyi attack the Spider King, but actually protect it from getting hurt. Feed it when no one else is paying attention. This is not an easy job. It requires both good skills and agility. Only senior brother Luo can take on this important task. Yes, don't look at me like that. I'm just here to find a babysitter. Anyway, since it was already said that, Jin Xiaoxiao was not afraid that Lo's heart attack would recur. She directly stuffed a large bag of 10-fold great tonic pills that she had prepared earlier into his arms, with an imposing manner that would not allow anyone to refuse. It's not easy to be a beast master. On the one hand, he was concerned about the battle situation at base, and on the other hand, he was worried about facing Ji Qingyi's little 8-eyed boy alone. I finally ran into Lo, a free ally. If I don't pull him in, who else should I pull in? Holding a big bag of food for spiders, Lo felt that his outlook on life and the world were under a huge impact at this moment. Although, I can't stand the pretty boy, Ji Qingyi. But as a sect cultivator, I must exorcise demons. Slay and slay beasts. Especially the poisonous creatures in this forest, which have been overbreeding and have always made the Valley Master hate them. The herb that old Master Yuan had was given by the Spider Emperor. Otherwise, do you think a weakling like me could dig it up? Jin Xiaoxiao interrupted Lo's mumbling and asked, Why is a grown man talking so much? Oh, I made this. What are the door rules? The master is the most important person in the world. Anyone who has helped the master is my relative. Brother Spider, your brother Luo is here. If that guy named G dares to cut a hair of yours, I will fight you to the death. The good boy of Qiye sect disappeared, and another man who was led astray by Zhen Xiaoxiao was reborn from the ashes with his 3 views destroyed. Just as Lo straightened his chest and prepared to embark on his career as a professional nanny, a red figure suddenly jumped out from behind the tree.
Lo.
You're here. A skinny skeleton in a loose red robe, with glowing eyes, opened its claws and pounced towards Lo. Oh my god. A piece of pork chop can actually condense the devil's spirit. This forest is becoming more and more evil. Our place is the territory of a famous and authentic family. With a majestic look on his face, without thinking, Lo subconsciously drew up the giant sickle behind him and slashed at the monster rushing towards him. Stop, stop, that's Hongwan. Seeing that Luo Wei's sword power had not yet been used, Zhen Xiaoxiao hurriedly reminded him loudly. Although I don't like Ji Qingyi's followers, it's still pitiful that they died in such an unclear manner.
Boom.
Influenced by the cheers, Lo's blade deflected 3 points at the last moment. A terrible in the ground cut through the side of the pork rib demon's skirt and headed deep into the jungle. It took a long time to stop its momentum.
You.
Tell me again, who is this? Lo wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt that everything today was so fantastic. In his memory, although Fairy Hongwan was arrogant and had a bad temper, she was still a beauty after all. How come she had become so thin after just a few days of not seeing her? Senior sister, I have offered some blood and essence to you. Zhen Xiaoxiao explained to Lo embarrassedly. In fact, it was more than that. He was almost beaten to death by Ji Qingyi's crane feather sword, okay? Which, shut up. I found Lo first. She had no intention of expressing gratitude to Zhen Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, she found that the figure she hated the most was standing behind Lo, and a devilish light immediately flashed in Hongluan's eyes.
Why?
Why is it so small? Lo can't let him take it away. Only by making achievements can one gain the respect of Xiaozong. This time, the young master's attention must not be taken away by this stinky girl again. Holding Lo's legs tightly, Hongluan didn't know where her intelligence went, but she actually wanted to carry a big man and run away. Lo's face turned green. He hated such ungrateful people the most in his life. His younger sister had clearly saved her life before. Not only was she not grateful, but she opened her mouth and bit him. Beat him up? Or beat him up? You choose. Casting an inquiring look at Zhen Xiaoxiao, Lo clenched his fists, feeling really embarrassed that he was not studying hard and had no awareness of not hitting women. Zhen Xiaoxiao raised the corner of his mouth and frowned. Hongwan, how dare you take the credit from me? I was the one who invited senior brother Luo Wei first. In order to persuade him, I even gave him a small tripod and a Xiaoyao fan. What small tripod? What Xiaoyao fan? Apart from food rations, where have I ever taken anything from you? Lo, who was still actively warming up, suddenly heard Zhen Xiaoxiao's voice and looked aggrieved as if he had been slandered. Oh my god. Hongwan, who was unable to hug Lo, was immediately furious. Knowing the whereabouts of the Spider King is already a huge benefit, but I didn't expect that after asking Luo to help, he would even extort benefits. Lo, you are so cruel. With Hongluan's proud nature, she was unwilling to humble herself to others, but she changed her mind and realized that she had no better choice. Because I heard that Zhong Zixing has been missing on the front line of the battlefield for many days and his whereabouts are still unknown, so I can't afford to offend Luo Wei now.
Bah.
The little tripod and the Xiaorao fan are just the things of the pharmacist. They are meaningless to the cultivators. Luo Wei, I also have a rainbow sword and 3 groups of magic weapon essences. I will give them all to you. Don't dawdle, just follow me. All the magic weapons on him, except for his sword, were destroyed in the battle with the Spider King. However, the remaining magic weapon essence, after the magic weapon explodes, can be used to nourish weapons. Legend has it that as long as the quantity is sufficient, it can even upgrade the nourished magic weapon and even give birth to a spirit. Although none of the 7-leaf monks possessed a soul-hosting weapon, no one was willing to give up the essence of a magic weapon easily. Senior Brother G. Senior Brother G. Wait for Wan. Only I will never leave you. Others are unreliable. Lo maintained a petrified expression until he could no longer see Jin Xiaoxiao standing on the high hill with his hands behind his back, like a tall and lonely figure. He squeezed the rainbow sword and the 3 magic weapon essences in his hands and felt that they were really hot. Looking at Hongluan's grinning face again, I just felt that she was such an idiot. At this moment, an unprecedented beam of holy light suddenly shot into the depths of Lo's soul, causing him to look back and realize how ignorant and shallow he was in the past. The master has a sharp eye, he is right. From now on, if Xiao says west, I will never go east. If Xiao says south, I will never go north. With tears in his eyes, Lo stuffed all the good things into his arms. After seeing Hongluan and Luo Wei off, Jin Xiaoxiao felt relieved. He whistled and saw a black-haired, poisonous little wolf with 2 bald spots on its back and a face as swollen as a pig, crying out of the forest. Luo's fist is so strong, he is a bad pervert.
Ugh.
Little black hair, I'm sorry for having wronged you. Touching the little poisonous wolf's head, Jin Xiaoxiao stuffed the red fruit that Lo had shown before into its mouth. The little black-haired boy, who had been given a shot of chicken blood, stood up again, held his head high and held Jin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou on his back, heading towards the Bay's war zone. As we stepped into the watery woods, the scent of war in the air immediately became thicker. From time to time on the road, one can see the corpses of low-level beasts and the swords left behind by the 7 Leaves disciples in a hurry. Jin Xiaoxiao ordered Little Poison Wolf to leave first and took Little Zhozhou with him to search for Zhong Zixing's whereabouts in the vast forest. The worsening situation in the forest caused the 7-leaf elders waiting outside the Black Forest to develop blisters on their mouths and sores on their buttocks. There was a big basket in front of Huang Yaolao, which was used to collect the herbs picked by those who had evacuated the forest early. There were so many wounded people on Elder Wu's side that they had to set up bunk beds. But as for the spiritual herbs, not to mention the old ones, even the seedlings as thick as a thumb were not brought back. I've said it before, this forest can't be defended, Elder Hu Er said worriedly. Many years ago, the elders noticed that the beasts in the Black Field were multiplying too much. However, due to the insufficient number of elite disciples, they never launched a thorough cleansing. This time, I thought that by sending out Luo Wei, Zhong Zixing, Hongluan, Tang Zhan, and even Ji Qingyi, the top fighters in the Qi condensation realm, they would definitely avenge their previous shame and kill all the beasts back to the time before liberation. However, what no one expected was that after more than 20 days, the wounded continued to return, but the medicinal materials were still completely lost. My rejuvenating elixir. My future. The Valley Master has been away from the sect for such a long time this time. Could it be that he went to invite a new pharmacist? Tearing at his messy hair, Huang Yaolao had a mad expression on his face. The last time he made the pill, he spent all his fortune to buy the heart of a beast at the peak of Qi condensation from the evil dragon sect. This time, he was penniless. If he couldn't get the Spider Emperor, where would he go to find the main ingredient for the rejuvenating pill? In the Kuroda medicinal forest, Xiao Zhozhou followed Jin Xiaoxiao back to the edge of the forest. That blue-eyed eagle, I seem to have seen it 3 or 5 times today. Jin Xiaoxiao stopped and looked up at the sky in confusion. In the past few days, she has been looking for Zhong Zixing's whereabouts, but unfortunately to no avail. Without the strongest person to lead the charge, only Elder Wu San's 4 disciples served as the backbone. The possibility of the remaining 7 Leaves disciples breaking through the beast's defense line and entering the medicine field was 0. Wai Jin Xiaoxiao was particularly concerned about Zhong Zixing's absence. It's like a chess game where a piece is suddenly lost. The lost person is the biggest variable in the situation. She followed the young eagle as it disappeared into the clouds, feeling that danger was approaching her. Just as Jin Xiaoxiao was gazing at the sky in a daze, a large orange net suddenly came diagonally from behind her.
Bang!
There was no time for them to struggle at all. Jin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhozhou were tied together. Xiaoxiao, you stepped on my face. Xiao Zhozhou grumbled in dissatisfaction.
Sha, 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 sha.
Someone was approaching the two of them on dead leaves. Zhen Xiao raised his head with great effort and immediately saw Zhong Zixing's face with a mischievous expression and a wolf on his shoulder. A sudden madness rose in Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes. Was Ent that the little black-haired boy who used to carry her and Xiao Zhozhou around? At this moment, its body was covered with broken bones, its fur was gone, its mouth was half shrunk, its skull was opened, and a faint light of restriction was still wandering in its meridians. Little girl, I got you. Was very excited about the news brought back by the blue-eyed eagle. He left Yu Hongguang and hurriedly followed Zhen Xiaoxiao's footprints. He approached the hill where she was a few days ago, but he had been hiding in a cave and let the blue-eyed eagle act as his eyes. Among all the 7-leaf elites, Zhong Zixing's strength is not the best, but when it comes to patience, he is second to none and no one dares to say that they are first. After knowing that Zhen Xiaoxiao held the 300-year-old red fruit that could only be produced in the medicine field, he did not take action immediately, because he developed a strong interest in Jin Xiaoxiao. After observing for these few days, although Zhong Zixing did not see her enter the medicine field again, he discovered something extraordinary. This woman can actually command the beasts in the forest. Before, Zhen Xiaoxiao and Daisy had ridden on wolves. After parting with the black-haired wolf, they encountered bone bees and earth beasts. However, those poisonous beasts that were extremely ferocious in front of the Qiye disciples became as obedient as cats in front of her, with extremely fawning expressions. This is probably why she was able to pick the elixir. In order to verify his idea, Zhong Zixing specially found a black-haired poisonous wolf wandering alone, skinned it, opened its skull, and studied it carefully. An ordinary beast would have died long ago after suffering such inhuman torture, but this black-haired poisonous wolf had a strong vitality hidden in its body, protecting the last breath of warmth in its heart.
Depend on.
Is there any justice in the world anymore? The 7 Leaves disciples fought to the death for a single fuhua leaf, but a vicious wolf had undigested essence of the red fruit in its body, which was keeping it alive. What a waste of resources. But all these benefits will soon belong to me. Zhong Zixing's gaze was focused on Zhen Xiaoxiao. Don't look at me like that, baby. Ignoring Zhen Xiaoxiao's blue face, Zhong Zixing squatted down with a smile and put one foot on Xiao Haimeo's dying neck. Come on, tell me your secret. If you cooperate, you can become my Taoist partner in the future, and the two of us can own the entire 7-Leaf Valley. If you don't cooperate, this stupid wolf will be a lesson for you. This hunting trip in the forest was undoubtedly a nightmare that the other 7 Leaves disciples could not bear to look back on, but for Zhong Zixing, it was definitely a turning point in his life that was worth recording in history. During these 20 days, he not only refined the extraordinary power of the green-eyed white snake, but also uncovered Zhen Xiaoxiao's deeply hidden secret. If I get her help, taking over the entire Qiye is not a dream. Ji Qingyi, you are about to be stepped down from the position of young master. Zhong Zixing laughed wildly, with a sense of pride rising in his heart. Staring at the dirty leather boots that trampled on the wolf's head, Zhen Xiaoxiao's gaze slowly shifted to the fluorescent ceiling symbols flowing in Xiao Haimeo's meridians. The beast's spirit stone could originally create a spiritual resonance between the stone owner and the contracted beast, but because of the existence of these restrictions, the little black-haired boy's screams of pain were not heard. It is hard to imagine what kind of despair and fear it had faced. What courage did they have to stubbornly fight for survival under such torture? He had never had the intention to kill anyone, including Hong Luan, who had troubled him several times, and Jin Xiaoxiao only punished her slightly. However, looking at Zhong Zixing's face that had turned red due to excitement, at this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Brother Zhong, I am the most honest person. Don't scare me. I will tell you what I am saying right away. If anything I say is untrue, I wish you will be struck by lightning." Tears splashed out from her tiny eyes, and her pitiful appearance made people feel pity for her. While swearing, Zhen Xiaoxiao raised his right arm high. Satisfied with Zhen Xiaoxiao's surrender, Zhong Zixing blinked when he saw that she was holding a clay bottle between her jade fingers, but did not stop her from using her thumb to open the seal. As the sealing mud fell, a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the bottle and quickly spread in all directions.
Ha!
The fragrance of elixir. Is it to use the fragrance of the elixir to anesthetize the beasts? It's a very common method, but the smell is not like the drugs used in the sect.
Is it
A special elixir recipe? Zhong Zixing snorted loudly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. But at this moment, brighter than his eyes were Zhen Xiaoxiao's poisonous eyes. She raised the clay bottle high and shouted loudly, "All the pills in the bottle will be used to exchange for this child falling into the endless fire of karma and experiencing the pain of mountains of swords and seas of fire in the netherworld. If he cuts my little black hair once, I will make him be stabbed 3,000 times. If he pulls out even one of my little black hairs, I will make him suffer the pain of having his skin peeled off and his tendons and bones dug out for 10,000 years. If I miss one of these tortures, I'll be struck by lightning." The gentle smile and sweet voice are describing a scene of purgatory that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Having never heard of such a vicious curse, Zhong Zixing's face froze. Just as he was about to explode, his sight was at this moment. Suddenly, I saw a pair of yin and yang fish slowly rotating. The air vibrated slightly, the shadows of the trees swayed, the rocks twisted, and the transparent seven-leaf locking mountain formation reappeared. A gigantic black jade crocodile monster was squatting outside the mountain, like a rock. Zhen Xiaoxiao, who had been feeling uneasy for a long time, gave up the Baizhe war zone many days ago and walked back and forth along the edge of the forbidden forest, just so that she could summon the crocodile monster in case of an accident. The self-righteous Zhong Zixing, after only a few days of observation, claimed that he had seen through all of Zhen Xiaoxiao's secrets.
pooh?
Have you heard of nightmare imaging? Have you ever seen a beast king who would risk his life for others just for delicious food? Under the crocodile demon's death gaze, two Magatama, one black and one white, spun faster and faster in front of Zhong Zixing's eyes, snatching away his consciousness in the blink of an eye and rushing into the boundless darkness. Xiao Zhozhou tore open the golden wire net that bound the two people with his bare hands and pulled Zhen Xiaoxiao up. Zhen Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward, picked up the dying wolf head on the ground, and placed it on his knees. "As long as I'm here, you won't die." Following her gentle but firm voice, a magical tonic pill was stuffed into the little black-haired boy's mouth. A candle flame as big as a bean suddenly lit up in the dead eyes of the little poisonous wolf. Although the flame was thin, it was filled with an endless obsession that grew stronger as it burned. It raised its dry wolf kiss and tried to force a smile at Zhen Xiaoxiao. "It's so cool. It's worth it." The mountain breeze was very refreshing, and the screams lingering in my ears were so pleasant that they washed away the wolf's anger.
Ah, ah, ah.
Zhong Zixing screamed in agony. Although he was in the forest, what appeared before his eyes was a hideous scene of Hades. It's fake. It's all an illusion. He still had a bit of rationality left, and he tried desperately to break free from the shadow dream pupil technique. However, this remaining clarity quickly collapsed under the torture of his soul. "Help!
Who are you?"
Are you a human or a ghost? Don't touch me.
No.
Don't pierce my scapula." Zhong Zixing's eyes bulged out of his sockets, and countless blue veins popped out around his eyes. He screamed and pulled at his shoulders with both hands, leaving bloody marks. "My legs! My legs! They're on fire!" Holding his right leg, Zhong Zixing hit his head against a big tree again, and blood gushed out immediately. The effect is pretty good. Zhen Xiaoxiao threw the fragrant bait pills in his hand into the mountain locking formation one by one. He didn't expect that the crocodile demon eye technique, which had no effect on him, was so overbearing. I really blamed Xiao Tomoyu wrongly before. I should have rewarded him with more meatballs. After a stick of incense, Zhong Zixing showed no sign of waking up, but instead fell deeper and deeper into the nightmare. In order to win the favor of Zhen Xiaoxiao and get more delicious food, the crocodile monster itself gave it its all. It continuously used its eye technique to fiercely attack Zhong Zixing's soul again and again. At the same time, it pulled out all his magic weapons and threw them on the ground for Zhen Xiaoxiao to pick up. Go to Hades, second brother. As long as you're around, my father won't play with me anymore. Consciousness is crumbling, and a lifetime of discord is exposed to the world.
Mom.
I didn't push my brother into the well. He was careless. Ha ha ha. Who you big pig's hoof, so what if you were my master? Didn't I steal the cloud dragon technique from you? Sister, I will never kill wolves again.
Oh. No.
After dozens of confused mumblings, Zhong Zixing's throat suddenly erupted with a roar that was 8 octaves higher. I am the seven-leafed prodigy, Zhong Zixing. I have the power of wind and cloud to shake the heavens and the earth. You monsters, don't even think about humiliating me. He was on the verge of spiritual collapse, but Zhong Zixing still had the last bit of willpower to resist. He forgot all his past, but could not give up the opportunity and bright future he had snatched from Yu Hongguang. The power of strange snake wind and cloud. You can achieve supreme cultivation, and one day you'll be able to rival Gingi, the genius of the main lineage.
Huh?
Seeing Zhong Zixing howling and a white snake shadow suddenly appearing on his forehead, Xiao Zhozhou walked forward curiously and pointed his index finger at his forehead. Just a light touch on the skin, a small cloud-colored snake immediately emerged from Zhong Zixing's skin, resolutely abandoning its old master. It lay flatteringly on Xiao Zhozhou's bald head and quickly turned into a long hair on his head. No, my power. My white snake. After losing the snake shadow mark, Zhong Zixing's expression withered, and the last bit of faith in his heart collapsed in an instant.
Apunto a.
A stream of saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. This genius from the second peak of the seven leaves had gone completely crazy.
Zhong.
Senior brother Zhong? At this moment, a human voice suddenly came from the edge of the woods. Zhen Xiaoxiao thought the sound sounded familiar, so he dragged Xiao Zhozhou and Xiao Haimeo and quickly hid in the tree canopy. Just as everyone quieted down, the cunning Yu Hongguang appeared in the middle of the woods. Oh my god! What is this? Suddenly, he saw a huge crocodile monster standing in the shadow of a giant tree. Yu Hongguang gasped, stumbled, and fell heavily to the ground. Hearing a muffled sound, the crocodile monster looked up and around, only to find that Zhen Xiaoxiao, who had been throwing to him, was gone. That's fast. I'm telling you, little lady, this is one thing for another. The newcomer is not in our contract. If you don't add meatballs, I won't work. Sulking and pouting, the crocodile monster's figure quickly disappeared into the air. But the nightmare that was imprinted deep in Zhong Zixing's soul has long become eternal.
Hee. Ah.
In the silent woods, the only sound left was Zhong Zixing's voice, which he couldn't tell whether it was crying or laughing. Yu Hongguang got up from the ground and looked around in horror, only to confirm that the terrifying beast had disappeared. Mustering up his courage, Yu Hongguang walked up to Zhong Zixing. Brother Zhong, do you still recognize me? After repeatedly asking without getting an answer, Yu Hongguang suddenly stretched out his right hand and slapped the man hard.
Bang!
This slap was so loud. However, Zhong Zixing, whose cheeks were swelling rapidly, was still giggling like an idiot. A hint of sarcasm immediately appeared at the corner of Yu Hongguang's lips.
Zhong Zixing.
You rascal. You deserve this day. It's karma. This is karma. I let you steal my blue-eyed white flower snake, and now how are you? You've fallen from being a seven-leaf prodigy to a fool. Ha ha ha, you can even encounter a being like the Foundation Establishment Beast King? You're really lucky. When the words Foundation Building Beast King were mentioned, Yu Hongguang's laughter stopped abruptly. He shuddered violently, then carried Zhong Zixing on his back and quickly retreated out of the forest. While running away, Yu Hongguang was thinking in his mind. You are definitely not mistaken. The one that drove Zhong Zixing crazy just now was definitely not an eight-eyed spider. It was covered in black armor and had a mouth as big as a basket. It must be a super beast king that has not been recorded in the records. Moreover, its bloodline talent is the most terrifying mental attack among all animal skills. Haha, this news is too important. As long as I report it to the sect, Master will definitely give me credit for the first place. Brother Zhong, don't worry, I will torture you slowly until I squeeze all the power of wind and cloud out of your bones. Yu Hongguang's hideous laughter echoed in the forest. Zhen Xiaoxiao didn't jump down from the tree until the two of them walked away. Originally, he had no intention of letting Zhong Zixing go, but when he heard that Yu Hongguang also wanted to seek revenge on him and carefully recalled Yu Hongguang's character, Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly felt relieved. You have very good eyesight, you fly very fast, and you are very loyal, right? Zhen Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and smiled, revealing her white teeth. Not knowing whether to nod or shake his head, the little eagle with its mouth sealed burst into tears. Don't blame me, it's all the master, no. It was that pig who instigated me to do bad things. Look at me. I'm just a baby. I just hatched from the egg not long ago. My heart is very pure. I don't understand the dangers of the world, so I accidentally fell into the trap of the bad guy. Fry it in ginseng oil. It's crunchy. Xiao Zhozhou's round head stretched over Zhen Xiaoxiao's shoulders. His intention was clear, and his eyes were cruel.
Mom.
Help! Ah! With his neck tilted, the blue-eyed young eagle fainted. This guy is good as a scout. Let's keep him for now. Although she had suffered at the hands of Zhong Zixing, Zhen Xiaoxiao felt that his methods were good and that he could harm others without them being seen, which was really worth learning from. She stuffed a fragrant bait pill into the unconscious little eagle's mouth, and the little eagle soon turned into a puff of smoke and flowed into the beast spirit stone. It's time to check on little Eight Eyes. I wonder if Lo has revealed his true identity. Dusting himself off, Zhen Xiaoxiao foresaw that once Yu Hongguang brought the news of the crocodile monster's appearance to the Seven Leaf Elders, the hunting day would end early. But thinking about Lo's wooden head, Xiaoxiao was really worried about the current situation of Xiaoban. If Qingyi noticed their little actions, it would not be a good idea to cook them together. In the woodland battlefield, the green leaf formation no longer sealed off the world. Its light became more condensed and transformed into an inverted small tripod, enveloping Qingyi alone. Under the power of this top-level magic weapon, the eight-eyed Spider King could no longer cut Qingyi's body, but by swallowing the 10-ingredient tonic pill every day, Qingyi could not hurt the eight-eyed Spider King at all. The two of them were in a stalemate, and neither of them was willing to give in first. Just as Qingyi and Xiao Bian were fighting, two figures suddenly jumped out from the dense forest. The first person to see the visitor's face clearly was undoubtedly Qingyi. I'm sorry, Brother Ji, I didn't find Zhong Zixing. Zhen Xiaoxiao casually picked off a green leaf stuck on her head. The corner of her skirt was covered in mud, and she looked exhausted. It doesn't matter, at least you found Brother Luo for me. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, the relationship between Qingyi and Luo Wei has undergone a qualitative change. He is now even wearing Luo Wei's outer robe, so he doesn't have to look so miserable with his ace leaking air anymore. What? I invited you? Zhen Xiaoxiao looked back in surprise and immediately saw Hongluan standing by, shaking with anger. She looked up again and met Luo Wei's gaze, and he was winking at her triumphantly. That's right. A few days ago, Luo Wei, whose brain suddenly came to light, started yelling at Hongluan as soon as he saw Qingyi. Even though you bribed my people with money, you can't move my righteous, honest, sincere, and passionate heart that has never lied since I was in diapers. It was Sister Zhen who moved me emotionally and explained things to me. Only then did I learn about Qingyi's great sacrifice and was deeply moved by her unyielding will. So, after killing the spider this time, I, Luo Wei, will not take a penny. All the benefits will go to Qingyi. Gee, who had waited so long for foreign aid, was so moved when he heard this that his nose felt sore, and he almost cried on the spot. It's better to be small. Only Xiao Xiao was sincere. After finding Lu away, she went straight to look for Zhong Zixing. Such loyalty cannot be compared with 1,000 Hongluans. While Gingi was looking at Jin Xiao Xiao with a gaze that was almost sweet enough to drip with honey, Yu Hongguang had already run out of the woods as fast as he could, carrying the crying and laughing Zhong Zixing on his back. From afar, seeing Elder Hu and others standing on the high platform looking forward to something, he immediately pinched his thigh hard and let out a thrilling scream.
Ah, no.
Senior brother Zhong Zixing has gone crazy. Master, help me. Before he finished speaking, 3 powerful figures suddenly arrived, and the strong wind they created knocked Yu Hongguang to his knees. Evil creature. What nonsense are you talking about? Elder Hu too looked irritable. Zhong Zixing was his most proud disciple. If anything happened to him, the reputation of his lineage would plummet. I'm not talking nonsense. He quickly knocked Zhong Zixing to the ground, and Yu Hongguang kowtowed to Elder Huang Yao, Elder Hu Er, and Elder Wu San. The beasts in the Black Forest have undergone a dramatic change. Not only have many 9th and 10th level Qi condensation spirit beasts that have not been recorded in the records appeared inexplicably, but in addition to the 8-eyed Spider King, a pseudo-opening period big-mouth black armored demon king has also appeared. Senior brother Zhong was hit by its mental attack. After quickly explaining the whole story, Yu Hongguang carefully polished his heroic act of saving people. If his cultivation was not so low, there would be no room for improvement. He wanted to write another exciting segment about his 800 rounds of battle with the Beast King. The Beast King in the pseudo-consecration period? The elders looked at each other in bewilderment, their hearts sinking as if they had fallen into an icy cave. This is impossible. The ancestor clearly restricted the cultivation of all poisonous beasts in the forest to levels above Qi condensation. Only Elder Wu San, who was still conscious, hurriedly sent his spiritual consciousness into Zhong Zixing's body to investigate the situation. With just one glance, a pair of dark fish suddenly appeared on his consciousness, slowly spinning black and white, almost tearing his soul apart, projecting an endless purgatory in his heart. Pound, 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 pound. After taking 4 steps back, Elder Wu San sat down on the ground, with sweat pouring out of his forehead like a waterfall. Senior brother Wu, are you okay? Old Huang Yao poked his head out to ask. Such big nostrils, you monster. Are you the ancestor of Hades?
Hey.
You want to kill me? No way, take my move. It would have been better if he didn't ask. Elder Wu San seemed unable to escape from Zhong Zixing's nightmare immediately. Seeing Huang Yao's big face stretching towards him, he immediately shot a fireball at him.
Boom.
Fortunately, he dodged quickly, and the fireball shot out by Elder Wu San only burned Huang Yao's beard. If he was a little slower, half of his face would have been destroyed. Is this guy crazy? The mental shock that Zhong Zixing suffered could actually affect Elder Wu San. To what extent have the beasts in the forest evolved? So scary. Now the Valley Master is out and has not returned, and the great Elder Yuan Feng is in seclusion and has not come out. If a beast rebellion is about to come, who can stop it? If all the disciples in the forest died, then within a few years, Qiye Valley would be completely eliminated from the Lihe lineage. Finished. Finished. This is a devastating disaster.
No.
We have to call them back, quickly. Hua Kang, who was quite surprised, decisively grabbed Huang Dabi, who had rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight with Wu Laosan, and picked up the horn and put it to his own lips.
Woo. Woo.
The deep and long sound waves pushed away the clouds and quickly spread to every corner of the Kuroda medicinal forest. This is the signal to assemble. What's going on? It's not even the 30th day yet. Hearing the horn, Gingi looked up suddenly with an expression of disbelief on his face. Has there been any changes in the sect? Tang Zhan and Hong Wan, who had already returned, looked into the distance with horrified expressions. Did Master make a breakthrough? In Lo's heart, he was only thinking about his master. Is there any food? Xiao Zhozhou rubbed his round belly with an expectant expression. Good opportunity. Realizing that everyone's attention was not on little eight eyes, Zhen Xiaoxiao smiled and waved her hand towards it. The latter quickly turned into a cloud of smoke, rubbed against her legs, and hid in the beast's spirit stone in the blink of an eye.
Hey!
Why is the spider gone? The next second, Zhen Xiaoxiao's surprised exclamation drew everyone's attention to the present.
What?
Ji Qingyi's body trembled and his expression cracked. He was only distracted for a few seconds, and that beast ran away?
This.
How is it possible? Hong Wan widened her eyes and released her spiritual sense. Indeed, she could no longer find the scent of the eight-eyed Spider King in the air. Chasing. Lo's hair stood on end. He had never seen such a strange thing before. However, the next second he realized that he seemed to be an ally of the Spider King. What the Hades are you chasing? Loi slapped his thigh and shouted, "The bell has rung. If you go back late, you will be fined."
But
what Luo Wei said was right, but Ji Qingyi was still struggling in his heart. After this beast battle, his state of mind had a breakthrough, and the moon-watching base that had been brewing in his body for a long time showed signs of condensation. A breakthrough is imminent. As long as he returns to the sect to meditate, he will surely be a strong person who has established his foundation when he comes out of the mountain. However, by that time, he will be restricted by the ancestral prohibition of the sect and will never be able to step into the black field again to compete with the eight-eyed Spider King. What to do? I really can't bear to give up just like that. Just as Ji Qingyi was hesitating, Zhen Xiaoxiao had already climbed onto Xiao Zhozhou's back, and the two of them sped away. Senior brother Ji, the sect's order cannot be disobeyed. Xiaoxiao will go first. Zhen Xiaoxiao's sweet voice became unclear as the distance between them increased.
Depend on.
Lost to an idiot again? Let's go too. Ji Qingyi almost broke his teeth. He called Tong Zhan and Hong Wan and set off in a hurry. As soon as Ji Qingyi and the others went away, Xiao Baiyan jumped back to the ground from a big tree with lush branches and leaves. When Xiao left, she did not forget to let it out of the stone to breathe. So boring.
Goodbye now?
Luanjia still wants to eat meatballs. Looking reluctantly in the direction where Ji Qingyi disappeared, the Spider King's eight eyes turned again and again, and suddenly he grinned and spread his royal power in all directions. Help! A disheveled disciple of the Seven Leaves School hastily pushed aside the grass that blocked his sight, feeling the sharp claws of the earth armor beast behind him, ready to rip him open in the next second.
Huh?
The king called me? The earth-armored beast with its claws raised suddenly changed its expression, dropped the prey that was about to be caught, and walked away without looking back. God bless you. This must be the sect's rallying horn, which scared off the beast. Ha ha! My reputation as the seven-leaf monk remains undiminished, and I am still the most feared existence in the hearts of the beasts in the Black Forest. The Qiye disciples who survived the calamity were so excited that they burst into tears, and their sense of attachment to the sect instantly became much stronger. Less than an hour after the horn was lowered, Elder Hu'er and others saw with dizzy eyes the scene of disciples rushing out of the forest one after another. Master, we are so miserable. I didn't find any medicinal herbs, and the evil beast took away my magic weapon. What's a magic weapon? My storage bag is gone. The wife money I saved for 5 years is in it. What's a wife? I even encountered a perverted female caterpillar who insisted on being my wife. The cries of the crowd became more miserable than the last, until the last sad and angry voice was heard, and everyone barely stopped crying. When they entered the forest more than 20 days ago, all the Seven Leaves disciples were full of vigor and vitality, and dressed in bright clothes. However, now they are in tattered clothes, adding many vicissitudes of life to their stories. It seems that this beast chaos is really quite serious.
Elder Hu'er was sweating profusely.
The only thing to be thankful for is that they didn't catch up with us while we were victorious. Why didn't you come? Because they were summoned by the Beast King. All the elite beasts in the forest gathered around Little Eight Eyes. Accompanying him on the left were poisonous wolves, and on the right were large flower snakes. After his most gorgeous lineup was assembled, Little Eight Eyes walked out of the forest with a cheerful step, shaking his plump face.
La la la.
The guests have come here with great difficulty. How can they leave in such a hurry? It's a farewell, so it has to be lively. Little firecrackers. Throw them for us. Little fireworks. Let's set off as many of them as we want. What's that sound? Outside the woods, Elder Huer suddenly moved his ears, and a suspicious expression appeared on his face. It seems to be the sound of the tide? After Huang Yaolao answered subconsciously, his face immediately fell, and he got angry at Elder Huer. You're such a badass. Will you die if you don't speak? What do you mean you didn't catch up with us? Look, they're really here. What everyone heard was the sound of a herd of beasts galloping like the tide. Master, please save me. At this time, most of the Seven Leaves disciples had not left the forest, but suddenly countless poisonous beasts emerged from behind them. Those who ran slowly were pinned into the mud and trampled by the poisonous wolves that rushed up first. The bone bees pushed their targets to the ground and carefully embroidered rows of large lumps on their backs and faces. It was intentional. It was definitely intentional. Looking at the slow movements of the poisonous beasts, the seven-leaf elders standing in front of the forbidden formation were trembling with anger, but they could do nothing to help. But soon the anger in their hearts turned into fear, because the beasts gathering in front of the forest. More and more. It was clearly daytime, but the sky turned gloomy due to the arrival of the beasts, as if the curtain of heaven was torn apart, leaving one side for the dim sun and the other side for the madly expanding black clouds. Many Seven Leaves disciples had never experienced a beast tide of this magnitude in their lives. They had not experienced this before when they were fighting separately. Now the beasts' might descending from the sky almost made them unable to breathe. Hunting day, who are we hunting? Use the left hook quickly, he. Use your buttocks quickly, he. In the center of the boundless beast tide, there was a giant spider swaying its ace. Its figure was so eye-catching. That's the eight-eyed spider emperor. Wu Laosen finally woke up from the nightmare. At this time, his eyes were wide open, and his fingers were pointing forward with trembling hands. In the elder's memory, the eight-eyed spider lazily basking in the sun in the medicinal field should have had outer armor as dark brown as the soil. However, the one who was roaring in the forest with the herd at this time was a promoted being with shiny and colorful colors and an iron beard on its head. It's truly a beast in the Foundation establishment stage. It has broken the ban and advanced to a higher level. Can the more powerful MO armored monster that Yu Hongguang mentioned be far away? I knew you were restless. Zhen Xiaoxiao turned around and looked at the farewell team of Xiaobian, her face bursting with laughter. The number is too large. Even Gingi, who wanted to compete with the Spider King again, did not have the courage to turn back and charge into the beast tide. Although he could fight 10 at a time if 101,000 strong soldiers came at the same time, he would still be killed even with the protection of the Jade Leaf magic weapon.
Go.
Seeing that the idiot was protecting Zhen Xiaoxiao, Qiye could only urge Hongwan and Tang Zhan in disappointment. Although the three Foundation building elders were standing in the open space in front of the forest, they were blocked by the level restrictions set by the ancestors and could not enter the forest. So everyone's eyes were fixed on the boundary of the Black Forest. Only by stepping across that line of life and death could their lives be guaranteed. Is it really guaranteed? Elder Huer's face turned pale. He was really afraid that the beasts would come out in full force and attack with all their might, creating a hole in the formation. Although the seven-leaf locking mountain formation is truly powerful and the Black Forest entry restrictions are truly overbearing, the beast restrictions limit the spirit beasts to living only within the Black Forest. A few days ago, they were unlucky enough to be struck by demonic thunder that fell from the sky, and the power of the formation is no longer as strong as before. Only a few elders and the Valley Master knew about this. Who knew that something like this would happen before the reinforcement of Yuanfeng was completed? Quick, Activate the flowing fire formation, Huang Yaolao shouted loudly. Although the founder of Qiye Mountain was extremely unreliable, he was never careless when it came to raising fine beasts. Just to deal with today's situation, Lin Qian secretly set up a final layer of defense. Once this formation is activated, it will not only turn into a sky full of flames and release Realgar to repel insects, but it will also cause all beasts to enter a weakened state, and its effect will last for at least 1 month. But the disciples are also in the formation. Elder Wu Sand was a little hesitant. After all, the flowing fire has no eyes, and the raging flames are merciless. Alas, my disciples are all alive, and they are not incapable of dodging. But the old man Yuan Feng chose to go into seclusion at this very moment at the right time to die. Does anyone still remember where the center of the flowing fire formation is? And how to trigger it? I have no knowledge of the formation. Elder Hu Er slapped his thigh anxiously. It's just a formation, let me do it. Huang Yaolao quickly rushed into the rocky hill beside the forest and struck the largest stone in the pile with his palm.
Bang!
The huge rock turned into powder in an instant under the power of Huang Yaolao's palm. This is indeed the switch of the flowing fire array.
Boom, boom, boom.
As the huge rock shattered, the originally half-black and half-white skies suddenly turned red. Countless fist-sized meteors, carrying a strong smell of Realgar, quickly fell from the sky.
Wow.
The fire fell from the sky, and the Qiye disciples were the first to be hit, with large blisters on their heads. However, the more agile among them quickly broke free from the claws and fangs of the beasts and began to fly with their swords. Although the smell of Realgar choked them and made them cry and snot, they laughed wildly with joy because their lives were saved.
Ha ha ha.
I'm never coming here again. No. I will come next time and skin you like a wolf and pull out your tendons. Go away. I will never marry you. A haggard-faced man left the female caterpillar crying on the ground behind him and ran barefoot with an indescribable expression of disgust. Not bad, not bad. So lively. Well done to Brother Sevenleaf. There are fireworks to watch. Stimulated by drugs and fire, the beasts gradually showed signs of stopping. Seeing the earth turn from green to barren, and the Seven Leaves disciples becoming bald and burnt, they were very happy. Although the array force raging in the air made their beast cores dry, their limbs weak, and their cultivation regressed, it was worth it.
Huh?
It seems a bit too much. Fire fell from the sky, and Huang Yaolao vaguely remembered that Yuan Feng seemed to have said that even if the flowing fire formation was activated, it could only break 30% of the stone at most. Now the entire center of the formation was shattered, making the sky fire formation boundless and fierce, like an upside-down volcano moved directly above the Seven-Leaf Valley. Not only the forest area suffered from the disaster, but the main peak, the medicine pavilion, and the 3 elders' peaks were all on fire.
My medicine cabinet?
Huang Yaolao rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. After all, he did it himself, so there was a hint of forbearance in his shouting. My second peak, Elder Hu Er rolled his eyes, blood gushing out of his mouth. He suffered innocently and wanted to die. Oh my goodness! What the Hades is going on here? Zhen Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on Xiao Zhozhou's shoulders, tightened her neck and felt vaguely that she was also responsible for this matter. But she just wanted to expel the Qiye disciples from the medicine field at the beginning, and she didn't have any evil intentions to destroy the entire sect, okay? So, if we have to blame anyone, we should blame the guy who started the formation and lit the fire. He has brought disaster to the beautiful green mountains and tall buildings. He really deserves a beating. Little Zhou, be careful. I worked so hard to raise you to be plump and white. Don't let the fire burn you into a pig face again. Turning his attention to the body below, Zhen Xiaoxiao knocked the idiot's head painfully. Xiao Zhozhou, who was carrying Zhen Xiaoxiao on his back in the rain of fire, did not let any flint fall on Zhen Xiaoxiao's head, but his arms, which were stretched out behind him due to running wildly, were accidentally burned in several places. Fortunately, He has an amazing healing ability, so these scars come and go quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. He didn't take the host's advice to heart at all. The smug expression on little Zhou's face clearly showed 4 big words. I am invincible. Huang Yaolao's eyes were confused, but among the burnt Qiye disciples, the one with the small white flesh ball on his back was too conspicuous, so he could hardly ignore it. However, Huang Yaolao's gaze stayed on Xiao Zhou for only 1 second, and he instantly forgot about his own medicine pavilion business, which might have been destroyed under the power of the flowing fire, and he snorted with excitement.
His
Earth Elemental Constitution. The so-called earthly body is an innate Tao seed that cannot be found in 1 in 100,000 people. Even rarer than true spiritual roots, people with this physique can obtain endless vitality from the thick soil as long as they step on the ground. They are extremely lucky stars blessed by God. Once this kind of cultivator embarks on the path to immortality, no matter what kind of damage he suffers, his recovery speed will be more than 10 times that of his peers. Huang Yao stood there in a daze, his eyes suddenly becoming fiery. I never expected that I would almost miss such a great opportunity due to my carelessness. With the fool here, what's the point of Spider King's life? You should know that his heart vitality is far beyond that of the foundation-building beast. In Huang Yaolao's eyes, Xiao Zhou's figure immediately turned into a running revitalizing pill, carrying him towards a bright future. Let's come and play again next time. A few little snakes were reluctantly bidding farewell to Jin Xiao and Xiao Zhou when suddenly, a deafening roar came from above their heads. Who dares to hurt my beloved disciple? I will be the first to fight it to the death. Unafraid of the scorching flames and realgar, Huang Yaolao stepped on his whisk and fell from the sky with a bang. It was impossible to figure out what was happening. These little snakes, with enthusiastic smiles on their faces, were blown away like garbage by the strong wind.
Xiao.
Zhou, are you two okay? He held the 2 of them in his arms. Huang Yaolao was so excited that the yellow beard on his chin twitched up and down, and the blood spurted out of his mouth, which poured all over Xiao Zhou's head and Xiao Zhao's body.
Well.
Zhen Xiao was petrified, Xiao Zhou was petrified, Elder Hu was petrified, Elder Wu was petrified, Qingyi was petrified, and Luo Wei also stood there in a daze, not knowing for a moment whether he was hallucinating or not. There are only 3 questions in their minds. First, how did Huang Yaolao break the forbidden formation of the founder level and rush into the forest? Secondly, why did he blood so vigorously and continuously like a surging river? Third, how could he, who is always petty, suddenly stand up for his disciples?
Could it be that
he took the wrong medicine today? It's a sacrifice of blood essence. He sacrificed a large amount of blood essence, gave up part of his essence, and his cultivation level regressed directly from the foundation building stage to the qi condensation stage. This is how Uncle Huang got in. When it comes to the topic of self-sacrifice, Tang Zhan is definitely a senior expert in his professional field. So as soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately dispelled everyone's doubts. Some 7 Leaves disciples even lowered their heads in shame because of their own shallow knowledge. Cough, cough, cough. Felt that his colleagues were full of confusion and inquiry, and then he realized that he seemed to have overacted. Not wanting to be probed, he immediately coughed repeatedly and began to defend himself. What's wrong? The sect is in trouble, and the beast rebellion is hard to quell. Now in our 7-Leaf Valley, there are only a few little kids who are responsible for the great cause of revival. As an elder, shouldn't you stand up and protect your disciples? His voice still had a hint of weakness from blood loss, but against the backdrop of the rain of fire, it took on a subtle sacredness. Even though this master is usually strict with others, he still knows clearly what is important and what is not. While speaking, Huang Yaolao pointed at the 3rd elder. It's you, Wu Lao-san. Don't you see that your 4 disciples have lost their formation and were almost swallowed by the poisonous clam? He raised his hand and pointed at the 2nd elder. It's you, Hu Lao-er. Now Zhong Zixing has gone mad, and only Zikai and Lu Chan are still the best among the 2nd elders. But now they are injured and staggering. As their teacher, Don't you feel bad? As for the origin and blood essence, we can replenish them later after we spit them out, but if our disciple dies, the inheritance of the Seven-Leaf Valley will be cut off. Amid Huang Yaolao's heart-piercing cry, the eyes of the Qiye people became brighter and brighter. I was definitely too superficial before and always regarded Uncle Huang as a bad person. I never thought that his ideological awareness was so high. I feel so guilty. Compared with that noble soul, I am as insignificant as an ant. A ray of sunlight appeared from behind the clouds, casting an orange-gold light on Huang Yaolao. His short figure instantly turned into a moral giant. Feeling extremely ashamed after being scolded by Elder Huang Yao, elders Hu Er and Wu Sand immediately clenched their fists and struck their own chests frantically. Puff, puff, puff. The blood spurted out continuously, and from a distance, it looked like two small red fountains. It's a pity that the two elders are not like Huang Dabi, who has just stepped into the foundation establishment stage and is still not standing steadily. One is at the first level of foundation establishment, and the other is at the second level of foundation establishment. They want to sacrifice their origin to force their cultivation to regress to qi condensation. In addition to bleeding, both of them had several broken ribs. In the end, the two elders endured the pain and reduced their cultivation to the peak of qi condensation. Then they flew into the forest on their swords and rescued their exhausted disciples from the claws of the beasts. But we can't just sit there and do nothing after we have fished them out. After all, the entire Seven-Leaf Valley is burning like a torch. Everywhere they looked, there were raging flames. Without even having time to catch their breath, the disciples and seriously injured elders grabbed buckets of water and hurriedly joined the firefighting team. After a day and a night, the last spark finally went out. The lush green mountains disappeared, and every hilltop was bare, with wisps of green smoke rising up as if the country had suffered a natural disaster. Time flies, and another 2 days have passed. The 5 gods' incense burning in the medicine pavilion was like a swimming dragon, gently circling under Zhen Xiaoxiao's nose. Its overly heavy fragrance, with an unreal texture, made people feel as if they were in a dream. It's not a dream. Zhen Xiaoxiao pinched the inside of her thigh hard, and the pain almost made her nose and tears burst out. At this moment, all the disciples of the medicine pavilion were sitting with her on the water-polished pattern floor, listening carefully to the yellow-bearded Taoist priest in front of the stage's analysis of the medicinal properties of the red calyx snake fruit and the red stem fairy fruit. But if there were no traces of the ground being burned by the fire, if the window had not been broken by the meteorite flames, and some scraps of paper had been temporarily pasted on it, if the disciples sitting on the ground in the medicine pavilion didn't all have bald heads and stern faces, like demons listening to a sermon, the scene should be more solemn. This is a red calyx snake fruit. You can see that the fruit is slightly pointed, and the skin is thick, and the calyx is red. Huang Yaolao flipped his left hand, and the poisonous fruit he was describing appeared in his palm. But Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes were not focused on the fruit. Her thoughts were still wandering in the air along with the fragrance. 3 days ago, Huang Yaolao sacrificed his blood and essence, lowered his cultivation level, rushed into the forest, and exempted her and Xiao Zhou from all punishments for watching the forest and picking herbs, and brought them back to the medicine pavilion. It seemed that in a flash, the petty and indifferent big nose turned into a respectable teacher. The red stem fairy fruit has a thin skin and light color. If you look closely, you can see deep purple veins in the leaf stems. Huang Yaolao's voice was gentle and kind. He raised his right palm, and a fruit that looked similar to a poisonous fruit appeared in front of the disciples of the medicine pavilion. Putting the poisonous fruit and the fairy fruit together, he compared them carefully and even listed out for his disciples the 13 obvious differences between the two. His eyes were full of kindness, as if he treated all his disciples as his own children. Is it really kind? No, it's just that the level of insidiousness has been upgraded. He withdrew his wandering gaze and looked at Huang Yaolao's smiling face, feeling a chill in his heart. Previously, one could always find some clues about Huang Danny's mood from his face, but this time, After the baptism in front of the medicine cabinet, he actually learned to hide it. This is clearly an attempt to cause trouble. It doesn't seem like he still holds a grudge against me for the vomiting pill I made. Instead, it seems like he has deeper intentions. Oops. Could it be that he discovered my secret from Zhong Zixing? A drop of sweat rolled down Zhen Xiaoxiao's temple. Although Zhong Zixing is still insane and is detained at the foot of the second peak, the immortal magic is so mysterious that maybe someone can piece together his shattered consciousness. I'm done. I'm done. When I thought of this, my hair stood on end. In order to force her to reveal the secret, Zhong Zixing was even willing to do things like ripping out the wolf's hair and pulling out its tendons. It can be imagined that once Huang Yaolao really takes action, his methods will definitely be more brutal than Zhong Zixing's. What to do? I am an honest man and should live a long life. How can I be squeezed into dregs? Jin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Zhou, stay. Just as Jin Xiaoxiao was becoming increasingly uneasy, a shout from the podium forcibly pulled her back to reality from her trance. It turned out that the 1-hour morning class had ended, and the disciples of the medicine pavilion were standing up from the ground, saluting to their master, and then dispersing. Is the moment of life and death coming? I was really shocked. You two have just entered the sect and are not familiar with the medicine pavilion. Xiangqian, come on, show your junior sisters and brothers around. Unexpectedly, when he opened his mouth, Huang Yaolao actually said such a sentence. Incredible. Incredible. If you don't make a move, Huang Dabi is definitely holding back a big move this time. If he doesn't make a move, it'll be fine, but if he does, it will definitely kill someone. Zhen Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, but she was secretly thinking of various ways to deal with the situation. Yes. Xiang Qian, with a burnt-haired face, jumped out joyfully, dragging Jin Xiaoxiao and the confused Xiao Zhou towards the side room where the books were stored. The medicine pavilion is the main place for Qiye Valley's alchemy disciples to practice. Because the founder of Qiye sect was a master at making elixirs, this pavilion was built very sturdily. Even though the floor is burnt and the windows are broken, it still stands tall in the mountain. It is one of the 5 special buildings in Qiye Valley that survived the fire disaster. Compared with the disciples from other peaks who have to sleep on haystacks in the cold nights, the disciples from the medicine pavilion who have a place to stay are much luckier. The main hall and side rooms on the first floor are used for preaching and storing books. In fact, there is nothing special to pay attention to here, but Xiangqian, with his incomparable enthusiasm, talked to Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhou for nearly an hour, and even made up a sad love story about why there was a missing shelf on the east bookshelf. After wandering around in boredom for a while, Xiangqian finally dragged the 2 people with bad looks up the stairs leading to the second floor of the medicine cabinet. Brother, I'm tired. Can we watch it tomorrow? Zhen Xiaoxiao was worried about her own life and had no energy to waste with Xiangqian. No, the following is the key point. Xiangqian refused mercilessly. As soon as I stepped onto the second floor, the first thing that caught Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes was a huge, icy blue. I never thought that there would be a giant piece of ice 2 meters high and 8 meters wide placed in the center of the second floor of the medicine pavilion. A chill came over his face, suddenly waking up the gloomy Zhen Xiaoxiao. Of course, the one who was more excited than Zhen Xiaoxiao at this moment was Daisy. The moment he saw the huge ice block, Xiao Zhou's eyes suddenly turned hot, and a voice in his heart began to clamor wildly. Tear it apart. Refine it. Swallow it. Hey, stop it, stop it. Junior brother Zhou, this is a 10,000-year-old ice spirit. You can't play with it. If you touch it, you will die. Although the giant ice was surrounded by a huge circular medicine cabinet, at this moment Xiao Zhou seemed to want to jump over the high counter and jump directly onto the ice. The spiritual energy in the body of a Qi condensation level 7 or 8 disciple would freeze when approaching the 10,000 years ice soul, not to mention immortal. If Xiangqian hadn't discovered something was wrong in time, Xiao Zhou would have died. You'll get sick if you play with ice. Be good. We good kids won't do that. Come on, follow me. Zhen Xiaoxiao's voice was a little hurried. Given Xiangqian's weight, he naturally couldn't stop Xiao Zhozhou from wanting to eat the ice. But Zhen Xiaoxiao just gently hooked the back of Xiao Zhozhou's neck, and he became as soft as noodles and never dared to act rashly under the eyes of the restaurant owner again. His eyes quickly shifted away from the 10,000 years ice soul. What really interested Jin Xiaoxiao on the second floor of the medicine pavilion were the circles of independent alchemy rooms built around the medicine cabinet and the giant ice. Every door in front of the alchemy room is iron black, as if it was cast directly from pig iron. Even the walls are half a meter thick. When you put your hand against the wall, a slight coolness immediately penetrates your skin, refreshing your heart. Oh my goodness! This alchemy room is built stronger than a prison cell, right? If the master gets angry and punches the wall, will it break? The little hands touched the stone wall of the alchemy room in a cunning manner, and the really small eyes flashed like a weasel. Not to mention the master. Even if the Valley Master came, he couldn't break it, otherwise how could it survive the raging fire? Xiang Qian puffed out his chest with pride. At the same time, his pride as a disciple of the medicine pavilion made him automatically ignore the bloody fact that a month ago, someone had smashed the entire third floor of the medicine pavilion with a single cauldron. Is everything you said true? Those tiny eyes emit laser beams like titanium dog eyes. Of course. You too are also eligible to use these single-person alchemy rooms with your disciple token. As long as there is someone in the room, no disciples or elders are allowed to disturb without reason. Before he could finish his words, a terrible gust of wind blew up beside him.
Bang!
The crystal stone on the door of the alchemy room closest to Xiang Qian suddenly lit up, and when he came back to his senses, Zhen Xiaoxiao had already grabbed Zhou Zhou and thrown him into the door. Along with the fool, there was also a large cloth bag embroidered with a boat in the snow. This item is similar to the storage bag used by Monk Seven Leaf, and both can store things that are much larger than their own size. All the food is for you. Don't come out unless I call you. Junior sister, what are you doing? Xiang Qian was startled. Brother Xiang. I suddenly got an inspiration, and I really want to refine a furnace of pills. Tell master that Xiao Zhozhou, and I will not go back home these few days. We will definitely stay in the alchemy room and study the alchemy method well.
Bang!
Before Xiang Qian could come to his senses, there was another sound of the door opening, and in a blink of an eye, Zhen Xiaoxiao had locked herself next to the idiot. This. As expected, you are my junior sister. A magic pill is a magic pill. After a few seconds, Xiang Qian extended his thumb forward. After so many years of practicing, he was the only one crying for inspiration every day, but his sister had never come to him for inspiration. He didn't expect that his real sister would have an epiphany when she came to the alchemy room for the first time. What is most admirable is that she always thinks of others. Only junior sister Zhen can calm junior brother Zhou's dementia. Although she had no time to pay attention to other things when she was comprehending the way of alchemy, she still remembered to make arrangements for Zhou Zhou in advance. She is truly a woman whose heart is as beautiful as her appearance. Junior sister, there is a secret compartment in the alchemy room that leads directly to the medicine cabinet. You can use it to ask for the herbs you need. Junior brother, you have to wait for Xiao Xiao to come out. If you behave well, senior brother Xiang will also give you 5 chicken legs. After shouting a few words to the 2 alchemy rooms respectively, Xiang Qian walked away, looking back every few steps. He was a burnt-skinned pig-faced man when he came here, but now he's become plump and white, while we've all become roasted pigs. Seeing the foolish Zhou Zhou being taken care of by Zhen Xiaoxiao and Xiang Qian, the dark-skinned disciples walking on the floor of the medicine pavilion all showed angry looks on their faces. Zhen Xiaoxiao was standing in the alchemy room, her heart beating so wildly that it almost tore her chest apart. God help me. As long as this alchemy room is strong enough to hold off Huang Dabi for a few days, I will definitely be able to turn the tables. Locking up both myself and Xiao Zhozhou is also a delaying tactic. Huang Yaolao definitely has some other plans, but Zhen Xiaoxiao doesn't know where the trap is. I originally wanted to count on the Great Elder, but he was in the process of consecrating and his life or death was uncertain. The valley master had been away from the valley for many days, and even Qiye and Luowei were in seclusion. Although all the beasts in the forest had quietly turned into smoke and taken shelter in the beast's spirit stones the night before, they suffered from the suppression of their cultivation by the flowing fire formation and were unable to fight for a month or two. In this situation, you can only rely on yourself. I want to make an elixir. Zhen Xiaoxiao, standing in the center of the alchemy room, took a deep breath with a stubborn look in her eyes. Although he only had the recipe for the insect-attracting pill, this medicine had not been refined to perfection. Although it has not been confirmed yet, Zhen Xiaoxiao has always felt that as long as the insect-attracting pill breaks through one in quality, the beast spirit stone will undergo new changes. Once the crocodile monster surrenders, even 5 big-nosed yellow men will beat it down. Look up and around. The alchemy room is 2 meters square, with a cluster of red earth fire in the center, and 3 alchemy cauldrons are piled next to the fire for use. And on the stone wall facing the door, there was indeed a small secret compartment, as senior brother Xiang had mentioned. When the compartment was opened, there were pens and papers inside. Write down the required ingredients on paper? Zhen Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and quickly separated the main ingredients of the insect-attracting pill and wrote them down, with many confusing names of medicinal ingredients mixed in between the two. In this way, even if someone with ulterior motives discovered her handwriting in the future, they would never be able to guess what she was refining. After stuffing the paper into the secret compartment, the pill disappeared with the friction sound of gears after a while, and then a cabinet full of herbs fell out of the cabinet. Although the century-old heritage of the Seven-Leaf Valley was harvested in the Kuroda medicinal forest, those were all exotic flowers and plants. Common things like native grasses and insects were not there at all. On the other hand, the medicine cabinet reserves. Want ginseng? I'm so poor I can't even borrow a root. But as for bamboo stones, grass, and insects, I have as many as I want. He carefully picked out the useful raw materials and stuffed all the useless ones into the beast's spirit stone. He kicked open the 3 broken medicine cauldrons in the alchemy room, pulled out the Qiye cauldron from the beast's spirit stone, and placed it on the fire. If anyone saw the scene, they would go crazy. 7-leaf ding. 7-leaf ding. No one had ever imagined that the 7-leaf sect's most precious treasure had fallen into the hands of a new owner. Of course, Zhen Xiaoxiao did not obtain the enlightenment inherited from the founder, but this Qingding was the only thing that the beast's spirit stone could swallow besides spiritual medicines and smoke beasts. As for his other daily necessities, even the small tripod and small fan he got from Tang, they were all placed in Xiao Zhozhou's fengshui dajo cloth bag. After adjusting the ground fire to a temperature he was familiar with, Zhen Xiaoxiao began to carefully put medicinal materials into the 7-leaf cauldron. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces. He forgot the passage of time and himself, and immersed himself completely in the practice of alchemy. 3 days later, Zhen Xiaoxiao stared at the furnace cover with red eyes, and the cracked pills that had been refined piled up like a mountain beside her. Flawless is the threshold of the elixir quality. Just like a cultivator building a foundation from condensing qi, it is not something that can be broken just by thinking about it. The quota given by the medicine cabinet had been used up long ago. During this process, Zhen Xiaoxiao used a thin 30-year-old Buddha flower leaf in her hand to exchange for raw materials from the cabinet to continue refining the elixir. The accumulation of experience brings people closer and closer to success. The pot of medicine in front of him now made Zhen Xiaoxiao feel very good. She slightly adjusted the temperature of the flame, allowing the medicinal power that had originally been released to circulate in the furnace for a circle before settling into the pill. The pills that always cracked before seemed to be lacking the nourishment of the scent of the recycled medicine. Open it for me. When the time was right, Zhen Xiaoxiao suddenly jumped up and pulled open the lid of the tripod. A brown-yellow pill is rising slowly from the bottom of the cauldron. A faint light illuminated the small room. Its perfectly round and free body looks like the new skin that little 8 Eyes has grown after taking the 10 herbs replenishing pill, moist and shiny. No cracks at all. Flawless. He grabbed the pill in his hand and laughed wildly. Stinky crocodile monster. You belong to me. Huang Dabi, I'm going to you. Just as Jin Xiaoxiao was laughing wildly, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. The loud voice was so deafening that it almost made Jin Xiaoxiao fall to the ground. The Xiangbai pill has reached a flawless quality. It can be used to subdue strange beasts and then transformed into smoke and stored in the beast spirit stone. At the same time, a new recipe will be given. 10 coins of Lingyi soil. Remove the flesh of the red dragon pomegranate and keep the skin, and use 2 liang of it as medicine. 7 drops of blood from the rainbow winged eagle. The love snake has 3 poisonous scales on its chest. 5 pairs of frost flame demon orchid flowers. Ha ha ha, I was right. As long as my alchemy skills improve further, I will be rewarded. Enduring the terrible headache, Jin Xiaoxiao held her first flawless fragrant bait pill and laughed like a pig. However, before she could feel proud for 2 seconds, the magnificent voice that had just stopped sounded again in the depths of her mind. Second pill recipe. Make the first 3 pill within 1 year. Otherwise, the stone will be destroyed, the beast will die, and people will die.
Boom.
Jin Xiaoxiao jumped up and hit her head directly on the ceiling. What did you say? You. Do you have the guts to say it again? His eyes turned into knives, whizzing towards the beast spirit stone. However, this time, no matter how hard Jin Xiaoxiao used his staring skills, no sound came out of the stone. The rocks are broken. The beasts are dead. Everyone is dead. His heart was trembling, and in his tiny eyes, the face of the red-haired god and demon standing under the mighty immortal power was suddenly reflected. Daddy, that you tricked me. Vomiting blood. Being plotted against by Huang Yao Lao was bad enough, but now he was stabbed by his own relatives. Jin Xiaoxiao's face was haggard, and he sat on the ground in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. However, after an incense stick, her scattered eyes suddenly gathered again. Then she stood up and walked towards the secret compartment firmly, and while putting in a piece of earth dragon grass, she quickly wrote the names of the 46 medicinal herbs on the paper. The 2 never-before-seen materials, love snake venom scales and rainbow-winged eagle blood that appeared in the second pill recipe, were mixed into it. Now I'm in front of the alchemy furnace. What are you afraid of? No need for a year. Anyone who stands in your way should be crushed. Let's refine it now. After doing all this, Jin Xiaoxiao stood in the corner, waiting for the raw materials to be delivered. However, this time, the expected thing did not appear with the sound of the gears turning. Instead, an old and low voice came from the empty secret compartment. User of the 049 alchemy room, come to the medicine cabinet. What's going on? I was really stunned. Senior brother Xiangqian never explained this situation to me. Could it be that I have exchanged the spiritual plants from the Kuroda medicinal forest for common herbs too many times, thus arousing suspicion? Although she felt a little nervous, she thought about it carefully and realized that the voice coming from the secret compartment sounded familiar. She mustered up her courage and opened the door. The wind blowing in my face seemed a little hot, not as cold as entering an ice field when I came here a few days ago. Jin Xiaoxiao looked up towards the medicine cabinet and found that the huge ice block that was said to have never left the medicine cabinet was gone. However, the face that appeared from behind the medicine cabinet belonged to senior brother Luo Air.
Huh.
Really a junior sister? His face was full of anger, but the moment he saw Jin Xiaoxiao's figure, his frown suddenly relaxed. Are you the user of the 049 alchemy room? It would have been better if he hadn't said this. As soon as he opened his mouth, the rage on the old man's face was even greater than before. Real junior sister. I know that you're good friends with Gingi, and you have plenty of fuhua leaves and earth dragon grass in your hands, so you are not afraid of wasting them. But the pills you made have problems themselves. Probably because he remembered the scene when Xiangqian vomited all over the place. The old man was so angry that he jumped directly onto the cabinet. Why don't you reflect on yourself, but try to find a side path? We alchemists focus on the essence of plants and trees. Alchemy methods that use blood, bones, or scales as raw materials are all the wrong way. In his hand, he still held the paper that Jin Xiaoxiao had just put into the secret compartment to change the medicine. The old man's arm was shaking under Zhen Xiaoxiao's nose, as if he was having a seizure. Don't blame old man Luo for being so angry. It was precisely because Zhen Xiaoxiao had saved his life that he could not sit idly by and watch her fall. Senior brother Luo's teaching is. Zhen Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and took a step back, tears quickly filling up in her eyes. Well. Seeing the tears in his eyes, the 100,000-word manifesto that old man Luo had already prepared turned to ashes in an instant. Don't cry, junior sister. Senior brother didn't mean to scare you. Look at senior brother Shirshir. He's already very old. How could he possibly bully you? Her lips were shaking and she couldn't even speak clearly. He condemned himself deeply in his heart. Perhaps it was because he had been working as the teacher in the medicine cabinet for too long, so he couldn't help but teach someone a lesson whenever he saw them make a mistake. But Xiaoxiao is different. Xiao Xiaoxin is the kindest person. If it weren't for her, I would have died from the stings of the bone bees in the dark forest. Then, do you still have the venomous scales of the love snake and the blood of the rainbow-winged eagle? Zhen Xiaoxiao raised her eyes. What are you going to do? Before he could finish his words, the old man with fallen ears saw big drops of tears as big as pearls pouring out from Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes. The slightest bit of caution that had just been raised was quickly dissipated thousands of miles away. No, my Qiye sect only refines the essence of plants and trees. Even if you want it, I really don't have it. He spoke softly, fearing that Zhen Xiaoxiao would burst into tears. Then where is it? Feilong Temple and Luoyu Pavilion. Old man Luo blurted out, those sects that raise animals have them. Just catch the love snake and the rainbow-winged eagle yourself. It is indeed the wrong path. Since the sect doesn't have it, I won't practice it anymore. After getting the answer she wanted, Zhen Xiaoxiao quickly wiped away her tears, clenched her hands tightly against her chest, and had a stern expression. Seeing that junior sister Zhen understood things so quickly and had such a high level of awareness, the old man Luo heir was overjoyed and naturally forgot the subtle feeling of uneasiness in his heart the moment before. He believed that she was just temporarily misled by unorthodox practices. After today, she would learn from her mistakes and become a beautiful flower blooming in the sun again. Xiao Zhou Zhou. Come out. Have you finished your snacks? There is still a year anyway, and since he knows that the main ingredient of the second set of life-threatening pills can be found in the beast sect, Zhen Xiaoxiao decides to deal with the current problem first. She walked to the alchemy room where Xiao Zhou was and banged on the door. When the door opened, a strange man with a charred face stepped out. Real junior sister? What's wrong? Don't you have a room to make pills? Okay, I'll give you my room. Zhen Xiaoxiao returned to the medicine pavilion and was highly valued by Master Huang Yao. The disciples recalled the scene when the valley master punished her to go into the forest, and they finally had an epiphany. How can you just throw away such a magnificent 8-zhong true spiritual fire? That's just sharpening the edges. Now that the phoenix has returned to the mountains, how dare the birds make noise? Looking at the unfamiliar Jiao Pyre trying hard to put on a flattering expression towards him, Zhen Xiaoxiao was stunned where he stood. 3 seconds later, little Porridge. With a scream, 3 layers of burnt skin on the flattering disciple's face were shaken off. Keep your voice down. Junior sister Zhen, are you talking about junior brother Zhou? The old man with fallen ears rubbed his temple and walked over quickly. Loud noises are not allowed in front of the alchemy room. If it wasn't Xiaoxiao, if it was someone else, he would have immediately pulled the person's arm and thrown him out the door. Where did he go? When Zhen Xiaoxiao saw Luo heir, it was like seeing a relative. The master called me away. A very ordinary sentence. When it fell into Zhen Xiaoxiao's heart, it was like a bolt from the blue. Would Huang Dabi, who usually dislikes Xiao Zhou the most, take the initiative to come to him? The cloud of doubt that had shrouded my heart for days seemed to be torn open by an invisible hand. However, what appeared before my eyes through the haze was not the sunshine, but a more cruel truth. Wrong. Huang Dabi's target is not me, but Xiao Zhou. Why? Those really small eyes instantly turned into an ancient well. In the deepened color, They quickly cut through all the images of Huang Yaolao and Xiao Zhozhou. Remania root essence. Rejuvenating pill. Vitality. Spider heart. Xiao Zhozhou. Why am I so stupid? It seemed that all the fragments scattered on the ground were strung together into a line by Jin Xiaoxiao at this moment.
Bing.
Where did Bing go? Jin Xiaoxiao suddenly grabbed Luo'er's arm, with a look so terrifying that it seemed as if he wanted to eat someone. If Huang Yaolao fails to get the spider heart and sets his sights on Xiao Zhozhou, she will make sure he is killed without a burial place. Ice. The 10,000-year ice soul? My master just took it away this morning. Luo'er frowned and recalled. It's a bit strange to mention this. The ice soul in the medicine pavilion is used to maintain the temperature of the alchemy room and to freeze precious medicinal plants. There has never been a precedent of it being moved away. Moreover, when the master came, he seemed to be extremely tired, with a hunched back, as if he had aged 50 years overnight. What's wrong? Inexplicably, the old man Luo'er was also nervous because of the expression on Jin Xiaoxiao's face. However, he couldn't understand what the relationship between junior brother Zhou and Bing was. Okay. Jin Xiaoxiao folded her arms and smiled creepily. Xiao Zhozhou loves weird things the most. For example, the food she made that ordinary people couldn't eat, the white snake on Zhong Zixing's head, and the ice soul in the medicine pavilion. If Huang Dabi had just taken the ice away to coax Xiao Zhozhou, that meant that, in all likelihood, he had not yet had his chest opened and his heart taken out. 7-leaf alchemy, righteousness? Alchemy methods that use blood, bones, and scales as raw materials are all wrong? Hee. A poisonous and demonic light flashed from the corner of Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes. She saw through it all. It was just talk to deceive honest people. Brother Luo, thank you very much. Take care. After the old man with Luo'er patted his shoulder heavily, Jin Xiaoxiao strode towards you. Hey. Real junior sister. As soon as he opened his mouth, the tiny whirlwind-like figure disappeared down the stairs. The old man with fallen ears stretched his right hand in the air, feeling a little blocked in his heart. I don't know why, but I have the illusion that I will never see that girl again in this life. There was no trace of Huang Yaolao in the teaching room, the alchemy room, or the living room. Standing in an uninhabited place in the mountains, Jin Xiaoxiao pinched out the blue-eyed little eagle that once worked for Zhong Zixing from the beast spirit stone. You have only 1 moment to find out the whereabouts of Huang Dabi, or I'll fry you in gutter oil, crunchy. Oh my goodness. Wasn't it ginseng oil last time? Why did the salary drop so quickly? The young blue-eyed eagle was so frightened that he nearly wet his pants. He didn't dare to look into Jin Xiaoxiao's ferocious gaze for even a second. He flew into the sky like a rocket, and at the same time, his gray hair exploded, and he desperately searched around. Although his fellow beast men were all affected by the flowing fire formation and fell into a 2-month period of weakness, this young blue-eyed eagle had been trapped in a stone before the flowing fire fell from the sky and had luckily escaped. An animal spirit stone connected the 5 senses of the man and the bird, and soon, another vision vaguely appeared in front of Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Looking down at the entire Qiye from a high place, she saw that on the first peak, the doors of Luo Wei and the great elder of Yuanfeng's cave were locked. Yong Guyu stood in front of his master's door with a serious face, chopping with a bamboo sword. The scene changed. In the valley behind the second peak, Yu Hongguang was slapping Zhong Zixing hard with a ferocious expression. Where is the power of wind and cloud in you? Where did it go, you idiot? A stream appeared in front of him. When the green-eyed young eagle approached the mountain-locking formation and was about to turn around, Jin Xiaoxiao's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the back of a man in a yellow robe. As the mountain-guarding disciple bent over, he leisurely walked through the mountain gate and flew out of the sect. Found you. Shoot. You want to run away after doing something bad? My heart stopped beating for a moment. Wait for me right here. Jin Xiaoxiao suddenly clenched his fists, shouted at the young blue-eyed eagle, and ran towards the stream. Who are you? Only those with permission can pass through the mountain gate. Ever since the failed hunt in the Black Forest, The entire sect was burned bald by the raging fire, and the Qiye sect's band was razed to level 1. The entire mountain-locking formation turned into a solid, high-glazed wall, which made it impossible to enter or exit, leaving only passers-by passing through the mountain gate of Shidi. So when the disciple guarding the mountain saw Yen rushing down the mountain, he immediately raised the trident in his hand, frowned, and shouted,
"Bang!"
A loud slap somehow passed the sharp tip of the halberd and hit the face. "Are you looking for death?" My master left the sect for something important to do, but he accidentally left behind a 500-year-old Rehmania root. Now the great Elder Yuan is in seclusion, and Elders Hu and Wu are both recuperating in bed. "You blind man, where do you want me to go to ask for the order to come out of seclusion?" Zhen Xiaoxiao held high in her hand a plant of Rehmania glutinosa that was overflowing with vitality. Her eyes were like torches, so hot that people dared not look at her. "The new master is so cruel." The young blue-eyed eagle, who was unable to break through the mountain-locking formation, landed tremblingly on Zhen Xiaoxiao's shoulder. His calves were shaking, but he couldn't help feeling proud in his heart. This baby just followed the wrong master before. Now as long as I behave well, I will definitely make the new master satisfied. How can you get the 500-year-old Rehmania glutinosa just by wanting to? Everyone saw that a few days ago, Huang Yaolao did not hesitate to beat himself until he vomited blood and brought Zhen Xiaoxiao out of the forest. He was intimidated by Zhen Xiaoxiao's aura, and he couldn't bear the responsibility of delaying important matters. Several disciples guarding the mountain looked at each other, then quickly retreated to the sides, making way with a wry smile. "Go slowly, Junior Sister Zhen. Please, Junior Sister Zhen, don't mention any of our faults after you catch up with Senior Uncle Huang." The guy who got slapped on the face smiled the most enthusiastically. Under the awe-struck gazes of the disciples, Zhen Xiaoxiao rushed out of the Qiye mountain gate and casually released the young blue-eyed eagle back into the sky. A gust of cold wind filled her chest, making her mind clearer than ever before. The steps under my feet paused for a moment. When he looked back again, he could no longer see the flattering faces of the disciples guarding the mountain, nor could he see the mountains and forests that were still smoking after the fire disaster. Facing the mountains, the faces of Grandpa Yuan, Yong Guyu, Luo Wei, Xiang Qian, and even the old man with the ears flashed before Zhen Xiaoxiao's eyes. However, these phantoms dimmed in an instant and were replaced by Xiao Zhozhou's silly and cute face. Without Zhen Xiaoxiao, everyone in the Qiye sect would be better off. But without her, Xiao Zhozhou would die.
"Jie, Gutbi."
She threw the only flawless qualities Baden in her hand to the ground, stomped her feet, and took the first step to catch up with Huang Yaolao after coming out of the mountain. Just like when Xiao Baiyan knew he was incompetent, he still wanted to fight to the death in Qiye. Just like many years ago, the scarlet-haired devil with wounds all over his body faced the sky proudly. Using the second level of Qi condensation to fight against the Foundation Establishment Elder is like a floating creature trying to shake a tree or an egg trying to hit a rock. However, the reason why the strong are strong is not because they are born strong, but because they have a fearless heart since they were weak. Xiao Zhozhou, wait for me. We came here together, so we have to leave together. It's best that Huang Dabi didn't touch you. If he did, I'll make him pay with his life. The young blue-eyed eagle soaring in the sky soon spotted Huang Yaolao's figure flying on a sword again. It did not dare to follow too closely and watched from a distance. Zhen Xiaoxiao ran wildly all the way, and as a faint white smoke rose from his body, his speed actually caught up with the rhythm of the Foundation building expert flying the sword.
Quick.
For example, during the mountain trial, it was more than 3 times faster. In the vast forest, only a flash of white light could be seen. The young blue-eyed eagle walked about 1,000 meters ahead. 2 hours later, it saw from afar that Huang Yaolao had stopped walking, put away his flying sword, and sat down in a dilapidated thatched hut by the stream to rest. Good opportunity. Zhen Xiaoxiao stopped suddenly, and before she could start a plan against Huang Yaolao, she suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind her. A big hand suddenly stretched out from behind the tree, and tightly grasped her throat in the blink of an eye.
How so?
I thought this was a life and death battle between a rabbit and a wolf, but I never expected that a third person would unexpectedly appear. Suddenly, an ugly face appeared in front of me. However, the 5-clawed black dragon tattooed on his left face made his appearance even more ferocious and terrifying. Who is this person? The opponent's hand strength was incredible, and he lifted the prey into the air in an instant. My feet were off the ground, there was no air in my lungs, and I was suffocating so much that my cheeks turned blue.
Da.
Someone was walking leisurely from not far away, stepping on dead leaves. Zhen Xiaoxiao caught a glimpse of Huang Yaolao's face in the shadow of the tree branch. It turned out that he was the one who fell into the trap. Brother Qiu Tian, how about the small furnace tripod I sent you this time? After glancing at Zhen Xiaoxiao's face with disdain, Huang Yaolao began to chat enthusiastically and familiarly with the man with the black dragon tattoo on his face. Yes, he is handsome but a little small. Looking at Zhen Xiaoxiao's face turning pale, Huang Yaolao couldn't help sneering in his heart. Chase with a young eagle? What a capable person. Did you study with Zhong Zixing? It's a pity that his cultivation is too shallow, and he doesn't know that the spiritual sense emitted by a strong foundation-building person can see far farther than an eagle's eyes. As soon as he found out that he was being followed, he changed his destination and secretly sent a message to Qiu Tian, asking him to meet him there. She's more than just beautiful. She's simply stunning, okay? Following Qiu Tian's words, Huang Yaolao made a clicking sound. I have long disliked Zhen Xiaoxiao, this troublemaker. She must have followed me all the way because she found out that Zhou was missing. This is perfect. Guru Watching has a lot of spies, and it's hard to take action against her in the sect. Now that she comes to us on her own initiative, it's a good opportunity to do more business. This woman's physique is far superior to that of an ordinary person. You saw her running speed just now, Brother Qiu. This kind of top-notch person will surely be able to withstand your passion every day and won't be like my previous disciples who were played to death in just 2 or 3 days. What's more, deliberately prolonging the ending tone to arouse Qiu Tian's interest, Huang Yaolao wanted to twirl his beard proudly, but just as he raised his hand, he discovered with dismay that his long beard had been burned off a few days ago. So he could only cough twice, trying to make his expression more serious. Ahem. What's more, the quality of this girl's spiritual root has reached the level of 8 feet of true spiritual fire.
Depend on.
Are you selling pigs in the market? Are you still commenting on them and weighing them? Only then did Zhen Xiaoxiao realize why there were always people missing under Huang Dabi's tutelage, and she felt so disgusted that she almost vomited. You beast! You are unworthy of being a teacher by torturing your disciples like this. You deserve to be killed. Zhen Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and looked into the depths of the forest, expecting the crocodile monster to appear in the form of smoke. The moment she stepped out of the Qiye mountain gate, she had already thrown the flawless quality Xiangbai pill on the ground. At this moment, the big-mouthed crocodile monster in the late foundation building stage was her biggest trump card.
8
Zhang True spiritual fire? Hearing this revelation, Qiu Tian's eyes suddenly became as big as copper bells, and he couldn't speak clearly. His eyes were so hot that he wanted to poke 2 holes in Huang Yaolao's body. Oh my goodness, Brother Huang is lying. If a disciple like this disappeared in Qiye, wouldn't Guru Watching only hold you responsible? Qiu Tian is considered a veteran among the villains. How could he be easily fooled by Huang Yao's few words? In a 3rd-level sect, a top-grade true root disciple is almost like the lifeblood of inheritance. If any one of them dies, the sect master and all the elders in the sect will surely go crazy. Although he had played with some disciples of the 7-leaf medicine pavilion before, those women were beautiful, but their spiritual talents could only be described as mediocre. How could he have ever dreamed of riding a tianjiao under his crotch and nourishing his own cultivation with her true spiritual body? Under normal circumstances, I really would not be willing to sell it to you. After all, if you raise it for a few more years, it will surely grow up to be even more handsome. By then, I'm afraid even your brother, the left protector of the evil dragon sect, will be vying for it." Huang Yaolao had a sad face and told the truth. Qiu Tian's cultivation is at the initial stage of foundation building, but his elder brother Qiu Shui is a powerful and enlightened person in the evil dragon sect, with a very deep foundation in the magic way. It's a pity that I can't make it in Qiye anymore. I'm about to abandon the sect and join you, so now I'm full of sincerity and sell this girl at a low price. You don't lie to me? This statement is quite convincing. If Huang Yaolao really had a falling out with Guruwatching, he would indeed need to find another big tree to live under. How dare I lie to you? Huang Yaolao raised his eyebrows and asked in a rhetorical tone. The two villains looked at each other, and then laughed at the same time. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The evil laughter scared all the crows in the forest so much that they flew away screaming. The young blue-eyed eagle, which had been flattened and rolled into a ball by Huang Yaolao, was trembling on the ground, its little eyeballs moving around in its sockets. Oh my, I'm on the wrong side again. I'll die this time. What should I do? I'm still a baby. Old Huang Yao would indeed not lie, because the strength of a person's spiritual roots could be determined by testing it with a spirit stone. Now that he has decided to join the evil dragon sect, he cannot escape the influence of the Qiu brothers anyway. Are you cheating? Are you looking for death? Yes. On behalf of the evil dragon sect, I warmly welcome Brother Huang to join us. Qiu Tian instantly became enthusiastic towards Huang Yaolao. Although he knew that there was no trust between them but only interests, he still couldn't help but be ecstatic about the other party's goodwill. Qiu Tian patted Huang Yaolao's shoulder affectionately, as if he were his own brother. That tactless Guruwatching actually forced such a talented person to leave. Come on. The evil dragon sect will never disgrace Brother Huang's reputation as the Grandmaster of Alchemy. Reluctant to put Jin Xiaoxiao down, Qiu Tian held her waist with one hand and pulled out a human bone token from a storage bag with the other hand and threw it at Huang Yaolao. When Huang Yaolao saw the human bones, he was about to get scared when he heard Qiu Tian shouting, "Brother Huang, don't move. With this bone order, from now on, you will be the chief alchemist of our evil dragon sect. You can enter and exit the poisonous miasma of the Locking Mountain freely and will not be harmed by the sect's poisonous centipede." Upon hearing this, Huang Yaolao immediately stood as steady as a rock, allowing the evil yellow light to cover him from head to toe. The moment the cold bone order touched his skin, it instantly transformed into 4 claws, tightly clasping his wrist. Feeling that this thing was extremely poisonous, but it could mysteriously extract half of the spiritual energy from the air and feed it back to itself. After a moment of shock, Huang Yaolao bowed deeply to Qiu Tian in ecstasy. "Thank you, brother." "Oh no. Thank you, Elder Qiu, for the reward. I will never fail in your mission and will lead the Evil Dragon Alchemy School to glory within the next 10 years. Now that Huang Yaolao originally wanted to say, "How about we go back to the Evil Dragon sect together now?" But when he looked up, he saw Qiu Tian's pair of evil eyes. He could no longer see himself, and his eyes were full of smallness. Understood. Qiu Tian's intention in sending him the bone order was to let him get out as soon as possible, so that he could go to the evil dragon sect to recognize his ancestry and return to his roots and not stand in the way anymore. I understand, I'm leaving. Bending back, Huang Yaolao laughed wildly. At this moment, he felt a little grateful to Jin Xiaoxiao, who was so frightened by the scene that she couldn't even speak, thus saving him a lot of trouble. Thinking about the terrible methods that the demon sect used against women, Huang Yaolao wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes and laughed like a pig. After all, you are my disciple. Your achievements today have erased all your past misdeeds. After you die, I will burn paper for you. Ha 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 ha. Not long after Huang Yaolao disappeared into the dense forest, Qiu Tian, with his blood boiling, pushed Jin Xiaoxiao to the ground. Crocodile monster. My nose is usually so sensitive. Why is it so slow today? Jin Xiaoxiao angrily withdrew her expectant gaze from the grass leaves and her tears instantly turned into a pool of spring water flowing out from her eye sockets. Elder Qiye. The ferocious black dragon tattooed on Qiye Tian's face was torn into a stupid and cute long worm. I have been the most honest since I was young, and I have always obeyed my master's words. Since he ordered me to serve a strong foundation-building master is not a humiliation. Let me do it myself. Baji. Before the unskilled Jin Xiaoxiao could undress herself, a 500-year-old Rehmannia root fell out of her sleeve. Suddenly saw this thing.